The patients that we saw were hot to the touch. They were suffering from heat stroke, heat exhaustion, no signs of water in the vehicle.
At least 16 people have been hospitalized. Officials say the death toll could still rise. 3 people have been taken into custody by San Antonio police, but they say it is unclear whether they are connected to the incident. On Twitter, Texas Governor Greg Abbott blamed President Biden for what he calls the administration's deadly open border policies. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Abbott's remark.
In an unexpected move, the January 6th House Committee has called a last-minute hearing for later today. The panel is citing new evidence and plans to hear witness testimony. Just last week, committee members said they would resume hearings after the 4th of July break. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now with more details on this. Good morning, Chris. What do we know?
Yeah, Philip, good morning. That's right. After pledging a lengthy delay before its next televised hearing, the January 6th committee will be back in front of a national TV audience at 1 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. The panel says it will present, quote, recently obtained evidence and receive witness testimony. Politico, citing 2 sources, says a former aide to Trump White House Chief of Staff Cassidy Hutchinson to former President Trump's White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, Cassidy Hutchinson will testify publicly. NBC News has not confirmed this report. Hutchinson provided testimony to the House panel on exchanges between former President Trump's inner circle in the weeks leading up to the January 6th Capitol attack. Hutchinson was also present during meetings between Meadows and other House members who helped the former president in his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Meanwhile, John Eastman, a lawyer and ally of former President Trump, said in a court filing that federal agents seized his phone last week in New Mexico. According to earlier January 6th hearings, Eastman urged then Vice President Pence to overturn the 2020 election results. He also sent an email to President Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, requesting to be on the pardon list after the January 6th Capitol riot. Philip?
All right, Chris Pallone with this development. Thank you, Chris. Lester Holt will lead our special coverage on today's hearings. That it will be live at 1 p.m. Eastern on NBC News.
Yeah.
The NTSB and local police are investigating yet another deadly Amtrak collision, this one involving a dump truck and a train carrying 243 passengers in Missouri. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
The very passengers riding the derailed Amtrak train recorded their own harrowing escape. Through broken glass and twisted metal, survivors climbed to safety any way they could. Some, stunned and without their shoes on, made their way to the top of their toppled passenger cars. 255 were aboard. There are dozens of injuries and at least 3 fatalities.
Everyone is screaming. I, of course, am yelling. People are on top of one another.
After first responders reached the wreckage in rural Missouri, some of the injured were rushed to local hospitals. It was 12:42 p.m. when 8 of the train's cars and 2 locomotives derailed after slamming into a dump truck at a public crossing. Horrified screams filled the train headed from Los Angeles to Chicago.
I've been in bad car accidents, and this doesn't, this is beyond comprehension.
With the cause of this crash under investigation, it's been a deadly 48 hours for Amtrak. Sunday, outside San Francisco, 3 were killed and 2 were hospitalized after another train loaded with passengers collided with a car on the tracks, also at a public crossing. Now it's happened again as authorities piece together what went wrong.
Our thanks to Miguel Almaguer for that report.
After a surge in demand following last week's Supreme Court ruling on abortion rights, several retailers are capping purchases on Plan B pills. The emergency contraceptives are limited to 3 per order at CVS and Rite Aid. CVS says the purchase cap is to ensure a consistent supply in stores. Walgreens is among the retailers who are not limiting purchases on Plan B pills. This as the Biden administration is under pressure to act after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Our Kristen Welker has more.
President Biden at critical diplomatic talks as the administration grapples with intensifying fallout over abortion rights back home.
We will do everything within our power as an administration through the executive branch to ensure that women have access to the medication they need.
The Secretaries of Health and Human Services, Labor, and Treasury writing a joint letter to insurers saying the Affordable Care Act requires contraception coverage. The president and top Democrats are also now trying to make abortion rights a top midterm issue, aiming to energize critical voters, including suburban women. But some progressive Democrats saying simply telling Americans to go vote for Democrats is too little, too late.
I do believe that there has been a weak Democratic strategy in the past, and we cannot continue to use those same playbooks.
We pressed the HHS secretary. What do you say to Democrats who say the administration's strategy is weak and ineffective?
There is nothing that would preclude us from going to the mat, going to the nth degree to make sure that we protect un-Americans' access to care.
Polling shows 56% of Americans say they oppose the Supreme Court's decision, but Republicans taking a victory lap.
What the court did, in effect, was return this very controversial issue to the people and their representatives.
Arguing issues including soaring inflation will have a bigger impact on American voters.
They're going to have a high opinion on inflation, the policies the Democrats have gone, high gas prices, a border that's not secure, crime.
Though a source close to former President Trump tells us Mr. Trump believes the decision is politically complicated and puts Republicans in uncharted territory.
Our thanks to Kristen for that report.
Switching gears overseas, where world leaders are increasing pressure against Russia at this year's G7 summit. But the country continues its all-out assault against Ukraine. Its latest target, a shopping mall with more than 1,000 civilians inside. So far, 16 are dead and 59 are injured. Joining us from Garmisch, Germany, is NBC correspondent Matt Bradley. And Matt, how are world leaders responding?
Well, we heard from the G7 last night. They released a statement describing this attack on that shopping mall in Kremenchuk as a war crime. And now, as I mentioned before, all eyes are now going to be turning to the Madrid conference. That's where NATO leaders are going to be gathering. And, there's efforts to try to bring some of the northeastern European Baltic countries into the NATO alliance over the objections of Turkey. So when we're in Madrid, we're going to be seeing efforts to try to hash out some kind of deal to bring those countries in, even though Turkey has said that those countries are sponsoring terrorism by providing shelter to Kurdish militants in the eastern part of Turkey. But here in the G7, we've been seeing some efforts to try to bolster Ukrainian defense by providing a surface-to-air missile system by the United States, that Norwegian-built system that would be medium to long range. That's a big-ticket item, and that could do a lot to try to improve Ukraine's defense against Ukrainian airstrikes of the kind that we saw that struck that shopping mall. But the big issue here, and the one that a lot of these leaders have been huddling, trying to figure out what to do, it is this question of finances. Russia, so far, their economy has defied the best efforts, the united efforts of Western governments to try to starve out the Russian government and deplete its war machine by using economic sanctions. Instead, those have largely backfired, and the Russian economy seems to be still doing fairly well. So now here, the G7 has been trying to hash out some sort of plan to try to cap Russian oil exports, because China and India have still been buying Russian oil exports, and as the cost of oil increases, Russia's revenue has actually gotten more and more, it's increased. So this is something that a lot of these countries are trying to figure out. This is an untested effort, and one that we're going to be seeing coming out probably within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, certainly the challenges of trying to figure out those options. Matt, thank you.
Meanwhile, the WNBA star detained in Russia will soon have her day in court. Brittany Griner's trial will begin on Friday. She appeared on Russian state video during a preliminary hearing yesterday. Jesse Kirsch has more.
Shaking her head, handcuffed and escorted by police, WNBA star Brittany Griner spotted in a Russian courthouse on her way to a preliminary hearing. The two-time Olympic gold medalist's trial start date set for July 1st. Griner facing charges of large-scale transportation of drugs.
This isn't necessarily good news. It does mean, though, I should say, there's some movement, and movement sometimes is better than no movement. It does provide opportunities for the U.S. government to get involved.
Because she is wrongfully detained.
Griner's wife on MSNBC last week pleading for help more than 4 months after Griner's Moscow airport arrest. Russian authorities saying she allegedly had vape cartridges with cannabis-based oil and was caught less than a week before Russia invaded Ukraine.
America will negotiate their release. It's not a maybe, it's a will. They will negotiate for their release.
Last month, the U.S. State Department turned her case over to its special presidential envoy for hostage affairs. The State Department telling NBC News the U.S. government will continue to provide appropriate support to Ms. Griner and her family. We will continue to press for her release. She could face 10 years in prison if convicted. Former diplomat Bill Richardson, who has helped free numerous Americans around the world, was also asked to help by Griner's wife.
I had a lot of relationships with Russian government officials on energy, on foreign policy, on UN issues. So they know me. I know them.
You know, the Russians, at the end of the day, are really transactional. And they took Brittany Griner, and more to the point, they kept her for all these months because they presumably think they can get something in exchange for releasing her at some point.
Meanwhile, back home, Griner's family, teammates, and fans hoping she'll be home soon. Her jersey number and initials etched into every WNBA court this season, with Griner named an honorary starter for the league's All-Star game next month.
You know, we're here to do whatever we can to make sure we amplify and keep BG at the forefront of the things that we want to do.
Oh, thanks to Jesse for that report.
Let's turn now to your weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Happy Tuesday, Michelle. How are we looking out there?
Happy Tuesday, guys. We're actually looking pretty quiet today. We've been so busy for so long, but we are watching a few stories today. So the first one being some wet weather in the south, to the southeast, south central states. We're looking at a stationary boundary that's kind of parked over the area. That's bringing the chance for days of rain. It's going to move off to the east, but it's going to be slow moving. And then tomorrow, we have an area of low pressure that's kind of sitting in the Gulf. It's going to enhance the moisture, tropical-like downpours for eastern Texas, scattered storms for the rest of the Gulf Coast, and we could see up to 2 to 3 inches of rain in some spots. Could see some flash flooding as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Oh, a really beautiful day in the Northeast. We're looking at temperatures in the 70s and 80s. Looking good in the Ohio Valley, too, in the Great Lakes. But we are heating up in parts of the Central Plains and also the Northern Plains. 90 degrees in Rapid City, 89 in Cheyenne, and 90 in Casper. All right, we'll talk more about the tropics because they're starting to wake up a bit. We'll look at that in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll talk to you then, Michelle. Thank you. Sure. On this day in New York City, the date, June 28th, marked the one-year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, a protest that is credited as the spark that ignited the modern-day LGBTQ+ rights movement. The parade is in its 52nd anniversary this year. It was originally called the Christopher Street Liberation Day March. It's since expanded into a global celebration and a fight for civil rights.
Still ahead, a visibly excited Alec Baldwin about a very exciting interview of a controversial figure today. We'll tell you who that's next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
After working together on several films, Alec Baldwin and Woody Allen are coming together once again for a little Q&A.
I'm going to be doing an Instagram Live with Woody Allen. You know what I love? I love you, Woody. Instagram Live with Woody.
Baldwin is interviewing Allen, as you heard him say there on Instagram Live. That'll be today. In the video's caption, Baldwin wrote that he has zero interest in anyone's judgment. Allen's adoptive daughter, Dylan Farrow, accused him of molesting her as a child. Those allegations resurfaced in HBO's documentary Allen vs. Farrow. Allen denies the accusations and has not been criminally charged.
It is primary day in 5 states. Voters in Colorado, Illinois, Oklahoma, Utah, and New York all select their candidates today. Multiple sitting House members are facing challengers, including Democrat Danny Davis. The 80-year-old representative is endorsed by President Biden and will face off against community organizer Keena Collins, who is endorsed by progressive groups.
Ghislaine Maxwell will learn her fate in a Manhattan courtroom later today. The former Jeffrey Epstein confidant will be sentenced at 11 a.m. Eastern. The 60-year-old was convicted in December of 5 federal sex trafficking charges related to her role in recruiting and grooming teenage girls abused by Epstein. Last week, federal prosecutors recommended she be sentenced to a minimum of 30 years and up to 55 years for her instrumental role in the abuse.
Still to come on early today, country star Luke Bryan charms fans in Vegas, showing off his dad's skills on stage. But here's the question. Who is that baby and how to get up there?
And ahead, flame-broiled fail. Burger King gets backlash for how they celebrated an employee's 27-year anniversary.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At some point, I got a baby. Where is the mother of this child? Return to sender. Hey, I'm sorry I stole your baby.
So there's an unexpected guest who crashed Luke Bryan's party at his Vegas concert. Posting the video to Instagram, the country singer shared the spotlight with a baby who had somehow wandered onto the stage, even performing a song, All My Friends Say, with the tot before reuniting the baby with the mom. So many points here. Number one, the baby's at the concert. Number two, the baby found themselves on stage. There's got to be something behind it.
You know where you grab them, though. I mean, if you're having trouble, grab the baby. It's all cuter after that. We got our top stories ahead, including new incentives airlines are rolling out to curb those travel delays.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. We are watching a tropical system in the Atlantic, and it's 40 miles. We're looking at winds at 40 miles per hour. That is her tropical storm force winds. Excuse me. It could become a named storm later on today. That would be Bonnie. We'll be right back.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Supreme Court is eroding a decades-old constitutional limit on religion in public schools, ruling that a high school football coach could pray on the field after games. NBC's Pete Williams has the details from Washington.
The ruling is a victory for a former assistant football coach at a high school in Bremerton, Washington, who made a practice of praying very visibly on the 50-yard line immediately after games. The school district told him to pray more privately because it wanted to avoid the appearance that the school was endorsing his religious views. But by a vote of 6-3, the court said the school was wrong. Even though the coach, Joseph Kennedy, was still in uniform, with some team members still on the field, it said he was acting in a private capacity and was therefore protected by freedom of expression and religion. Justice Neil Gorsuch, in the majority opinion, said the Constitution requires respect and tolerance for religious and non-religious views. The court's 3 dissenters said his praying was anything but private and risked coercing students into joining him. The decision is a further erosion of the separation of church and state, but it does not appear that it opens the door to teacher-led prayer in the classroom. Back to you.
All right, Pete, thank you.
One of American Airlines' regional carriers is offering pilots triple pay in July in an attempt to avoid flight disruptions. Envoy Air sent out a note to pilots saying time in the air will pay 300% from July 2nd to July 31st when they agree to step in and fly unassigned flights. Earlier this month, the same subsidiary promised pilots a 50% pay increase lasting through August 2024.
Now to an action-packed first day at Wimbledon. Caught in a stalemate, South Korea's Kwon Soon-woo took the second set to even the match against Novak Djokovic, only for the defending Wimbledon champ to rally, winning the final 2 sets and taking the match. The win is Djokovic's 80th of his career at Wimbledon. Over on the women's side, American Danielle Collins dropped the final 2 sets to the Czech Republic's Maria Buzkova, who sent the 7th-ranked woman home in the first round. Later this morning, 40-year-old Serena Williams will play in her first Grand Slam match in a year as she takes on France's Harmony Tan.
All right, good deeds and a perfect attendance make a difference, and we're talking about a big one. That was the case for Burger King employee Kevin Ford, who went viral after receiving a goodie bag for his 27 years of work with the company without ever calling out sick.
Wow.
So inside the bag, some candy, a movie ticket, and some keychains. Well, some felt the chain should have done more. So his daughter decided to start a GoFundMe account, which has raised over $170,000. It even got the attention of actor and comedian David Spade, who donated $5,000. So he thanked his supporters. He'll say he'll use the money to pay bills and spend time with his family. This is Early Today. We are coming on the air this morning with multiple developments. First, we are learning more about what's behind the surprise January 6 hearings scheduled for today.
Breaking news out of San Antonio, where 46 migrants were found dead in a semi-truck. 18 others hospitalized. Police are investigating.
Our Cynthia McFadden investigates misinformation being provided to women seeking care at crisis pregnancy centers.
Economic wake-up call. A recent survey found 58% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. But get this, 30% of those earn over $250,000 a year.
And we're going live to Germany for the latest on President Biden's G7 meetings. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with a stunning change of plans from the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol. After committee members previously said that they were going to take a break until mid-July. An urgent hearing has been called and will be held in just a few hours. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now with some new information on this. Chris, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Philip. After pledging a somewhat lengthy delay between the 5th and 6th hearings of this committee, the January 6th committee will be back on before a national TV audience at 1 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. The panel says it will present, quote, recently obtained evidence and receive witness testimony. Politico, citing two sources, says a former aide to Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows named Cassidy Hutchinson will testify publicly. NBC News has not confirmed this report. Hutchinson provided testimony to the House panel on exchanges between former President Trump's inner circle in the weeks leading up to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Hutchinson was also present during meetings between Meadows and other House members who helped the former president in his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Meanwhile, John Eastman, a lawyer and ally of former President Trump, said in a court filing that federal agents seized his phone last week in New Mexico. According to earlier January 6th hearings, Eastman urged then Vice President Pence to overturn the 2020 election results. He also sent an email to former Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani requesting to be on the pardon list after the January 6th attack. Philip?
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Lester Holt is going to lead our special coverage on today's hearing live at 1 p.m. Eastern here on NBC News.
A horrifying tragedy in San Antonio where at least 46 people, all suspected migrants, have been found dead in a tractor trailer. According to Texas authorities, the gut-wrenching discovery was made in the outskirts of the city when a firefighter who happened to be nearby heard a cry for help. In 100-degree temperatures, he opened the trailer and found people in agony from the heat.
The patients that we saw were hot to the touch. They were suffering from heat stroke, heat exhaustion, no signs of water in the vehicle.
At least 16 people are hospitalized. Officials say the death toll could still rise. 3 people have been taken into custody by San Antonio police, but they say it's unclear whether they're connected to the incident. On Twitter, Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott blamed President Biden for what he calls the administration's deadly open border policies. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Abbott's remark.
Now to Missouri, where authorities are investigating a deadly Amtrak train derailment that has left at least 3 dead.
The incident happened on Monday afternoon in the town of Mendon. It's about 115 miles northeast of Kansas City. According to Amtrak, the train was carrying 243 passengers and 12 crew members from LA to Chicago when it struck a dump truck at a crossing and derailed.
The train had approximately 8 cars, including a baggage car. 7 cars have derailed. There are multiple injuries, and we can confirm there are 3 fatalities, 2 on the train and 1 in the dump truck.
Police also said multiple passengers were injured. 28 people were taken to a local hospital and treated for minor to moderate injuries. They have all since been discharged. The video here shot by a passenger on board the train who says they climbed to safety out of the side of it after the collision. The NTSB, along with the Federal Railroad Administration, are sending a team to help in this investigation, which the State Highway Patrol says is still in its early stages.
In a tweet, Missouri Governor Mike Parsons said, "We are saddened to hear of the Amtrak train derailment in Chariton County this afternoon." He added, "We ask Missourians to join us in prayer for all those impacted." Now to a blow to the separation of church and state. The Supreme Court has ruled that a high school football coach could pray on the field after a game. Joseph Kennedy was fired for praying after games, but by a vote of 6-3, the court said the school was wrong, saying that even though he was still in uniform on the field, he was acting in a private capacity and thus protected by freedom of religion. Kennedy cheered the decision last night.
You know, I'm still in shock. I'm just so grateful that this long, hard fought is finally over and we won. And thank God and everybody that supported me throughout this. I mean, it's just great news for the entire nation.
The court's 3 dissenters said his praying was anything but private and risked coercing students into joining him.
There are more crisis pregnancy centers in this country than abortion clinics. But NBC News investigates the care they provide as critics warn that they're spreading false information. Cynthia McFadden has our report from Texas.
We're heading to a crisis pregnancy center in Texas, one of more than 2,500 in the country. They say they provide free services and abortion information for pregnant women. What they don't say is that they're often affiliated with groups supporting abortion alternatives.
Is it in here?
To learn more about what happens inside, we sent in 2 NBC News producers to ask for pregnancy counseling. At a center in the Dallas area, a volunteer told our producer they don't offer abortions, adding abortions can cause infertility. When asked about the abortion pill, the volunteer said, "My job is not to scare you. You never get over seeing that baby." She then pointed to a small plastic model like this, saying, "Can you imagine one of these in your panties?"
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, so as a taxpayer, this is infuriating. A horrible thing for a woman to be told, and medically totally inaccurate.
Yeah, and as a nurse, as a mom, you totally shocked me with that. It's a lie, and it is shaming, and it is grotesque.
Texas State Representative Donna Howard, a Democrat, found an unlikely ally in former Republican State Representative Sarah Davis. They're calling for these nonprofits to be regulated and demanding accountability for a program called Alternatives to Abortion, which helps fund crisis pregnancy centers. In Texas, they outnumber abortion clinics 9-1. When I say alternatives to abortion, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
Waste of money, waste of taxpayer dollars, lack of accountability, and actually no metrics that indicate that it has anything to do with averting abortions.
It's just a program to make Republicans feel good, like they're doing something to help women.
Does it help women?
No.
The program will cost Texas taxpayers $100 million over the next 2 years.
This is probably the only program, at least that I'm aware of, where the legislature basically writes a blank check without knowing what they're getting.
While some of the centers provide free services like diapers, ultrasounds, and STD testing, none of the Texas facilities are licensed medical providers, though some women report believing that they are. At another center our producers visited near the border, a female staffer implied abortions can cause cancer and infertility. She then played a video saying they also cause mental illness. All of that categorically false. Alternatives to Abortion in Texas has also received federal tax dollars, $45 million over the last 15 years, money intended as temporary help for needy families.
These are desperate people who need these funds, and instead it's going to a program that provides things like pamphlets, that provides some classes.
Would you go so far as to say that in some instances they are actually committing fraud?
Yes.
Yeah.
They point to the misinformation and a case currently being investigated in which state funds from the program were allegedly used by the president of a center to buy land for hemp production. Who's to blame?
Well, the legislature.
Yes, but the leadership that we have in this state has pushed an agenda that has made it impossible to have any real dialogue about what is really going to make a difference in the lives of these women and their families.
Our thanks to Cynthia for that report.
All right, let's get a look at the day ahead with NBC meteorologist Michelle Graceman. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And we're looking pretty good today. Relatively quiet across the country, but we are watching some wet days ahead in the south central states into the southeast. We have a frontal boundary, the same boundary that brought the rain yesterday in the northeast. It's sort of going to park itself over this area, so very slow moving. We could see some heavy rainfall, some flash flooding in spots with some of those heavier downpours. And then by tomorrow, we have an area of low pressure in the Gulf, very disorganized, but it's going to aid in some of that moisture, especially in eastern Texas, and then scattered storms for the rest of the Gulf Coast. So again, we could see some heavy downpours, expecting some flash flooding in some spots. Could even see some strong winds as well. As far as the rainfall goes, from Texas all the way to the southeast into the Carolinas, we are looking at an inch, even up to 2 inches in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, looking really good in the Northeast. Temperatures in the 70s and 80s. Lots of sunshine in Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Scranton. And then we're heating up once again in the central and southern plains. Temperatures into the 80s and 90s. 90 degrees in Rapid City, 90 in Casper. All right, guys, the tropics are heating up. We're going to take a look at that in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll talk to you then. Thank you so much, Michelle. We're back in a minute with the new court date set for WNBA star Brittany Griner, who is in Russia detained.
And we're live at the G7, where world leaders are condemning Russia's strike on a Ukraine shopping mall.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The G7 is vowing to support Ukraine for, quote, as long as it takes, but Russia continues its all-out assault against the country. Its latest target, a shopping mall with more than 1,000 civilians inside. So far, 16 are dead and 59 are injured. Joining us live from Garmisch, Germany, is NBC correspondent Matt Bradley. And Matt, the U.S. announced it will purchase an advanced missile defense system for Ukraine. How significant is that?
It's significant, Francis. We're seeing this advanced medium to long range surface-to-air missile system purchased from the Norwegians. It's a Norwegian system. It's unlikely to be a game changer, but it could improve the Ukrainian standing, especially when it comes to repelling Ukrainian air attacks. And we just saw a devastating example of that, as you just mentioned, that attack on a shopping mall where more than 1,000 people were present. And that number, 16 dead, given the estimate of the people who were in the shopping mall at the time, the number of dead is likely to go up as authorities try to clear the damage and try to locate victims. But the real game changer here, and one that officials here at the G7 and world leaders are really struggling to deal with, is how to damage and deplete Russia's war machine financially. Of course, the G7 countries are not sending troops to Ukraine to fight against the Russians, and neither is NATO. But they are trying, through a series of sanctions that have really surprised the world with the unity and speed with which they applied sanctions to Russia. They're really trying to figure out how to do this in a non-military fashion without putting European troops on the front lines in Ukraine against the Russians. And that's why all eyes are going to be focused on the NATO conference. President Biden and other world leaders are headed to to Madrid to try to hash out more plans to help Ukraine. But here at the G7, one of the things that they've been talking about is trying to put some sort of cap on the price of Russian oil or exports of Russian oil, because at the same time that they've applied all of these sanctions, a sweeping effort to try to punish Moscow, for some reason, world leaders are discovering that Russia's economy is still thriving.
even though they did default on about $100 million in loans and foreign reserves just this week. But the effort to try to deplete the Russian war machine financially is going to really struggle as long as China and India are still buying Russian oil. And so this effort is going to be a maiden voyage to try to use some sort of innovative economic tool to try to stop the sale of Russian oil to India and China, or to at least deplete it. Because the fact is, all of the efforts so far to try to punish Moscow, especially when it comes to petroleum and other fossil fuels, have almost entirely backfired. So this is going to be a new kind of sanction, and one that we're probably going to be hearing about in the next couple days and weeks. Francis?
Yes, certainly complexities beyond the borders of that region. Matt, thank you.
And meanwhile, the WNBA star detained in Russia will soon have her day in court. Brittany Griner's trial will begin on Friday. She appeared on Russian state video during a preliminary hearing yesterday. Russian authorities arrested her a week before the Ukraine invasion, alleging that Griner had vape cartridges with cannabis-based oil. The State Department has described Griner as wrongfully detained and tells NBC News that the U.S. government will continue to provide appropriate support to Ms. Griner and her family and will continue to press for her release. She could face 10 years in prison if convicted.
All right, still to come, are fans ready for a fourth Dark Knight? Why Christian Bale could be making a comeback as the Caped Crusader.
And the surprising number of Americans that are only one paycheck away from poverty.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You've given them everything.
Not everything. Not yet.
Could the Dark Knight rise again? Christian Bale may not be done with Batman. The award-winning actor recently told Screen Rant that the fourth installment of the Dark Knight films if Christopher Nolan directed it. The pair created a trilogy of the comic book favorite starting with Batman Begins.
Now to the G7, where President Biden has been meeting with his European counterparts over these past few days. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us now from Elmau, Germany, near the site of the G7. Good morning, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely, Philip. Fascinating meeting in many ways, and of course dominated, as we said yesterday, by events in Ukraine. In fact, the bombing of a shopping mall in Kremenchuk in Ukraine has got the following reaction from the G7 leaders. They've called it abominable, and they've said it was an indiscriminate attack on civilians, which constitute a war crime, adding that they will continue to provide financial, humanitarian and military support to Ukraine for as long as it takes. As Matt Bradley was just reporting from Garmisch, saying now also thinking about a new oil price cap for Russian oil. Elsewhere, though, a story closer to home, and one we've been talking about, the cost of living crisis in the US and its ramifications. Well, apparently, according to a survey from the Lending Club report, 58% of Americans now are living paycheck to paycheck. Of course, we have this inflation spike. But what is fascinating as well is that the Americans on $250,000 or more, 30% of those on $250,000 or more are also living paycheck to paycheck. Now, inflation at a 40-year high, bigger credit card balances, more reliance on credit cards. The total balances on credit cards now up to $841 billion in the first 3 months of 2022. Back to you both.
I can believe it. A wise man once said, "More money, more problems." All right, Steve Sedgwick, thank you.
Ahead, a popular TikTok mother's emotional plea after her son gets killed at a gas station.
Plus, Alec Baldwin's controversial interview today with director Woody Allen.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast, listen now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. We are tracking the tropics. We have a few systems that we're keeping an eye on. One, though, could become our next tropical storm. That could be later on today. It's potential tropical cyclone 2. Has winds of 40 miles per hour. It's moving west at 20 miles per hour. It will impact the Windward Islands later today. We'll be right back.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
In today's top stories, a new NPR PBS Marist poll suggests a majority of these country opposes the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade. The poll found 56% of Americans do not agree with the High Court's ruling, with 40% approving of the decision. The poll also suggesting the debate ties to party lines, with 88% of Democrats opposing the ruling compared to 20% of Republicans. Facebook and Instagram have begun removing posts from users offering abortion pills to women. A spokesperson for the Facebook's parent company Meta says content concerning buying, selling, giving, or donating pharmaceuticals is not allowed on its platforms.
A TikTok star is searching for answers after her 18-year-old son was killed by gun violence. In an emotional plea, Ophelia Nichols asked her over 7 million followers to help her family find her son's killer.
Somebody knows who did this to my child, and I'm asking for somebody's help. Anybody's.
Nichols, whose nickname on the popular social media app is Mama Tot, revealed that her youngest child, Randon Lee, was shot and killed at a gas station just a day before his 19th birthday. The Pritchard, Alabama Police Department said the teenager was planning on selling marijuana to 2 people before he was killed, but no other details will be released while the case is being investigated.
Ghislaine Maxwell will learn her fate in a Manhattan courtroom later today. The former Jeffrey Epstein confidant will be sentenced at 11 a.m. Eastern. The 60-year-old was convicted in December of 5 federal sex trafficking charges. Federal prosecutors have recommended she be sentenced to a minimum of 30 years and up to 55 years.
Alec Baldwin will be interviewing Woody Allen on Instagram Live today. They have worked together on several films.
I'm going to be doing an Instagram Live with Woody Allen. You know what I love? I love you, Woody. Instagram Live with Woody.
They'll be talking about his latest book. In the video's caption, Baldwin wrote that he has zero interest in anyone's judgment, presumably referring to Allen facing accusations that he molested his adoptive daughter, Dylan Farrow. Allen denies them and has not been criminally charged.
Sunday's Yankees versus Astros game showed a stunning feat of athleticism, and we're not talking about baseball. Yankees fans were at the edge of their seat as one young fan attempted this water bottle trick during the game's 9th inning. Okay, so after 2 strikes, the crowd erupted into cheers, jumping out of their seats as the girl landed the flip on her 3rd try. So that reaction going viral on social media. There she is. It's so cute.
It is, and it was a great game, too. So you know that they had the attention of that little girl, and she pulled it off, just like the Yankees against my Astros, unfortunately. Have a good one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, surprise shakeup. The January 6th committee adding a last-minute unexpected hearing today. The committee is promising big revelations from a witness, what we know this morning about who that person is, and the big questions yet to be answered. Disturbing discovery breaking overnight. Dozens of migrants found dead in a truck in Texas, where the heat reached temperatures of over 100 degrees. Rescuers say there were stacks of bodies inside, how the discovery was made, and what we learned overnight about the survivors. Under pressure, allies pushing the Biden White House to respond to the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now the administration says it's ready to go to the mat for abortion rights.
We will do everything within our power as an administration through the executive branch to ensure that women have access to the medication they need and that they will have freedom of travel and that travel should be unrestricted.
What we've learned about their plan ahead of the midterm elections. And comeback on the court. Serena Williams makes her long-awaited return on one of the tennis world's biggest stages. But getting back in the swing of things could be a tall order. The major challenges she's facing as she sets her sight on history. Lots of people are certainly excited to see her there.
Yes, a little bit later this morning.
Yeah,
Big
exactly.
news.
Yeah, we'll bring you that in a little while. We begin, though, this morning with what we know so far about that surprise January 6th hearing happening this afternoon in Washington.
The House panel investigating the Capitol attack called the last-minute hearing yesterday. The committee says it will present newly obtained evidence and testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson, a former top aide to Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows. There's a lot of anticipation for today's hearings because committee members had previously said the next hearing would take place in mid-July after lawmakers returned from the holiday recess. So far, the committee has held 5 public hearings laying out the findings from its year-long investigation into the attack on the Capitol. This new development comes as Washington also responds to the Supreme Court ruling on Friday overturning Roe v. Wade. Democrats are working to try to protect abortion rights across America, and they're pushing the Biden White House to do more to help them. We're going to dig into both of these major stories this morning, starting with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good morning to you. So let's start with the January 6th hearing. What do we know about it, and what can you tell us about Cassidy Hutchinson and what we might hear from her today?
Well, Joe and Savannah, as you said, this star witness that we're going to hear from starting at 1 p.m. is Cassidy Hutchinson, and you played at the top there some clips that we've already seen of her in pre-recorded testimony clips that have played in past January 6th committee hearings, where she really laid out some jarring revelations. She is the witness who talked about those House GOP lawmakers that requested presidential pardons after January 6th. She also talked about how White House aides and Secret Service warned former President Trump and his inner circle that events on January 6th could turn violent. So we know she was very close to the inner workings of what was going on January 6th. We know she was at the rally on the Ellipse with the former president on January 6th. She was in the Oval Office and in and around all of these meetings. She's also talked about how she actually witnessed former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows incinerate documents after he had some of these meetings. He, of course, has refused to comply with subpoenas that the committee has sent him. And so this is really the closest the committee is getting to what Mark Meadows knows. Take a listen to what committee member Adam Schiff had to preview on Sunday about what we can expect in these next hearings. Listen here.
Well, the next couple of hearings will cover the run-up to January 6th, the marshaling of this mob that appeared on the mall that day and attacked the Capitol, and then the final hearing will cover what the president was doing and, more importantly, what he was not doing as we were being attacked.
In those hours on January 6th itself.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically, the president's flagrant dereliction of duty while the Capitol was being attacked.
Joe and Savannah, what we don't know is quite what the urgency was in scheduling this meeting. As you mentioned at the top there, the committee had said that they were going to reconvene around the second week of July. And so with such a crazy news cycle going on, obviously the overturning of Roe versus Wade, so much news surrounding just in D.C., these hearings, it begs the question, why would they bring Cassidy Hutchinson to speak so quickly with 24 hours notice to TV networks? Also, these committee members were in recess, some of them, going back to their homes back on the West Coast. So that's something we're still trying to figure out. Perhaps, there will be a revelation in today's hearing.
And answers will come in just a few hours. We know there's a lot of work behind the scenes. Quickly, do we know who else the committee hopes to interview as part of the investigation?
So there are a couple more people who could offer the committee a lot more info that we would technically hear in these next hearings coming up in July. We know that they met with that documentarian that was around former President Trump in the weeks and months before January 6th. They met with him behind closed doors last week. We also know that they're still trying to meet with Ginny Thomas, Justice Clarence Thomas's wife. And so there's a couple more revelations that could be learned from these people who have been really on the committee's bucket list, and now they're slowly checking off one by one.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you so much.
Now, today's surprise hearing is happening just as we're learning the Justice Department has carried out search warrants on two of Trump's legal allies who were the focus of last week's January 6th committee hearings. John Eastman, Trump's election attorney who urged Mike Pence to overturn the results of the 2020 election, had his phone seized by federal agents last week, according to a court filing made yesterday. That follows last week's search of Jeffrey Clark's home by federal agents. Now, Clark was Trump's choice to lead the Justice Department after Attorney General Bill Barr resigned. Let's bring in MSNBC contributor Chuck Rosenberg now for more on all this. He's a former U.S. attorney and senior FBI official. Chuck, always great to have you with us. Thanks for your time. So what do you think these searches by the Justice Department mean here for the House investigation into the attack on the Capitol? How significant of a development is it that those steps were taken?
Well, it's certainly a significant development, Savannah. I don't know that it means very much for the House investigation. Let me explain. The Department of Justice is conducting its own separate criminal investigation. And so they're issuing grand jury subpoenas and executing search warrants, like you just described, including of Mr. Eastman's phone. When the Department of Justice does something like that, first they have to go to a judge, a federal judge, and ask her for permission to execute the warrant. And if she signs the warrant, they can go ahead and seize the phone. That seems to have happened. Second, Savannah, when the Department of Justice is conducting a grand jury investigation, by law, by rule, it has to keep the information it obtains during that investigation secret, revealing it only in court or at trial or some official proceeding. So the Department of Justice can't give information to the House. This is a one-way street. If the Department of Justice wants information from the House, it can ask for it, and it should, and the House should provide it. But the Department of Justice can't give information to the House. And I think that's an important distinction.
And Chuck, what do you make of today's surprise hearing? I mean, do you think there's any significance behind the fact that it was announced so abruptly? This wasn't on the schedule. We weren't supposed to be seeing this committee again for a few weeks. What do you think about that?
Yeah, as Ali just reported, I think it's a huge maybe. You want to be very careful not to overpromise and underdeliver. Ms. Hutchinson's testimony has already been made public in part. One of her depositions was released in a court filing. And as you're showing now, we've seen excerpts of her testifying before the committee previously. Committee obviously believes it has something a little bit new and a little bit different and a little bit exciting. But I think you have to be careful here because we sort of know the contours, at least we think, Savannah, that we know the contours of Ms. Hutchinson's testimony. If it's really new and different, we'll see.
All right, we will find out a little bit later today. Chuck Rosenberg, thank you so much. We'll have live coverage of this afternoon's hearing here on NBC News Now. That starts at 12:30 Eastern.
We turn now to the Supreme Court, which issued another controversial decision Monday as it prepares to close out this historic term. The court ruled in a 6-3 decision that a former high school football coach had a right to pray on the field immediately after games. Joseph Kennedy claimed that the school district in Washington state violated his religious freedom after district officials told him not to pray so publicly after games. The Bremerton School District said it did not want to appear to be endorsing a religious point of view. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, we've seen this issue come up in the past. Public school officials leading prayer is not permitted. They must remain neutral because there needs to be this separation of church and state. However, in this case, the Supreme Court sided with the coach. What was different here?
This is an incredibly complicated issue. We often think of the First Amendment as just being about free speech or free expression, but the complexity of the First Amendment could fill 2 textbooks and take up an entire year of law school by itself. So in this case, the key was whether or not the coach was speaking on behalf of the government, which would make his speech much more regulable, I guess you would say, or was he privately praying by himself? Now, here's what's really interesting about this case, too, is that by the time you get to the Supreme Court, we're normally not talking about factual disputes. There are purely legal issues that the court decides. But this was a rare case where the facts were in dispute by the time it got to the court. On the one hand, the coach's way of framing the facts were that he gave a private prayer essentially by himself at midfield at the end of the game. But I mean, photographs submitted by the other side, by the school district, really counter that narrative, showing that the coach was kneeling or standing at midfield with students and players all around him, which really went to the issue of whether or not this coerced the students. At the end of the day, this was about the First Amendment versus the First Amendment, the rights of the coach versus the rights of the students to not feel pushed into having to pray.
Let's talk about Friday's big decision, the battle over Roe versus Wade. It's now shifting to legal fights within each state. A judge in New Orleans temporarily blocked the state's trigger law ban on abortion after abortion rights activists challenged it there. Help us understand, what was their argument? Now that there is this temporary block, what is next for the case there?
Yeah, these injunctions or temporary relief are just that. They're really just a court stepping in and saying, okay, let's just maintain the status quo. Let's hit the pause button while we figure out this case on the merits. It doesn't necessarily mean a particular party is going to win. In this case, the challenge to the law is not based on Roe v. Wade. Instead, it's based on constitutional vagueness. In other words, a law is constitutionally vague and therefore no good if it doesn't specify what exactly is prohibited. For example, if a city passed an ordinance saying, hey, you can't just loaf around or loiter on city grounds. Well, that's a little vague because it doesn't exactly tell us what is prohibited. And that's the basis of the challenge here to the Louisiana law. Doesn't mean they're going to win. It just means the coach is saying, well, there's enough here for us to say pause, and then we'll let this litigation run its course.
So the Supreme Court still has to issue decisions for 4 more cases in this term, but really it's already issued the most anticipated opinions last week, the abortion one and expanding gun rights. So looking at these decisions, let's talk about what we can expect from future terms. Could we see even more seismic decisions? And do you think the court has maybe given some conservative lawmakers a roadmap for other hot button issues?
I think if you are a critic of the court in the last few days, it must feel like the court is basically always siding with its conservative principles. So it's an understandable criticism on issues of religion, abortion, otherwise, I mean, even guns. You could argue that the court has really moved in lockstep with its basically 6-3 conservative majority. So I think a lot of fair criticism of the court, at least in the last week or two of its decisions, not necessarily being right or wrong, but just that they have voted right along lines of conservative and liberal. So if you're concerned about the polarizing of the court, the last week hasn't looked that good for the court.
All right, Danny, thanks so much for your analysis, especially during these huge decisions over the last few days. Appreciate it.
Now let's get to the latest on the president over in Germany. Biden wrapped up the G7 summit this morning with a meeting with Chancellor Olaf Scholz of Germany, President Emmanuel Macron of France, and Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the United Kingdom before heading to the NATO summit in Spain. Now that group has been key in the Western response to the war in Ukraine. Here at home, pressure is mounting on the Biden administration to take action following the Supreme Court's ruling that reversed Roe versus Wade. Democrats are calling for a response from the president. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Petty-Peace joins us now from Austria. Shannon, good to see you. So since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last week, there's been a lot of talk about what, if anything, can be done at the federal level. And now Democrats have proposed that the Biden administration offer abortion services on federal lands. What's been the administration's response to that idea so far? Is there an option they're considering at all here?
Well, the White House has essentially been downplaying this idea. This is something, as you mentioned, Democrats in Congress have been pushing. I've even talked to some outside advisors who have been pushing this idea, understanding that it could run into a lot of legal log jams, a lot of problems in Congress, but that it's something worth raising. The White House, though, doesn't appear to be moving in that direction, our reporting indicates. One of the concerns I have heard from people close to the White House is that if the White House was to say you can now provide abortions, let's say at VA facilities, for example, that could open up an appropriations fight with Congress over VA funding. Similarly, at federally funded health centers, the White House could make an argument that that could be a place where abortions could be provided, even in states where it is illegal. But then you get into the funding issue around the Hyde Amendment, which says federal funds can't be used for abortions. So there's a number of roadblocks that stand in the way of doing that. And at right now, it just does not appear to be something that the White House is seriously considering. At least that's what our reporting indicates at this point.
So that might not seem to be something that they're seriously taking a look at. But after Politico first reported about this, a White House staffer then told NBC News that we should expect, quote, several relevant agency announcements that stand up for reproductive health care this week. Do we have any idea what those announcements might be, what that means?
Well, the White House knows that this is obviously something very important to Democrats, and they are getting a lot of pressure from their base to do something, to take some action on this. For months, the White House was looking into what they could do. There is a sense, based on our reporting, conversations I've had, that they've really done the bulk of what they can do. There was a letter, for example, yesterday from HHS reminding providers in the Obamacare program that they have to provide contraceptive services if they are part of that insurance program, for an example. The White House has talked about wanting to ensure that there's access to abortion pills or other emergency contraception. But we're not getting a sense that there's going to be any big policy shifts or changes coming from the White House, despite the pressure that they are under from Democrats, and that any announcements coming are really going to be things on the margin for the time being.
And Shannon, there is this growing frustration among Democrats because nothing's been done. What's the Biden administration's sort of general response to that frustration?
Well, I mean, it has been interesting because, as you noted, the president is here in Europe talking about Ukraine and Russia and China, the global economy. We have not heard from him at all on abortion in this meeting. A reporter shouted a question at him during a photo op about whether abortion had come up at all in these leader meetings, and he essentially said no. There will be a press conference on Thursday. I am willing to bet that that issue will be raised by the reporters who are in the room. So that will really be the president's first chance to respond in recent days to everything that's unfolding back home while he's been focused on the foreign policy issues at hand here in Europe.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece, thanks so much.
Now to a disturbing discovery in Texas. More than 40 migrants were found dead in the back of a tractor trailer outside of San Antonio. Police say someone who was working nearby heard a cry for help and called police. 16 people, including 4 children, are hospitalized this morning. They're being treated for heat stroke and dehydration. Temperatures in San Antonio climbed to more than 100 degrees yesterday, and police say there was no water or air conditioning in that truck.
So the plight of migrants seeking refuge is always a humanitarian crisis, but tonight we are dealing with a horrific human tragedy.
The Department of Homeland Security is investigating. So far, 3 people have been taken into custody, and police say it's unclear, though, whether they are connected to this incident.
British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell is set to be sentenced today for her sex trafficking conviction in connection with the abuse of underage girls by late financier Jeffrey Epstein. Today's sentencing in a Manhattan courtroom comes nearly 2 years after Maxwell's arrest, capping off a high-profile case that stretched across several countries with allegations dating back decades. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now from outside the federal courthouse here in New York ahead of today's sentencing. Hey, Tom, good morning. So it's been about 6 months now since Maxwell's conviction, and as we just mentioned, there was a whole lot of drama leading up to that. Remind us, though, exactly what charges she was convicted on and what can we expect from today's sentencing?
Right, so it's a total of 3 charges that she'll face sentencing on today, including sex trafficking, the most serious one, as well as conspiracy, and then also transporting a minor across state lines for the purposes of illegal sex. And so those are the 3 things that she's facing today. It starts at 11 a.m. We expect it to last about 2 hours. 6 victims will provide their victim impact statements this morning. They've already provided some of those in written form. They're very graphic, very detailed, talks about the types of substance abuse issues, psychological issues that they've had at the hands of Ghislaine Maxwell in the years following their abuse. In one particular submission, Savannah, one of the victims submits photos from a hospital stay 2 times after she tried to commit suicide. She has pictures of those in her submission. It promises to be a very heavy morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Maxwell's attorneys are requesting a lenient sentence, about 5 years in prison, and they say she's been a positive influence on other jail inmates. They've also said Maxwell shouldn't be sentenced as a, quote, proxy for Jeffrey Epstein. Tell us more about all that and how federal prosecutors are responding. What do you expect to see?
Well, what you just keyed in on there, the idea of her being sentenced as a proxy for Jeffrey Epstein, who, of course, was charged with and believed to have committed most of the abuse here. That's something that they've been harping on throughout the entirety of the trial, and again here at their sentencing submission, as well as the conditions that she's been under while she's been detained leading up to this trial and since then. But prosecutors say, look, this is somebody who groomed and brought these women to Jeffrey Epstein to be sexually abused. As a result, they're asking for what amounts to, or is actually, a life sentence. She's 60 years old. They're asking for 30 to 55 years. So it amounts to a life sentence. The probation department, they suggest 20 years, Maxwell's attorneys are calling for approximately those 5 years. Probably not going to get 55, but certainly not going to get 5 either. That's at least what legal experts expect.
And Tom, Maxwell was placed on suicide watch last week. What can you tell us about that, and do you expect that that's going to impact the hearing today at all?
Right, Savannah. So this came up on Friday. Apparently, she emailed the Inspector General for the Bureau of Prisons, which runs the facility where she's being housed in Brooklyn, New York, saying that she felt that staff members might be threatening her health. And a psychologist questioned her and couldn't seem to get to the reason why Maxwell came up with that conclusion. They had some concerns that perhaps she was looking to be in a jail cell by herself leading up to today's sentence, which, of course, as I mentioned, carries the potential for a significant amount of jail time. They were concerned about her ability to harm herself. So that's what happened. There was some back and forth over the weekend. At one point, even her defense suggesting that today's sentencing could be delayed because Maxwell didn't have proper access to her legal materials. Turns out she was able to get that access. So we do anticipate starting on time at 11 a.m. this morning.
All right, Tom Winter, know you'll be watching for us. Thanks so much.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
And Michelle Grossman is here with us in studio. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning to you both. And we're relatively quiet this week, which is nice. I know we haven't said that in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't heard that in a minute.
I know. But we are watching a few things. We're watching some wet weather down in the south. We have a stationary boundary that's sort of parked, if not across the area. We're going to see this over the next couple of days. So we're seeing some wet weather from the south central states into the southeast, up into the Carolinas, also the southwest. We do have some monsoon moisture in the southwest. So this is a setup here. We do have days of stormy weather in the Gulf and also parts of Texas. We're looking at a slow moving front from Texas to North Carolina. So disorganized showers and storms. We could see some heavy downpours as well, leading to some flash flooding. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, we have an area of low pressure in the Gulf. This could take on some tropical characteristics. Either way, it's going to enhance some rain in parts of eastern Texas. So we could see up to 5 inches of rain over the next several days. And we're looking at scattered storms continuing for parts of the Gulf Coast states. Your rainfall forecast as we go throughout Wednesday, you could see pockets of heavier rain with those heavier downpours. So 2 to 3 inches in parts of the southeast into the Carolinas. Now, this is a development zone, that area of low pressure I was talking about. Again, it could take on some characteristics. It's going to take a little while. It's in really warm water. So we're looking at bath-like water temperatures in the 80s, and this certainly could help to enhance it. We're going to be watching this slowly over the next days. Now, the tropics are starting to heat up. We haven't talked about the tropics. Started on June 1st, the season did, and it's starting to become a little more active. So we're looking at that first area of low pressure I talked about in the Gulf Coast states. Then we have a second area of low pressure. This is the next potential storm, tropical storm. That would be Bonnie. It's about 400 miles southeast of the Windward Islands. So we do expect it to impact the Windward Islands today, and then eventually into Venezuela. So here is the latest on it. It's called Potential Tropical Cyclone 2. I know that's a big name. It's a
super
big name.
catchy.
Yeah, kind of sticks with it, rolls off the tongue. You know what I mean? But it really is just a way to track this. It's a way to track this system. But notice the winds are at 40 miles per hour. So that is tropical storm force winds. We're just not seeing that area of circulation close. We do expect that today. So it probably will become Bonnie, which is a little easier to say later on today.
We'll call PTC2 for now. All right.
I like it, an abbreviation. All right, thanks, Michelle. You just look like sunshine. This is so fun. Great to have you with us. All right, coming up, a Russian missile strike on a mall in Ukraine.
What Russia is saying about the attack as global reaction pours in next.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Rescue operations are underway after a Russian missile strike hit a shopping mall in the central city of Kremenchuk. Ukrainian officials say at least 20 people were killed in yesterday's strike, with dozens more injured. President Zelensky called it, quote, one of the most defiant terrorist attacks in European history. G7 leaders condemned the strike, saying, quote, indiscriminate attacks on innocent civilians constitute a war crime. Russian President Putin and those responsible will be held to account. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Kremenchuk for us at the site of this morning. Hey, Ellison, so tell us, what's the latest on the ground where you are? How are rescue operations going? Well, it seems like we've lost Ellison's IFB there. Hopefully we'll be able to get her back.
Let's talk more about the situation in Ukraine and bring in former ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst. He is also the senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Ambassador, always good to have you with us. Let's talk about what we were asking Ellison about right there. Your reaction to this attack in Kremenchuk. What does this strike, along with the one in Kyiv over the weekend, tell us about Russia's strategy here?
This is sadly nothing new. The Russian military, since this war began, has targeted civilians as an effort to terrorize the population into accepting Putin's demands. They did this in Chechnya in the 90s. They've done it in Syria 5 or 6 years ago. So this is common Russian tactics. Very sad, a war of war crimes.
President Zelensky has expressed concerns as of late about Western fatigue over the cost of this war, which, as we know, it's having a major impact on inflation around the world, including here in the U.S. Yesterday, G7 leaders said they would support Ukraine, quote, for as long as it takes. But then some wonder, with the midterms coming up here in the U.S., do you think the economic damage being done could force any sort of change in strategy in support from the president from U.S.?
I don't expect it, but I understand why people worry about it. People don't understand that Putin's war on Ukraine is actually just a prelude to Putin attacking American interests, attacking our Baltic NATO allies. So if we help Russia lose in Ukraine, if we help Ukraine defeat Russia in Ukraine, stop Putin, we don't have to worry about Putin attacking our NATO allies. So this is sort of like the Cold War, where we spent tens, if not hundreds of billions a year defending ourselves against the Soviet Union, now against Russia, preventing a war, or a hot war, against the United States. So this is an expense we need to take. It's the smart cost for our security and also for our prosperity. It would be good if the administration explained it in those clear terms, because that is what's at stake.
So, Ambassador, we know NATO leaders are set to meet in Madrid over the next few days to discuss what's happening in Ukraine. Ahead of that, NATO's Secretary General announced plans to ramp up the alliance's defenses. Let's hear more of what he said.
We will enhance our battle groups in the eastern part of the alliance up to brigade levels. We will transform the NATO response force and increase the number of our high readiness forces to well over 300,000. Together, this constitutes the biggest overhaul of our collective defense and deterrence since the Cold War.
So as you hear there, this is a pretty major overhaul by NATO. How concerned are you that this move could provoke Russia further? We know NATO expansion really was one of the main reasons that Moscow cited for invading Ukraine in the first place.
It's very simple. Russia, or Putin, I should say, is provoked by weakness, not by strength. So adding to our forces in Eastern Europe near the Russian border will decrease the possibility of Russian aggression against NATO. So this is a very smart move. This comes back to the point I just made, that NATO is preparing for a long-haul conflict with an aggressive Russia. And that's absolutely essential. This will cost some money, but it will save us money and lives in the long run.
Ambassador Herbst, as always, thanks so much for your analysis. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Pleasure.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now. She's in Kremenchuk for us this morning at the site of that Russian missile strike that killed at least 20 Ukrainians. Ellison, what's the latest on the ground where you are, and how are rescue operations going?
Hey, Savannah, you can see it is still very much an active scene right now. We have watched all morning as crews have tried to remove particularly the larger pieces of debris, looking for some of the people still missing. At least 40 people have been reported missing by their families. They're also going through all of this, trying to collect evidence. They have a table where they've sort of laid out fragments of missiles that struck this shopping center. Officials here, they tell us 2 missiles struck this building yesterday afternoon. One of them sort of hitting over in this area, another coming in through this area right down here on the left. I was just speaking with a local politician here, and he described this area, this shopping center, as sort of something akin to a Walmart. He says there was a big kind of supermarket, shopping, grocery store type area, in addition to a number of smaller stores. At least 20 people have been confirmed dead as of right now. Close to 60 said to be injured. At least half of them wound up in the hospital. We just watched as through this area, rescuers came through with 2 dogs seeming to search for something in that area. We were told that an electronics store was over there and that they believe a good portion of the victims were people who worked at that electronics store. Savannah?
And Allison, what have we heard so far from Russia on the attack?
So Russia's Ministry of Defense claims that they struck and were targeting a factory nearby this shopping center, a factory that they claim was housing weapons given to Ukraine by the United States and Europe. They say that once their missiles hit that factory, that then those munitions detonated and caused a fire at this shopping center. They claim that this was an inoperable, not open shopping center, which from the number of victims from everyone we've spoken to here is very much not the case. I mean, in the video from the scene when this happened, you could see people just flocking out of this area. The local sort of congressman, if you will, for this city, he told me that all of the victims, as far as they know right now, are civilians. He claims that there is a factory kind of on the other side of the shopping center here, but he says it is a factory that used to just kind of do construction to help build roadways. He is adamant that there was no sort of military operations going on in this area. President Zelensky, he has said the same. He said at the time of this attack, there were around 1,000 civilians inside this shopping center. He says they were just trying to live a normal life when literally the walls around them started to collapse and the entire building became engulfed in flames. To give you a sense of how on edge things still are here, how very much active this scene still is, a couple of hours ago we watched as all of the rescue workers stopped what they were doing and evacuated to the other side of the street. We did the same because there was an air raid siren going off and we had to back up into an area sort of between 2 buildings because there was concern about a potential additional strike in this area. Savannah?
All right, Allison Barber, just heartbreaking to hear some of those details. Thank you so much, and please stay safe. And coming up, more of our coverage of abortion rights in America.
Up next, we're going to take you to Texas and go inside what's known as a crisis pregnancy center. And we'll introduce you to the women who say change is needed.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back with more on the debate over abortion rights in America and an inside look at so-called crisis pregnancy centers. The taxpayer-funded facilities say they offer services and information about abortion to women in need. But critics say they spread misinformation. NBC's senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden tells us what happened when 2 of our producers went inside.
We're heading to a crisis pregnancy center in Texas, one of more than 2,500 in the country. They say they provide free services and abortion information for pregnant women. What they don't say is that they're often affiliated with groups supporting abortion alternatives.
Is it in here?
To learn more about what happens inside, we sent in 2 NBC News producers to ask for pregnancy counseling. At a center in the Dallas area, a volunteer told our producer they don't offer abortions, adding abortions can cause infertility. When asked about the abortion pill, the volunteer said, "My job is not to scare you. You never get over seeing that baby." She then pointed to a small plastic model like this, saying, "Can you imagine one of these in your panties?"
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, so as a taxpayer, this is infuriating. A horrible thing for a woman to be told, and medically totally inaccurate. Yeah, and as a nurse, as a mom, you totally shocked me with that. It's a lie, and it is shaming, and it is grotesque.
Texas State Representative Donna Howard, a Democrat, found an unlikely ally in former Republican State Representative Sarah Davis. They're calling for these nonprofits to be regulated and demanding accountability for a program called Alternatives to Abortion, which helps fund crisis pregnancy centers. In Texas, they outnumber abortion clinics 9-1.
When I say alternatives to abortion, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
Waste of money, waste of taxpayer dollars, lack of accountability, and actually no metrics that indicate that it has anything to do with averting abortions.
It's just a program to make Republicans feel good, like they're doing something to help women.
Does it help women?
No.
The program will cost Texas taxpayers $100 million over the next 2 years.
This is probably the only program, at least that I'm aware of, where the legislature basically writes a blank check without knowing what they're getting.
While some of the centers provide free services like diapers, ultrasounds, and STD testing, none of the Texas facilities are licensed medical providers, though some women report believing that they are. At another center our producers visited near the border, a female staffer implied abortions can cause cancer and infertility. She then played a video saying they also cause mental illness. All of that categorically false. Alternatives to Abortion in Texas has also received federal tax dollars, $45 million over the last 15 years, money intended as temporary help for needy families.
These are desperate people who need these funds, and instead it's going to a program that provides things like pamphlets, that provides some classes.
Would you go so far as to say that in some instances they are actually committing fraud?
Yes. Yeah.
They point to the misinformation and a case currently being investigated in which state funds from the program were allegedly used by the president of a center to buy land for hemp production.
Who's to blame?
Well, the legislature.
Yes, but the leadership that we have in this state has pushed an agenda that has made it impossible to have any real dialogue about what is really going to make a difference in the lives of these women and their families.
And our thanks to Cynthia McFadden for that report.
Now it is time for our weekly mental health check-in, and we're taking a closer look at the link between the issue of abortion and mental health in light of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade.
We also want to tackle some of the emotional baggage that might be weighing you down. We have some tips on how to be a supportive friend without feeling mentally drained yourself.
Yeah, let's bring in Sherry Botman for more on this. She's a trauma therapist and author of Thriving After Trauma. Hi, Sherry. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. So let's start with the Supreme Court decision here to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, it's an issue that's divided the nation. People feel very strongly on both sides of this issue, but we've covered the fact that statistically there are physical risks that can come once abortion is made illegal. What do you think about the mental health impact here?
The mental health impact is profound. The shame, the anger, the feelings of being inferior and not being able to make a choice about one's body, especially after somebody has been sexually assaulted, or for survivors of incest. We are going through such challenging times, and the only thing I can think about right now is we need to take our feelings of rage and anger and we need to turn it into positive action and speak up. We need to talk now more than ever.
So this has been an especially hard news cycle for many people, not just because of this story, but so many stories as of late. It can be even harder to emotionally support loved ones when our empathy tanks are running low. What are some of the ways we can make sure that we're present, that we can offer support without also depleting ourselves?
Yeah. I think this is such a struggle for so many people, especially during times like these. We don't want to have to look at our own feelings, so sometimes we do end up overextending ourselves and not really keeping in mind what our boundaries need to be. The best advice I can give is you need to try and ask yourself, am I giving myself what I need so that I can then go out there and help my friends and be there for my family? If we keep focusing on everybody else and what they're feeling, and we try to make everybody else feel better, we aren't going to be able to get out of bed in the morning. So be very clear with yourself about the fact that when you choose to take care of yourself and give yourself some space, you actually will have more to give your friends moving forward.
Finally, Sherry, let's end with something else that can maybe fill our tanks up a little bit. Dogs. Recent data from the BARC program, which is just an awesome name, at the University of British Columbia shows that online therapy sessions with dogs involved can be just as effective at reducing stress as actually being with the dog in person. Why do dogs have this impact on us? Why is it important for students to have access to programs like that to help manage stress? Walk us through exactly what the benefits are here.
I can't tell you how many people I've met through COVID that have turned to animals, dogs, cats for therapy. What I notice, and I see this a lot in therapy, people have their pets with them. I notice that people are going online and watching videos of pets or engaging in different types of pet therapy because it's happy. There's no sadness and anxiety and fear. Animals, especially dogs, if you think about it, if you're upset and you want to talk to somebody and there's nobody there, if you think about when you look at your dog, they are the best listeners. They will look at you with unconditional love. I can't tell you how many times I've watched clients sit in sessions and be next to their dogs. I just was talking to somebody yesterday he's a young guy, he's a teenager, and he told me, when I feel like I'm going to jump out of my skin, this is what I do. He pulled up his phone and he actually showed me videos of dogs. It's the best thing ever. And you know what? There's nothing better than a pet, especially when we're feeling like we're going to lose our minds.
Yeah.
That's good. And all they want in return is a little scratch behind the ear.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's a good exchange.
Oh, yeah. That's Sherry Botman, thank you so much. Very sweet.
Coming up, summer means it's time to sit back and unwind, but historic heat waves are putting lives in danger.
Yeah, but for some workers, it's unavoidable. Up next, we'll show you the new tech being used to keep them safe after the break.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Back now with some financial headlines. It looks like Wall Street is on track for its worst quarter in 2 years. That's despite last week's gains.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other big news this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Wall Street is looking to reverse yesterday's modest losses. Investors continue to rebalance their portfolios ahead of the end of the quarter on Thursday. The S&P 500 index is down nearly 14% in the second quarter, on track for the worst period since the first quarter of 2020. In focus today, reports on home prices and consumer confidence. Confidence likely fell again this month as Americans' views have worsened due to the drop in stock prices and surge in gas and food prices. Amazon is planning to hold 2 Prime shopping events this year. The company is reportedly scheduling a Prime Fall Deal event sometime in the fourth quarter. A notice to sellers seen by CNBC instructs them to submit limited-time lightning deals by July 22nd. The fall event could help drum up sales for Amazon and help retailers clear out excess inventory as inflation squeezes shoppers. Inflation is impacting 4th of July celebrations, with consumers paying even higher prices for favorites such as meat and beer. A report by Wells Fargo finds the cost of hosting a gathering for a group of 10 will be about 11% more than last year. Prices for grilling staples, fresh ground beef, and hot dogs are up about 12%, and hot dog and hamburger buns are up 10%. Now, beer could be one of the steepest expenses, with prices up nearly 25% from last year. A recent survey by Wallet Hub found more than half of Americans say inflation will affect their 4th of July plans, guys.
All right, you have to drink a little less beer, maybe split those hot dogs in half.
Expensive buns.
There you go.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks, Silvana.
Thank you.
Millions of Americans are once again facing heat advisories, with the heat index in some areas reaching triple digits.
Yeah, we've seen just how deadly this extreme heat can be, but for some workers, that intense summer weather is unavoidable. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock reports on new efforts to help keep them safe using state-of-the-art technology.
In April, OSHA unveiled a brand new program spotlighting heat exposure. Now, it's offered for free in all 50 states, but here in Alabama, they're testing out brand new technology. This is the heat index right now is approaching or exceeding 100 degrees, and the dangers of working outside might be more pressing than you think. In Alabama, the temperatures topped 90 degrees as employees at Tuscaloosa's Black Warrior Brewing lug kegs and set up pallets of cans in the scorching sun. But now they're equipped with a new tool, wearable arm tech that displays your core temperature. You're wearing the armband? Yep. What does that measure?
It measures our heart rate, our exertion level, and our core temperature.
Knowing that 106 degrees is the point when the human body starts to break down and heat-related illness sinks in. Could this have prevented something more serious from happening?
Absolutely. I've seen a lot of serious stuff happen in a lot of heat incidents.
OSHA is the driving force behind a new program just unveiled in April for small to medium-sized businesses whose workers operate in a heat index of 80 degrees or higher. The federal agency reaches out to some businesses, but anyone can request an evaluation. So far, only companies in Alabama are test piloting the technology paid for by the state government.
These are important programs because a lot of things such as heat illness can be prevented, but that requires education.
Federal figures show, on average, 35 workers die every year from heat exposure, and there are some 2,700 reported cases of days away from work. The head brewer having to push pause when his core temperature broke 100.
So if you want to kind of knock off for a bit, go inside and cool down.
As those on the front lines of the heat are focusing on ways to fight back against a rising risk. This type of wearable technology is already being used in the armed services, and while Alabama might be the first state, it's certainly not going to be the last, as Georgia is also looking to test it out too. In Tuscaloosa, Sam Brock, NBC News.
And coming up, Serena Williams is back with a chance to make history at Wimbledon.
But the road to another Grand Slam won't be easy. We're going to tell you about the major challenges she's facing both on and off the court. Next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
He is one of the best-known names in Hollywood, but it turns out Chris Pratt doesn't like half of his name, the name Chris. In a recent interview on SiriusXM's Pop Culture Spotlight with Jessica Shaw, the Jurassic World star said he prefers to be called either Pratt or CP. He told the host that it feels weird to be called Chris. Regardless of what Pratt prefers to be called, his name, both the Chris part and the Pratt part, will still be in the headlines because he's starring in 3 major projects this summer. I wonder if any of it has to do with the fact that there's just all those famous Chris's.
Lots of them.
Chris Evans and Chris Pine
Hemsworth.
and who else is there? I don't know. But
Hemsworth, yeah, totally. Yeah, that's actually a good point. And I do feel like there's always like, which Chris is your favorite, which isn't fun when people do that to them. So that makes sense. Now it's just CP.
Pratt.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Finally, this hour, Wimbledon is in full swing with Serena Williams back in the spotlight. The tennis legend is making her much-anticipated Grand Slam return today after being sidelined because of an injury for almost a year. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald shows us the excitement ahead of her big comeback.
Seven-time Wimbledon champion Serena Williams is back.
I didn't retire.
And set to play in the first round against French newcomer Harmony Tan, the tennis superstar vying for her 24th Grand Slam title. If she wins, she'll tie Margaret Court for the most titles in women's tennis history.
I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't go through and get through what I got through. And I love who I am, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
But the tennis legend is unseeded and not favored to win. Williams taking the last year off.
Oh, dear. Oh, no.
After losing her footing and tearing her hamstring in the first round of Wimbledon last year, tearfully dropping out and stepping away from the game.
I just needed to heal physically, mentally. I just didn't know when I would come back. I didn't know how I would come back. And, obviously Wimbledon is such a great place to be.
To have Serena back on court would be fantastic.
It's so exciting.
A return to the court after a busy year. At 40 years old, there's speculation on if she can win it all. But whether she clinches the title or not, she's sure to put on a heck of a show. Now, after being away from the game for more than a year, many sports analysts are saying that Serena Williams got lucky in the draw. She could have gone up against #1 player in the world, Iga Swiatek, but instead we know she's facing Harmony Tan from France. She's ranked 113th in the world. So we're talking about Serena Williams. Anything is possible. All eyes will certainly be on her when she takes the court later on today. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you so much.
Looking forward to it. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, one nation under pressure in the fallout of Friday's landmark Supreme Court ruling. The focus is now shifting to states with those so-called trigger laws. In Louisiana and Utah, lawsuits filed to stop those states from outlawing abortions. We've got the latest on the growing battles on the state level this morning. Also this morning, a gruesome discovery in Texas. Dozens of migrants found dead in a tractor trailer in San Antonio yesterday. No water, no air conditioning, and temperatures of more than 100 degrees. What officials are now focusing on in their search for answers. Bracing for impact, a post-pandemic travel surge. Summer travel already plagued by flight delays and cancellations, now expected to get even worse this holiday weekend. But we've got some tips to help you avoid the headaches and make sure you have clear skies ahead. Plus, flipping the script. We're going to take a closer look at the critically acclaimed resurgence of black women creating hit TV show after hit TV show for Hollywood's digital age. Looking forward to bringing you that story and hearing from some of just the top voices in TV right now.
Absolutely. So much good stuff, to your point at the end there, on streaming coming from these women.
Exactly.
Very
That's
cool.
coming up a little later. We're going to begin this hour with the battle over Roe versus Wade that's now shifting to legal fights within each state.
A judge in New Orleans temporarily blocked the state's trigger law ban on abortion after abortion rights activists challenged it. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the very latest. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hi, guys, and good morning. The Supreme Court's ruling has left many rattled in the country, but the most immediate and dramatic impact has been in states where abortion was banned in just a matter of hours. In one of those states, now two of those states, Louisiana and Utah, doors that closed on Friday are now temporarily open after a court ruling, and clinics there are wasting no time helping patients. Just days after that landmark Supreme Court decision, many states across the country still coping with the aftermath, and some seeking abortion facing uncertainty. Abortion is now illegal in 7 states, and at least a dozen more are expected to ban or restrict the procedure in the weeks ahead. In both Louisiana and Utah, judges have issued temporary restraining orders, preventing the state's abortion bans from going into effect. Abortion rights groups are suing the state of Louisiana, arguing the ban violates the state's constitution.
All of this is a bit of whiplash, though, right? For you and also for your patients, isn't it?
We've gone from the lowest of the lows to a temporary high. And I would only say to our patients, it's worth it.
But in most of the states where those bans are in effect, women who want an abortion will have to cross state lines to get one, to the 20 states where abortion remains legal. Something the group Texas Right to Life is hoping they can stop by putting social programs in place to help.
We really want to pay attention to making sure we're protecting
pregnant students and pregnant workers.
Abortion rights supporters say that is not good enough. Vice President Kamala Harris vowing the administration will fight to make sure abortions remain available.
We will do everything within our power to ensure that women have access to the medication they need, which has been, by the way, FDA approved, and that they will have freedom of travel.
In Louisiana, they'll be back in court on July 8th when that temporary restraining order could be lifted. A ruling is also expected similarly in Utah. Pro-abortion rights activists don't hold out much hope for these efforts, but they say their legal teams are still committed to keep trying, guys.
I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of that unfolding across the country. Steph, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Joining us now is the president of Planned Parenthood, Alexis McGill-Johnson. Alexis, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So, as we just heard there in Steph's report, a number of lawsuits are being filed to stop individual state bans from going into effect. Now, your organization filed the suit in Utah, we were just discussing. What is Planned Parenthood arguing in that case? Is it an argument that you think will work in cases in other states? Do you plan to take it to other states?
Look, absolutely. If the Supreme Court has taken away our right to control our bodies and given it to lawmakers, it is incumbent upon us to fight in those states to come back and actually really take it to the lawmakers. And the suite of tools that we have will be litigation, it will be mobilization, it will be making sure that every single legislator has to answer really as to what they believe. And we believe that this is the right strategy because at the center of all of this is getting care to patients in their state.
Some Democratic lawmakers wrote a letter to President Biden calling for more help. They'd like the administration to do more at a federal level to protect abortion access. We're now a few days removed from this decision, one that we saw coming for the last few weeks. Are you frustrated at all with the Biden administration? Would you like to see the president do more at the federal level to try and help?
Well, look, we recognize that there are limits to what the administration can do to fix the harm caused by this devastating decision. But the reality is we are now entering into a public health crisis, and we're going to need our elected leaders at all levels of the government to do everything possible to address it. So what more do we want? We want to see them to enforce the Medicaid free choice of provider. We want to see them support abortion providers. We want to see them launch a massive campaign around self-managed care and mifepristone, since many people will be managing their own abortions if they cannot get them in state, and really centering the patients. You know, as I said before, people are now going to have to travel to care. Those who can, it means they're going to have to take time off from work. It means they're going to need childcare. It means they're going to need support in getting abortion care. And we would love to see the White House, you know, if they can get a COVID test to each of our mailbox, they should be able to identify ways to get resources to people who need them in this critical moment to make decisions about their lives and their own bodies.
Now, Alexis, since this ruling overturning Roe, I mean, you know, we've seen people feeling strongly on both sides of this issue out in the streets, but what have you been hearing from women and also from healthcare providers who are also, of course, in the crosshairs of this, unable to provide these services?
Well, I think you've seen the energy out in the streets. People are enraged. They are mourning a right that we have held on to for 49 years. They are thinking about the future of their children. I'm certainly thinking about it for the future of my own daughters, the fact that this country is taking steps backwards and codifying inequality in a way that is completely unacceptable. And, you know, for providers, you know what it means to not be able to deny the care that you have been trained to do, to not be able to show up for a patient is personally devastating, but systematically it is also undermining trust in the healthcare system. And I think that's also something that we have to pay close attention to. When a provider can no longer provide care, when a hospital administrator or insurer says, we can't give you the care that you need, you may have to, you know, go home until you become, you know, a little bit more endangered. You know, what does that do to trust in healthcare? You know, when you have people potentially investigating miscarriages, what does that do for trust in healthcare? And I think those are the things that we need to be deeply concerned about with this ruling. And the implications are just still far too alarming to understand what the implications are.
With the Supreme Court essentially turning this over to states to decide, what are the next steps for you and for Planned Parenthood? How much do you see this as legislative battles? How much do you see it as battles that you can still have in the courts and potentially win?
Look, I think I don't have a lot of hopes in the court right now. Clearly not only the Supreme Court, but the federal judiciary was remade, and we're definitely calling on the Biden administration to do what they can to fill open seats right now, because that is still a pathway to ensure generationally that we have the kind of jurists that we need on to litigate these issues. But the real fight now is litigation in the states. It is mobilization among people in those states. There are no states where banning abortion is popular with folks. Most people don't want a lawmaker making a decision for them about their own bodies. They don't want a lawmaker in the exam room with them. And so because they are also, many of these lawmakers are also introducing such extreme measures, our job is to educate and mobilize people so that they can make informed decisions come this fall.
Alexis McGill-Johnson, thank you so much. We appreciate your time this morning.
Now to the other big story out of Washington this morning, that surprise January 6th hearing that's going to take place this afternoon. NBC News can now confirm that Cassidy Hutchinson, one of Mark Meadows' senior aides, will testify in front of the House committee today. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is following all the latest details for us. Peter, good morning. So Cassidy Hutchinson, we've already seen her give taped testimony to January 6th investigators, and she's made some headlines with that testimony. Tell us, what did she tell them then? What else do we know about her and her role in the Trump White House?
Yeah, Joe, let's take a step back for a moment. I mean, this is an extraordinary moment because the committee, you'll remember, had said it wouldn't be resuming its hearings for another couple weeks until mid-July after the 4th of July holiday. But those three sources familiar with the matter do tell us that this surprise witness is that woman, Cassidy Hutchinson. She was a former top aide to President Trump's then chief of staff, Mark Meadows. Notably, she's going to be the first White House employee to testify publicly in front of the committee. She was often in the room where critical conversations happened, particularly on January 6th itself. And in last week's hearing, as you know, it was that recorded closed-door testimony that gave us some of the biggest revelations so far, where Hutchinson, among other things, named several Republican lawmakers who led efforts to overturn the 2020 election and then requested presidential pardons after the riot. And separately, she's believed to have been there when Meadows described hearing Mr. Trump make supportive comments about the chance by the rioters to hang Mike Pence. So the simple fact that we are not going to hear from Mark Meadows so far, he has said that he will not testify. Hearing from someone very close to him, one of his top aides, makes her testimony so crucial.
I think a lot of people are wondering if we're going to see any sort of John Dean type moment. I mean, walk us through the significance of the committee making this last minute hearing and what is at stake for former President Trump and his allies today.
Well, I would say, trying to pull off a surprise in Washington, that always carries risks. But speaking to a source who's familiar with this investigation overnight, they emphasized the urgency of hearing from Hutchinson, saying among the reasons for the secrecy here are what they described as security concerns related to her. Overnight, John Dean, who you know, President Nixon's White House counsel, whose dramatic testimony back then was crucial during Watergate, he warned that the January 6th committee faces a high bar for a surprise witness. He says if it's not really important information, it's going to hurt the committee's credibility. So on that, we're going to have to watch and see. But as it relates to Donald Trump, Mr. Trump's himself, whatever criminal liability he may face here, the concern among his inner circle obviously would be high right now, because Cassidy Hutchinson was someone on the inside. She was in those rooms, and what she says could be particularly damaging, Joe.
And quickly, Peter, do we know who else the committee is still waiting to hear from when it comes to witness testimony as part of their investigation?
Well, we heard from Liz Cheney recently, the top Republican on the committee. She said that they were hoping to hear publicly from Pat Cipollone. He is the former White House counsel under President Trump. So far, no indication that he will testify. They've also recently been in touch with two significant individuals. Alexander Holder, he's that documentary filmmaker who had about 10 hours of never-before-seen footage in and around January 6th, speaking to the president, the vice president, his family members, and separately, Ginny Thomas as well, obviously the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who played her own role in trying to overturn the 2020 results.
Peter Alexander, we know you'll be on it today. Thank you so much. And you, our viewers, can watch the January 6th hearing on the Capitol attack right here on NBC News Now. Our special coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Now to Texas, where this morning a federal investigation is underway into one of the deadliest cases of human smuggling in this country in decades. Officials say the bodies of dozens of migrants were found yesterday in the trailer of a big rig truck in San Antonio. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from San Antonio with the very latest. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yes, Savannah, a tough morning here on the outskirts of San Antonio, and this is the remote road where that tractor trailer was found just about 100 yards behind me. Authorities have towed it from the scene to gather evidence, but it was inside that trailer where they made that grim discovery. The bodies of 46 migrants. 16 survivors are now recovering, fighting to stay alive in area hospitals, including 4 pediatric patients. In the meantime, authorities say they have 3 men in custody, but have yet to say if they're directly tied to this smuggling plot.
A sweltering summer day in Texas, with temperatures topping 100 degrees, contributing to one of the country's deadliest human smuggling cases in recent history.
Quite a few of them are already deceased.
The tragedy unfolding Monday in a rural part of San Antonio. 46 people found dead in the back of this stifling truck. The first calls coming in just before 6 p.m.
The truck driver is running southbound on foot along the railroad tracks.
Police say a local worker made the terrible discovery after hearing cries for help. Authorities found the abandoned semi-truck with its doors partially opened.
We're not supposed to open up a truck and see stacks of bodies in there.
Officials say the likely cause of death, heat stroke. Incredibly, 16 others survived, including several children, but they were in an extremely weakened state when they were taken to area hospitals.
The patients that we saw were hot to the touch. They were suffering from heat stroke, heat exhaustion, no signs of water in the vehicle. It was a refrigerated tractor trailer, but there was no visible working AC unit on that rig.
This horrific scene echoing a similar tragedy in San Antonio, where 10 people died crammed inside a tractor trailer back in 2017. This year has already seen record numbers of border encounters in the Southwest, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Texas Governor Greg Abbott tweeting, quote, "These deaths are on Biden. They are a result of his deadly open border policies." San Antonio's mayor with a different perspective.
There are, that we know of, 46 individuals who are no longer with us, who had families, who were likely trying to find a better life.
And this morning, while the White House has yet to make an official response, they referred their response to that of DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who said that they're placing the blame squarely on smugglers and saying that this federal investigation is still very much ongoing. In the meantime, we do know that canine will be back out here on
All right, thank you, Morgan. In Missouri this morning, investigators are trying to figure out what caused a deadly Amtrak train collision yesterday. 255 passengers and crew were on board the train, which was traveling from L.A. to Chicago, when it hit a dump truck and completely derailed. At least 3 people were killed and dozens more were injured. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from the scene of the derailment in Mendon, Missouri. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You can hear major machinery going behind our camera, by the way. They're clearing the wreckage as we speak. But in addition to those 3 fatalities that you mentioned, 2 people on board the train and the driver of the dump truck, we're also told dozens more were injured. And with that, I want to step out of the way and show you the wreckage. We're being kept a little ways back because, again, that machinery is moving in, and also the wreckage is so vast. At the same time, a 16-member team from the National Transportation Safety Board on their way here to, among other things, look for the train's event recorder and any video it may have captured.
Damn it. It happened.
This is video of passengers inside the train in the immediate, terrifying aftermath of Monday's Amtrak derailment. Outside, dazed survivors sitting on top of the overturned train.
You all right? Yes, sir. You'd be late to Chicago. Damn. We hit a truck. Someone was crossing tracks.
8 cars and 2 locomotives from Amtrak's Southwest Chief Train 4 derailed after colliding with a dump truck. Authorities described the location where it happened as an uncontrolled crossing, meaning there were no traffic signals or crossing gates. There was a stop sign, however.
On Highway 11, then west to Forest Prairie, we have an
multiple injuries, multiple fatalities, requesting all available units respond.
More than 200 passengers and 12 crew were aboard. Multiple law enforcement agencies, first responders, and medevac units were on scene within minutes.
There are multiple injuries, and we can confirm there are 3 fatalities.
The train could have been traveling at up to 79 miles per hour. At that speed, experts say it would need more than a mile to stop.
It looked like a bomb had gone off inside of the train car.
High school teacher Jason Drinkard was heading to a conference in Chicago with his wife and 6 students.
I can't even begin to describe the scene of people that were injured, bleeding, trying to get out of the train. My brain said, this might be when I die.
This derailment is the 3rd fatal Amtrak accident this week. Fatal collisions in Brentwood, California and Birmingham, Alabama left 4 others dead. Local resident Mike Spencer says the crossing in Missouri was an accident waiting to happen.
Amtrak comes through here at anywhere from 75 to 100 miles per hour. So it doesn't give you much time to cross. If you make a mistake, this has got the potential of happening just like it happened.
So many stories coming out from this wreck, and here's one more incredibly striking one. We're told 2 Boy Scout troops were on their way back from a trip to New Mexico. 16 scouts, 8 troop leaders, all of whom were told seemingly, thankfully, uninjured. And we can say that because we were told by authorities they stayed on site to help other passengers who were hurt in the crash.
Good to hear they're okay. Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. Voters in several states are heading to the polls today in the latest round of primary elections.
Primaries will take place in Colorado, Illinois, New York, Oklahoma, and Utah. There's also a runoff happening in Mississippi. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with a preview of today's races. Hey, Mark, good to see you. So let's first start here in our state, New York, the race for governor. Several candidates are looking to win a first term up in Albany. Tell us about this race and what we should be looking out for today.
Yeah, you end up having incumbent Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul, who, of course, ended up becoming governor after Andrew Cuomo ended up resigning from office. And there are several other Democrats who are vying to take her on. And that includes Tom Suozzi, congressman, Democratic congressman. And we're also seeing in New York, there is a Democratic primary for lieutenant governor. And then it's worth noting on the Republican side of things in New York, for the right to be the Republican nominee, you end up having people like Congressman Lee Zeldin, as well as Andrew Giuliani, who is Rudy Giuliani's son.
Let's talk about Mississippi and the South. Got 2 kind of unusual runoff races with incumbents. Tell us about the candidates here and what makes it so unusual.
Yeah, and so you end up having runoffs because incumbent Republican members of Congress did not clear 50% to be able to avoid a runoff. And so in Mississippi 3, we're seeing Michael Guest, the incumbent Republican congressman, getting a challenge from Michael Cassidy. Guest ended up voting for a bipartisan January 6th commission, and his opponent has tried to hit him on that. And then in Mississippi 4, you have Stephen Palazzo, who is getting a primary, who's in a runoff. And this is after ethics investigations have ended up dogging him. And it's never a really good sign when you're an incumbent and you get forced into a runoff. And so we'll be watching those results tonight.
Mark, of course, the backdrop of all of our coverage for the last few days has been the Supreme Court's ruling on Roe versus Wade. And we've talked a lot about the impact that could potentially have on this fall's midterms. But tell us about the primaries that are left this season. I mean, how much of a role will that play? Could we see it getting people out even in this short term?
Yeah, so when it comes to abortion and the Roe versus Wade overturning fallout, I am looking at a couple of primaries on the Republican side in Colorado for Senate and for governor, where we are actually seeing Republicans who have more moderate views versus hardline views on that issue. And so that will be interesting, where there are some differences of opinion in those Republican primaries. But as you ended up mentioning, when it comes to abortion, this is really going to be more of a general election issue when you end up having Democrats running against Republicans in November. And so we're going to be looking at the polls as well as those upcoming general election matchups, but not necessarily kind of gauging any kind of primary real big action to kind of see how big this is already going to be in the fall. But we do know this is going to be a big issue.
All right, Mark Murray, thanks so much. Now to the upcoming July 4th holiday. Millions are gearing up for the three-day weekend, but there are growing concerns from travelers about actually reaching their destinations. It comes as airports scramble to deal with more flight cancellations and delays. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now. Hey, Emily, my last 4 work trips have been impacted by exactly this. It is not fun. Tell us what the latest is.
Yeah, not fun at all. I wish there was a way I could give you tips to guarantee that your flight could get off without any mishaps, but there are at least some steps you can take to at least reduce the risk of facing flight disruptions. Travel experts say the #1 thing that you can do is be proactive, both in preparing for last-minute changes and responding to them, as some 13 million Americans gear up to head out and take to the skies this holiday weekend.
It's the final countdown to Independence Day, but flying to your destination may require infuriating dependence on airlines riddled with problems. According to travel app Hopper, more than 1/4 of U.S. flights are now being delayed, half of them for an hour or more.
Our flight's canceled, and as you can see, lines are pretty long to figure out how to rebook. And there's no one really kind of assisting and trying to help us figure out how to get home.
Chicago Midway, Baltimore, and Newark, among the country's most disruption-plagued airports, where a perfect storm of staffing shortages, bad weather, and soaring demand has some passengers rethinking their plans.
Is there anything you would do differently for your next trip?
Not go. I'm not making any more plans for travel. This is it.
U.S. airports just saw their busiest travel day so far this year, nearly 2.5 million passengers on Sunday, a record anticipated to be broken this holiday weekend. So how can travelers best avoid airport Armageddon? Experts say, first, try to travel on off-peak days. AAA says Friday, July 1st, will be the busiest day at airports. The least congested days, Saturday the 2nd and Monday the 4th. Next, sign up for your airline's free text alerts and download their app for the fastest flight notifications. When packing, remember, less is more. Try to avoid checking luggage to miss the long lines at check-in and baggage claim. Still, be prepared for last-minute cancellations. If you need to rebook, try the airline's international call center. Even if you're on a domestic flight, they can still help, and wait times can be shorter.
For travelers who haven't booked yet, consider adding a flight disruption protection product that allows you to rebook yourself immediately on the next available flight, regardless of the airline.
If you get stuck and can't fly out until the next day, ask the airline to put you up in a hotel, though they're not required by law to do so. And the best advice, remember to be nice.
Can your attitude towards the customer service reps impact the outcome?
I would say that a positive attitude is probably only going to get you further.
Keeping the skies friendly, even when the process is turbulent.
Some good life advice there, too. So you'll find a lot of people are finding that rebooking can be difficult. That's because the planes, they're already packed, as a lot of airlines are trimming and rolling back some of their summer schedules as they contend with staffing shortages. So that is making these flights more competitive to get on. Savannah, back to you.
Emily, if you're nice, you might get to where you need to go. I do think that's true, because it is sort of up to them and their discretion. And good tip there with the international phone number. Emily, thanks so much.
We're going to be nice and hope for a nice weather forecast
Yeah,
here.
Michelle Grossman said it's kind of quiet, right? Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. It is kind of quiet, and I do have the word nice on one of my maps. So
right behind
it literally is right there. See?
It's right here.
There you go.
Yeah,
it applies to everything.
It really does. So fun. Happy Tuesday, guys. Yeah, so we do have nice conditions in the Northeast. We had that rain yesterday. That cold front came through. It brought that humidity down, so really low dew points today. Temperatures below normal, so right around 70s, 80s in the Northeast and New England. We are watching severe storms in parts of Wisconsin, also Montana, warm throughout the central and southern plains. Even the northern plains we're starting to heat up again. Warm throughout southern California, temperatures into the upper 80s. And then we're watching this front that sort of parked itself over the south, and we're looking at repeated rounds of showers and storms. That's going to be the story over the next couple of days. So a severe threat this afternoon and evening in parts of Montana, also Wisconsin, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and also the chance of a low tornado. It's low, but not zero, so we're going to watch that as we go throughout the day. Now, yesterday we had all those heat alerts stretching from the northwest to the southwest. We've shrunk that, so that's good news for the Pacific Northwest, but we're still really warm in parts of Southern California. 14 million people impacted by a heat alert. We have a heat advisory where you see the orange from Fresno to Bakersfield down to Santa Ana. And we also do have some heat warnings as well, where you see that hot pink color. Now, look at the huge contrast in the Northeast. We're looking at temperatures in New England, the Mid-Atlantic, well below normal for this time of year. So D.C., 5 degrees below what is average for this time of year. After a really warm weekend, a warm day yesterday. We're at 82 degrees today, 81 in Raleigh, 81 in Cincinnati, and 87 in Nashville. But look what happens as we go throughout tomorrow. We're going to climb just a bit. Still pretty comfortable, though. Philadelphia, we're right at the average mark, 86 degrees, mid-80s in Richmond. Boston looking good. We're at 82. But notice 92 in St. Louis. That's sort of a preview of what we're going to see towards the later part of the week into the weekend. So here come those 90s once again for the July 4th weekend. We're looking at temperatures into the mid-90s by Friday, 92 by Saturday. Same story in Raleigh, and we're looking at Nashville, 91 on Friday, Saturday, 90 degrees. Now, talking about that cold front that swept through yesterday, that has moved off the coast in parts of the Northeast, but it's kind of hung up in the Carolinas and also the Southeast. So we're looking at this kind of parked over this area, and this is going to bring some slow-moving storms. Could see some flash flooding, some heavy downpours in that area over the next several days.
Not so nice.
Yeah, not so nice. We can't all be nice.
Keeping an eye on, what do we call it? PT.
Oh,
PCS.
PTC2.
Don't know.
PTSD.
Potentially, yeah.
From last hurricane season. I don't know.
That's one of those storms we're kind of keeping an eye on. All right, Michelle, mostly good news. Thank you so much. And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, tragedy once again strikes Ukraine after a Russian missile attack tore through a crowded shopping mall. Our Richard Engel has the latest next.
Plus, just days before the start of WNBA star Brittany Griner's trial in Russia, Griner's family is now pushing for more action. Those stories next.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This morning, first responders are searching for survivors after a Russian strike hit a shopping mall in the central Ukrainian city of Kremenchuk. Officials say at least 20 people have died. Dozens more are injured. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more.
After working through the night, the rescue crews this morning look exhausted. Mostly, they are searching for remains. It's quiet now. The only sounds are shovels. Last night, right before the Russian attack, the mall was noisy, full. Ukrainians say 1,000 people were inside. Some of the children's toys, backpacks, and a soccer ball remain. A strong smell of fire is everywhere. Investigators are on site too, collecting evidence of possible war crimes. It's illegal to deliberately bomb civilians. Ukrainians say that's exactly what Russia did and is doing across the country. The mall was so crowded because the area had never been hit before. People felt safe. Earlier, we spoke with President Zelensky, who accused Russia of trying to break Ukrainian spirit.
They cannot break us, even if they decide to bomb us all and all our cities. They cannot break our nation.
Why do you think this is happening, that there are now thousands of allegations of Russian war crimes here? Thousands of them.
Thousands.
Why?
Very difficult question. I think that is not even a question. That is something was broken, with mentality, with them. Something.
The entire beast lurking inside of them has erupted out.
That was Richard Engel reporting for us from Ukraine.
Now, the trial for WNBA star Brittany Griner is set to begin this Friday in Russia. Griner was arrested back in February on drug charges, and she now faces up to 10 years in prison if found guilty. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest on the case and the growing calls to bring her home.
Shaking her head, handcuffed and escorted by police, WNBA star Brittany Griner spotted in a Russian courthouse on her way to a preliminary hearing. The two-time Olympic gold medalist's trial start date set for July 1st. Griner facing charges of large-scale transportation of drugs.
This isn't necessarily good news. It does mean, though, I should say, there's some movement, and movement sometimes is better than no movement. It does provide opportunities for the U.S. government to get involved.
Because she is wrongfully detained.
Griner's wife on MSNBC last week pleading for help more than 4 months after Griner's Moscow airport arrest. Russian authorities saying she allegedly had vape cartridges with cannabis-based oil and was caught less than a week before Russia invaded Ukraine.
America will negotiate their release. It's not a maybe, it's a will. They will negotiate for their release.
Last month, the U.S. State Department turned her case over to its special presidential envoy for hostage affairs. The State Department telling NBC News the U.S. government will continue to provide appropriate support to Ms. Griner and her family. We will continue to press for her release. She could face 10 years in prison if convicted. Former diplomat Bill Richardson, who has helped free numerous Americans around the world, was also asked to help by Griner's wife.
I had a lot of relationships with Russian government officials on energy, on foreign policy, on UN issues. So they know me. I know them.
You know, the Russians, at the end of the day, are really transactional. And they took Brittany Griner, and more to the point, they kept her for all these months because they presumably think they can get something in exchange for releasing her at some point.
Meanwhile, back home, Griner's family, teammates, and fans hoping she'll be home soon. Her jersey number and initials etched into every WNBA court this season, with Griner named an honorary starter for the league's All-Star game next month.
You know, we're here to do whatever we can to make sure we amplify and keep BG at the forefront of the things that we want to do.
Our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that report.
Breaking news out of Colombia this morning. The head of the country's prisons agency says 49 inmates have died following a prison riot that took place overnight in the southwestern city of Tuluá. It was not immediately clear what sparked the incident. Colombia's president says he has ordered an investigation into what he called a terrible situation. Coming up, is the monkeypox outbreak here in the U.S. more widespread than what is being reported?
Some scientists are now sounding the alarm, and they say a lack of testing is making it hard to track. That's next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The World Health Organization has decided not to declare monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern. Meanwhile, the virus is continuing to spread in Europe and the U.S.
Reported cases here in the U.S. remain relatively low, but health officials worry the organization's decision could slow down efforts to try to contain the spread of this virus. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now for more. Dr. Blackstock, good to see you. So scientists tracking monkeypox in the U.S. are concerned that the outbreak is actually a lot bigger than what's being reported. What would be leading to that confusion, and is there anything that can be done to really try to get a more accurate picture of the spread?
Good morning, Savannah. So as you may recall, at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, we also had this issue with testing. And the issue is that we've had chronic underinvestment in our public health system that's led to a very fragmented and uncoordinated testing system. So right now, if you want to get tested for monkeypox, you have to go to your doctor who has to coordinate with a local department of public health to get all the testing equipment and resources needed. That is a very onerous process and takes a very long time. But what we need to do is to have testing accessible and available to everyone. And right now we don't have that.
It's not just testing. Vaccines are a concern. New York City and Washington, D.C., they've already run out of monkeypox vaccine, and health officials in both cities say they're still waiting for new supplies of shots from the CDC. How worried are you about states falling behind in this fight?
Right. And so, we have this window of opportunity to get one step ahead. So we're going to use that tried and true method of isolate, test, and trace people. And what we do is if there's someone that's been exposed to monkeypox, you can actually do what they call a ring vaccination, vaccinate people around the person of contact. And so we need to do that to really get ahead of the ball. And if we don't do that, we're going to see an increase in transmission of monkeypox throughout the community, even at higher rates than we've already seen thus far over the last few months.
Dr. Blackstock, before we let you go, I do want to quickly turn to COVID. The FDA Advisory Committee is set to meet later today to discuss COVID vaccines for the fall. What are you hoping to see from that meeting?
So I'm hoping to see that the FDA will direct vaccine manufacturers to develop variant-specific vaccines. What we've seen from the studies is that these variant-specific vaccines really boost antibodies against the Omicron variants. That's what we're going to need to stay one step ahead of these variants, especially we know that we're supposed to have another spike in the fall. These variant-specific vaccines are going to be much needed as soon as possible.
All right, Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you so much. And coming up, a remarkable maritime discovery just off the coast of the Philippines. The sunken World War II-era Navy ship that's now the world's deepest wreck ever uncovered.
Plus, if you're traveling this holiday weekend, get ready for delays and cancellations. We've got some top tips to keep the fireworks, like the bad fireworks, out of your vacation next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. And to an amazing discovery found 4 miles under the ocean's surface. A U.S. Navy ship that sank back in 1944 during World War II has finally been found.
For decades, the ship's whereabouts were unknown till now.
NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now with more from Beijing. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Good morning. For nearly 80 years, the USS Samuel B. Roberts has sat in darkness on the ocean floor off the Philippines. Now, after years of searching, the ship that went down fighting is making history again as the deepest wreckage ever discovered.
Deep in the sea off the Philippines, a remarkable discovery. The wreckage of the USS Samuel B. Roberts. The U.S. Navy destroyer that sank during World War II nearly 80 years ago has been on the floor of the Western Pacific Ocean, over 4 miles deep. It's where a team of American and British explorers found the battered ship split in two. The gun mount and torpedo tubes still intact. They could even make out the hull number, 413.
When a ship goes down in battle, it vanishes into the black of the ocean. But finding the wrecks, I think, does bring some level of peace and respect to those that fell in the battle.
At 22,600 feet down, it's the deepest shipwreck yet. Further into the sea than Mount Kilimanjaro is high, and nearly twice the depth of where explorers found the Titanic. The incredible imagery of the ship captured by a high-tech sub after deep-sea detective work and a lot of luck.
Finding a small wreck like the Sammy B in such a significant wreck has just been, well, we couldn't have wished for more, really.
The Sammy B, as the ship is known, is famous for a heroic stand against the Japanese during the battle off Samar in the Philippine Sea in October 1944.
Guarding the invasion of the Philippines, a vast American naval force, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, submarines.
Part of the Taffy 3 task force, the Navy escort was never meant for heavy battle, but made a torpedo attack at point-blank range into the teeth of Japanese cruisers. Jack Hewson, a gunner on the ship, recalled before he died in 2016 how they were outnumbered and outgunned.
The shells are coming right over, we could see them, right over our heads. And then I knew, boy, this is for real.
All right, Janice.
4 U.S. ships that's
Go ahead.
There were 4 U.S. ships that sank in that area, including the USS Johnson, which was found last year by the same explorer and was considered the deepest wreck at over 21,000 feet until this discovery of the Sammy B. And the plan now for these explorers is to find the other 2 ships so they can complete this incredible connection to history. Wow. Guys?
Cool discovery. Yeah. Thank you, Janice. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
This 4th of July weekend is expected, of course, to be a busy one with millions of Americans planning to travel for the holiday.
That's despite rising prices for gas and hotels and, as we've been talking a lot about, a whole bunch of flight delays and cancellations. So what can you do to help navigate around all this travel chaos?
Joining us now is Clint Henderson, managing editor for the Points Guy travel website. Clint, good to have you with us. We appreciate it and are eager to hear what you have to tell us. I mean, we're covering this mess around airports around the country. What is your advice for those? The flight does get delayed. It does get canceled during this busy travel weekend. Then what should you do?
So I actually looked in today. It's American Airlines that's having trouble. They've canceled over 200 flights today. Delta was the big offender the past couple days. But there's good news. There is things you can do. I would just urge all consumers to be their own best advocate. You really have to be an educated traveler right now to protect yourself. So check your flight way ahead of time. Use tracking services like Flight Radar 24 or FlightAware. Download the airline app so you make sure you're tracking your flight within the airline you're flying's app, and then you can rebook yourself if necessary. If something goes sideways, make sure you run to the ticket counter, run to your phone, get on social media, direct message the airline, and go on the app to see if you can rebook yourself first, because you're fighting everyone else on the plane trying to rebook. And as everyone knows, it's tough right now because there's so few seats available. The other thing I would say is fly early in the morning if you at all possibly can, because those flights are most likely to go out on time and have crews, et cetera, and try to fly nonstop if you can right now. Adding a connection, just not a great idea with all the delays and cancellations we're seeing.
Yeah, unless you're willing to have your vacation in the city your layovers in. It's not great.
Pick a layover city that you like.
That you'd be okay with. Okay, besides even the cancellation and mess, if you do get there, everything's expensive, whether it's these plane tickets, hotels, of course, gas prices. What are your tips for trying to do this on a budget?
So if you're doing a big road trip, try to download all the apps that you can, like fuel rewards apps. A lot of the gas stations, a lot of grocery stores have fuel savings cards that you can sign up for, and you can get anywhere from 5 cents off to as much as 40 cents off a gallon if you sign up for one of the credit cards. So there are ways to save. Use a cashback or a points back credit card when you fill up to get a little bit of a rebate on gas prices. Try to find some places closer to home. Maybe don't do the national park road trip, but do the state park you've always wanted to see that's a little closer to your house. Obviously, have an electric car or rent an electric car. A lot of the rental car companies are restocking their fleets with electric cars, so that's another way to save on gas prices. Do a staycation. Go see local sites you've always wanted to visit but have never done, like a local museum. Go to those state parks. Like I said, there are ways to save, and there are still a lot of deals out there if you're willing to travel internationally. Probably not for the 4th of July weekend, but if you're booking longer term, there are some deals, especially to places like Europe.
Yeah, I mean, quickly along those lines, you mentioned staycations and things. Any destinations you recommend for people who don't want to break the bank this holiday?
Yeah, stay close to home. I mean, really check out all those places near you that you've been wanting to see forever. Go to sites like The Points Guy, sign up for deal alerts on Twitter, take a look at companies that cover deals, because we do publish a deal every single day. And sometimes you can score even last minute flights to places like Cancun or Hawaii if you're willing to jump on it immediately. Those deals go fast. So that's the other note of caution, I would say.
All right. Lots to think about in the next couple of days before
last minute trip to Cancun.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Glenn Henderson, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Coming up, flipping the script on old Hollywood.
We'll introduce you to the Black women crafting some of television's most memorable and critically acclaimed series. That's next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. As Pride Month comes to a close, we want to celebrate our very own Joe Fryer. Joe was named Journalist of the Year by the NLGJA, the Association of LGBTQ Journalists. The award is given to an LGBTQ journalist whose work brings honor and integrity to the profession. Over the past year, Joe, of course, has reported on numerous issues impacting the LGBTQ community, including the recent Pride special he hosted and many of the stories you see here on our show. Joe, so well deserved. Congratulations Congratulations.
Thank you. And of course, I share it with the producers, managers, photojournalists, editors who work with us on News Now and the Today Show to help us put all these segments and stories and specials together. So could not possibly do it alone. So thank you so much. Share it
You
with
got
everyone.
it. Congrats.
Thank you. All right, let's end this hour with the story of a new renaissance. Black women in Hollywood. Not only are they creating some of the best shows on television right now, they're changing the game and opening doors and leaving them open for many more to follow. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah shares their stories.
My first TV writing job was on the reboot of Boomerang that Lena Waithe did at BET.
I got my start in the industry as an assistant at Girlfriends.
I started Tracy Vaughn Productions, I guess, a few years ago. And the whole goal of that, honestly, was to bring up new producers, bring up new writers, and employ women of color while doing it.
Historically, the entertainment industry has withheld access and power from Black creators. Movements like Oscars So White and Black Lives Matter have shed a necessary spotlight on these inequities. And today, some say there's a renaissance among Black content creators and media moguls. Like these Black showrunners, all powerhouses in media, paving what they hope to be an equitable and representative path in the industry. But this trailblazing is not without resistance.
When I started as a staff writer in the business, it really was like there was one of us. If you were lucky, there was one in the room.
It's hard to get shows on in general. It's hard to get shows about us on.
I distinctly remember what it was like to feel kind of hopeless in this business and to even wonder if there was a place for me as a Black woman creator.
As more Black creators take their place in the field, data show their presence opens doors for others as well. McKinsey & Co. found that films with a Black producer or director are significantly more likely to have a Black writer. And if a film's producer is Black, the film is far more likely to have a Black director too.
Part of why we're seeing what we're seeing now is the ones that were let through the door did not walk through it quietly. They went through it, they made their presence known, and then they held it open.
I think Black women do so much work in elevating each other. I remember when Grey's Anatomy came out, and you wouldn't have known because it wasn't like it was an all-Black show, right? That it was a Black woman, and like every Black girl was like, you know, that show was created by Shonda Rhimes, and you know she is Black, right? Like it was just like that was the movement. And you just have this whole new kind of wave of creators that are making sure that you know who they are both behind and on screen, and that's given so much more room for new voices to come in the door.
And as these Black women showrunners take their seat at the table, they hope to bring along many more.
We are all applauding the progress and we are all grateful for the progress, but it is progress from a place of almost zero. So even though it's been progress, there is still a long way to go.
The evolution of the business, of people seeing that Black people actually have stories to tell and there's money to be made.
Black women have always been here. It's just now we're a little bit more visible and hopefully have a little bit more power.
Our thanks to Zincle Esamoah for bringing us that important conversation. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, surprise shakeup. The January 6th committee adding a last-minute unexpected hearing today. The committee is promising big revelations from a witness, what we know this morning about who that person is, and the big questions yet to be answered. Disturbing discovery breaking overnight. Dozens of migrants found dead in a truck in Texas, where the heat reached temperatures of over 100 degrees. Rescuers say there were stacks of bodies inside, how the discovery was made, and what we learned overnight about the survivors. Under pressure, allies pushing the Biden White House to respond to the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now the administration says it's ready to go to the mat for abortion rights.
We will do everything within our power as an administration through the executive branch to ensure that women have access to the medication they need and that they will have freedom of travel and that travel should be unrestricted.
What we've learned about their plan ahead of the midterm elections. And comeback on the court. Serena Williams makes her long-awaited return on one of the tennis world's biggest stages. But getting back in the swing of things could be a tall order. The major challenges she's facing as she sets her sight on history. Lots of people are certainly excited to see her there.
Yes, a little bit later this morning.
Yeah,
Big
exactly.
news.
Yeah, we'll bring you that in a little while. We begin, though, this morning with what we know so far about that surprise January 6th hearing happening this afternoon in Washington.
The House panel investigating the Capitol attack called the last-minute hearing yesterday. The committee says it will present newly obtained evidence and testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson, a former top aide to Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows. There's a lot of anticipation for today's hearings because committee members had previously said the next hearing would take place in mid-July after lawmakers returned from the holiday recess. So far, the committee has held 5 public hearings laying out the findings from its year-long investigation into the attack on the Capitol. This new development comes as Washington also responds to the Supreme Court ruling on Friday overturning Roe v. Wade. Democrats are working to try to protect abortion rights across America, and they're pushing the Biden White House to do more to help them. We're going to dig into both of these major stories this morning, starting with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Raffa. Ali, good morning to you. So let's start with the January 6th hearing. What do we know about it, and what can you tell us about Cassidy Hutchinson and what we might hear from her today?
Well, Joe and Savannah, as you said, this star witness that we're going to hear from starting at 1 p.m. is Cassidy Hutchinson, and you played at the top there some clips that we've already seen of her in pre-recorded testimony clips that have played in past January 6th committee hearings, where she really laid out some jarring revelations. She is the witness who talked about those House GOP lawmakers that requested presidential pardons after January 6th. She also talked about how White House aides and Secret Service warned former President Trump and his inner circle that events on January 6th could turn violent. So we know she was very close to the inner workings of what was going on January 6th. We know she was at the rally on the Ellipse with the former president on January 6th. She was in the Oval Office and in and around all of these meetings. She's also talked about how she actually witnessed former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows incinerate documents after he had some of these meetings. He, of course, has refused to comply with subpoenas that the committee has sent him. And so this is really the closest the committee is getting to what Mark Meadows knows. Take a listen to what committee member Adam Schiff had to preview on Sunday about what we can expect in these next hearings. Listen here.
Well, the next couple of hearings will cover the run-up to January 6th, the marshaling of this mob that appeared on the mall that day and attacked the Capitol, and then the final hearing will cover what the president was doing and, more importantly, what he was not doing as we were being attacked.
In those hours on January 6th itself.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically, the president's flagrant dereliction of duty while the Capitol was being attacked.
Joe and Savannah, what we don't know is quite what the urgency was in scheduling this meeting. As you mentioned at the top there, the committee had said that they were going to reconvene around the second week of July. And so with such a crazy news cycle going on, obviously the overturning of Roe versus Wade, so much news surrounding just in D.C., these hearings, it begs the question, why would they bring Cassidy Hutchinson to speak so quickly with 24 hours notice to TV networks? Also, these committee members were in recess, some of them, going back to their homes back on the West Coast. So that's something we're still trying to figure out. Perhaps, there will be a revelation in today's hearing.
And answers will come in just a few hours. We know there's a lot of work behind the scenes. Quickly, do we know who else the committee hopes to interview as part of the investigation?
So there are a couple more people who could offer the committee a lot more info that we would technically hear in these next hearings coming up in July. We know that they met with that documentarian that was around former President Trump in the weeks and months before January 6th. They met with him behind closed doors last week. We also know that they're still trying to meet with Ginny Thomas, Justice Clarence Thomas's wife. And so there's a couple more revelations that could be learned from these people who have been really on the committee's bucket list, and now they're slowly checking off one by one.
All right, Ali Raffa, thank you so much.
Now, today's surprise hearing is happening just as we're learning the Justice Department has carried out search warrants on two of Trump's legal allies who were the focus of last week's January 6th committee hearings. John Eastman, Trump's election attorney who urged Mike Pence to overturn the results of the 2020 election, had his phone seized by federal agents last week, according to a court filing made yesterday. That follows last week's search of Jeffrey Clark's home by federal agents. Now, Clark was Trump's choice to lead the Justice Department after Attorney General Bill Barr resigned. Let's bring in MSNBC contributor Chuck Rosenberg now for more on all this. He's a former U.S. attorney and senior FBI official. Chuck, always great to have you with us. Thanks for your time. So what do you think these searches by the Justice Department mean here for the House investigation into the attack on the Capitol? How significant of a development is it that those steps were taken?
Well, it's certainly a significant development, Savannah. I don't know that it means very much for the House investigation. Let me explain. The Department of Justice is conducting its own separate criminal investigation. And so they're issuing grand jury subpoenas and executing search warrants, like you just described, including of Mr. Eastman's phone. When the Department of Justice does something like that, first they have to go to a judge, a federal judge, and ask her for permission to execute the warrant. And if she signs the warrant, they can go ahead and seize the phone. That seems to have happened. Second, Savannah, when the Department of Justice is conducting a grand jury investigation, by law, by rule, it has to keep the information it obtains during that investigation secret, revealing it only in court or at trial or some official proceeding. So the Department of Justice can't give information to the House. This is a one-way street. If the Department of Justice wants information from the House, it can ask for it, and it should, and the House should provide it. But the Department of Justice can't give information to the House, and I think that's an important distinction.
And Chuck, what do you make of today's surprise hearing? I mean, do you think there's any significance behind the fact that it was announced so abruptly? This wasn't on the schedule. We weren't supposed to be seeing this committee again for a few weeks. What do you think about that?
Yeah, as Ali just reported, I think it's a huge maybe. You want to be very careful not to overpromise and underdeliver. Ms. Hutchinson's testimony has already been made public in part. One of her depositions was released in a court filing. And as you're showing now, we've seen excerpts of her testifying before the committee previously. Committee obviously believes it has something a little bit new and a little bit different and a little bit exciting. But I think you have to be careful here because we sort of know the contours, at least we think, Savannah, that we know the contours of Ms. Hutchinson's testimony. If it's really new and different, we'll see.
All right, we will find out a little bit later today. Chuck Rosenberg, thank you so much. We'll have live coverage of this afternoon's hearing here on NBC News Now. That starts at 12:30 Eastern.
We turn now to the Supreme Court, which issued another controversial decision Monday as it prepares to close out this historic term. The court ruled in a 6-3 decision that a former high school football coach had a right to pray on the field immediately after games. Joseph Kennedy claimed that the school district in Washington state violated his religious freedom after district officials told him not to pray so publicly after games. The Bremerton School District said it did not want to appear to be endorsing a religious point of view. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, we've seen this issue come up in the past. Public school officials leading prayer is not permitted. They must remain neutral because there needs to be this separation of church and state. However, in this case, the Supreme Court sided with the coach. What was different here?
This is an incredibly complicated issue. We often think of the First Amendment as just being about free speech or free expression, but the complexity of the First Amendment could fill 2 textbooks and take up an entire year of law school by itself. So in this case, the key was whether or not the coach was speaking on behalf of the government, which would make his speech much more regulable, I guess you would say, or was he privately praying by himself? Now, here's what's really interesting about this case, too, is that by the time you get to the Supreme Court, we're normally not talking about factual disputes. There are purely legal issues that the court decides, but this was a rare case where the facts were in dispute by the time it got to the court. On the one hand, the coach's way of framing the facts were that he gave a private prayer essentially by himself at midfield at the end of the game. But I mean, photographs submitted by the other side, by the school district, really counter that narrative, showing that the coach was kneeling or standing at midfield with students and players all around him, which really went to the issue of whether or not this coerced the students. At the end of the day, this was about the First Amendment versus the First Amendment, the rights of the coach versus the rights of the students to not feel pushed into having to pray.
Let's talk about Friday's big decision, the battle over Roe versus Wade. It's now shifting to legal fights within each state. A judge in New Orleans temporarily blocked the state's trigger law ban on abortion after abortion rights activists challenged it there. Help us understand, what was their argument? Now that there is this temporary block, what is next for the case there?
Yeah, these injunctions or temporary relief are just that. They're really just a court stepping in and saying, okay, let's just maintain the status quo. Let's hit the pause button while we figure out this case on the merits. It doesn't necessarily mean a particular party is going to win. In this case, the challenge to the law is not based on Roe v. Wade. Instead, it's based on constitutional vagueness. In other words, a law is constitutionally vague and therefore no good if it doesn't specify what exactly is prohibited. For example, if a city passed an ordinance saying, hey, you can't just loaf around or loiter on city grounds. Well, that's a little vague because it doesn't exactly tell us what is prohibited. And that's the basis of the challenge here to the Louisiana law. Doesn't mean they're going to win. It just means the coach is saying, well, there's enough here for us to say pause, and then we'll let this litigation run its course.
So the Supreme Court still has to issue decisions for 4 more cases in this term, but really it's already issued the most anticipated opinions last week, the abortion one and expanding gun rights. So looking at these decisions, let's talk about what we can expect from future terms. Could we see even more seismic decisions? And do you think the court has maybe given some conservative lawmakers a roadmap for other hot button issues?
I think if you are a critic of the court in the last few days, it must feel like the court is basically always siding with its conservative principles. So it's an understandable criticism on issues of religion, abortion, otherwise, I mean, even guns. You could argue that the court has really moved in lockstep with its basically 6-3 conservative majority. So I think a lot of fair criticism of the court, at least in the last week or two of its decisions, not necessarily being right or wrong, but just that they have voted right along lines of conservative and liberal. So if you're concerned about the polarizing of the court, the last week hasn't looked that good for the court.
All right, Danny, thanks so much for your analysis, especially during these huge decisions over the last few days. Appreciate it.
Now let's get to the latest on the president over in Germany. Biden wrapped up the G7 summit this morning with a meeting with Chancellor Olaf Scholz of Germany, President Emmanuel Macron of France, and Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the United Kingdom before heading to the NATO summit in Spain. Now that group has been key in the Western response to the war in Ukraine. Here at home, pressure is mounting on the Biden administration to take action following the Supreme Court's ruling that reversed Roe versus Wade. Democrats are calling for a response from the president. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Petty-Peace joins us now from Austria. Shannon, good to see you. So since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last week, there's been a lot of talk about what, if anything, can be done at the federal level. And now Democrats have proposed that the Biden administration offer abortion services on federal lands. What's been the administration's response to that idea so far? Is there an option they're considering at all here?
Well, the White House has essentially been downplaying this idea. This is something, as you mentioned, Democrats in Congress have been pushing. I've even talked to some outside advisors who have been pushing this idea, understanding that it could run into a lot of legal log jams, a lot of problems in Congress, but that it's something worth raising. The White House, though, doesn't appear to be moving in that direction, our reporting indicates. One of the concerns I have heard from people close to the White House is that if the White House was to say you can now provide abortions, let's say at VA facilities, for example, that could open up an appropriations fight with Congress over VA funding. Similarly, at federally funded health centers, the White House could make an argument that that could be a place where abortions could be provided, even in states where it is illegal. But then you get into the funding issue around the Hyde Amendment, which says federal funds can't be used for abortions. So there's a number of roadblocks that stand in the way of doing that. And at right now, it just does not appear to be something that the White House is seriously considering. At least that's what our reporting indicates at this point.
So that might not seem to be something that they're seriously taking a look at. But after Politico first reported about this, a White House staffer then told NBC News that we should expect, quote, several relevant agency announcements that stand up for reproductive health care this week. Do we have any idea what those announcements might be, what that means?
Well, the White House knows that this is obviously something very important to Democrats, and they are getting a lot of pressure from their base to do something, to take some action on this. For months, the White House was looking into what they could do. There is a sense, based on our reporting, conversations I've had, that they've really done the bulk of what they can do. There was a letter, for example, yesterday from HHS reminding providers in the Obamacare program that they have to provide contraceptive services if they are part of that insurance program, for an example. The White House has talked about wanting to ensure that there's access to abortion pills or other emergency contraception. But we're not getting a sense that there's going to be any big policy shifts or changes coming from the White House, despite the pressure that they are under from Democrats, and that any announcements coming are really going to be things on the margin for the time being.
And Shannon, there is this growing frustration among Democrats because nothing's been done. What's the Biden administration's sort of general response to that frustration?
Well, I mean, it has been interesting because, as you noted, the president is here in Europe talking about Ukraine and Russia and China, the global economy. We have not heard from him at all on abortion in this meeting. A reporter shouted a question at him during a photo op about whether abortion had come up at all in these leader meetings, and he essentially said no. There will be a press conference on Thursday. I am willing to bet that that issue will be raised by the reporters who are in the room. So that will really be the president's first chance to respond in recent days to everything that's unfolding back home while he's been focused on the foreign policy issues at hand here in Europe.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece, thanks so much.
Now to a disturbing discovery in Texas. More than 40 migrants were found dead in the back of a tractor trailer outside of San Antonio. Police say someone who was working nearby heard a cry for help and called police. 16 people, including 4 children, are hospitalized this morning. They're being treated for heat stroke and dehydration. Temperatures in San Antonio climbed to more than 100 degrees yesterday, and police say there was no water or air conditioning in that truck.
So the plight of migrants seeking refuge is always a humanitarian crisis, but tonight we are dealing with a horrific human tragedy.
The Department of Homeland Security is investigating. So far, 3 people have been taken into custody, and police say it's unclear, though, whether they are connected to this incident.
British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell is set to be sentenced today for her sex trafficking conviction in connection with the abuse of underage girls by late financier Jeffrey Epstein. Today's sentencing in a Manhattan courtroom comes nearly 2 years after Maxwell's arrest, capping off a high-profile case that stretched across several countries with allegations dating back decades. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now from outside the federal courthouse here in New York ahead of today's sentencing. Hey, Tom, good morning. So it's been about 6 months now since Maxwell's conviction, and as we just mentioned, there was a whole lot of drama leading up to that. Remind us, though, exactly what charges she was convicted on and what can we expect from today's sentencing?
Right, so it's a total of 3 charges that she'll face sentencing on today, including sex trafficking, the most serious one, as well as conspiracy, and then also transporting a minor across state lines for the purposes of illegal sex. And so those are the 3 things that she's facing today. It starts at 11 a.m. We expect it to last about 2 hours. 6 victims will provide their victim impact statements this morning. They've already provided some of those in written form. They're very graphic, very detailed, talks about the types of substance abuse issues, psychological issues that they've had at the hands of Ghislaine Maxwell in the years following their abuse. In one particular submission, Savannah, one of the victims submits photos from a hospital stay 2 times after she tried to commit suicide. She has pictures of those in her submission. It promises to be a very heavy morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Maxwell's attorneys are requesting a lenient sentence, about 5 years in prison, and they say she's been a positive influence on other jail inmates. They've also said Maxwell shouldn't be sentenced as a, quote, proxy for Jeffrey Epstein. Tell us more about all that and how federal prosecutors are responding. What do you expect to see?
Well, what you just keyed in on there, the idea of her being sentenced as a proxy for Jeffrey Epstein, who, of course, was charged with and believed to have committed most of the abuse here. That's something that they've been harping on throughout the entirety of the trial, and again here at their sentencing submission, as well as the conditions that she's been under while she's been detained leading up to this trial and since then. But prosecutors say, look, this is somebody who groomed and brought these women to Jeffrey Epstein to be sexually abused. As a result, they're asking for what amounts to, or is actually, a life sentence. She's 60 years old. They're asking for 30 to 55 years. So it amounts to a life sentence. The probation department, they suggest 20 years, Maxwell's attorneys are calling for approximately those 5 years. Probably not going to get 55, but certainly not going to get 5 either. That's at least what legal experts expect.
And Tom, Maxwell was placed on suicide watch last week. What can you tell us about that? And do you expect that that's going to impact the hearing today at all?
Right, Savannah. So this came up on Friday. Apparently, she emailed the Inspector General for the Bureau of Prisons, which runs the facility where she's being housed in Brooklyn, New York, saying that she felt that staff members might be threatening her health. And a psychologist questioned her and couldn't seem to get to the reason why Maxwell came up with that conclusion. They had some concerns that perhaps she was looking to be in a jail cell by herself leading up to today's sentence, which, of course, as I mentioned, carries the potential for a significant amount of jail time. They were concerned about her ability to harm herself. So that's what happened. There was some back and forth over the weekend. At one point, even her defense suggesting that today's sentencing could be delayed because Maxwell didn't have proper access to her legal materials. Turns out she was able to get that access. So we do anticipate starting on time at 11 a.m. this morning.
All right, Tom Winter, know you'll be watching for us. Thanks so much.
Time to get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
And Michelle Grossman is here with us in studio. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning to you both. And we're relatively quiet this week, which is nice. I know we haven't said that in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't heard that in a minute.
I know. But we are watching a few things. We're watching some wet weather down in the south. We have a stationary boundary that's sort of parked, if not across the area. We're going to see this over the next couple of days. So we're seeing some wet weather from the south central states into the southeast, up into the Carolinas, also the southwest. We do have some monsoon moisture in the southwest. So this is a setup here. We do have days of stormy weather in the Gulf and also parts of Texas. We're looking at a slow moving front from Texas to North Carolina. So disorganized showers and storms. We could see some heavy downpours as well, leading to some flash flooding. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, we have an area of low pressure in the Gulf. This could take on some tropical characteristics. Either way, it's going to enhance some rain in parts of eastern Texas. So we could see up to 5 inches of rain over the next several days. And we're looking at scattered states. Your rainfall forecast as we go throughout Wednesday, you could see pockets of heavier rain with those heavier downpours. So 2 to 3 inches in parts of the southeast into the Carolinas. Now, this is a development zone, that area of low pressure I was talking about. Again, it could take on some characteristics. It's going to take a little while. It's in really warm water. So we're looking at bath-like water temperatures in the 80s, and this certainly could help to enhance it. We're going to be watching this slowly over the next days. Now, the tropics are starting to heat up. We haven't talked about the tropics. Started on June 1st, the season did, and it's starting to become a little more active. So we're looking at that first area of low pressure I talked about in the Gulf Coast states. Then we have a second area of low pressure. This is the next potential storm, tropical storm. That would be Bonnie. It's about 400 miles southeast of the Windward Islands. So we do expect it to impact the Windward Islands today, and then eventually into Venezuela. So here is the latest on it. It's called Potential Tropical Cyclone 2. I know that's a big name. It's a
super
big name.
Catchy.
Yeah, kind of sticks with it, rolls off the tongue. You know what I mean? But it really is just a way to track this. Yeah, it's a way to track this system. But notice the winds are at 40 miles per hour. So that is tropical storm force winds. We're just not seeing that area of circulation close. We do expect that today. So it probably will become Bonnie, which is a little easier to say later on today.
We'll call PTC2 for now. All right.
I like it. Yeah, an abbreviation. All right, thanks, Michelle. You just look like sunshine. This is so fun. Great to have you with us. All right, coming up, a Russian missile strike on a mall in Ukraine.
What Russia is saying about the attack as global reaction pours in next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Rescue operations are underway after a Russian missile strike hit a shopping mall in the central city of Kremenchuk. Ukrainian officials say at least 20 people were killed in yesterday's strike, with dozens more injured. President Zelensky called it, quote, one of the most defiant terrorist attacks in European history. G7 leaders condemned the strike, saying, quote, indiscriminate attacks on innocent civilians constitute a war crime. Russian President Putin and those responsible will be held to account. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Kremenchuk for us at the site of this morning. Hey, Ellison, so tell us, what's the latest on the ground where you are? How are rescue operations going?
Hey, Savannah, you can see it is still very much an active scene right now. We have watched all morning as crews have tried to remove particularly the larger pieces of debris, looking for some of the people still missing. At least 40 people have been reported missing by their families. They're also going through all of this, trying to collect evidence. They have a table where they've sort of laid out fragments of missiles that struck this shopping center. Officials here, they tell us 2 missiles struck this building yesterday afternoon. One of them sort of hitting over in this area, another coming in through this area right down here on the left. I was just speaking with a local politician here, and he described this area, this shopping center, as sort of something akin to a Walmart. He says there was a big kind of supermarket, shopping, grocery store type area, in addition to a number of smaller stores. At least 20 people have been confirmed dead as of right now. Close to 60 said to be injured. At least half of them wound up in the hospital. We just watched as through this area, rescuers came through with 2 dogs, seeming to search for something in that area. We were told that an electronics store was over there and that they believe a good portion of the victims were people who worked at that electronics store. Savannah?
And Allison, what have we heard so far from Russia on the attack?
So Russia's Ministry of Defense claims that they struck and were targeting a factory nearby this shopping center, a factory that they claim was housing weapons given to Ukraine by the United States and Europe. They say that once their missiles hit that factory, that then those munitions detonated and caused a fire at this shopping center. They claim that this was an inoperable, not open shopping center, which from the number of victims from everyone we've spoken to here is very,
very much not the case. I mean, in the video from the scene when this happened, you could see people just flocking out of this area. The local sort of congressman, if you will, for this city, he told me that all of the victims, as far as they know right now, are civilians. He claims that there is a factory kind of on the other side of the shopping center here, but he says it is a factory that used to just kind of do construction to help build roadways. He is adamant that there was no sort of military operations going on in this area. President Zelensky, he has said the same. He said at the time of this attack, there were around 1,000 civilians inside this shopping center. He says they were just trying to live a normal life when literally the walls around them started to collapse and the entire building became engulfed in flames. To give you a sense of how on edge things still are here, how very much active this scene still is. A couple of hours ago, we watched as all of the rescue workers stopped what they were doing and evacuated to the other side of the street. We did the same because there was an air raid siren going off and we had to back up into an area sort of between two buildings because there was concern about a potential additional strike in this area. Savannah?
All right, Ellison Barber, just heartbreaking to hear some of those details. Thank you so much, and please stay safe.
Let's talk more about the situation in Ukraine and bring in former ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst. He is also the senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Ambassador, always good to have you with us. Let's talk about what we were asking Ellison about right there. Your reaction to this attack in Kremenchuk. What does this strike, along with the one in Kyiv over the weekend, tell us about Russia's strategy here?
This is sadly nothing new. The Russian military, since this war began, has targeted civilians as an effort to terrorize the population into accepting Putin's demands. They did this in Chechnya in the 90s. They've done it in Syria 5 or 6 years ago. So this is common Russian tactics. Very sad, a war of war crimes.
President Zelensky has expressed concerns as of late about Western fatigue over the cost of this war, which, as we know, it's having a major impact on inflation around the world, including here in the U.S. Yesterday, G7 leaders said they would support Ukraine, quote, for as long as it takes. But then some wonder, with the midterms coming up here in the U.S., do you think the economic damage being done could force any sort of change in strategy in support from the president from U.S.?
I don't expect it, but I understand why people worry about it. People don't understand that Putin's war on Ukraine is actually just a prelude to Putin attacking American interests, attacking our Baltic NATO allies. So if we help Russia lose in Ukraine, if we help Ukraine defeat Russia in Ukraine, stop Putin, we don't have to worry about Putin attacking our NATO allies. So this is sort of like the Cold War, where we spent tens, if not hundreds of billions a year defending ourselves against the Soviet Union, now against Russia, preventing a war, a hot war, against the United States. So this is an expense we need to take. It's the smart cost for our security and also for our prosperity. It would be good if the administration explained it in those clear terms, because that is what's at stake.
So, Ambassador, we know NATO leaders are set to meet in Madrid over the next few days to discuss what's happening in Ukraine. Ahead of that, NATO's Secretary General announced plans to ramp up the alliance's defenses. Let's hear more of what he said.
We will enhance our battle groups in the eastern part of the alliance up to brigade levels. We will transform the NATO response force and increase the number of our high readiness forces to well over 300,000. Together, this constitutes the biggest overhaul of our collective defense and deterrence since the Cold War.
So as you hear there, this is a pretty major overhaul by NATO. How concerned are you that this move could provoke Russia further? We know NATO expansion really was one of the main reasons that Moscow cited for invading Ukraine in the first place.
It's very simple. Russia, or Putin, I should say, is provoked by weakness, not by strength. So adding to our forces in Eastern Europe near the Russian border will decrease the possibility of Russian aggression against NATO. So this is a very smart move. This comes back to the point I just made, that NATO is preparing for a long-haul conflict with an aggressive Russia. And that's absolutely essential. This will cost some money, but it'll save us money and lives in the long run.
Ambassador Herbst, as always, thanks so much for your analysis. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Pleasure.
And coming up, more of our coverage of abortion rights in America.
Up next, we're going to take you to Texas and go inside what's known as a crisis pregnancy center. And we'll introduce you to the women who say change is needed.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're back with more on the debate over abortion rights in America and an inside look at so-called crisis pregnancy centers. The taxpayer-funded facilities say they offer services and information about abortion to women in need. But critics say they spread misinformation. NBC's senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden tells us what happened when 2 of our producers went inside.
We're heading to a crisis pregnancy center in Texas, one of more than 2,500 in the country. They say they provide free services and abortion information for pregnant women. What they don't say is that they're often affiliated with groups supporting abortion alternatives.
Is it in here?
To learn more about what happens inside, we sent in 2 NBC News producers to ask for pregnancy counseling. At a center in the Dallas area, a volunteer told our producer they don't offer abortions, adding abortions can cause infertility. When asked about the abortion pill, the volunteer said, "My job is not to scare you. You never get over seeing that baby." She then pointed to a small plastic model like this, saying, "Can you imagine one of these in your panties?"
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, so as a taxpayer, this is infuriating. A horrible thing for a woman to be told, and medically totally inaccurate.
Yeah, and as a nurse, as a mom, you totally shocked me with that. It's a lie, and it is shaming, and it is grotesque.
Texas State Representative Donna Howard, a Democrat, found an unlikely ally in former Republican State Representative Sarah Davis. They're calling for these nonprofits to be regulated and demanding accountability for a program called Alternatives to Abortion, which helps fund crisis pregnancy centers. In Texas, they outnumber abortion clinics 9-1.
When I say alternatives to abortion, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
Waste of money, waste of taxpayer dollars, lack of accountability, and actually no metrics that indicate that it has anything to do with averting abortions.
It's just a program to make Republicans feel good, like they're doing something to help women.
Does it help women?
No.
The program will cost Texas taxpayers $100 million over the next 2 years.
This is probably the only program, at least that I'm aware of, where the legislature basically writes a blank check without knowing what they're getting.
While some of the centers provide free services like diapers, ultrasounds, and STD testing, none of the Texas facilities are licensed medical providers, though some women report believing that they are. At another center our producers visited near the border, a female staffer implied abortions can cause cancer and infertility. She then played a video saying they also cause mental illness. All of that categorically false. Alternatives to Abortion in Texas has also received federal tax dollars, $45 million over the last 15 years, money intended as temporary help for needy families.
These are desperate people who need these funds, and instead it's going to a program that provides things like pamphlets, that provides some classes.
Would you go so far as to say that in some instances they are actually committing fraud?
Yes.
Yeah. They point to the misinformation and a case currently being investigated in which state funds from the program were allegedly used by the president of a center to buy land for hemp production. Who's to blame?
Well, the legislature.
Yes, but the leadership that we have in this state has pushed an agenda that has made it impossible to have any real dialogue about what is really going to make a difference in the lives of these women and their families.
That was Cynthia McFadden reporting. Neither the Texas governor nor the lieutenant governor responded to our request for a comment, but the Charlotte Lozier Institute, an anti-abortion rights group, told us that the centers provide a vital function and have a satisfactory rating of more than 95%.
Now it is time for our weekly mental health check-in, and we're taking a closer look at the link between the issue of abortion and mental health in light of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade.
We also want to tackle some of the emotional baggage that might be weighing you down. We have some tips on how to be a supportive friend without feeling mentally drained yourself.
Yeah, let's bring in Sherry Botman for more on this. She's a trauma therapist and author of Thriving After Trauma. Hi, Sherry. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. So let's start with the Supreme Court decision here to overturn Roe versus Wade. Now, it's an issue that's divided the nation. People feel very strongly on both sides of this issue, but we've covered the fact that statistically there are physical risks that can come once abortion is made illegal. What do you think about the mental health impact here?
The mental health impact is profound. The shame, the anger, the feelings of being inferior and not being able to make a choice about one's body, especially after somebody has been sexually assaulted, or for survivors of incest. We are going through such challenging times, and the only thing I can think about right now is we need to take our feelings of rage and anger and we need to turn it into positive action and speak up. We need to talk now more than ever.
So this has been an especially hard news cycle for many people, not just because of this story, but so many stories as of late. It can be even harder to emotionally support loved ones when our empathy tanks are running low. What are some of the ways we can make sure that we're present, that we can offer support without also depleting ourselves?
Yeah. I think this is such a struggle for so many people, especially during times like these. We don't want to have to look at our own feelings, so sometimes we do end up overextending ourselves and not really keeping in mind what our boundaries need to be. The best advice I can give is you need to try and ask yourself, am I giving myself what I need so that I can then go out there and help my friends and be there for my family? If we keep focusing on everybody else and what they're feeling, and we try to make everybody else feel better, we aren't going to be able to get out of bed in the morning. So be very clear with yourself about the fact that when you choose to take care of yourself and give yourself some space, you actually will have more to give your friends moving forward.
Finally, Sherry, let's end with something else that can maybe fill our tanks up a little bit. Dogs. Recent data from the BARC program, which is just an awesome name, at the University of British Columbia shows that online therapy sessions with dogs involved can be just as effective at reducing stress as actually being with the dog in person. Why do dogs have this impact on us? Why is it important for students to have access to programs like that to help manage stress? Walk us through exactly what the benefits are here.
I can't tell you how many people I've met through COVID that have turned to animals, dogs, cats for therapy. What I notice, and I see this a lot in therapy, people have their pets with them. I notice that people are going online and watching videos of pets or engaging in different types of pet therapy because it's happy. There's no sadness and anxiety and fear. Animals, especially dogs, if you think about it, if you're upset and you want to talk to somebody and there's nobody there, if you think about when you look at your dog, they are the best listeners. They will look at you with unconditional love. I can't tell you how many times I've watched clients sit in sessions and be next to their dogs. I just was talking to somebody yesterday he's a young guy, he's a teenager, and he told me, when I feel like I'm going to jump out of my skin, this is what I do. He pulled up his phone and he actually showed me videos of dogs. It's the best thing ever. And you know what? There's nothing better than a pet, especially when we're feeling like we're going to lose our minds.
Yeah. That's good. And all they want in return is a little scratch behind the ear.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's a good exchange.
Oh, yeah. That's Sherry Botland, thank you so much. Very sweet.
Coming up, summer means it's time to sit back and unwind, but historic heat waves are putting lives in danger.
Yeah, but for some workers, it's unavoidable. Up next, we'll show you the new tech being used to keep them safe after the break.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Back now with some financial headlines. It looks like Wall Street is on track for its worst quarter in 2 years. That's despite last week's gains.
Yes, the NBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other big news this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Wall Street is looking to reverse yesterday's modest losses. Investors continue to rebalance their portfolios ahead of the end of the quarter on Thursday. The S&P 500 index is down nearly 14% in the second quarter, on track for the worst period since the first quarter of 2020. In focus today, reports on home prices and consumer confidence. Confidence likely fell again this month as Americans' views have worsened due to the drop in stock prices and surge in gas and food prices. Amazon is planning to hold 2 Prime shopping events this year. The company is reportedly scheduling a Prime Fall Deal event sometime in the fourth quarter. A notice to sellers seen by CNBC instructs them to submit limited-time lightning deals by July 22nd. The fall event could help drum up sales for Amazon and help retailers clear out excess inventory as inflation squeezes shoppers. Inflation is impacting 4th of July celebrations, with consumers paying even higher prices for favorites such as meat and beer. A report by Wells Fargo finds the cost of hosting a gathering for a group of 10 will be about 11% more than last year. Prices for grilling staples, fresh ground beef, and hot dogs are up about 12%, and hot dog and hamburger buns are up 10%. Now, beer could be one of the steepest expenses, with prices up nearly 25% from last year. A recent survey by WalletHub found more than half of Americans say inflation will affect their 4th of July plans, guys.
All right, you have to drink a little less beer, maybe split those hot dogs in half.
Expensive buns.
There you go.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks, Savannah.
Thank you.
Millions of Americans are once again facing heat advisories, with the heat index in some areas reaching triple digits.
Yeah, we've seen just how deadly this extreme heat can be, but for some workers, that intense summer weather is unavoidable. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock reports on new efforts to help keep them safe using state-of-the-art technology.
In April, OSHA unveiled a brand new program spotlighting heat exposure. Now, it's offered for free in all 50 states, but here in Alabama, they're testing out brand new technology. This is the heat index right now is approaching or exceeding 100 degrees, and the dangers of working outside might be more pressing than you think. In Alabama, the temperatures topped 90 degrees as employees at Tuscaloosa's Black Warrior Brewing lug kegs and set up pallets of cans in the scorching sun. But now they're equipped with a new tool, wearable arm tech that displays your core temperature. You're wearing the armband?
Yep.
What does that measure?
It measures our heart rate, our exertion level, and our core temperature.
Knowing that 106 degrees is the point when the human body starts to break down and heat-related illness sinks in. Could this have prevented something more serious from happening?
Absolutely. I've seen a lot of serious stuff happen in a lot of heat incidents.
OSHA is the driving force behind a new program just unveiled in April for small to medium-sized businesses whose workers operate in a heat index of 80 degrees or higher. The federal agency reaches out to some businesses, but anyone can request an evaluation. So far, only companies in Alabama are test piloting the technology, paid for by the state government.
These are important programs because a lot of things such as heat illness can be prevented, but that requires education.
Federal figures show, on average, 35 workers die every year from heat exposure, and there are some 2,700 reported cases of days away from work. The head brewer having to push pause when his core temperature broke 100.
So if you want to kind of knock off for a bit, go inside and cool down.
As those on the front lines of the heat are focusing on ways to fight back against a rising risk. This type of wearable technology is already being used in the armed services, and while Alabama might be the first state, it's certainly not going to be the last, as Georgia is also looking to test it out too. In Tuscaloosa, Sam Brock, NBC News.
And coming up, Serena Williams is back with a chance to make history at Wimbledon.
But the road to another Grand Slam won't be easy. We're going to tell you about the major challenges she's facing both on and off the court next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
He is one of the best-known names in Hollywood, but it turns out Chris Pratt doesn't like half of his name, the name Chris. In a recent interview on SiriusXM's Pop Culture Spotlight with Jessica Shaw, the Jurassic World star said he prefers to be called either Pratt or CP. He told the host that it feels weird to be called Chris. Regardless of what Pratt prefers to be called, his name, both the Chris part and the Pratt part, will still be in the headlines because he's starring in 3 major projects this summer. I wonder if any of it has to do with the fact that there's just all those famous Chris's.
Lots of them.
Chris Evans and Chris Pine and who else is there? I don't know. But
Hemsworth, yeah, totally. Yeah, that's actually a good point. And I do feel like there's always like, which Chris is your favorite, which isn't fun when people do that to them. So that makes sense. Now it's just CP.
Pratt.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Finally, this hour, Wimbledon is in full swing with Serena Williams back in the spotlight. The tennis legend is making her much-anticipated Grand Slam return today after being sidelined because of an injury for almost a year. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald shows us the excitement ahead of her big comeback.
7-time Wimbledon champion Serena Williams is back.
I didn't retire.
And set to play in the first round against French newcomer Harmony Tan, the tennis superstar vying for her 24th Grand Slam title. If she wins, she'll tie Margaret Court for the most titles in women's tennis history.
I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't go through and get through what I got through. And I love who I am, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
But the tennis legend is unseeded and not favored to win. Williams taking the last year off.
Oh, dear. Oh, no.
After losing her footing and tearing her hamstring in the first round of Wimbledon last year, tearfully dropping out and stepping away from the game.
I just needed to heal physically, mentally. I just didn't know when I would come back. I didn't know how I would come back. And, you know, obviously Wimbledon is such a great place to be.
To have Serena back on court would be fantastic. It's so exciting.
A return to the court after a busy year. At 40 years old, there's speculation on if she can win it all. But whether she clinches the title or not, she's sure to put on a heck of a show. Now, after being away from the game for more than a year, many sports analysts are saying that Serena Williams got lucky in the draw. She could have gone up against #1 player in the world, Iga Swiatek, but instead we know she's facing Harmony Tan from France. She's ranked 113th in the world. So we're talking about Serena Williams. anything is possible, all eyes will certainly be on her when she takes the court later on today. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you so much.
Looking forward to it. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, one nation under pressure in the fallout of Friday's landmark Supreme Court ruling. The focus is now shifting to states with those so-called trigger laws. In Louisiana and Utah, lawsuits filed to stop those states from outlawing abortions. We've got the latest on the growing battles on the state level this morning. Also this morning, a gruesome discovery in Texas. Dozens of migrants found dead in a tractor trailer in San Antonio yesterday. No water, no air conditioning, and temperatures of more than 100 degrees. What officials are now focusing on in their search for answers. Bracing for impact, a post-pandemic travel surge. Summer travel already plagued by flight delays and cancellations, now expected to get even worse this holiday weekend. But we've got some tips to help you avoid the headaches and make sure you have clear skies ahead. Plus, flipping the script. We're going to take a closer look at the critically acclaimed resurgence of black women creating hit TV show after hit TV show for Hollywood's digital age. Looking forward to bringing you that story and hearing from some of just the top voices in TV right now.
Absolutely. So much good stuff, to your point at the end there, on streaming coming from these women.
Exactly.
Very
That's
cool.
coming up a little later. We're going to begin this hour with the battle over Roe versus Wade that's now shifting to legal fights within each state.
A judge in New Orleans temporarily blocked the state's trigger law ban on abortion after abortion rights activists challenged it. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the very latest. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. The Supreme Court's ruling has left many rattled in the country, but the most immediate and dramatic impact has been in states where abortion was banned in just a matter of hours. In one of those states, now two of those states, Louisiana and Utah, doors that closed on Friday are now temporarily open after a court ruling, and clinics there are wasting no time helping patients. Just days after that landmark Supreme Court decision, many states across the country still coping with the aftermath, and some seeking abortion facing uncertainty. Abortion is now illegal in 7 states, and at least a dozen more are expected to ban or restrict the procedure in the weeks ahead. In both Louisiana and Utah, judges have issued temporary restraining orders, preventing the state's abortion bans from going into effect. Abortion rights groups are suing the state of Louisiana, arguing the ban violates the state's constitution. All of this is a bit of whiplash, though, right? For you and also for your patients, isn't it?
We've gone from the lowest of the lows to a temporary high, and I would only say to our patients, it's worth it.
But in most of the states where those bans are in effect, women who want an abortion will have to cross state lines to get one, to the 20 states where abortion remains legal. Something the group Texas Right to Life is hoping they can stop by putting social programs in place to help.
We really want to pay attention to making sure we're protecting pregnant students and pregnant workers.
Abortion rights supporters say that is not good enough. Vice President Kamala Harris vowing the administration will fight to make sure abortions remain available.
We will do everything within our power to ensure that women have access to the medication they need, which has been, by the way, FDA approved, and that they will have freedom of travel.
In Louisiana, they'll be back in court on July 8th when that temporary restraining order could be lifted. A ruling is also expected similarly in Utah. Pro-abortion rights activists don't hold out much hope for these efforts, but they say their legal teams are still committed to keep trying, guys.
I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of that unfolding across the country. Steph, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Joining us now is the president of Planned Parenthood, Alexis McGill-Johnson. Alexis, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So as we just heard there in Steph's report, a number of lawsuits are being filed to stop individual state bans from going into effect. Now, your organization filed the suit in Utah, we were just discussing. What is Planned Parenthood arguing in that case? Is it an argument that you think will work in cases in other states? Do you plan to take it to other states?
Look, absolutely. If the Supreme Court has taken away our right to control our bodies and given it to lawmakers, it is incumbent upon us to fight in those states to come back and actually really take it to the lawmakers. And the suite of tools that we have will be litigation, it will be mobilization, it will be making sure that every single legislator has to answer really as to what they believe. And we believe that this is the right strategy because at the center of all of this is getting care to patients in their state.
Some Democratic lawmakers wrote a letter to President Biden calling for more help. They'd like the administration to do more at a federal level to protect abortion access. We're now a few days removed from this decision, one that we saw coming for the last few weeks. Are you frustrated at all with the Biden administration? Would you like to see the president do more at the federal level to try and help?
Well, look, we recognize that there are limits to what the administration can do to fix the harm caused by this devastating decision. But the reality is we are now entering into a public health crisis, and we're going to need our elected leaders at all levels of the government to do everything possible to address it. So what more do we want? We want to see them to enforce the Medicaid free choice of provider. We want to see them support abortion providers. We want to see them launch a massive campaign around self-managed care and mifepristone, since many people will be managing their own abortions if they cannot get them in state, and really centering the patients. You know, as I said before, people are now going to have to travel to care. Those who can, it means they're going to have to take time off from work. It means they're going to need childcare. It means they're going to need support in getting abortion care. And we would love to see the White House, you know, if they can get a COVID test to each of our mailbox, they should be able to identify ways to get resources to people who need them in this critical moment to make decisions about their lives and their own bodies.
Now, Alexis, since this ruling overturning Roe, I mean, you know, we've seen people feeling strongly on both sides of this issue out in the streets, but what have you been hearing from women and also from healthcare providers who are also, of course, in the crosshairs of this, unable to provide these services?
Well, I think you've seen the energy out in the streets. People are enraged. They are mourning a right that we have held on to for 49 years. They are thinking about the future of their children. I'm certainly thinking about it for the future of my own daughters, the fact that this country is taking steps backwards and codifying inequality in a way that is completely unacceptable. And, you know, for providers, you know what it means to not be able to deny the care that you have been trained to do, to not be able to show up for a patient is personally devastating. But systematically, it is also undermining trust in the healthcare system. And I think that's also something that we have to pay close attention to. When a provider can no longer provide care, when a hospital administrator or insurer says, we can't give you the care that you need, you may have to, you know, go home until you become, you know, a little bit more endangered. You know, what does that do to trust in healthcare? You know, when you have people potentially investigating miscarriages, what does that do for trust in healthcare? And I think those are the things that we need to be deeply concerned about with this ruling. And the implications are just still far too alarming to understand what the implications are.
With the Supreme Court essentially turning this over to states to decide, what are the next steps for you and for Planned Parenthood? How much do you see this as legislative battles? How much do you see it as battles that you can still have in the courts and potentially win?
Look, I think I don't have a lot of hopes in the court right now. You know, clearly not only the Supreme Court, but the federal judiciary was remade, and we're definitely calling on the Biden administration to do what they can to fill open seats right now, because that is still a pathway to ensure generationally that we have the kind of jurists that we need on to litigate these issues. But the real fight now is litigation in the states. It is mobilization among people in those states. There are no states where banning abortion is popular with folks. Most people don't want a lawmaker making a decision for them about their own bodies. They don't want a lawmaker in the exam room with them. And so because they are also, many of these lawmakers are also introducing such extreme measures, you know, our job is to educate and mobilize people so that they can make informed decisions come this fall.
Alexis McGill-Johnson, thank you so much. We appreciate your time this morning.
Now to the other big story out of Washington this morning, that surprise January 6th hearing that's going to take place this afternoon. NBC News can now confirm that Cassidy Hutchinson, one of Mark Meadows' senior aides, will testify in front of the House committee today. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is following all the latest details for us. Peter, good morning. So Cassidy Hutchinson, we've already seen her give taped testimony to January 6th investigators, and she's made some headlines with that testimony. Tell us, what did she tell them then? What else do we know about her and her role in the Trump White House?
Yeah, Joe, let's take a step back for a moment. I mean, this is an extraordinary moment because the committee, you'll remember, had said it wouldn't be resuming its hearings for another couple of weeks until mid-July after the 4th of July holiday. But those three sources familiar with the matter do tell us that this surprise witness is that woman, Cassidy Hutchinson. She was a former top aide to President Trump's then chief of staff, Mark Meadows. Notably, she's going to be the first White House employee to testify publicly in front of the committee. She was often in the room where critical conversations happened, particularly on January 6th itself. And in last week's hearing, as you know, it was that recorded closed-door testimony that gave us some of the biggest revelations so far, where Hutchinson, among other things, named several Republican lawmakers who led efforts to overturn the 2020 election and then requested presidential pardons after the riot. And separately, she's believed to have been there when Meadows described hearing Mr. Trump make supportive comments about the chance by the rioters to hang Mike Pence. So the simple fact that we are not going to hear from Mark Meadows so far, he has said that he will not testify. Hearing from someone very close to him, one of his top aides, makes her testimony so crucial.
I think a lot of people are wondering if we're going to see any sort of John Dean type moment. I mean, walk us through the significance of the committee making this last minute hearing and what is at stake for former President Trump and his allies today.
Well, I would say, you know, trying to pull off a surprise in Washington, that always carries risks. But speaking to a source who's familiar with this investigation overnight, they emphasized the urgency of hearing from Hutchinson, saying among the reasons for the secrecy here are what they described as security concerns related to her. Overnight, John Dean, who you know, President Nixon's White House counsel, whose dramatic testimony back then was crucial during Watergate, he warned that the January 6th committee faces a high bar for a surprise witness. He says if it's not really important information, it's going to hurt the committee's credibility. So on that, we're going to have to watch and see. But as it relates to Donald Trump, Mr. Trump's himself, whatever criminal liability he may face here, the concern among his inner circle obviously would be high right now because Cassidy Hutchinson was someone on the inside. She was in those rooms, and what she says could be particularly damaging, Joe.
And quickly, Peter, do we know who else the committee is still waiting to hear from when it comes to witness testimony as part of their investigation?
Well, we heard from Liz Cheney recently, the top Republican on the committee. She said that they were hoping to hear publicly from Pat Cipollone. He is the former White House counsel under President Trump. So far, no indication that he will testify. They've also recently been in touch with two significant individuals. Alexander Holder, he's that documentary filmmaker who had about 10 hours of never-before-seen footage in and around January 6th, speaking to the president, the vice president, his family members, and separately, Ginny Thomas as well, obviously the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who played her own role in trying to overturn the 2020 results.
Peter Alexander, we know you'll be on it today. Thank you so much. And you, our viewers, can watch the January 6th hearing on the Capitol attack right here on NBC News Now. Our special coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Now to Texas, where this morning a federal investigation is underway into one of the deadliest cases of human smuggling in this country in decades. Officials say the bodies of dozens of migrants were found yesterday in the trailer of a big rig truck in San Antonio. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from San Antonio with the very latest. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yes, Savannah, a tough morning here on the outskirts of San Antonio, and this is the remote road where that tractor trailer was found just about 100 yards behind me. Authorities have towed it from the scene to gather evidence, but it was inside that trailer where they made that grim discovery. The bodies of 46 migrants. 16 survivors are now recovering, fighting to stay alive in area hospitals, including 4 pediatric patients. In the meantime, authorities say they have 3 men in custody, but have yet to say if they're directly tied to this smuggling plot. A sweltering summer day in Texas, with temperatures topping 100 degrees, contributing to one of the country's deadliest human smuggling cases in recent history.
Quite a few of them are already deceased.
The tragedy unfolding Monday in a rural part of San Antonio. 46 people found dead in the back of this stifling truck. The first calls coming in just before 6 p.m.
The truck driver is running southbound on foot along the railroad tracks.
Police say a local worker made the terrible discovery after hearing cries for help. Authorities found the abandoned semi-truck with its doors partially opened.
We're not supposed to open up a truck and see stacks of bodies in there.
Officials say the likely cause of death, heat stroke. Incredibly, 16 others survived, including several children, but they were in an extremely weakened state when they were taken to area hospitals.
The patients that we saw were hot to the touch. They were suffering from heat stroke, heat exhaustion, no signs of water in the vehicle. It was a refrigerated tractor trailer, but there was no visible working AC unit on that rig.
This horrific scene echoing a similar tragedy in San Antonio, where 10 people died crammed inside a tractor trailer back in 2017. This year has already seen record numbers of border encounters in the Southwest, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Texas Governor Greg Abbott tweeting, quote, "These deaths are on Biden. They are a result of his deadly open border policies." San Antonio's mayor with a different perspective.
There are, that we know of, 46 individuals who are no longer with us, who had families, who were likely trying to find a better life.
All right, thank you, Morgan. In Missouri this morning, investigators are trying to figure out what caused a deadly Amtrak train collision yesterday. 255 passengers and crew were on board the train, which was traveling from L.A. to Chicago, when it hit a dump truck and completely derailed. At least 3 people were killed and dozens more were injured. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from the scene of the derailment in Mendon, Missouri. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You can hear major machinery going behind our camera, by the way. They're clearing the wreckage as we speak. But in addition to those 3 fatalities that you mentioned, 2 people on board the train and the driver of the dump truck, we're also told dozens more were injured. And with that, I want to step out of the way and show you the wreckage. We're being kept a little ways back because, again, that machinery is moving in, and also the wreckage is so vast. At the same time, a 16-member team from the National Transportation Safety Board on their way here to, among other things, look for the train's event recorder and any video it may have captured.
Damn it. It happened.
This is video of passengers inside the train in the immediate, terrifying aftermath of Monday's Amtrak derailment. Outside, dazed survivors sitting on top of the overturned train.
You all right? Yes, sir. He'd be late to Chicago. And we hit a truck. Someone was crossing tracks.
8 cars and 2 locomotives from Amtrak's Southwest Chief Train 4 derailed after colliding with a dump truck. Authorities described the location where it happened as an uncontrolled crossing, meaning there were no traffic signals or crossing gates. There was a stop sign, however.
On Highway 11, then west to Forest Prairie, we have an Amtrak derailment, multiple injuries, multiple fatalities. Requesting all available units respond.
More than 200 passengers and 12 crew were aboard. Multiple law enforcement agencies, first responders, and medevac units were on scene within minutes.
There are multiple injuries, and we can confirm there are 3 fatalities.
The train could have been traveling at up to 79 miles per hour. At that speed, experts say it would need more than a mile to stop.
It looked like a bomb had gone off inside of the train car.
High school teacher Jason Drinkard was heading to a conference in Chicago with his wife and 6 students.
I can't even begin to describe the scene of people that were injured, bleeding, trying to get out of the train. My brain said, this might be when I die.
This derailment is the 3rd fatal Amtrak accident this week. Fatal collisions in Brentwood, California and Birmingham, Alabama left 4 others dead. Local resident Mike Spencer says the crossing in Missouri was an accident waiting to happen.
Amtrak comes through here at anywhere from 75 to 100 miles per hour. So it doesn't give you much time to cross. If you make a mistake, this has got the potential of happening just like it happened.
So many stories coming out from this wreck, and here's one more incredibly striking one. We're told 2 Boy Scout troops were on their way back from a trip to New Mexico. 16 scouts, 8 troop leaders, all of whom were told seemingly, thankfully, uninjured. And we can say that because we were told by authorities they stayed on site to help other passengers who were hurt in the crash.
Good to hear they're okay. Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. Voters in several states are heading to the polls today in the latest round of primary elections.
Primaries will take place in Colorado, Illinois, New York, Oklahoma, and Utah. There's also a runoff happening in Mississippi. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with a preview of today's races. Hey, Mark, good to see you. So let's first start here in our state, New York, the race for governor. Several candidates are looking to win a first term up in Albany. Tell us about this race and what we should be looking out for today.
Yeah, you end up having incumbent Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul, who, of course, ended up becoming governor after Andrew Cuomo ended up resigning from office. And there are several other Democrats who are vying to take her on. And that includes Tom Suozzi, congressman, Democratic congressman. And we're also seeing in New York, there is a Democratic primary for lieutenant governor. And then it's worth noting on the Republican side of things in New York, for the right to be the Republican nominee, you end up having people like Congressman Lee Zeldin, as well as Andrew Giuliani, who is Rudy Giuliani's son.
Let's talk about Mississippi and the South. Got 2 kind of unusual runoff races with incumbents. Tell us about the candidates here and what makes it so unusual.
Yeah, and so you end up having runoffs because incumbent Republican members of Congress did not clear 50% to be able to avoid a runoff. And so in Mississippi 3, we're seeing Michael Guest, the incumbent Republican congressman, getting a challenge from Michael Cassidy. Guest ended up voting for a bipartisan January 6th commission, and his opponent has tried to hit him on that. And then in Mississippi 4, you have Stephen Palazzo, who is getting a primary, who's in a runoff. And this is after ethics investigations have ended up dogging him. And it's never a really good sign when you're an incumbent and you get forced into a runoff. And so we'll be watching those results tonight.
Mark, of course, the backdrop of all of our coverage for the last few days has been the Supreme Court's ruling on Roe versus Wade. And we've talked a lot about the impact that could potentially have on this fall's midterms. But tell us about the primaries that are left this season. I mean, how much of a role will that play? Could we see it getting people out even in this short term?
Yeah, so when it comes to abortion and the Roe versus Wade overturning fallout, I am looking at a couple of primaries on the Republican side in Colorado for Senate and for governor, where we are actually seeing Republicans who have more moderate views versus hardline views on that issue. And so that will be interesting, where there are some differences of opinion in those Republican primaries. But as you ended up mentioning, when it comes to abortion, this is really going to be more of a general election issue when you end up having Democrats running against Republicans in November. And so we're going to be looking at the polls as well as those upcoming general election matchups, but not necessarily kind of gauging any kind of primary real big action to kind of see how big this is already going to be in the fall. But we do know this is going to be a big issue.
All right, Mark Murray, thanks so much. Now to the upcoming July 4th holiday. Millions are gearing up for the 3-day weekend, but there are growing concerns from travelers about actually reaching their destinations. It comes as airports scramble to deal with more flight cancellations and delays. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now. Hey, Emily, my last 4 work trips have been impacted by exactly this. It is not fun. Tell us what the latest is.
Yeah, not fun at all. I wish there was a way I could give you tips to guarantee that your flight could get off without any mishaps, but there are at least some steps you can take to at least reduce the risk of facing flight disruptions. Travel experts say the #1 thing that you can do is be proactive, both in preparing for last-minute changes and responding to them, as some 13 million Americans gear up to head out and travel, take to the skies this holiday weekend.
It's the final countdown to Independence Day, but flying to your destination may require infuriating dependence on airlines riddled with problems. According to travel app Hopper, more than 1/4 of U.S. flights are now being delayed, half of them for an hour or more.
Our flight's canceled, and as you can see, lines are pretty long to figure out how to rebook.
and there's no one really kind of assisting and trying to help us figure out how to get home.
Chicago Midway, Baltimore, and Newark among the country's most disruption-plagued airports, where a perfect storm of staffing shortages, bad weather, and soaring demand has some passengers rethinking their plans.
Is there anything you would do differently for your next trip?
Not go. I'm not making any more plans for travel. This is it.
U.S. airports just saw their busiest travel day so far this year, nearly 2.5 million passengers on Sunday, a record anticipated to be broken this holiday weekend. So how can travelers best avoid airport Armageddon? Experts say, first, try to travel on off-peak days. AAA says Friday, July 1st, will be the busiest day at airports. The least congested days, Saturday the 2nd and Monday the 4th. Next, sign up for your airline's free text alerts and download their app for the fastest flight notifications. When packing, remember, less is more. Try to avoid checking luggage to miss the long lines at check-in and baggage claim. Still, be prepared for last-minute cancellations. If you need to rebook, try the airline's international call center. Even if you're on a domestic flight, they can still help, and wait times can be shorter.
For travelers who haven't booked yet, consider adding a flight disruption protection product that allows you to rebook yourself immediately on the next available flight, regardless of the airline.
If you get stuck and can't fly out until the next day, ask the airline to put you up in a hotel, though they're not required by law to do so. And the best advice, remember to be nice.
Can your attitude towards the customer service reps impact the outcome?
I would say that a positive attitude is probably only going to get you further.
Keeping the skies friendly, even when the process is turbulent.
Some good life advice there, too. So you'll find a lot of people are finding that rebooking can be difficult. That's because the planes, they're already packed, as a lot of airlines are trimming and rolling back some of their summer schedules as they contend with staffing shortages. So that is making these flights more competitive to get on. Savannah, back to you.
Emily, if you're nice, you might get to where you need to go. I do think that's true, because it is sort of up to them and their discretion. And good tip there with the international phone number. Emily, thanks so much.
We're going to be nice and hope for a nice weather forecast
Yeah,
here.
Michelle Grossman said it's kind of quiet, right? Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. It is kind of quiet, and I do have the word nice on one of my maps. So
right behind
It literally is right there. See?
It's right here.
There you go.
Yes,
It applies to everything.
It really does. So funny. Happy Tuesday, guys. Yeah, so we do have nice conditions in the Northeast. We had that rain yesterday. That cold front came through. It brought that humidity down, so really low dew points today. Temperatures below normal, so right around 70s, 80s in the Northeast and New England. We are watching severe storms in parts of Wisconsin, also Montana, warm throughout the central and southern plains, even the northern plains where we're starting to heat up again. Warm throughout southern California, temperatures into the upper 80s. And then we're watching this front that sort of parked itself over the south, and we're looking at repeated rounds of showers and storms. That's going to be the story over the next couple of days. So a severe threat this afternoon and evening in parts of Montana, also Wisconsin, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and also the chance of a low tornado. It's low, but not zero, so we're going to watch that as we go throughout the day. Now, yesterday we had all those heat alerts stretching from the northwest to the southwest. We've shrunk that, so that's good news for the Pacific Northwest, but we're still really warm in parts of Southern California. 14 million people impacted by a heat alert. We have a heat advisory where you see the orange from Fresno to Bakersfield down to Santa Ana. And we also do have some heat warnings as well, where you see that hot pink color. Now look at the huge contrast in the Northeast. We're looking at temperatures in New England, the Mid-Atlantic, well below normal for this time of year. So D.C. 5 degrees below what is average for this time of year. After a really warm weekend, a warm day yesterday. We're at 82 degrees today, 81 in Raleigh, 81 in Cincinnati, and 87 in Nashville. But look what happens. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to climb just a bit. Still pretty comfortable, though. Philadelphia, we're right at the average mark, 86 degrees, mid-80s in Richmond. Boston looking good. We're at 82. But notice 92 in St. Louis. That's sort of a preview of what we're going to see towards the later part of the week into the weekend. So here come those 90s once again for the July 4th weekend. We're looking at temperatures into the mid-90s by Friday, 92 by Saturday. Same story in Raleigh, and we're looking at Nashville, 91 on Friday, Saturday, 90 degrees. Now, talking about that cold front that swept through yesterday, that has moved off the coast in parts of the Northeast, but it's kind of hung up in the Carolinas and also the Southeast. So we're looking at this kind of parked over this area, and this is going to bring some slow-moving storms. Could see some flash flooding, some heavy downpours in that area over the next several days.
Not so nice.
Yeah, not so nice. We can't all be nice.
Keeping an eye on, what do we call it? PT. PCS. Don't know. PTSD. Potentially. From last hurricane season. I don't know. That's one of those storms we're kind of keeping an eye on. All right, Michelle, mostly good news. Thank you so much. And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, tragedy once again strikes Ukraine after a Russian missile attack tore through a crowded shopping mall. Our Richard Engel has the latest next.
Plus, just days before the start of WNBA star Brittany Griner's trial in Russia, Griner's family is now pushing for more action. Those stories next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast, listen now.
This morning, first responders are searching for survivors after a Russian strike hit a shopping mall in the central Ukrainian city of Kremenchuk. Officials say at least 20 people have died. Dozens more are injured. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more.
After working through the night, the rescue crews this morning look exhausted. Mostly, they are searching for remains. It's quiet now. The only sounds are shovels. Last night, right before the Russian attack, the mall was noisy, full. Ukrainians say 1,000 people were inside. Some of the children's toys, backpacks, and a soccer ball remain. A strong smell of fire is everywhere. Investigators are on site too, collecting evidence of possible war crimes. It's illegal to deliberately bomb civilians. Ukrainians say that's exactly what Russia did and is doing across the country. The mall was so crowded because the area had never been hit before. People felt safe. Earlier, we spoke with President Zelensky, who accused Russia of trying to break Ukrainian spirit.
They cannot break us, even if they decide to bomb us all and all our cities. They cannot break our nation.
Why do you think this is happening, that there are now thousands of allegations of Russian war crimes here? Thousands of them.
Thousands.
Why?
Very difficult question. I think that is not even a question. That is something was broken, with mentality, with them. Something, який був.
The entire beast lurking inside of them has erupted out.
That was Richard Engel reporting for us from Ukraine.
Now, the trial for WNBA star Brittany Griner is set to begin this Friday in Russia. Griner was arrested back in February on drug charges, and she now faces up to 10 years in prison if found guilty. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest on the case and the growing calls to bring her home.
Shaking her head, handcuffed and escorted by police, WNBA star Brittany Griner spotted in a Russian courthouse on her way to a preliminary hearing. The two-time Olympic gold medalist's trial start date set for July 1st. Griner facing charges of large-scale transportation of drugs.
This isn't necessarily good news. It does mean, though, I should say, there's some movement, and movement sometimes is better than no movement. It does provide opportunities for the U.S. government to get involved.
Because she is wrongfully detained.
Griner's wife on MSNBC last week pleading for help more than 4 months after Griner's Moscow airport arrest. Russian authorities saying she allegedly had vape cartridges with cannabis-based oil and was caught less than a week before Russia invaded Ukraine.
America will negotiate their release. It's not a maybe, it's a will. They will negotiate for their release.
Last month, the U.S. State Department turned her case over to its special presidential envoy for hostage affairs. The State Department telling NBC News the U.S. government will continue to provide appropriate support to Ms. Griner and her family. We will continue to press for her release. She could face 10 years in prison if convicted. Former diplomat Bill Richardson, who has helped free numerous Americans around the world, was also asked to help by Griner's wife.
I had a lot of relationships with Russian government officials on energy, on foreign policy, on UN issues. So they know me. I know them.
You know, the Russians, at the end of the day, are really transactional. And they took Brittany Griner, and more to the point, they kept her for all these months because they presumably think they can get something in exchange for releasing her at some point.
Meanwhile, back home, Griner's family, teammates, and fans hoping she'll be home soon. Her jersey number and initials etched into every WNBA court this season, with Griner named an honorary starter for the league's All-Star game next month.
You know, we're here to do whatever we can to make sure we amplify and keep BG at the forefront of the things that we want to do.
Our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that report.
Breaking news out of Colombia this morning. The head of the country's prisons agency says 49 inmates have died following a prison riot that took place overnight in the southwestern city of Tuluá. It was not immediately clear what sparked the incident. Colombia's president says he has ordered an investigation into what he called a terrible situation. Coming up, is the monkeypox outbreak here in the U.S. more widespread than what is being reported?
Some scientists are now sounding the alarm, and they say a lack of testing is making it hard to track. That's next.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction. A deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The World Health Organization has decided not to declare monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern. Meanwhile, the virus is continuing to spread in Europe and the U.S.
Reported cases here in the U.S. remain relatively low, but health officials worry the organization's decision could slow down efforts to try to contain the spread of this virus. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now for more. Dr. Blackstock, good to see you. So scientists tracking monkeypox in the U.S. are concerned that the outbreak is actually a lot bigger than what's being reported. What would be leading to that confusion, and is there anything that can be done to really try to get a more accurate picture of the spread?
Good morning, Savannah. So as you may recall, at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, we also had this issue with testing. And the issue is that we've had chronic underinvestment in our public health system that's led to a very fragmented and uncoordinated testing system. So right now, if you want to get tested for monkeypox, you have to go to your doctor who has to coordinate with a local department of public health to get all the testing equipment and resources needed. That is a very onerous process and takes a very long time. But what we need to do is to have testing accessible and available to everyone. And right now we don't have that.
It's not just testing. Vaccines are a concern. New York City and Washington, D.C., they've already run out of monkeypox vaccine, and health officials in both cities say they're still waiting for new supplies of shots from the CDC. How worried are you about states falling behind in this fight?
Right. And so, we have this window of opportunity to get one step ahead. So we're going to use that tried and true method of isolate, test, and trace people. And what we do is if there's someone that's been exposed to monkeypox, you can actually do what they call a ring vaccination, vaccinate people around the person of contact. And so we need to do that to really get ahead of the ball. And if we don't do that, we're going to see an increase in transmission of monkeypox throughout the community, even at higher rates than we've already seen thus far over the last few months.
Dr. Blackstock, before we let you go, I do want to quickly turn to COVID. The FDA Advisory Committee is set to meet later today to discuss COVID vaccines for the fall. What are you hoping to see from that meeting?
So I'm hoping to see that the FDA will direct vaccine manufacturers to develop variant-specific vaccines. What we've seen from the studies is that these variant-specific vaccines really boost antibodies against the Omicron variants. That's what we're going to need to stay one step ahead of these variants, especially we know that we're supposed to have another spike in the fall. These variant-specific vaccines are going to be much needed as soon as possible.
All right, Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you so much. And coming up, a remarkable maritime discovery just off the coast of the Philippines. The sunken World War II-era Navy ship that's now the world's deepest wreck ever uncovered.
Plus, if you're traveling this holiday weekend, get ready for delays and cancellations. We've got some top tips to keep the fireworks, like the bad fireworks, out of your vacation next.
Top story with Tom Llamas. weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. And to an amazing discovery found 4 miles under the ocean's surface. A U.S. Navy ship that sank back in 1944 during World War II has finally been found.
For decades, the ship's whereabouts were unknown till now.
NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now with more from Beijing. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Good morning. For nearly 80 years, the USS Samuel B. Roberts has sat in darkness on the ocean floor off the Philippines. Now, after years of searching, the ship that went down fighting is making history again as the deepest wreckage ever discovered.
Deep in the sea off the Philippines, a remarkable discovery: the wreckage of the USS Samuel B. Roberts. The U.S. Navy destroyer that sank during World War II nearly 80 years ago has been on the floor of the Western Pacific Ocean, over 4 miles deep. It's where a team of American and British explorers found the battered ship split in two, the gun mount and torpedo tubes still intact. They could even make out the hull number, 413.
When a ship goes down in battle, it vanishes into the black of the ocean. But finding the wrecks, I think, does bring some level of peace and respect to those that fell in the battle.
At 22,600 feet down, it's the deepest shipwreck yet. Further into the sea than Mount Kilimanjaro is high, and nearly twice the depth of where explorers found the Titanic. The incredible imagery of the ship captured by a high-tech sub after deep-sea detective work and a lot of luck.
Finding a small wreck like the Sammy B in such a significant wreck has just been, well, we couldn't have wished for more, really.
The Sammy B, as the ship is known, is famous for a heroic stand against the Japanese. during the battle off Samar in the Philippine Sea in October 1944.
Guarding the invasion of the Philippines, a vast American naval force. Battleships, cruisers, destroyers, submarines.
Part of the Taffy 3 task force, the Navy escort was never meant for heavy battle, but made a torpedo attack at point-blank range into the teeth of Japanese cruisers. Jack Hewson, a gunner on the ship, recalled before he died in 2016 how they were outnumbered and outgunned.
The shells were coming right over, we could see them, right over our heads. And then I knew, boy, this is for real. It's going to be a fight to the finish.
The order came to abandon ship. Survivors watched her slip into the sea along with 89 men.
I was just crying, my heart.
The ship, a last witness to battle, now an artifact for historians.
They are considered a war grave, look but don't touch. It is sacred territory. It is essentially an American graveyard.
The expedition crew kept its distance for other reasons too. The cannons are still loaded, frozen in time on the sea floor.
The U.S. had 4 ships that sank in that area, including the USS Johnson, which was found last year by the same explorer and was considered the deepest wreck at over 21,000 feet until this discovery of the Sammy B. Their plan now to find those other 2 ships so they can help complete this fascinating connection to history. Guys?
This 4th of July weekend is expected, of course, to be a busy one with millions of Americans planning to travel for the holiday.
That's despite rising prices for gas and hotels and, as we've been talking a lot about, a whole bunch of flight delays and cancellations. So what can you do to help navigate around all this travel chaos?
Joining us now is Clint Henderson, managing editor for the Points Guide travel website. Clint, good to have you with us. We appreciate it and are eager to hear what you have to tell us. I mean, we're covering this mess around airports around the country. What is your advice for those? The flight does get delayed, it does get canceled during this busy travel weekend. Then what should you do?
So I actually looked in today. It's American Airlines that's having trouble. They've canceled over 200 flights today. Delta was the big offender the past couple of days. But there's good news. There is things you can do. I would just urge all consumers to be their own best advocate. You really have to be an educated traveler right now to protect yourself. So check your flight way ahead of time. Use tracking services like Flight Radar 24 or FlightAware. Download the airline app so you make sure you're tracking your flight within the airline you're flying's app, and then you can rebook yourself if necessary. If something goes sideways, make sure you run to the ticket counter, run to your phone, get on social media, direct message the airline, and go on the app to see if you can rebook yourself first, because you're fighting everyone else on the plane trying to rebook. And as everyone knows, it's tough right now because there's so few seats available. The other thing I would say is fly early in the morning if you at all possibly can, because those flights are most likely to go out on time and have crews, et cetera, and try to fly nonstop if you can right now. Adding a connection, just not a great idea with all the delays and cancellations we're seeing.
Yeah, unless you're willing to have your vacation in the city your layover's in. It's not great.
Pick a layover city that you like.
That you'd be okay with. Okay, besides even the cancellation and mess, if you do get there, everything's expensive, whether it's these plane tickets, hotels, of course, gas prices. What are your tips for trying to do this on a budget?
So if you're doing a big road trip, try to download all the apps that you can, like fuel rewards apps. A lot of the gas stations, a lot of grocery stores have fuel savings cards that you can sign up for, and you can get anywhere from 5 cents off to as much as 40 cents off a gallon if you sign up for one of the credit cards. So there are ways to save. Use a cash back or a points back credit card when you fill up to get a little bit of a rebate on gas prices. Try to find some places closer to home. Maybe don't do the national park road trip, but do the state park you've always wanted to see that's a little closer to your house. Obviously, have an electric car or rent an electric car. A lot of the rental car companies are restocking their fleets with electric cars, so that's another way to save on gas prices. Do a staycation. Go see local sites you've always wanted to visit but have never done, like a local museum. Go to those state parks. Like I said, there are ways to save, and there are still a lot of deals out there if you're willing to travel internationally. Probably not for the 4th of July weekend, but if you're booking longer term, there are some deals, especially to places like Europe.
Yeah, I mean, quickly along those lines, you mentioned staycations and things. Any destinations you recommend for people who don't want to break the bank this holiday?
Yeah, stay close to home. I mean, really check out all those places near you that you've been wanting to see forever. go to sites like The Points Guy, sign up for deal alerts on Twitter, take a look at companies that cover deals, because we do publish a deal every single day. And sometimes you can score even last minute flights to places like Cancun or Hawaii if you're willing to jump on it immediately. Those deals go fast. So that's the other note of caution, I would say.
All right. Lots to think about in the next couple of days before.
Last minute trip to Cancun.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Glenn Henderson, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Coming up, flipping the script on old Hollywood.
We'll introduce you to the Black women crafting some of television's most memorable and critically acclaimed series. That's next.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As Pride Month comes to a close, we want to celebrate our very own Joe Fryer. Joe was named Journalist of the Year by the NLGJA, the Association of LGBTQ Journalists. The award is given to an LGBTQ journalist whose work brings honor and integrity to the profession. Over the past year, Joe, of course, has reported on numerous issues impacting the LGBTQ community, including the recent Pride special he hosted and many of the stories you see here on our show. Joe, so well-deserved. Congratulations.
Thank you. And of course, I mean, I share it with the producers, managers, photojournalists, editors who work with us on News Now and the Today Show to help us put all these segments and stories and specials together. So could not possibly do it alone. So
very
thank you so
sweet.
much. Share it
You
with
got
everyone.
it. Congrats.
Thank you. All right, let's end this hour with the story of a new renaissance. Black women in Hollywood. Not only are they creating some of the best shows on television right now, they're changing the game and opening doors and leaving them open for many more to follow. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah shares their stories.
My first TV writing job was on the reboot of Boomerang that Lena Waithe did at BET.
I got my start in the industry as an assistant at Girlfriends.
I started Tracy Vaughn Productions, I guess, a few years ago. And the whole goal of that, honestly, was to bring up new producers, bring up new writers, and employ women of color while doing it.
Historically, the entertainment industry has withheld access and power from Black creators. Movements like Oscars So White and Black Lives Matter have shed a necessary spotlight on these inequities. And today, some say there's a renaissance among Black content creators and media moguls. Like these Black showrunners, all powerhouses in media, paving what they hope to be an equitable and representative path in the industry. But this trailblazing is not without resistance.
When I started as a staff writer in the business, it really was like there was one of us. If you were lucky, there was one in the room.
It's hard to get shows on in general. It's hard to get shows about us on.
I distinctly remember what it was like to feel kind of hopeless in this business and to even wonder if there was a place for me as a Black woman creator.
As more Black creators take their place in the field, data show their presence opens doors for others as well. McKinsey & Co. found that films with a Black producer or director are significantly more likely to have a Black writer. And if a film's producer is Black, the film is far more likely to have a Black director too.
Part of why we're seeing what we're seeing now is the ones that were let through the door did not walk through it quietly. They went through it, they made their presence known, and then they held it open.
I think Black women do so much work in elevating each other. I remember when Grey's Anatomy came out, and you wouldn't have known because it wasn't like it was an all-Black show, right? That it was a Black woman, and like every Black girl was like, you know that our show was created by Shonda Rhimes, and you know she is Black, right? Like it was just like that was the movement. You just have this whole new kind of wave of creators that are making sure that you know who they are both behind and on screen, and that's given so much more room for new voices to come in the door.
And as these Black women showrunners take their seat at the table, they hope to bring along many more.
We are all applauding the progress and we are all grateful for the progress, but it is progress from a place of almost zero. So even though it's been progress, there is still a long way to go.
The evolution of the business, of people seeing that Black people actually have stories to tell and there's money to be made.
Black women have always been here. It's just now we're a little bit more visible and hopefully have a little bit more power.
Our thanks to Zin Clay Esamoff for bringing us that important conversation. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Tuesday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicki Wynn is off today. Right now on NBC News Now, Texas tragedy. At least 50 people found dead in a truck in San Antonio, with more than a dozen others hurt, including kids. The new details police are now revealing about what appears to be one of the deadliest human smuggling cases in history. Amtrak derailment. A train carrying more than 250 people crashed in Missouri, leaving 3 dead. Coming up, how Boy Scouts helped come to the rescue. Sentencing day. Victims of convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell speaking out about their trauma today. We'll tell you how long Maxwell could face behind bars. And helping a helper. A fast food worker says he hasn't missed a day of work in more than 25 years. Now the world is stepping up to surprise him with a reward he never could have imagined. We begin this morning in San Antonio, Texas, where federal agencies have taken over the investigation of at least 50 people dying. And that was after being trapped inside a tractor trailer. More than a dozen others were taken to the hospital, and the abandoned truck was carrying undocumented migrants. San Antonio's mayor called the incident, quote, nothing short of a horrific human tragedy. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky brings us the latest from San Antonio.
A sweltering summer day in Texas, with temperatures topping 100 degrees, contributing to one of the country's deadliest human smuggling cases in recent history.
Quite a few of them are already deceased.
The tragedy unfolding Monday in a rural part of San Antonio. The first calls coming in just before 6 p.m.
The truck driver is running southbound on foot along the railroad tracks.
Police say a local worker made the terrible discovery after hearing cries for help. Authorities found the abandoned semi-truck with its doors partially opened.
We're not supposed to open up a truck and see stacks of bodies in there.
Officials say the likely cause of death, heat stroke. Incredibly, others survived, including several children, but they were in an extremely weakened state when they were taken to area hospitals.
The patients that we saw were hot to the touch. They were suffering from heat stroke, heat exhaustion, no signs of water in the vehicle. It was a refrigerated tractor trailer, but there was no visible working AC unit on that rig.
This horrific scene echoing a similar tragedy in San Antonio, where 10 people died crammed inside a tractor trailer back in 2017. This year has already seen record numbers of border encounters in the Southwest, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Texas Governor Greg Abbott tweeting, quote, "These deaths are on Biden. They are a result of his deadly open border policies." San Antonio's mayor with a different perspective.
There are, that we know of, 46 individuals who are no longer with us, who had families, who were likely trying to find a better life.
The Biden administration is now responding to Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott after he placed blame on the White House for these immigrant deaths. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is following the latest with that. Peter, tell us more about what the Biden administration is now saying in response to Abbott's criticism.
Morgan, we're now hearing from the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who said that his administration or his agency is working to find those responsible for the death of these at least 50 individuals, these migrants who were found in those awful conditions, dying in the back of that tractor trailer truck. This is the tweet that we received from Mayorkas. He writes, "Human smugglers are callous individuals who have no regard for the vulnerable people they exploit and endanger in order to make a profit." He said, "We'll work alongside our partners to hold them responsible for this tragedy and to continue to take action to disrupt smuggling networks." We did hear from the Republican governor of Texas, as we heard from Morgan Chesky earlier, saying that the deaths are on Biden. He blamed this on the open door immigration policies of this administration. One of the things that's notable here is what's called Title 42. And the President Biden, has come under a lot of criticism, including from the Texas governor, for basically his efforts to try to remove that public health emergency order that it was put in place under former President Trump. And what it does basically is send any migrants who are found entering the U.S. are immediately expelled from the country, sent back to Mexico where they came from or to the country of their origin. But one of the unintended consequences of this, Morgan, has been that it has also encouraged many of these migrants to try to get into the U.S. through other illegal means. And that has brought with it an uptick in these smuggling efforts. Some of the statistics are pretty jarring. You look back at 2021, last fiscal year was about 1.7 million individuals who were found and expelled, many of them multiple times because they would come and get kicked out and come and go again. This time, with about 4 months left in this fiscal year already, the U.S. has found 1.5 million migrants so far.
Wow.
Morgan?
I mean, it's just unbelievable what people are going through to get to safety. Peter Alexander from the White House for us. Peter, thank you. Shockwaves rolling through a small town in Missouri after a Chicago-bound Amtrak train hit a dump truck at an uncontrolled crossing just yesterday. Now, 3 people have died, with dozens more suffering injuries. This is the third fatal Amtrak derailment just this week. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Mendon, Missouri with the latest. Maggie, good morning.
Morgan, good morning. So as you mentioned, in addition to those 3 fatalities, which include, by the way, 2 people on board that Amtrak train and the driver of the dump truck, we're told dozens more were injured. And now basically hospitals in this area are treating the wounded as questions loom as to how this deadly derailment could have happened.
Damn it. It happened.
This is video of passengers inside the train in the immediate, terrifying aftermath of Monday's Amtrak derailment. Outside, dazed survivors sitting on top of the overturned train.
You all right? Yes, sir. He'd be late to Chicago. Damn. We hit a truck. Someone was crossing tracks.
8 cars and 2 locomotives from Amtrak's Southwest Chief Train 4 derailed after colliding with a dump truck. Authorities described the location where it happened as an uncontrolled crossing, meaning there were no traffic signals or crossing gates. There was a stop sign, however.
On Highway 11, then west to Forest Prairie, we have an Amtrak derailment, multiple injuries, multiple fatalities. Requesting all available units respond.
More than 200 passengers and 12 crew were aboard. Multiple law enforcement agencies, first responders, and medevac units were on scene within minutes.
There are multiple injuries, and we can confirm there are 3 fatalities.
The train could have been traveling at up to 79 miles per hour. At that speed, experts say it would need more than a mile to stop.
It looked like a bomb had gone off inside of the train car.
High school teacher Jason Drinkard was heading to a conference in Chicago with his wife and 6 students.
I can't even begin to describe the scene of people that were injured, bleeding, trying to get out of the train, my brain said, this might be when I die.
This derailment is the third fatal Amtrak accident this week. Fatal collisions in Brentwood, California and Birmingham, Alabama left 4 others dead. Local resident Mike Spencer says the crossing in Missouri was an accident waiting to happen.
Amtrak comes through here at anywhere from 75 to 100 miles per hour. So it doesn't give you much time to cross. If you make a mistake, this has got the potential of happening just like it happened.
Morgan, so many tragic stories emerging from this, but one silver lining that we have heard about, 2 Boy Scout troops, it turns out, were actually on board that train coming from a trip in New Mexico back to their homes in Wisconsin. And when the derailment happened, 16 scouts and 8 troop leaders, all uninjured, and all stayed on the scene to help their fellow injured passengers.
Talk about Boy Scouts honor. Look, Maggie, the resident that you spoke to there said that this was just an accident waiting to happen. I mean, do we know what investigators will be looking into going forward now?
Definitely. The NTSB sending a 16-person team to this crash site, which is just behind me, and you can kind of see some big machinery back in there. They're starting, it seems, to move some pieces around. We're told one key piece of evidence that the National Transportation Safety Board wants is an event recorder, which was on board the train, and they hope recorded video during the crash. Morgan.
All right, Maggie Vespa for us. Maggie, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And in the wake of the Supreme Court's historic reversal of Roe versus Wade on Friday, the focus is now turning to the individual states. Conservatives in nearly half the country, if you look at your map there, are moving to end or restrict abortion rights, while liberals and 20 others are working to protect them. But the fights are not just happening within the states. Experts now think a war is brewing between states over conflicting abortion laws. Let's go to begin with NBC's Stephanie Gosk on the country that's still coping with the court's decision to overturn Roe.
Hey there, the Supreme Court's ruling has left many rattled in the country, but the most immediate and dramatic impact has been in states where abortion was banned in just a matter of hours. Just days after that landmark Supreme Court decision, many states across the country still coping with the aftermath, and some seeking abortion facing uncertainty. Abortion is now illegal in 7 states, and at least a dozen more are expected to ban or restrict the procedure in the weeks ahead. In both Louisiana and Utah, judges have issued temporary restraining orders, preventing the state's abortion bans from going into effect. Abortion rights groups are suing the state of Louisiana, arguing the ban violates the state's constitution. All of this is a bit of whiplash, though, right? For you and also for your patients, isn't it?
We've gone from the lowest of the lows to a temporary high, and I would only say to our patients, it's worth it.
But in most of the states where those bans are in effect, women who want an abortion will have to cross state lines to get one, to the 20 states where abortion remains legal. Something the group Texas Right to Life is hoping they can stop by putting social programs in place to help.
We really want to pay attention to making sure we're protecting pregnant students and pregnant workers.
Abortion rights supporters say that is not good enough. Vice President Kamala Harris vowing the administration will fight to make sure abortions remain available.
We will do everything within our power to ensure that women have access to the medication they need, which has been, by the way, FDA approved, and that they will have freedom of travel.
In Louisiana, they'll be back in court on July 8th when that temporary restraining order could be lifted. A similar ruling is expected potentially in Utah. Pro-abortion rights activists don't hold out much hope for these efforts, but they say their legal teams are committed to keep trying. Back to you.
All right, that's Stephanie Goss reporting for us there. Meanwhile, new evidence is prompting a last-minute hearing for the House committee that's investigating the Capitol riot. It's set for this afternoon, and NBC News has learned that we will hear from Cassidy Hutchinson, who's the former aide to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now. Ali, what do we know specifically about Hutchinson, her role, and where she was during the Capitol riots?
Well, Morgan, her name may sound familiar to some of our viewers because we saw pre-recorded clips of her multiple testimonies before the committee in last week's hearings. And we know that as former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' assistant, she really had unfettered access to meetings and conversations that were going on in the White House before, during, and after January 6th. We heard in those clips that she talked about former House GOP lawmakers that asked for presidential pardons for their involvement in January 6th. She talked about how Meadows knew and was warned of violence that could occur at the Capitol on January 6th, but he decided to go along with that anyway. So she was we also know that she was physically with the former president in the West Wing and at the rally on the Ellipse on January 6th during his speech. And so as of now, as of today, she will become the first White House employee to publicly testify before this committee. Of course, she is also the closest the committee has come to what former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows knows, because the committee has asked him to comply with these subpoenas multiple times. Now he's willing to face possible criminal charges for not complying with those subpoenas, Morgan.
And can we also talk about John Eastman, Allie, because he's the lawyer who advised former President Trump prior to January 6th, and he says that his phone was seized by the FBI in a court filing. What else did his lawyer say?
So we learned yesterday that Eastman had his phone seized the same day that Jeffrey Clark, that former DOJ official that we learned in last week's hearings, Trump wanted to put at the top of the Justice Department to help him push those claims of a fraudulent election. We learned that his home was searched by Justice Department officials the same day that Eastman's phone was seized. And now we're hearing from Eastman's attorneys who say that Eastman's phone should be returned because the Office of the Inspector General within the Justice Department, they say, does not have the jurisdiction to be able to seize his phone because he wasn't a former Justice Department official. The Office of the Attorney General is saying that because of the connection with Clark that we learned about in last week's hearings, that they have, the power, the jurisdiction to be able to seize that phone. What is on that phone is definitely something that we are waiting to hear about. We know there's at least one email that we heard of in last week's hearing that Justice Department officials are sure to find on that phone, Morgan.
All right, Allie Raffa there from the halls of Capitol Hill. Allie, thank you so much. And coverage of today's hearing begins right here on NBC News Now at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific, and we will have more analysis throughout the day leading up to that moment. Convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell is on suicide watch ahead of her sentencing, scheduled to begin this morning right here in New York City. She could face up to 55 years in prison for recruiting and grooming 4 teenage girls to have sexual encounters with convicted sex offender and financier Jeffrey Epstein. NBC News and MSNBC legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Carol Lam joins us now. Carol, thanks so much for joining us this morning. First off, what sentence are prosecutors hoping for today?
Well, the prosecution is asking for a very long sentence by federal standards. They're asking for 30 to 55 years in custody for Ms. Maxwell. That is a pretty high sentence, and the defense in this case is asking for, of course, a much lower sentence of 5 years.
And can you just give us a sense, as a former judge, what sort of goes into delivering a sentence like that? How do you think this is ultimately going to play out for Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, there are really 2 primary factors that you look at as a judge. One is the nature of the crime itself and the victims of the crime, which, of course, here was very heavily played out at trial. These were sex crimes. These were young girls. They testified. So it was a very moving and poignant kind of trial. The other factors you look at are factors that have to do more with the defendant. What were the defendant's circumstances? What kind of life did the defendant lead? What kind of factors played into her decision to get involved with this kind of activity? And what has she demonstrated both at trial and after trial in terms of acceptance of responsibility? Those are the kinds of factors that go into play. On the federal side, you also look at what kind of sentences people in similar circumstances have received. So those are all the kinds of factors that judges have to look at when they're sentencing somebody.
All right, Carol Lam for us there. Carol, thank you so much for your time and your expertise. We really appreciate it. Forecasters have their eye on 3 separate tropical systems in the Atlantic Basin that have potential to really become named tropical storms in the next few days. One of those is in the Gulf of Mexico and could bring torrential rain and flash flooding to parts of Texas and Louisiana as soon as this week. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman has the latest on those storms.
Thanks so much, Morgan. Yeah, the tropics are starting to heat up. We're looking at 3 areas. The first one near the Gulf of Mexico. It's in really warm waters. It should pick up some tropical characteristics, but it's going to be slow to develop. A second one is near the Windward Islands, impacting the Windward Islands today. That could be our next named storm. That would be Bonnie. And then we have a third area that will be slow to develop as well. We have a 20% chance of development over the next 5 days. So this is the one we're watching the closest as we go throughout the next couple of days. But it's the Gulf of Mexico that will bring some heavy rain to eastern parts of Texas. And that's good news in the long run because we're in extreme drought there, but we could see some flash flooding. 30% chance in the next 5 days. Very slow development. It's going to be spinning in this really warm water. Here's that development zone where you see the red here. So mainly seeing that heavy rain falling along eastern Texas. And we're looking at bathwaters practically 80 degrees, upper 70s. So that's really warm. That's going to enhance the development of that storm. Now, what's going to happen is it's also going to interact with the stationary boundary that's kind of sitting over the Gulf. So these two are going to come together to produce some pretty heavy rain. Tomorrow, we're going to see those tropical downpours for eastern Texas and then just scattered storms along the Gulf Coast for the next few days. It's going to be a 3-day event, if not a little bit more. So this is through Thursday. We're looking at locally up to 4 inches of rain where you see the darker colors here, the shading. We're looking at the heaviest rain falling. So Houston over to New Orleans, we could see some pretty heavy rainfall. Now, the second system we are watching is that potential tropical cyclone 2. It's a big name, but it's just a way to track a system. And this could become Bonnie if it does become a tropical storm. It has tropical storm force winds at 40 miles per hour, but it's just not compact. It doesn't have that closed low in the middle. So that's what we're going to be watching as we go throughout today, moving west at 23 miles per hour. Either way, we're looking at heavy rain falling in parts of the Windward Islands. It's going to go over Venezuela. And then we're looking at it moving over parts of Central America as we go through the weekend. So that's a big one to watch. The spaghetti models, these are all the lines that kind of indicate the models that we look at, and they are in agreement with the model that we look at, too.
Voters are heading to the polls in 8 states today, with some House incumbents in the hot seat as Republicans look to flip those states red. NBC's very own Steve Kornacki has the races to watch just after the break.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast, listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
The Supreme Court's decision is already igniting a wave of legal action, altering abortion access within states. Some experts actually believe that the reversal of Roe v. Wade is likely to trigger battles among states that could be unlike anything we've seen since before the Civil War. NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington. Ken, those are obviously very big words. It's dramatic to hear a comparison to the Civil War. I mean, what kinds of legal battles are experts predicting that would sort of make them say that?
So, Morgan, we're going to have a situation where not only do state laws starkly differ, but states are actively working to undermine one another in the enforcement of those laws. So you have in Texas, it's already legal for private citizens to sue out-of-state providers who are providing abortions to Texas residents in other states. There's a fear that some states will try to criminalize the provision or the assistance of out-of-state abortions. And then you have states like California and Massachusetts already adopting executive orders or legislation forbidding their state officers from cooperating with any investigation by another state of anything abortion related and trying to forbid private lawsuits. So normally states have what's called comity, where they sort of respect one another's laws. This is the opposite. And when I spoke to legal experts about this, they said the only analog in our history is the decade before the Civil War, when Congress in 1850 passed the Fugitive Slave Act, which required northern states to cooperate with southern slave owners and their bounty hunters who were trying to go and capture escaped slaves who had gone north to the free states. But northern states passed a bunch of laws sort of making it really hard for their officers to cooperate with that. So the states did not respect one another's laws for very good reason back then. And legal experts see a parallel with what is happening now in the wake of this abortion decision.
And Ken, I mean, if Republicans win control of the White House, I mean, how might federal policy when it comes to abortion change? And similarly, if Democrats win control of the state house in some of these conservative or even purple states, I mean, could they reverse these new abortion laws?
Right, that's another big issue. So right now, the federal government, the Biden administration, is trying to figure out how they can require that everybody get access to an FDA-approved abortion pill, which is used in half of all abortions, or more than half. And it's expected that some of these anti-abortion rights states are going to try to outlaw that, and there's going to be a clash and a court fight over that. Well, if Republicans take the White House, they would, of course, reverse that policy, and they would not try to seek to mandate that, and they would try to reverse a host of other policies related to abortion and make it easier for the states, particularly the anti-abortion rights states, to enforce their laws. And likewise, as you mentioned, you know, now the action is really in the state legislature. So if Democrats start winning races in these anti-abortion rights states, they can change the laws. You know, this is about democracy on the ground now. But what the Supreme Court has created is not this sort of, you know, civics textbook democracy, but a really brutal series of legal battles and political battles in the years to come.
All right, NBC's Ken Delaney joining us from Washington, D.C. Ken, as always, thanks so much for breaking it down for us. Voters head to the polls in 8 states today. Colorado, Illinois, New York, Oklahoma, and Utah are all holding primaries, while Mississippi, Nebraska, and South Carolina hold special and runoff elections. In some of those states, Republicans are fighting for the chance to flip those seats held by Democratic incumbents. Steve Kornacki joins us now from the big board there. Steve, what are you tracking today? What should we look for?
And Morgan, a couple things here. I think let's start with this. This is a Senate primary in Colorado, Republican Senate primary. The winner of this race is going to face the Democratic incumbent Michael Bennet in November. Colorado, a state that has been trending towards the Democrats very much over the last decade or so, but this is one that Republicans think, if this really is a Republican wave year, it's a seat they think they could put in play and potentially pick off. There's a very interesting contrast in this Republican primary. Joe O'Dea is sort of the establishment candidate, probably the favorite coming into today. His opponent opponent here running sort of as a conservative insurgent candidate. One issue that separates these two candidates is the issue of abortion. That makes this primary very interesting in the wake of that Supreme Court ruling just the other day. O'Day is running as a pro-choice candidate. He says he would vote to establish as law some of the protections that had existed for abortion under Roe versus Wade. Ron Hanks, meanwhile, he is a state legislator in Colorado. He backed legislation in Colorado that would ban abortion outright, including in the cases of rape and incest. So there's a big contrast between the candidates on that issue. Be very interesting in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling how that'll break out in this primary tonight. Another interesting note here is that Democrats have been spending massively trying to prop up Hanks with Republican primary voters because they see Hanks as the less electable candidate, the more beatable opponent potentially for Michael Bennet. And we have been down this road in Colorado before, by the way. Going back here and looking, this is 2010, going back a dozen years. 2010, remember, Barack Obama's first midterm election. It was a bad year for Democrats. It was a Republican wave year. But one of the exceptions that year was Michael Bennet. Michael Bennet got elected to the Senate for the first time in 2010 in that Republican wave year, and a big reason was his opponent, Ken Buck, that year on the issue of abortion, had a platform calling for banning abortion in all cases, including rape and incest. Democrats made a very big deal of that in 2010. It's one of the reasons Bennet was able to buck the national tide in 2010. So here you go. 12 years later, in the wake of that Roe v. Wade decision last week, Democrats trying to put in a candidate in Colorado they think they could run the same kind of campaign again. So we'll see what happens there tonight. A lot of interesting dynamics. Also, we have a number of incumbent House members could be in trouble today. Two obvious cases in Illinois. Two Democratic incumbents, Sean Casten, Marie Newman. They've been pitted together in the same district. One of them is going to lose their seat in Congress today. Also, two Republican incumbents in Illinois. New map in Illinois this year. Pitted against each other. Mary Miller, Rodney Davis. Miller running with the Trump endorsement. Miller siding with Trump, saying that she doesn't accept the 2020 election results. These two incumbents will lose their seat in Illinois tonight. We've got runoffs in Mississippi. These were the preliminary results here. You see a Republican incumbent in the 3rd district, Michael Guest. He voted to establish that January 6th, that bipartisan January 6th commission. Look at this. He actually finished in 2nd in the preliminary. Now, Michael Cassidy, Michael Guest, they're in the runoff tonight. Guest very much in danger of losing his seat in this runoff tonight. Also, Steve Palazzo, Republican incumbent in the 4th district in Mississippi. An ethics scandal around him. He only got 31% in the preliminary. He's going to face off in a runoff tonight against Mike Ezell, a sheriff. Again, you could have another incumbent member of Congress losing his seat in Mississippi tonight. There are a bunch of primaries here. There's another one in Colorado with Doug Lamborn, an incumbent in danger of losing his seat. And we'll track this one. I think the most interesting House race of the night, Western Colorado, very Republican district, Lauren Boebert. She's getting a primary challenge here from a state senator, a Republican state senator. The interesting thing here is that a lot of Democrats in this district have been registering as unaffiliated voters, which allows them to vote in the Republican primary. A lot of Democrats have decided they can't beat Boebert in November. This district is just too Republican. But they think maybe they could help take her out in the primary tonight. So we'll see if that strategic re-registering by Democrats has any effect tonight. The Lauren Boebert primary in Colorado, another one we'll be keeping an eye on, Morgan.
Yeah, definitely one to watch there. Steve Kornacki for us there at the big board. Steve, thank you.
You got it.
Well, speaking of politics, the Biden world tour rolls on. The president moves from the G7 to head to meet face-to-face with NATO leaders. More just after this short break.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, television star Mary Morrow was found dead in upstate New York after police say she drowned while swimming in the river. Morrow was known for her roles on ER, Law & Order, and other dramas. In China, officials announced a cut to quarantine time for international travelers coming into the country. Now, travelers will only be required to isolate for 7 days, which is a pretty big drop from the previous 14 to 21-day rule. And in California, a 95-year-old woman and 97-year-old man walked down the aisle at the senior living center where they met. You're looking at Carl Hammer and Reva Truitt, who'd both been married for over 70 years. But then, after recently losing their spouses, the two began dating and are showing the world that true love still and always exists. It is the end of one international summit and the beginning of yet another. President Biden arrived in Spain earlier this morning ahead of a critical meeting with NATO leaders. He met with Spain's prime minister just after arriving. The G7 summit ended with more strong rebukes of Russia for its invasion of Ukraine, and White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece has more for us from Germany.
President Biden wrapped up the G7 summit here in Austria today, where a key focus was on Ukraine. The leaders here, despite some divisions going into the meeting, said they would remain united and committed to supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. The U.S. said it would up its military support for Ukraine, giving it some medium to long-range missile defense systems, something that the country has been asking for. And the other leaders said that they would continue providing additional assistance, particularly to refugees who are coming into their European countries. Now, they also tried to increase their pressure on Russia with a number of sanctions and actions. The leaders said they would be banning imports of gold into their countries. That is something that has been a major source of revenue. They also said they're going to look into further ways to put a price cap on oil exports and imports coming in to the G7 countries from Russia as a way to cut into Russia's finances and impair its ability to continue financing this war. The president heads on to the NATO summit in Spain, where there may not be so much unity among leaders. There are a number of issues that will have some divided opinions on, from whether or not to expand the alliance to how and for how long to finance this conflict in Ukraine. A number of NATO members are struggling financially on their own, so expect those military financial commitments to be a big issue there. Another hot topic is going to be admitting Finland and Sweden into the NATO alliance. That is something a lot of the members of NATO would like to see, but there has been objection from Turkey. And White House officials have been working very hard in the past few days, they say, to try and get Turkey on board with that membership. It will be one of President Biden's most significant trips overseas when he wraps up here, but then heading back to the U.S., where domestic issues, including the Supreme Court ruling on abortion, will likely be front and center once again.
A rescue operation is underway in the Ukrainian city of Kremenchuk after a shopping center filled with more than 1,000 people was hit by Russian missiles. At least 16 civilians have been confirmed dead, with many more injured as emergency personnel continue to sift through that rubble of the popular mall. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has more.
This attack shocked many Ukrainians, not because it took place. Russia attacks Ukraine all the time, but the location. This is nowhere near the front lines. It's not a combat zone. This was just a shopping mall full of civilians. And it's made many Ukrainians feel that nowhere is safe in this country. And perhaps that is what Russia was trying to achieve. After working through the night, the rescue crews this morning look exhausted. Mostly, they are searching for remains. It's quiet now. The only sounds are shovels. Last night, right before the Russian attack, the mall was noisy, full. Ukrainians say 1,000 people were inside. Some of the children's toys, backpacks, and a soccer ball remain. A strong smell of fire is everywhere. Investigators are on site too, collecting evidence of possible war crimes. It's illegal to deliberately bomb civilians. Ukrainians say that's exactly what Russia did and is doing across the country. The mall was been hit before. People felt safe. Earlier, we spoke with President Zelensky, who accused Russia of trying to break Ukrainian spirit.
They cannot break us, even if they decide to bomb us all and all our cities. They cannot break our nation.
Why do you think this is happening, that there are now thousands of allegations of Russian war crimes here? Thousands of them.
Thousands.
Why?
Very difficult question. I think that is not even a question. That is something was, something was broken, with mentality, with them. Something, який був.
The entire beast lurking inside of them has erupted out.
Russian officials initially claimed that it was the Ukrainians who blew up this mall themselves in order to gain sympathy in the West. And then the Russian Defense Ministry came out with a statement saying that Russian troops did, in fact, target an area near here, but that they were firing on weapons imported from the West and that exploding munitions set the mall on fire. Ukrainians call it an outright lie.
Staying overseas, people in El Espinal, Colombia are in mourning after a deadly collapse at an arena in the middle of a bullfight. The dramatic moment was all captured on camera, and it shows people falling to the ground as those stands collapse on the right side of your screen. And that incident left multiple people dead and hundreds more injured. NBC News correspondent Guadavenegas has more.
It was supposed to be one of the big events during the annual festivities in El Espinal, Colombia. Thousands crammed into makeshift wooden stands to witness the town's bullfighting event, when all of a sudden, the stands began to tilt. A drone capturing the horrifying images as the stands packed with thousands, including children, fell to the ground. They packed more people than the stands could handle, said this survivor. Seconds after the collapse, a confused bull was charging people on the ground while others ran to help. 8 seating boxes collapsed with approximately 100 people each, according to the mayor, leaving at least 4 dead. Ambulances running nonstop as hundreds were taken to local hospitals, overwhelmed by the numbers. Among the dead, a 51-year-old woman dying at the moment of the fall and a 14-month-old baby who did not survive after being rushed to the hospital, where 2 more adults died of their injuries. This man who survived described what it was like falling in the stands. It was like a set of dominoes that began unraveling until all those boxes came to the ground, he described. The structure was built with oak trees and other wood, as you can see, said this emergency worker, who also described the fall as a domino collapse. We did everything under legal parameters, and all necessary tests had been done by local officials, said the mayor when questioned about the structure, which he informed was built and managed by a private company. Colombia's President Iván Duque shared a message for the victims and informed he will be requesting a full investigation into the incident.
And still ahead, one city overtaxing families and taking away homes. We'll tell you what's happening for some families in Detroit coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So today we're getting new data on the housing market, recently rocked with rising fears of a recession as inflation soars and growth slows. CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs joins us now. Bertha, it is great to see you this afternoon. Just tell us, how are consumers sort of feeling right now?
Well, good morning, Morgan. Yeah, we've got the consumer confidence number was one of the data points that we got today. And the reading for consumer confidence fell a bit, dipped for the second straight month. The headline number coming in at the lowest since February 2021. But it's the consumer forward expectations that's really a number of concern. Those expectations for the economy hit the lowest level since 2013. Though people still feel positive about the job market, more of us are worried about rising food and gas prices and starting to pull back on plans to buy big ticket items like appliances and cars, and in some cases, home purchases.
And Bertha, we also got this sort of new look at the housing market today. And are these new signs that it's sort of starting to cool off, could we say?
Well, it's a little bit, but it's still incredibly hot and incredibly inflationary. The S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index, it's kind of a couple months behind, but it showed that nationally prices were still rising at an inflationary rate, up 20% year over year in April, which was slightly lower than the month before. But here are the eye-popping numbers. With the 30-year mortgage rate now around 6%, it's such a tough market. People expect that prices are going to come down, but it's not happening yet. Prices with home inventories tight in big cities like Tampa, Miami, and Phoenix, they saw prices jump more than 30% year over year. So it may be some time before we start seeing that affordability coming into play.
Well, it cannot come too soon. All right, Bertha Coombs for us. Bertha, thank you so much. And speaking of homes, in Detroit, homeowners are fighting to keep their houses and their money from the city government. After years of being overtaxed, residents across the city had their homes foreclosed after they fell behind on their property taxes, forced out because of overassessments. NBC News correspondent Zingle Asemluad speaks to some of those residents about what exactly they lost.
These houses were owned by families. This block was live with children and community.
And now I'm seeing boarded up windows.
Boarded up windows, vacant lots. You see for yourself, it looks terrible.
Sonia Bonnet used to own this home, but she lost it. Her house and others like it foreclosed to the city of Detroit.
The reason you're not in this home anymore, in part, is because you say you were overassessed.
Correct.
Local governments assess property values in order to charge homeowners taxes. When a property is overassessed, many homeowners face a tax bill they cannot pay. Sonia Bonnet and other homeowners say Detroit has and still is overassessing property taxes, leading to widespread foreclosures. Now, an advocacy group is filing a complaint with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to investigate overassessments in Detroit.
The city was assessing my house at about $23,000. The house was roughly worth maybe $5,000.
The city has acknowledged overassessments took place from 2010 to 2013, Detroit tentatively agreeing to $6 million in funding for relief programs in response. But that $6 million is only about 1% of the estimated $600 million overassessed from 2010 to 2016. Just what should be done to reconcile these overassessments remains heated debate.
That is what they did. They robbed us.
Havana Robinson says she too was overassessed.
I went down to the city tax office and I inquired about the taxes.
The city did reassess her home, but Havana says it did not change her bill.
This property isn't even worth $10,000.
Robinson managed to keep her home, but many who were overassessed did not.
What's the emotional toll for you?
I've had breakdowns. I lost my hair.
Sonia, who identifies as low income, says she purchased her home from what the city would later call an unscrupulous investor. She inherited their unpaid property taxes on the home and then accrued her own. Between 2005 and 2018, about 1 in 3 homes in Detroit were taken by the government through property tax foreclosure, many due to overassessments. According According to a 2020 study, the rate of overassessments in Detroit has fallen.
A lot of the problem was fixed, but not for the lowest valued homes.
Bernadette Atuahene is a professor and member of the Coalition for Property Tax Justice in Detroit, a group demanding in part that Detroit provide fiscal compensation to overassessed homeowners.
When you're talking about this overassessing, again, it's a racial justice issue.
And it's not just Detroit. Across the country, Black and Latinx residents face overassessed property taxes 10 to 13% higher. We asked the city of Detroit if it would pay back the homeowners for overpaid taxes.
What happens for those folks who did get overassessed in that period? Is there some form of reparation?
The city said since the state closed its books on those tax years, legally, it can't go back and write a check for that money. It's an argument that's fueled an ongoing legal fight between the city and nonprofit advocacy groups. The Detroit mayor's office said in a statement it has revamped the assessment process, adding staff and new technology. The city also says it offers up to 100% exemption on property taxes based on household income, saying these reforms brought down foreclosures of occupied homes 94% between 2015 and 2019. Still, homeowners want restitution.
So we don't want you to give us a grant to fix our home. We want the cash with interest that you stole from us. Or we want a credit on future tax bills.
Until they pay Detroiters back the money that they stole from us and the homes that they stole from us, we can't say we won.
That was Nicolas Sanlua reporting. Imagine not missing a day of work for more than 25 years. Well, that's what one man did and is now being rewarded in a really big way. Stay with us.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
A fast food employee who has worked for almost 30 years without ever missing a single day of work is now saying goodbye to his job. A video of him opening his gift from his manager went viral, and now people all around the country are raising thousands of dollars to thank him for his decades of service. Today's show anchor Savannah Guthrie has that story.
I just really want to tell everybody out there how thankful I am for
Kevin Ford expressing his gratitude online after an unexpected outpouring of generous Americans. It all began last week when a video of him receiving a gift bag for his service went viral.
A movie ticket, thank you very much. And I also got a bag of Reese's.
The video has been viewed now more than 2 million times on social media. The 54-year-old has worked at the Las Vegas International Airport under HMS Host, a food service company for restaurants like Burger King and Cinnabon, for nearly 3 decades. Ford says in all those years, he has never missed a scheduled shift, not one.
This is very nice. From Starbucks, thank you guys.
In the video originally posted on Ford's Instagram account, he goes through each item, which includes a tumbler, candy, pens, and a movie ticket. Ford says in the video he is grateful for it all, but social media called for more. One Instagram user writing, after 27 years of working, that's all he got? Another person commenting, Kevin, you are a treasure and a special person. We reached out to HMS Host for a response, and the company said, quote, this recognition of Mr. Ford by another employee captures the essence of our culture of appreciation, caring, and inclusion, and reflects the best of our company, our people. Mr. Ford is a valued associate and member of an honored group of employees that have worked for us for many years. The company also told Today Ford got that gift because he is an exemplary employee. One of Ford's daughters, Serena, created a GoFundMe account for him. On it, she describes how her single dad worked hard to support her and her siblings. She writes, in no way are we asking for money or is he expecting any money, but if anyone feels like blessing him, he would love to visit his grandchildren. Less than a week later, more than $170,000 was raised, even a $5,000 donation from actor David Spade. Ford, blown away by the attention, posted a thank you video.
I love y'all. I gotta get out of here before I start crying. This really means so much to me.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. Your news continues right now. Hey there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Vicki Wynn, my co-anchor, is off today. Thank you so much for joining us this Tuesday. Right now on NBC News Now, surprise hearing. The January 6th committee scheduling a last-minute testimony from a former senior White House aide. We'll tell you what to expect when that hearing begins in about an hour. Deadly discovery. At least 50 migrants found dead inside of a truck in Texas. What we know about the survivors and those who were rushed to the hospitals. Mall attack, a rescue operation underway in Ukraine after a Russian missile strikes a shopping center filled with people, leaving dozens missing. Plus, tracking the tropics, warnings in effect for parts of the Caribbean for 3 separate tropical systems, all of which could impact us right here in the U.S. The House committee investigating January 6th is calling an audible. NBC News has learned we will hear from Cassidy Hutchinson live this afternoon, and she was an aide to former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. We were previously told all hearings were on hold until mid-July. NBC News legal analyst Cynthia Oxney is here to discuss the legal implications of Hutchinson's testimony. But let's go to begin on Capitol Hill with NBC's Ali Rafa. Ali, before we talk about Hutchinson's testimony specifically, I know that you also have some news about the former Senate Sergeant of Arms. What can you tell us?
That's right, Morgan. We learned this morning that former Senate Sergeant at Arms Michael Stenger was unfortunately found dead yesterday morning in his home. We don't know many details about this. The U.S. Capitol Police has not answered our requests for comment, and we also don't have an actual cause of death officially yet. But we know that Stenger came under fire for the backlash after January 6th. He resigned the day after the attack on the Capitol. He, of course, was in charge of security for the Senate the day of the riot at the Capitol. And so we're not sure really what the connection is between possibly the January 6th committee and his death. That's definitely something we're interested in learning more about. But of course, as of right now, very, very little information about his death, unfortunately, Morgan.
And Allie, turning now to the hearing, I mean, what do we know about Cassidy Hutchins's time working in the White House and really what she's expected to say to this committee?
So her name may sound familiar to some of our viewers because we heard her in some clips of pre-recorded testimony in last week's hearings. We know that she sat multiple times behind closed doors with the committee prior to those hearings. And really, the revelations that came out of those clips rattled Capitol Hill. We learned that she knew of those House GOP lawmakers that requested presidential pardons for their involvement in January 6th. She told us about how Mark Meadows was aware that events on January 6th could turn violent, but he went forward with those plans anyway. She even said that she witnessed him incinerating documents after one specific meeting with Republican lawmaker Scott Perry. And so as former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows' assistant, she really had unfettered access to Meadows, to former President Trump, and the inner circle before, during, and after January 6th. And so really we're expecting her to dig deeper into what she knew, possibly provide more revelations that she maybe didn't remember when she was testifying before the committee behind those closed doors in those clips we've already seen, Morgan.
And Allie, John Eastman, I mean, his name has come up so frequently during these hearings. He's a lawyer who advised former President Trump in the lead up to January 6th. And Eastman's legal team is now saying that his phone was seized by the FBI. But my question for you is, how did this all come to light? I mean, do we know what investigation this was actually related to?
So we learned Eastman had his phone seized because of a lawsuit Eastman and his legal team filed to get that phone back. And we know that the reason it was even seized to begin with is because of a possible connection between his phone and his dealings and Jeffrey Clark. That was the lawyer we learned of in last week's hearings that Trump wanted to put at the head of the DOJ to really push his claims of a fraudulent election. Eastman and his legal team, they're arguing that because Eastman is not a former DOJ official, that the Office of the Inspector General's office, their jurisdiction, which exists inside the Justice Department, they're saying that they don't have jurisdiction to be able to take this phone, that it only operates around Justice Department officials. But legal experts are telling our team at NBC that they very well do have authority to be able to take this phone because they really follow wherever the evidence leads, even if it leads them to non-members of the Justice Department. So this is definitely something we're keeping an eye on, definitely something that we're expecting to develop as we learn more about what is on his phone and also what was found at Jeffrey Clark's home when it was also searched last week, Morgan.
All right, Allie Raffa from Capitol Hill. Allie, thank you so much. I do want to go ahead and bring in NBC News legal analyst Cynthia Oxney now. She's a former federal prosecutor. Cynthia, what do you make of the decision to hold a last-minute hearing with a witness that frankly is already on tape?
Well, a witness is always more effective in person. So if she's willing to come in person and she can flesh out the story some more, it's smart. And they may have, may have other surprises that we don't know yet. But it's an opportunity to hear more about her story. I personally am dying to know more about Mark Meadows' burning documents. Like, what were those documents? Who wrote those documents? Who else saw those documents? Who else knew that he was burning documents? That he regularly burned documents? And did they talk about how he burned? I mean, there's a million questions you can come up with about burning documents after you have meetings with Congress people. So this isn't a chance to flesh it out a little more, and I'm hoping there are other surprises as well.
Speaking of surprises, I know that Allie just talked about John Eastman's phone being seized by the FBI, and she also mentioned Jeffrey Clark, who had also recently had his home searched by federal agents. Clark is another name that sort of come up a lot during these hearings. So what might this sort of signal, Cynthia, about where the DOJ is in their investigation?
Well, interestingly, it looks like these subpoenas were served as part of the Officer Inspector General investigation. And so it wasn't actually the FBI, it was the Inspector General's office. The good news about this is the evidence is preserved. That's the most important thing to know, whether it's DOJ or January 6th or OIG, whatever is in that phone is preserved. So that's number one. And number two, all this hullabaloo about it's illegal is just hullabaloo because a federal judge signed off on it. And what we know is that federal judge wouldn't have signed off unless there was probable cause to believe a crime had been committed and whether or not, and there was probable cause to believe there was evidence on that phone. So thank goodness it's preserved, and at some point it'll all come out. But it does seem to revolve around Jeffrey Clark and his attempt to overthrow the election and use the Justice Department as a tool in that conspiracy.
Well, we will wait and see in about an hour here. Cynthia Oxney for us. Cynthia, thank you so much. Coverage of today's hearing begins right here on NBC News Now at 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific. We will also have your analysis all throughout the day, so don't go anywhere. In the wake of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, abortion rights advocates are trying to push Democrats to protect access to abortions. Some Senate Democrats are urging President Biden to issue an executive order to defend reproductive protections and offer services on federal lands. But the White House is not interested in exactly going that route. And as they punt the issue to Congress, we're learning more about so-called crisis pregnancy centers and how they're operating in more than a dozen states and using tax dollars to do so. NBC News chief investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden will join us with more on that in just a minute. You will not want to miss that. And let's also begin with NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander, who joins us now live from Washington. Peter, what is the White House sort of saying about this proposal to provide services on federal lands? I mean, why are they sort of downplaying that option?
Well, certainly they've been facing a lot of pressure. Among those putting the pressure on this White House have been many Democratic lawmakers asking for President Biden and his administration do everything in their power. But we now have heard from the Vice President Kamala Harris in a new interview effectively dismissing this idea, saying it's not something that's being considered at this time. Take a listen to her.
What is most important right now is that we ensure that the restrictions that the states are trying to put up that would prohibit a woman from exercising what we still maintain is her right, that we do everything we can to empower women to not only seek but to receive the care where it is available.
Is federal land one of those options?
I mean, it's not right now what we are discussing.
So following up on that, a White House official tells NBC News that though this idea is, in their words, well-intentioned, they say it could put women and providers at risk. They go on to tell us that importantly, in states where abortion is illegal, women and providers who are not federal employees could be potentially prosecuted. So this appears to be off the table, at least for now, by the Biden administration. As they have indicated, the president's own remarks, I was in the room for his speech on Friday. They're going to do everything in their power, the president has said, to provide better access to abortion pills, abortion medications, and separately to make sure that it remains legal for women to be able to travel from a state where abortion may be illegal to a state where it is legal to have an abortion if necessary. Morgan.
But Peter, you mentioned those risks. I mean, what happens if Congress does not act, especially if Democrats can't come to a consensus while they have the current majority? I mean, what happens then if Republicans take control of Congress next year?
Well, this is a messaging issue in a lot of ways right now because, of course, the president alone by executive action is limited in what he can do. The president's called on Congress to codify, to guarantee the right to an abortion across the country. But the Democrats certainly don't have the votes to do that right now. They could try to blow up the filibuster, the procedure that exists in Congress to try to do it with only 50 votes. But they don't even have those necessary votes because some Democrats oppose doing just that right now. So the concern, as has been communicated by Democrats right now, is if Republicans are to take power, that they may try to criminalize abortion around the country. Nonetheless, this is going to be the fight that we witness over the course of the remainder of this year leading up to the midterms in November, with the Democrats saying that they want to get as many of those folks who support abortion rights into office in an effort to try to put some of these efforts into law, to codify these efforts to better protect reproductive rights in this country. Morgan.
All right, NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, thank you so much. There are also these so-called crisis pregnancy centers that are becoming more and more prevalent across the country, more prevalent nationwide than abortion clinics. At least 13 states have spent nearly $500 million of taxpayer money in the last dozen years to fund them. But the question is, what exactly are they? And what are they doing with those funds? NBC News senior investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden joins us now and looked into this. Cynthia, this is fascinating. I mean, I don't think a lot of people really understand what these crisis pregnancy centers are. Break it down for us.
Well, you know, it's interesting, too, because if you go online and say abortion near me, you're as likely to get a crisis pregnancy center as you are an actual abortion clinic. Many of them look to be women's health centers, but in fact, in Texas, where we did a rather deep dive, none of them are licensed. They are not medical facilities, and yet they are providing advice to women, sometimes according to doctors in the field. That advice is completely false.
But it's like a red herring, right? I mean, are they ultimately providing the abortions that people are looking for?
No, they do not provide abortions. In fact, they give women many reasons, sometimes reasons that are not truthful about why not to have abortions, as we saw when we sent a couple producers inside in Texas. Take a look.
We're heading to a crisis pregnancy center in Texas, one of more than 2,500 in the country. They say they provide free services and abortion information for pregnant women. What they don't say is that they're often affiliated with groups supporting abortion alternatives.
Is it in here?
To learn more about what happens inside, we sent in 2 NBC News producers to ask for pregnancy counseling. At a center in the Dallas area, a volunteer told our producer they don't offer abortions, adding abortions can cause infertility. When asked about the abortion pill, the volunteer said, "My job is not to scare you. You never get over seeing that baby." She then pointed to a small plastic model like this, saying, "Can you imagine one of these in your panties?"
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, so as a taxpayer, this is infuriating. A horrible thing for a woman to be told, and medically totally inaccurate.
Yeah, and as a nurse, as a mom, you totally shocked me with that. It's a lie, and it is shaming, and it is grotesque.
Texas State Representative Donna Howard, a Democrat, found an unlikely ally in former Republican State Representative Sarah Davis. They're calling for these nonprofits to be regulated and demanding accountability for a program called Alternatives to Abortion, which helps fund crisis pregnancy centers. In Texas, they outnumber abortion clinics 9-1.
When I say alternatives to abortion, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
Waste of money, waste of taxpayer dollars, lack of accountability, and actually no metrics that indicate that it has anything to do with averting abortions.
It's just a program to make Republicans feel good, like they're doing something to help women.
Does it help women?
No.
The program will cost Texas taxpayers $100 million over the next 2 years.
This is probably the only program, at least that I'm aware of, where the legislature basically writes a blank check without knowing what they're getting.
While some of the centers provide free services like diapers, ultrasounds, and STD testing, none of the Texas facilities are licensed medical providers, though some women report believing that they are. At another center our producers visited near the border, a female staffer implied abortions can cause cancer and infertility. She then played a video saying they also cause mental illness. All of that categorically false. Alternatives to Abortion in Texas has also received federal tax dollars, $45 million over the last 15 years, money intended as temporary help for needy families.
These are desperate people who need these funds, and instead it's going to a program that provides things like pamphlets, that provides some classes.
Would you go so far as to say that in some instances they are actually committing fraud?
Yes.
Yeah.
They point to the misinformation and a case currently being investigated in which state funds from the program were allegedly used by the president of a center to buy land for hemp production.
Who's to blame?
Well, the legislature.
Yes, but the leadership that we have in this state has pushed an agenda that has made it impossible to have any real dialogue about what is really going to make a difference in the lives of these women and their families.
Well, neither the Texas governor nor the lieutenant governor responded to our request for comment, but the Charlotte Lozier Institute, an anti-abortion rights group, told us that the centers provide vital services and have a satisfaction rating over 95%.
Run that back, Cynthia.
Yeah.
Vital services. What vital services are they providing?
Well, listen, in fairness, they do provide women with diapers, as you saw in the piece. And some centers, actually, if you go to parenting classes, they'll give you a crib or a car seat. I mean, all of the push is really to having the baby. In fact, one of our producers was given these hand-knit baby booties.
The booties that was part of the services?
It's the pitch.
Okay.
You know, it's the pitch. Please don't have an abortion. They're going to give you breast cancer. They're going to give you, mental illness. Listen, these kinds of places have been around for a long time. I mean, back when I was a girl, these places existed.
Outnumbering 9 to 1?
Well, and the thing that really rang a bell for me is, and paid by taxpayer dollars. We have the First Amendment. People really basically get to say what they want, although I think if it's an actual untruth, there's some issues when you're providing medical advice. But the real issue is this something that taxpayers feel comfortable paying for?
Well, I'm also glad that you dispelled those untruths, right? We understand medically you will not be rendered infertile. You will not get cancer just because you had an abortion. This is not causality. This is not medical causality.
Nor will you be psychiatrically ill.
All right. Cynthia McFadden, this is reporting at its best. Thank you so much for bringing it here.
You've got to find someone for these, right?
Thank you, Cynthia. I appreciate you. Now to what the mayor of San Antonio, Texas is describing as a horrific human tragedy. Federal investigators are trying to figure out what led to the discovery of at least 50 dead bodies in the back of a truck filled with migrants. Other victims found in an 18-wheel tractor trailer on Monday were taken to the hospital, and that includes kids. This is one of the worst cases of migrant deaths near the U.S.-Mexico border in recent history. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is live in San Antonio following this for us. Morgan, where does the investigation stand, and how did authorities find out about this truck in the first place?
Morgan, we do know this investigation is now being taken over by federal investigators who actually took possession of that tractor trailer, which earlier today was just about 100 yards down this remote road. We are on the outskirts of San Antonio. This is not a place that you would stumble upon by accident, but it was on this very road that yesterday, Morgan, we were told that there was a worker of a neighboring business that stumbled upon this tractor trailer parked in the triple-digit temperatures and heard cries for help coming from inside. And it was upon opening those doors they came upon an unspeakable tragedy. Dozens upon dozens of migrant men, women, and children suffering, in some cases have already perished in the triple-digit temperatures here. At last check, at least 50 people have lost their lives. We know that 16 others were taken to nearby hospitals. 4 of those pediatric patients, just kids who were also inside that trailer, are now being scoured for evidence as officials hope to learn more about this human smuggling plot. 3 individuals have been taken into custody as a result of this ongoing investigation, but officials are stopping short of saying that they are directly tied to this plot, only saying that they are hoping to learn more from these individuals, these potential suspects here, as this investigation deepens. Morgan?
And what do we know, though, about the victims in this case? Morgan, what do we know specifically?
Well, Mexican authorities earlier today released a detailed breakdown of the 50 lives lost, and they believe that more than 20 of those were Mexican nationals and that others came from Guatemala and Honduras. There were still a number of those whose lives were lost who don't know exactly as to where they came from or how they ended up here. That is part of this ongoing investigation. However, we do know that Mexican officials visited at least one of the hospitals that the victims are staying at right now, no doubt in hopes of trying to learn more about this situation and offer condolences in this incredible loss of life that happened just a short distance behind me. Hard to believe that we're just about 20 or so miles from downtown San Antonio here, Morgan. But important to note, we're about 140 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border, and federal officials have pointed to a rising number of crossings just within the last several months.
Yeah,
Morgan.
All right, Morgan Chesky, a lot there to unpack, and I know more coming in the next few hours. Thank you so much, Morgan. Meanwhile, federal investigators arrived in Mendon, Missouri this morning to begin an investigation into the Amtrak train accident that killed 3 people. The National Transportation Safety Board is leading the charge, and this is all coming after 7 train cars and 2 locomotives derailed after hitting a dump truck yesterday at what officials are calling an uncontrolled crossing with nothing but a stop sign. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Mendon, Missouri with the latest updates. Maggie, what are you hearing from the investigators on that scene?
So, Morgan, at this point, they are keeping media a great distance back. You can kind of see the wreck site behind us. We've seen cranes going in and large machinery going in, seemingly moving kind of some of the wreckage anyway around at this point. We were told that that team of 16 NTSB federal investigators are looking for, among other things, the train's event recorder, which apparently in most cases has a camera on board that they believe could have recorded video during this crash. We should note, just got an update on the number of people sent to the hospital in the wake of this crash. Morgan, 60 people among the 200 plus on board went to the hospital. No word on the severity or number of serious injuries, but more details coming out by the minute.
And speaking of those details, though, Maggie, I mean, what is Amtrak sort of saying about the impact this is going to have on passengers, on the train schedules in that area more broadly?
Sure. So this track, we should note, it's been kind of bizarre. We've been actually seeing trains going by on the tracks because the tracks do go 2 ways. There are kind of 2 sets of tracks, I guess, to the average layman. It kind of stunned us at first to see trains going by. So we should note some routes are on time. People should definitely check, but they did put out a statement on their website. No surprise, what's called the Southwest Chief Train 4, which is the train that actually wrecked. The next departure of that's scheduled from L.A. tomorrow. That is canceled. Otherwise, if you're on the Chief Train 3 coming out of Chicago, those have mostly been rerouted to start in Kansas City. So you won't be able to leave Chicago and come through this area onto Kansas City. It seems like those delays and cancellations are planned through tomorrow. After that, remains to be seen. Morgan.
All right, Maggie Vespa, great reporting there in Missouri. Maggie, thank you. 2022 hurricane season is ramping up, and weather experts are watching 3 separate tropical storms that are happening in the Atlantic basin. All 3 have potential to become named storms, and one could bring torrential rain and flooding to parts of the Texas and Louisiana coastlines. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now with the latest on this. Bill, how many people are we talking about who could be looking at these sort of tropical storm warnings this week?
There's a couple countries, a couple areas like Nicaragua, Honduras that could actually be dealing with a tropical storm, maybe even a hurricane in the days ahead. It is very unlikely, thankfully, for anywhere in the lower 48, especially the Gulf of Mexico, to have to deal with anything that's going to be too severe, that's going to, ruin your plans as you're heading towards the 4th of July holidays. Let me show you the storm of greatest concern first, and then I'll show you the one that we're watching along the Texas coast. So this one is what we call a potential tropical cyclone. You're like, all right, well, what's that? I've heard of a tropical depression. I've heard of a tropical storm. I've heard of a hurricane. What is a potential tropical storm? Well, the Hurricane Center says this already has winds that are strong enough to be a tropical storm, but it's not quite formed enough with winds that go all the way around the circle to be called a tropical storm. That'll happen in the next 24 hours. So in anticipation of that, they've already issued tropical storm warnings and watches for Trinidad, Tobago, all the way up through the southern Windward Islands. Again, Aruba has a chance of getting some of this nasty weather too in the days ahead. So you can see where it's located there. You can see where Puerto Rico is. You can see where the Bahamas and Cuba is in the very south tip of Florida. So this storm is way to the south. Very unusual. We usually do not see a storm this far south this time in the hurricane season. Typically, we see a storm like this maybe in August or September or early October. So here's the latest from the Hurricane Center. It's moving due west, so it's not heading north. So that's great for our friends in Puerto Rico, but unfortunately that means it's going to skirt a lot of land areas in the next couple of days. So here's the new forecast path from the Hurricane Center. They have it becoming a tropical storm later today, and they do think right before it makes landfall there in Nicaragua that it could be a hurricane, about 75-mile-per-hour winds, so a minimum Category 1 hurricane, but still we'll have to watch that closely heading into the weekend for our friends in Nicaragua. And how certain are we of where this storm is going? Each of these little squiggly lines is some of our computer models that tell us where the storm will potentially go, and it looks like it's going to be heading pretty much due westward. So as far as the Gulf goes, this only has a 30% chance of developing. I know all our friends winds from Corpus Christi to Brownsville, Victoria, up to the Houston, Galveston area are watching this closely. But as of now, we're not seeing any signs of any real development. We will get some downpours. We will have a chance of some isolated flash flooding in the days ahead. But the development zone is mostly going to stay off the coast. And again, at only 30%, we're not overly alarmed with this. The water's plenty warm for a strong storm, but the upper level winds are not exactly conducive for getting a big storm there. So the forecast for today, the other good news, Morgan, the heat wave is over with in the Pacific Northwest. Temperatures are finally back where they should be in areas like Seattle and Portland.
We love to see it. All right, Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, as always, thank you so much. And thank you to you for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News special coverage of the January 6th hearings begin just after the break.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is an NBC News special report. An urgent new hearing from the January 6th committee. A key witness set to come forward to testify live. The committee promising new evidence to be revealed today. Part of their investigation into the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Today, Day 6 of the unprecedented congressional hearings.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
As the January 6th committee makes its case to the American people. Now reporting from Washington, here is Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. It was just 24 hours ago that the January 6th committee made the surprise announcement that they had an important witness and new evidence that needed to be presented urgently. They were not supposed to reconvene their hearings for weeks. Many of its members were out of town, but they've been called back to hear the live testimony of a former top aide to President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows. Her name is Cassidy Hutchinson, and she will be the first White House insider to testify live. She was with Meadows for many of the critical moments leading up to January 6th and on the day itself. We've already heard some other previously recorded testimony during these hearings where she claimed that a half-dozen Republican lawmakers had reached out for pardons after the 6th. She was reportedly also the source who claimed President Trump said maybe the rioters had the right idea when they chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." She is expected to reveal more of what she knows in her live testimony today. Part of the urgency behind this hearing, we're told, is that she has received credible threats to her safety. We want to go right now to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, who's just outside the hearing room. A ton of speculation today, Ali.
A ton of speculation, Lester, and rightfully so. You laid out the reasons why Cassidy Hutchinson is such an interesting witness, but really part of the story here is how quickly this came together. You're right. Those of us who have been outside this hearing room now for weeks were expecting a little bit of a pause because the committee was going to take a break and reassess some of the new information that they've since gotten from starting the beginning of these hearings. They're going to try to apply that to the two hearings that we knew were coming in mid-July. And then, of course, less than 24 hours ago, we received word of this hearing, a lot of secrecy around who the witness was going to be, but sources familiar telling me and my colleagues here at NBC that Cassidy Hutchinson, the former top aide to former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, is going to be the person testifying. And it's that proximity that makes her such an interesting witness. The fact that she was in many of these meetings, that she was a liaison for many lawmakers who wanted to speak to the then president, the then Chief of Staff, but also some of the ways that she herself was integral in parsing out the strategy in places like Georgia on behalf of the White House, talking to officials on the ground there as they tried to effectively overturn Joe Biden's victory in that state, or at the very least muddy the waters there. It also supplants the idea that the committee, while they haven't been able to speak to Meadows, they're now able to speak to his top aide, effectively giving them access to all of the information that Meadows may have given them, but now getting it through this lower level aide. I do think one of the key things that we've been watching is the fact that she's the key witness who teased out current lawmakers who asked for pardons in real time in the waning days of the Trump administration. That's something that has a lot of people up here on Capitol Hill concerned, multiple sources talking to me about what a big deal that is to them. But what Chairman Benny Thompson told me before he left town for what we thought was the last hearing for a few weeks, he told me that we had not yet heard all there was to hear on pardons. That's certainly one of the key things that we could hear from Hutchinson today when she testifies in just a few minutes. Lester?
All right, Ali, we will be talking to you along the way today. Let me bring in NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. Both good to have both of you here. Peter, let me begin with you. This committee raised expectations from the get-go. New video, new witness statements, and now a surprise hearing. They've raised the bar for speculation. What do we know, and what can we interpret from what's happened?
Well, clearly, this committee has done a good job to this point in galvanizing eyeballs across the country. The number of viewers across this country has been significant. Obviously, at the end of the day, there's only so much that Congress can do. It'll be up to the Justice Department whether there are any prosecutions to follow here. But what they have done by doing this is they've now drawn more eyeballs again to see what, if anything, new we can hear from Cassidy Hutchinson on this day. I was speaking to a source close to this investigation who detailed what they said were some sincere security concerns as it related to the witness, who they weren't even identifying at this time. And so that was part of the reason for the urgency in hearing from her. And as we hear from her today, there'll be several key things to look for. And I'm sure Danny will get into this as well. But in particular, if she is to sort of go further than she's gone in those 4 previous taped depositions, will she say, "I heard him say"? Was she in a room where she herself has firsthand knowledge of something that the former president said, detailing his knowledge that what he was doing was illegal?
Because we haven't heard that yet.
No doubt.
We haven't heard the magic word words.
It's exactly right, Lester. They have to sort of connect these dots, and they've done a lot of dot connecting, but that's one set of dots they have yet to connect, which is the president may have been told, may have heard it from a variety of different places, but whether in fact he knew, he understood what he was doing was illegal is a challenge they still face. Particularly challenging when you speak about someone like this former president who tweeted prolifically, but he didn't type out emails. He had some handwritten notes as well, so it will be significant if they can hear her hearing him say words to that effect.
Danny, let me take a step back here. You've got a witness that you want to put on quickly because there may be threats involved. What do you think the thinking is there if this person is truly in danger?
It could be that she's in danger, but it could also be that this is a relatively recent move by Hutchinson. About a week ago, it was reported that she changed lawyers. Now, that might mean nothing, but she switched lawyers from a lawyer that is perceived as being favorable to Trump world and to a more independent type of lawyer, not connected to the Trump world the way her original lawyer was. Now, in the criminal defense world, when you have a joint defense agreement, if a defendant in that group decides they're going to change their mind, they're not going to go to trial, they're going to bail out, and they're going to cooperate with the government. This is an analogy in a way. If you have one of the co-defendants leave, they leave the joint defense agreement, they might even get new lawyers as a result. This may be just the committee moving quickly because they've seized on their moment, and Hutchinson is finally willing to talk to them in the way that they want her to and give the evidence that they want her to give. So this is not just, in my mind, a security issue. It may also be that Hutchinson is finally coming around to where the January 6th committee feels like she will give compelling testimony. But because this was all done in secret the way it was, we have to wait until the moment itself to find out for sure.
Does this suggest that perhaps the committee is talking to Justice now or working in cooperation?
Yes and no. I mean, Justice has been working independently the entire time. And DOJ has much broader and powerful tools at its disposal in order to conduct investigations. I would say that the committee's power to investigate, yes, they can issue subpoenas, but we've learned in the last few years that people are starting to really ignore congressional subpoenas and take their chances with the punishment in a way that you simply can't do with a grand jury subpoena or a DOJ sought subpoena. The DOJ has much more robust methods for enforcing its investigatory tools. And the other thing about the DOJ is it keeps everything secret. You usually don't know you're being indicted until you're indicted.
All right. Cassidy Hutchinson has already sat down, as you know, several times in private with committee investigators. One of her biggest revelations so far is that some Republican lawmakers sought pardons after the January 6th attack. Let's listen.
I guess Mr. Gates and Mr. Brooks, I know, both advocated for there to be a blanket pardon for members involved in that meeting and a handful of other members that weren't at the December 21st meeting as the preemptive pardons. Mr. Gates was personally pushing for a pardon, and he was doing so since early December. I'm not sure why. Mr. Gates had reached out to me to ask if he could have a meeting with Mr. Meadows about receiving a presidential pardon.
Did they all contact you?
Not all of them, but several of them did.
So you mentioned Mr. Gates, Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Biggs did. Mr. Jordan talked about congressional pardons, but he never asked me for one. It was more for an update on whether the White House is going to pardon members of Congress. Mr. Gomer asked for one as well. Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry, I need to cut you off.
Mr. Perry, did he talk to you directly?
Yes, he did.
Did Marjorie Taylor Greene contact you?
No, she didn't contact me about it. I heard that she had asked White House Counsel's Office for a pardon from Mr. Philbin, but I didn't frequently communicate with Ms. Greene.
Cassidy Hutchinson in some of the earlier deposition testimony. Joining us now is Chuck Todd, NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck, good to see you. What are your thoughts? What does this sense of expectation do to how people are going to consume this hearing?
Well, look, I think they've set the bar pretty high. I mean, from what I understand, no witness has been interviewed for more hours in total than Cassidy Hutchinson. In many ways, the way she's been described to me, this is my description, but what she's able to do is she's essentially a human dot connector. She is able to put these folks together, the names that have become household names if you've been paying attention to this hearing, whether it's John Eastman, whether it's Jeffrey Clark, what happened there, that we already saw what she knew about pardons. But this is, somebody with eyes and ears on the chief of staff, who has eyes and ears on the president almost at all times. She was in the room where it happened, to borrow a phrase if you must. So look, I think the bar's pretty high. Again, the stuff I've heard of what she's been able to tell this committee is something else, and I think seeing it all laid out here, if it is laid out as has been hinted at, this could be very powerful testimony, and she could be a very powerful witness. But I will say this, the committee has raised the stakes with the atmosphere with which they rushed this hearing on today, that's for sure.
Yeah, the committee, though, has obviously had some interest in how people will stay with this, giving it in bite-sized pieces, if you will. And now this. Do you think that this is going to change the outcome, not the outcome, but the number of hearings we'll see going forward? Are they changing strategy before our eyes?
I think it's possible. Look, I think they've done a very good job making this digestible. Unlike the Watergate hearings, which were 14-hour marathons, they have done this in a more bite-sized manner because this was a complicated story. This is a complicated scandal. And you got to almost take it in pieces. The pressure on the states, the alternative electors, some of this stuff is sort of convoluted language. You got to lay it out. And I think they've done a good job of that. I think they have created, a little bit of mystery by having a, quote, mystery witness that it obviously leaked out by the time of the start of this hearing. But I think that's another way to draw eyeballs. I can tell you one of the reasons why they had originally decided not to air hearings this week and next week was in part due to the holiday week coming up, but also they did expect the abortion ruling to essentially overshadow everything for a bit. And I have to tell you, it's pretty impressive to me that this committee had something that they believe is this compelling, that they think they're able to penetrate. And there's a lot of stuff happening in America right now. There's a lot of instability in our democracy in general. And so, like I said, I think they've raised the bar pretty high by doing this when they're doing. And if she is as forthcoming as it sounds like she's been in these depositions, Lester, I think this could trigger more people to talk. And obviously, if more people talk, we may need to build more hearings.
Well, they have been making that appeal at the end of every hearing so far. A key figure in these hearings, and you heard Chuck mention it, a Trump-allied lawyer named John Eastman. Previously, the committee presented memos that Eastman wrote urging former Vice President Pence to overturn the election. He's been portrayed as the architect of this plan. We're now learning that federal agents have seized Eastman's phone. NBC's national security correspondent Ken Delaney has been following this for us. Tell us how that piece fits into this puzzle.
Yeah, Lester, this is a really significant development in that other investigation that's going on behind, outside of public view. And what we learned last night, because Mr. Eastman and his lawyers have challenged this warrant, is that last week a group of FBI agents acting on behalf of the Justice Department's Inspector General accosted Eastman outside a restaurant in Albuquerque, New Mexico, frisked him, seized his phone, and they did that because they convinced a magistrate judge that there was probable cause to believe that a crime had been committed and that evidence of that crime was on that phone. And this is doubly significant because it happened on the same day that Jeffrey Clark, the former Justice Department lawyer who also played a key role in the scheme to overturn the election, according to the committee, his home was searched by federal agents and his electronic devices were seized. And it's really the first evidence we've seen that this Justice Department investigation has gone beyond just the people who committed violence who were present at the Capitol on January 6th and is looking at potentially efforts to overthrow the election.
And that leads me right back to Danny Savalas, something you said a few minutes ago, that when you're under investigation, sometimes you don't know you're under investigation. If you're John Eastman, how do you interpret this? They took my phone.
Ordinarily, if you are a subject or a target of a federal investigation, you don't find out that you weren't indicted or they decided not to, you just never hear from them. And you're right, when you are indicted, that's normally when you find out. They don't issue, the DOJ doesn't issue, hey, we're not going to prosecute you memoranda. If your electronic device has been seized, that means that the government has convinced a judge in an admittedly one-sided affair that there is probable cause to believe that there is evidence of a crime in your phone. And in order to get that warrant, that's what they have to show a judge. That means that there is a likelihood, they believe, that they will find incriminating evidence on that phone. It means that they have their eyes on you if your cell phone is being seized. So it is a major cause for concern if you're John Eastman and his attorneys, given that you already know that not only has a federal judge laid out in an opinion dealing with privilege, not with culpability, but laid out a case for the fact that you may have committed a crime. And in addition, you've heard plenty of evidence in the last couple weeks through this committee outlining how you may have committed a crime. There's a lot of informal accusations going out there around John Eastman. So if I'm John Eastman, I'm very concerned if that has now culminated in a search and a seizure of my electronic devices. By the way, that's where all your incriminating evidence is. It's in your electronic device. I mean, that's the bottom line. It's no longer papers in a locked box. It's what's on your iPhone or your cellular device, because that tells them where you've been, when you went somewhere, when you texted. It date stamps everything. It is a treasure trove for investigators.
Peter, we don't often talk about ratings for hearings, but this is made for television. They're very upfront for this. How much has that complicated Republicans who want to criticize this process? We know a lot of the criticisms have been geared toward, well, you're not talking inflation and some of the other issues of the day.
Well, what's been striking is the Republicans really haven't pushed back at this. They haven't pushed back on the facts that have been communicated, with some exceptions saying she may have misremembered that I had asked for a pardon. And I'm told by folks who were close to Cassidy Hutchinson that she didn't misremember anything. She was a top-level individual and a top-level mind whose responsibility it was to know anything that any of these lawmakers were saying to this White House. That's one thing. Separately, beyond that, and I'm just hearing, even as we're speaking right now, from a former Trump aide who says to me that MAGA folks are going to do everything they can to try to dismiss this testimony. But this individual who worked in that White House says to me that she, Cassidy Hutchinson, was, in their words, a, quote, consummate insider. She said she was a special advisor to the president. She was a senior advisor to the chief of staff. She was actively involved in legislative affairs, and she was involved in operations as well, which meant that she knew everything from what the president's schedule looked like to who was visiting the president, and beyond that, she knew about the president's movements, which could be significant as it relates to January 6th, because you remember on January 6th, in the president's speech at the Ellipse, just below the White House, the president said that he was going to march to the Capitol. And then, of course, a lot of the people who did, the rioters who went, said they were disappointed he didn't do it. And the president said he never had any intention to do that, as communicated by some of his aides. Is there any evidence that demonstrates that there were plans made? Were there plans made for the president potentially to go to the Capitol in 94?
Don't you think, given 20 hours of testimony, there would be nothing new left to get from her, assuming she's being cooperative?
It's possible that we would assume there's nothing new to get from her, but what's also possible is that in the course of the last couple of weeks, we've now heard from Alexander Holder. This is the documentary filmmaker who provided the committee with about 10 hours of footage where he interviewed the former president, the former vice president, Ivanka Trump, those closest to the inner circle of Trump world, of the Trump White House. So was there any information provided there that she may be able to speak to? Can she corroborate it? Can she dispute it? That's one of the things that's changed in the course of the last couple of weeks.
All right, we're just 10 minutes away now from the hearing. And one quick note, you may have noticed a QR code on the bottom right side of your screen. You can hold your phone to it, scan it, and it'll take you to our digital site for live updates and analysis of the hearing as it happens. I want to bring in Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, who joins the conversation. Yamiche, first of all, what struck you when you heard there was going to be a hearing today, and you've had some time to process it? Where do you think this leads us?
Well, having a surprise hearing shrouded in secrecy really does up the stakes and the expectations for this hearing. Look no further than John Dean, who was the former White House counsel under President Nixon, who said, quote, "This better be a big deal." He's saying that because he said the only surprise witness during the Nixon hearings, during the Watergate hearings, was a witness who then went on to detail the taping system of former President Richard Nixon. So really, this is the stakes are very, very high here. But of course, Cassidy Hutchinson has been someone who has given us time and time again new information. Lawmakers said that they were going to be key on making sure that there was new material, new video, and she has been at the center of that. Of course, when we think about the fact that she listed by name so many of the Republicans who were asking for pardons, even though they were pushing back on her, we now know that Representative Mo Brooks said that more than 100 Republicans requested a pardon from the White House. It's also interesting because Cassidy Hutchinson goes to this idea of cracking the black box at the White House open. She did it the first time when we heard about former President Trump saying maybe it is a good idea to hang former President Mike Pence, which is remarkable to say out loud. But there could be more information that she could give us. She was in the rooms, in the conversation. She was even at the ellipse with former President Trump when he was making that call for people to go to the Capitol. So what did she hear? What did she know? Of course, she was the aide to Mark Meadows, who has been a central figure here. He was someone who was receiving text messages from all sorts of conservatives to lawmakers to reporters, telling them about the violence at the Capitol. And he is someone who possibly could have more information about sort of whether or not President Trump ever said something that right now lawmakers have not proven, and that is, I knew that I lost the election, I know that I lost the election, but I want to steal it anyways. When I'm talking to legal sources and Republicans and Democrats, that is something that they are listening out for. It's been very clear that President Trump has been told over and over again up to this point that he lost the election, but did he ever actually say, I lost the election? One other thing, Lester, Benny Thompson, the chair of this committee, has said 187 minutes was how long it took former President Trump to go from watching this happen on TV, this Capitol attack happen on TV, to actually putting out a message that says, go home, you need to stop rioting, you need to stop attacking the Capitol. That's a critical 187 minutes, and I'm wondering if Cassidy Hutchinson will have more information on that particular point, in those particular critical moments.
Well, we will know soon enough. Again, we're about 8 minutes away from the start of this surprise hearing. I want to bring back Chuck Todd, NBC's political director, moderator, Meet the Press, to talk about the potential political fallout from this hearing. It's not lost on anybody, Chuck, that this is primary day in a lot of places.
It is. In fact, the January 6th issue is actually on the ballot in one House race in Illinois, where you have two members of Congress facing off against each other. Rodney Davis is an incumbent. He was one that voted in favor of a bipartisan commission, not this one, as many of these Republican members. And he's actually vowed that if he wins re-election, he's likely the person that would take over the January 6th investigation if Republicans do that. But he's being challenged by somebody who's been endorsed by Trump, this woman named Mary Miller. She sparked some controversy earlier when she claimed she misspoke when she talked about the Supreme Court decision and praised the saving of white life. She claims apparently that she meant to say right to life, and it came out at that, but it wasn't her first sort of brush with controversial far-right extreme sort of conversation. And so, look, that's on the ballot. You know, the Republicans, come November, Lester, if they end up wondering, this midterm didn't turn out as well as we thought it would in January, they're only going to have Donald Trump to blame. Whether it's the Roe v. Wade decision with his Supreme Court appointees, whether it is January 6th and the fact that essentially the party is paralyzed from being able to move on from Trump, or whether it's the way he's participated in primaries, ensuring the nomination of less electable candidates. And you put all of this package together, and Donald Trump is sort of haunting the Republicans right now when it comes to 2022 and the midterms. He's not an asset. He's either a small liability or a giant one. We'll find out in November.
Well, look at where we are. We're talking about this surprise hearing right on the verge of people will now start peeling away very quickly for the long July 4th holiday. We're not talking about abortion right now. We're not talking about inflation. We're talking about the J6 hearing. So in many ways, this is a pivotal week, no matter what we hear from her.
It is, and I think, look, like I said, they've raised the bar. They need to deliver today. I'll give, but I think this committee deserves the benefit of the doubt. They've delivered with each of these hearings above what they have of promise to show folks, so I think they deserve that benefit. But I think the stakes are higher there. I think there's no doubt abortion and that ruling, it isn't going to be something that sort of fades away. Sometimes a big thing happens and then we stop talking about it. We've seen that a lot over the years on the issue of guns. But there's so much action in the states on abortion, I don't think that's going to happen. And if these hearings continue to be public, and the whole thing, I think, like I said, it really complicates things for the Republican Party, who's desperately trying to make this election about inflation and Joe Biden. And they constantly have to either avoid the media to talk about either their position on abortion, which is dividing the Republican Party now more than the Democratic Party, Donald Trump, what they've seen out of the hearings. It is tougher being a Republican candidate out there due to all of these stories converging in this moment.
All right, Danny Savalas, I want to talk about the people we have seen so far as live witnesses. They've obviously done extensive deposition testimony. Is there a risk in putting them in the live hot seat under these circumstances?
Always. I mean, there's a decision you have to make. When you take video depositions, you have the luxury of cutting and pasting the parts that you like. We saw that with one witness who was supposed to appear live and then couldn't make it because his wife went into labor, so they had to take snippets of his deposition. But it's never really quite the same as putting someone on the stand and not knowing what they're going to say. And I got the sense that at least with Adam Schiff, who asked quite a few leading questions, that maybe he was concerned about what direction one of his witnesses was going to go. So there's always a difference in style when you have a video deposition that you splice up and present to a jury, and this is just one gigantic jury, the entire country, and when you have witnesses live. Because when it's live, as you know, Lester, as everybody knows, anything can happen, and it could go south.
I'm trying to think. I haven't heard one witness who I would classify as sounding like a hostile witness.
Not at all.
They sound forthcoming and cooperative.
For two reasons, I think. Number one, these are folks that, for whatever reason, the committee has selected. So they know they're going to give testimony that they like. Those that have resisted have not been called. Those who have asserted Fifth Amendment protections, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to call. It wouldn't make a lot of sense to call a John Eastman, who would just get into the room and basically assert the Fifth Amendment, just as we saw him do in his deposition several times. You see similar practice in grand jury proceedings, even though we never see them because we're not in the room, including me and other folks are excluded from a grand jury room. But similarly, if a witness isn't going to help the prosecution's case, they don't typically call that witness. And that's exactly what this is. The one-sided nature of this proceeding is closely related to that of a grand jury proceeding, which is always the prosecutor's show. The prosecutor only calls the greatest hits when it comes to witnesses. Defense attorneys not only don't get to cross-examine, they're not even in the room. And figuratively, the defense really isn't in the room at this
proceeding. Does it feel like what's happening now?
Well, what's notable in that case, right, is that the former president himself has now been complaining privately that there aren't Republicans on this committee. In the past, Republicans have been dismissing it, saying they wanted no part of it. Initially, the minority leader, the House top Republican, Kevin McCarthy, tried to put a couple Republicans on there. Nancy Pelosi had vetoed those individuals. The two Republicans are viewed as anti-Trump Republicans, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger right now. But had there been a Republican on there, had there been other Republicans on this committee, the former president's thinking is they could have sort of gummed up the process. They kind of could have pushed back in ways. But one of the benefits for the January 6th committee is they continue with this, not so much a prosecution, it's not a legal process, but their effort in this regard is that the individuals they've been speaking to, and most certainly Cassidy Hutchinson with 4 separate recorded testimonies, depositions, is that they know what her positions are. They know what her answers are. And if at any point any of these individuals were to say anything differently, believe me, they've done their homework and can say, well, in fact, you said the following. Isn't that the case? So any witness who would try to become hostile in any way would be in a tough position. But notably, they haven't been bringing in hostile witnesses.
Yeah, and we know, once again, it's important to point out they have kind of led every time with their conclusion that, all lines ultimately meet with Donald Trump.
Well, that's where they still have to go, right? They're bringing it back to Donald Trump. They've said multiple times he was told that this was illegal. This was communicated to him. His aides knew it was illegal. John Eastman, his former attorney or one of his legal advisors, knew it was illegal. But again, as we've said in this conversation, what they've yet to say is that Donald Trump himself understood that he knew that. And that's why, again, as we've said, if they hear Cassidy Hutchinson in the rooms where it happened saying, I heard him say this, it'll matter.
So it's a question of what did Donald Donald Trump know? And as we've seen in so many other cases, that becomes the key question of the question of knowledge. The hearing is set to begin in just a moment, so we want to pause briefly to give our NBC stations across the country a chance to join our special coverage.
This is an NBC News special report. An urgent new hearing from the January 6th committee. A key witness set to come forward to testify live. The committee promising new evidence to be revealed today. Part of their investigation into the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Today, day 6 of the unprecedented congressional hearings.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
As the January 6th committee makes its case to the American people. Now reporting from Washington, here is Lester Holt.
It is the 6th day of hearings from the January 6th committee, but it is perhaps the most dramatic. It's the first to feature the live testimony of a White House insider, and it comes unexpectedly, announced just 24 hours ago, partly due, we're told, to security concerns for today's witness. Many members were out of town for the July 4th recess and had to rush back for this hearing. The witness at the center of it all today, a 25-year-old former White House staffer named Cassidy Hutchinson. She was a top aide to President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and she was there for many of the key moments leading up to January 6th and for the day itself. We have already heard some of her previously recorded testimony during these hearings, where she claimed that a half dozen Republican lawmakers had reached out for pardons after the 6th. She was also reportedly the source who claimed President Trump said maybe the rioters had the right idea when they chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." She is expected to reveal more of what she knows during today's hearing. We want to go right now to Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. We just heard the gavel go down, but actually we'll get back to you.
The United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during this hearing. Good afternoon. In our hearings over the previous weeks, the Select Committee has laid out the details of a multi-part pressure campaign driven by the former president aimed at overturning the results of the 2020 presidential election and blocking the transfer of power. We've shown that this effort was based on a lie that the election was stolen, tainted by widespread fraud, Donald Trump's big lie. In the weeks ahead, the committee will hold additional hearings about how Donald Trump summoned a mob of his supporters to Washington, spurred them to march on the Capitol, and failed to take meaningful action to quell the violence as it was unfolding on January 6th. However, in recent days, the Select Committee has obtained new information dealing with what was going on in the White House on January 6th and in the days prior. Specific detailed information about what the former president and his top aides were doing and saying in those critical hours. First-hand details of what transpired in the office of the White House Chief of Staff, just steps from the Oval Office as the threats of violence became clear, and indeed, violence ultimately descended on the Capitol in the attack on American democracy. It's important that the American people hear that information immediately. That's why, in consultation with the Vice Chair, I've recalled the committee for today's hearing. As you've seen and heard in our earlier hearings, the Select Committee has developed a massive body of evidence thanks to the many hundreds of witnesses who have voluntarily provided information relevant to our investigation. It hasn't always been easy to get that information because the same people who drove the former president's pressure campaign to overturn the election are now trying to cover up the truth about January 6th. But thanks to the courage of certain individuals, the truth won't be buried. The American people won't be left in the dark. Our witness today, Ms. Cassie Hutchinson, has embodied that courage. I won't get into a lot of detail about Ms. Hutchinson's testimony will show. I'll allow her words to speak for themselves, and I hope everyone at home will listen very closely. First, I'll recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statements she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In our first 5 hearings, the committee has heard from a significant number of Republicans, including former Trump administration Justice Department officials, Trump campaign officials, several members of President Trump's White House staff, a prominent conservative judge, and several others. Today's witness, Ms. Cassidy Hutchinson, is another Republican and another former member of President Trump's White House staff. Certain of us in the House of Representatives recall that Ms. Hutchinson once worked for House Republican Whip Steve Scalise, but she is also a familiar face on Capitol Hill because she held a prominent role in the White House Legislative Affairs Office and later was the principal aide to President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. Ms. Hutchinson has spent considerable time up here on Capitol Hill representing the Trump administration, and we welcome her back. Up until now, our hearings have each been organized to address specific elements of President Trump's plan to overturn the 2020 election. Today, we are departing somewhat from that model because Ms. Hutchinson's testimony touches on several important and cross-cutting topics that are relevant to each of our future hearings. In her role working for the White House Chief of Staff, Ms. Hutchinson handled a vast number of sensitive issues. She worked in the West Wing, several steps down the hall from the Oval Office. Ms. Hutchinson spoke daily with members of Congress, with high-ranking officials in the administration, with senior White House staff, including Mr. Meadows, with White House counsel, lawyers, and with Mr. Tony Ornato, who served as the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. She also worked on a daily basis with members of the Secret Service who were posted in the White House. In short, Ms. Hutchinson was in a position to know a great deal about the happenings in the Trump White House. Ms. Hutchinson has already sat for 4 videotaped interviews with committee investigators, and we thank her very much for her cooperation and for her courage. We will cover certain, but not all, relevant topics within Ms. Hutchinson's knowledge today. Again, our future hearings will supply greater detail, putting the testimony today in a broader and more complete context. Today, you will hear Ms. Hutchinson relate certain firsthand observations of President Trump's conduct on January 6th. You will also hear new information regarding the actions and statements of Mr. Trump's senior advisors that day, including his Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, and his White House counsel. And we will begin to examine evidence bearing on what President Trump and members of the White House staff knew about the prospect for violence on January 6th, even before that violence began. To best communicate the information the committee has gathered, we will follow the practice of our recent hearings, playing videotape testimony from Ms. Hutchinson and others, and also posing questions to Ms. Hutchinson live. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Our witness today is Ms. Cassie Hutchinson, who served in the Trump administration in the White House Office of Legislative Affairs from 2019 to 2020, and as a special assistant to the President in the White House Chief of Staff's office from March 2020 through January 2021. I will now swear in our witness. The witness will please stand and raise her right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witness answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. Ms. Hutchinson, I'd like to start with a few questions about your background. These are some photographs we've obtained highlighting your career. These show you with members of Congress, including Steve Scalise, as well as the White House, with leader Kevin McCarthy and Jim Jordan. Others show you with the President and members of Congress aboard Air Force One. Before you worked in the White House, you worked on Capitol Hill for Representative Steve Scalise, the Republican whip, and Senator Ted Cruz. And then in 2019, you moved to the White House and served there until the end of the Trump administration in 2020. When you started at the White House, you served in the Office of Legislative Affairs. We understand that you were initially hired as a staff assistant, but were soon promoted to a position of greater responsibility. Can you explain your role for the committee?
When I moved over to the White House Chief of Staff's office with Mr. Meadows when he became the 4th Chief of Staff, it's difficult to describe a typical day. I was a special assistant to the President and an advisor to the Chief of Staff. The days depended on what the President was doing that day, and that's kind of how my portfolio was reflected. I had a lot of outreach with members of Congress, senior cabinet officials. I would work on policy issues with relevant internal components and members on the Hill, as well as security protocol at the White House complex for Mr. Meadows and the President.
And then you received another promotion in March 2020. At that time, you became the principal aide to the new White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
What did a typical day look like for you in your work with Mr. Meadows?
It varied with what was going on. We spent a lot of time on the Hill. I spent time on the Hill independently too, as I was his liaison for Capitol Hill. We did a lot of presidential travel engagements, but mostly I was there to serve what the Chief of Staff needed, and a lot of times what the Chief of Staff needed was a reflection of what the President's schedule is detailed to do that day.
So is it fair to say that you spoke regularly in your position, both with members of Congress and with senior members of the Trump administration?
That's correct. That's a fair assessment, sir.
And would you say that in your work with Mr. Meadows, you are typically in contact with him and others in the White House throughout the day?
That's correct, sir. Mr. Meadows and I were in contact almost pretty much throughout every day, consistently.
Although so much of grave importance happens in the West Wing of the White House, it's quite a small building. Above me on the screen, you can see a map of the first floor of the West Wing of the White House. On the right, you can see the President's Oval Office. On the left, the Chief of Staff's office suite. Within the Chief of Staff's office suite is the heart of the West Wing, was your desk, which was between the Vice President's office, Ms. Kirshner's office, and the Oval Office. Ms. Hutchinson, is this an accurate depiction of where you were located?
It's accurate. It's a lot smaller than it looks.
Absolutely. Ms. Hutchinson, this is a photo that shows the short distance between your office and the President's Oval Office. And it only takes 5 to 10 seconds or so to walk down the hall from your office to the Oval Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Pursuant to the Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we will begin today with an exchange that first provided Ms. Hutchinson a tangible sense of the ongoing planning for the events of January 6th. On January 2nd, 4 days before the attack on our Capitol, President Trump's lead lawyer, Mr. Giuliani, was meeting with White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and others. Ms. Hutchinson, do you remember Mr. Giuliani meeting with Mr. Meadows on January 2nd, 2021?
I do. He met with Mr. Meadows in the evening of January 2nd, 2021.
And we understand that you walked Mr. Giuliani out of the White House that night, and he talked to you about January 6th. What do you remember him saying?
As Mr. Giuliani and I were walking to his vehicles that evening, he looked at me and said something to the effect of, "Cass, are you excited for the 6th? It's going to be a great day." I remember looking at him and saying, "Rudy, could you explain what's happening on the 6th?" He had responded something to the effect of, "We're going to the Capitol. It's going to be great. The president's going to be there. He's going to look powerful. He's going to be with the members. He's going to be with the senators. Talk to the chief about it. Talk to the chief about it. He knows about it."
And did you go back then up to the West Wing and tell Mr. Meadows about your conversation with Mr. Giuliani?
I did. After Mr. Giuliani had left the campus that evening, I went back up to our office and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through his phone. I remember leaning against the doorway and saying, "I just had an interesting conversation with Rudy, Mark. It sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol." He didn't look up from his phone and said something to the effect of, "There's a lot going on, Cass, but I don't know. Things might get real bad on January 6th.
Ms. Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows is engaged in litigation with the committee to try to avoid testifying here. What was your reaction when he said to you things might get real bad?
In the days before January 2nd, I was apprehensive about the 6th. I had heard general plans for a rally. I had heard tentative movements to potentially go to the Capitol. But when hearing Rudy's take on January 6th and then Mark's response, that evening was the first moment that I remember feeling scared and nervous for what could happen on January 6th. And I had a deeper concern for what was happening with the planning aspects of it.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Today, we're going to be focusing primarily on the events of January 5th and 6th at the White House. But to begin and to frame the discussion, I want to talk about a conversation that you had with Mr. John Ratcliffe, the Director of National Intelligence. And you had this conversation in December of 2020. Mr. Ratcliffe was nominated by President Trump to oversee U.S. intelligence, our U.S. intelligence community. And before his appointment, Mr. Ratcliffe was a Republican member of Congress. As you will see on this clip, Director Ratcliffe's comments in December of 2020 were prescient.
My understanding was Director Ratcliffe didn't want much to do with the post-election period. Director Ratcliffe felt that it wasn't something that the White House should be pursuing. It felt it was dangerous for the president's legacy. He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or with the way that things were going for the 6th.
When you say it wasn't something the White House should be pursuing, what's the it?
Trying to fight the results of the election, finding missing ballots, pressuring filing lawsuits in certain states where there didn't seem to be significant evidence, and reaching out to state legislatures about that. So pretty much the way that the White House is handling the post-election period, he felt that there could be dangerous repercussions in terms of precedent set for elections, for our democracy, for the 6th. He was hoping that we would concede.
So, Ms. Hutchinson, now we're going to turn to certain information that was available before January 4th and what the Trump administration and the president knew about the potential for violence before January 6th. On the screen, you will see an email received by Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue on January 4th from the National Security Division of the Department of Justice. Mr. Donahue testified in our hearings last week. The email identifies apparent planning by those coming to Washington on January 6th to, quote, occupy federal buildings, and discussions of, quote, invading the Capitol building. Here's what Mr. Donahue said to us.
And we knew that if you have tens of thousands of very upset people showing up in Washington, D.C., that there was potential for violence.
The U.S. Secret Service was looking at similar information and watching the planned demonstrations. In fact, their intelligence division sent several emails to White House personnel like Deputy Chief of Staff Tony Ornato and the head of the President's Protective Detail, Robert Engel, including certain materials listing events like those on the screen. The White House continued to receive updates about planned demonstrations, including information regarding the Proud Boys organizing and planning to attend events on January 6th. Although Ms. Hutchinson has no detailed knowledge of any planning involving the Proud Boys for January 6th, she did note this.
I recall hearing the word Oath Keeper and hearing the word Proud Boys closer to the planning of the January 6th rally when Mr. Giuliani would be around.
On January 3rd, the Capitol Police issued a special event assessment. In that document, the Capitol Police noted that the Proud Boys and other groups planned to be in Washington, D.C. on January 6th and indicated that, quote, unlike previous post-election protests, the targets of the pro-Trump supporters are not necessarily the counter-protesters as they were previously, but rather Congress itself is the target on the 6th. Of course, we all know now that the Proud Boys showed up on January 6th, marched from the Washington Monument to the Capitol that day, and led the riotous mob to invade and occupy our Capitol. Ms. Hutchinson, I want to play you a clip of one of our meetings when you described a call on January 4th that you received from National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien on the same topic, potential violence on January 6th.
I received a call from Robert O'Brien, the National Security Advisor. He had asked if he could speak with Mr. Meadows about potential words of violence that he was hearing that were potentially going to happen on the Hill on January 6th. I had asked if he had connected with Tony Ornato because Tony Ornato had a conversation with him, with Mark, about that topic. Robert had said, I'll talk to Tony, and then I don't know if Robert ever connected with Mark about the issue.
Ms. Hutchinson, can you describe for us Mr. Ornato's responsibilities as Deputy Chief of Staff?
The Deputy Chief of Staff position at the White House for operations is arguably one of the most important positions that somebody can hold. They're in charge of all security protocol for the campus and all presidential protectees, primarily the president and the first family, but anything that requires security for any individual that has presidential protection, so the Chief of Staff or the National Security Advisor, as well as the Vice President's team too. Tony would oversee all of that, and he was the conduit for security protocol between White House staff and the United States Secret Service.
Thank you. And you also described a brief meeting between Mr. Ornato and Mr. Meadows on the potential for violence. The meeting was on January 4th. They were talking about the potential for violence on January 6th. Let's listen to a clip of that testimony.
I remember Mr. Ornato had talked to him about intelligence reports. I remember Mr. Ornato coming in and saying that we had intel reports saying that there could potentially be violence on the 6th.
You also told us about reports of violence and weapons that the Secret Service were receiving on the night of January 5th and throughout the day on January 6th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There are reports that police in Washington, D.C. had arrested several people with firearms or ammunition following a separate pro-Trump rally in Freedom Plaza on the evening of January 5th. Are those some of the reports that you recall hearing about?
They are.
Of course, the world now knows that the people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th had many different types of weapons. When a president speaks, the Secret Service typically requires those attending to pass through metal detectors, known as magnetometers, or MAGs for short. The Select Committee has learned that people who willingly entered the enclosed area for President Trump's speech were screened so they could attend the rally at the Ellipse. They had weapons and other items that were confiscated: pepper spray, knives, brass knuckles, tasers, body armor, gas masks, batons, blunt weapons. And those were just from the people who chose to go through the security for the president's event on the Ellipse, not the several thousand members of the crowd who refused to go through the mags and watched from the lawn near the Washington Monument. The Select Committee has learned about reports from outside the magnetometers and has obtained police radio transmissions identifying individuals with firearms, including AR-15s, near the Ellipse on the morning of January 6th. Let's listen.
There's an individual who's in a tree. He's going to be a white male, about 6 feet tall, thin build, brown cowboy boots. He's got blue jeans and a blue jean jacket, and underneath the blue jean jacket, the complainant's both saw stock with AR-15. He's going to be with a group of individuals, about five to eight other individuals. 2 of the individuals in that group at the base of the tree near the porta potties were wearing green fatigues, green olive drab style fatigues, about 5'8", 5'9", skinny white males, brown cowboy boots. They had Glock-style pistols in their waistband.
8736 with the message that subject, weapon on his right hip. After that, he's in the tree.
Motor 1, make sure PPD knows they have an elevated threat in the tree south side of Constitution Avenue. Look for the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, American flag face mask, cowboy boots, weapon on the right side hip.
I got 3 men walking down the street in fatigue while carrying AR-15. Copy at 14th and Independent.
AR-15s at 14th and Independence. As you saw in those emails, the first report that we showed, we now know was sent in the 8 o'clock hour on January 6th. This talked about people in the crowd wearing ballistic helmets and body armor, carrying radio equipment and military-grade backpacks. The second report we showed you on the screen was sent by the Secret Service in the 11 a.m. hour, and it addressed reports of a man with a rifle near the Ellipse. Ms. Hutchinson, in prior testimony, you described for us a meeting in the White House around 10 a.m. in the morning of January 6th, involving Chief of Staff Meadows and Tony Ornato. Were you in that meeting?
I was.
Let's listen to your testimony about that meeting, and then we'll have some questions.
I think the last time we talked, you mentioned that some of the weapons that people had at the rally included flagpoles, oversized sticks or flagpoles, bear spray. Is there anything else that you recall hearing about that the people who would gather on the Ellipse had?
I recall Tony and I having a conversation with Mark probably around 10 a.m., 10:15 a.m., where I remember Tony mentioning knives, guns in the form of pistols and rifles, bear spray, body armor, spears, and flagpoles. Spears were one item, flagpoles were one item, and then Tony had relayed to me something to the effect of, and these effing people are fastening spears onto the ends of flagpoles.
And Ms. Hutchinson, here's a clip of your testimony regarding Mr. Meadows' response to learning that the rally attendees were armed that day. What was Mark's reaction, Mr. Meadows' reaction to this list of weapons that people had in the crowd?
When Tony and I went in to talk to Mark that morning, Mark was sitting on his couch and on his phone, which was something typical. And I remember Tony just got right into it. I was like, sorry, I just want to let you know, and had informed him, like, this is how many people we have outside the mags right now. These are the weapons that we're known to have. It's possible he listed more weapons off that I just don't recall. And gave him a brief and concise explanation, but also fairly thorough. And I remember distinctly Mark not looking up from his phone. And I remember Tony finishing his explanation and it taking a few seconds for Mark to say something to the point where I almost said, Mark, did you hear him? And then Mark chimed in and was like, all right, anything else? Still looking down at his phone. And Tony looked at me and I looked at Tony and Tony said, no, sir, do you have any questions? He's like, what are you hearing? And I looked at Tony and I was like, sir, he just told you about what was happening down at the rallies. And he was like, yeah, I know. And then he looked up and said, have you talked to the president? And Tony said, yes, sir, he's aware too. He said, all right, good.
He asked Tony if Tony had informed the president.
Yes.
And Tony said, yes, he had. So, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that Mr. Ornato told the president about weapons at the rally on the morning of January 6th?
That's what Mr. Ornato relayed to me.
And here's how you characterize Mr. Meadows' general response when people raised concerns about what could happen on January 6th.
So at the time, in the days leading up to the 6th, there were lots of public reports about how things might go bad on the 6th, even the potential for violence. If I'm hearing you correctly, what stands out to you is that Mr. Meadows did not share those concerns, or at least did not act on those concerns?
Did not act on those concerns would be accurate.
But other people raised them to him? Like in this exchange, you mentioned that Mr. Ornato pulled him aside.
That's correct.
Ms. Hutchinson, we're going to show now an exchange of texts between you and Deputy Chief of Staff Ornato. And these text messages were exchanged while you were at the Ellipse. In one text, you write, but the crowd looks good from this vantage point as long as we get the shot. He was effing furious. And the text messages also stress that President Trump kept mentioning the OTR, an off-the-record movement. We're going to come back and ask you about that in a minute. But could you tell us, first of all, who it is in the text who was furious?
The he in that text that I was referring to was the president.
And why was he furious, Ms. Hutchinson?
He was furious because he wanted the arena that we had on the Ellipse to be maxed out at capacity for all attendees. The advance team had relayed to him that the mags were free-flowing. Everybody who wanted to come in had already come in, but he still was angry about the extra space and wanted more people to come in.
And did you go to the rally in the presidential motorcade?
I was there, yes, in the motorcade.
And were you backstage with the president and other members of his staff and family?
I was.
And you told us, Ms. Hutchinson, about particular comments that you heard while you were in the tent area.
When we were in the offstage announce area tent behind the stage, he was very concerned about the shot, meaning the photograph that we would get, because the rally space wasn't full. One of the reasons, which I've previously stated, was because he wanted it to be full and for people to not feel excluded because they'd come far to watch him at the rally. And he felt the mags were at fault for not letting everybody in. But another leading reason, and likely the primary reason, is because he wanted it full and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons, what the Secret Service deems as weapons and our weapons. But when we were in the offstage announce tent, I was part of a conversation. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, you know, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
Just to be clear, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that the president wanted to take the mags away and said that the armed individuals were not there to hurt him?
That's a fair assessment.
The issue wasn't with the amount of space available in the official rally area only, but instead that people did not want to have to go through the mags. Let's listen to a portion of what you told us about that.
In this particular instance, it wasn't the capacity of our space, it was the mags and the people that didn't want to come through. And that's what Tony had been trying to relay to him that morning. You know, it's not the issues that we encountered on the campaign. We have enough space, sir. they don't want to come in right now. They have weapons that they don't want confiscated by the Secret Service, and they're fine on the mall. They can see you on the mall, and they want to march straight to the Capitol from the mall.
The president apparently wanted all attendees inside the official rally space and repeatedly said, quote, "They're not here to hurt me." And just to be clear, so he was told again in that conversation, or was he told again in that conversation, that people couldn't come through the mags because they had weapons?
Correct.
And that people, his response was to say they can march to the Capitol from the ellipse.
Something to the effect of, take the effing mags away. They're not here to hurt me. Let them in. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol after the rally's over. They can march from the ellipse. Take the effing mags away. Then they can march to the Capitol.
Ms. Hutchinson, what we saw when those clips were playing were photos provided by the National Archives showing the president in the offstage tent before his speech on the ellipse. You were in some of those photos as well. And I just want to confirm that that is when you heard the president say the people with weapons weren't there to hurt him, and that he wanted the Secret Service to remove the magnetometers.
That's correct. In the photos that you displayed, we were standing towards the front of the tent with the TVs, really close to where he would walk out to go onto the stage. These conversations happened 2 to 3 minutes before he took the stage that morning.
Let's reflect on that for a moment. President Trump was aware that a number of the individuals in the crowd had weapons and were wearing body armor. And here's what President Trump instructed the crowd to do.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol.
And the crowd, as we know, did proceed to the Capitol. It soon became apparent to the Secret Service, including the Secret Service teams in the crowd, along with White House staff, that security at the Capitol would not be sufficient.
I'd had 2 or 3 phone conversations with Mr. Ornato when we were at the ellipse, and then I had 4 men on Mr. Meadows' detail with me in between those individuals and then a few other bodies on the ground, just the Secret Service doing advance. They were getting notifications through their radios, and Mr. Ornato in one phone conversation had called me and said, make sure the chief knows that they're getting closer to the Capitol. It's they're having trouble stacking bodies.
And Ms. Hutchinson, when you said they were having trouble stacking bodies, did you mean that law enforcement at the Capitol needed more people to defend the Capitol from the rioters?
It was becoming clear to us and to the Secret Service that Capitol police officers were getting overrun at the security barricades outside of the Capitol building, and they were short people to defend the building against the rioters.
And you mentioned that Mr. Ornato was conveying this to you because he wanted you to tell Mr. Meadows. So did you tell Mr. Meadows that people were getting closer to the Capitol and that Capitol Police was having difficulty?
After I had the conversation with Mr. Meadows, after I had the conversation with Mr. Ornato, I went to have the discussion with Mr. Meadows. He was in a secure vehicle at the time making a call. So when I had gone over to the car, I went to open the door to let him know, and he had immediately shut it. I don't know who he was speaking with. It wasn't something that he regularly did, especially when I would go over to give him information. So I was a bit taken aback, but I didn't think much of it, and thinking that I would be able to have the conversation with him a few moments later.
And were you able to have that conversation a few moments later?
Probably about 20 to 25 minutes later. There was another period in between where he shut the door again, and then when he finally got out of the vehicle, we had the conversation. But at that point, there was a backlog of information that he should have been made aware of.
And so you opened the door to the control car, and Mr. Meadows pulled it shut?
That's correct.
And he did that 2 times?
That's correct.
And when you finally were able to give Mr. Meadows the information about the violence at the Capitol, what was his reaction?
he almost had a lack of reaction. I remember him saying, all right, something to the effect of, how much longer does the president have left in his speech?
Again, much of this information about the potential for violence was known or learned before the onset of the violence, early enough for President Trump to take steps to prevent it. He could, for example, have urged the crowd at the Ellipse not to march to the Capitol. He could have condemned the violence immediately once it began, or he could have taken multiple other steps. But as we will see today and in later hearings, President Trump had something else in mind. One other question at this point, Ms. Hutchinson, were you aware of concerns that White House counsel Pat Cipollone or Eric Hirschman had about the language President Trump used in his Ellipse speech?
There were many discussions the morning of the 6th about the rhetoric of the speech that day. In my conversations with Mr. Hirschman, he had relayed that we would be foolish to include language that had been included at the president's request, which had lines along to the effect of, fight for Trump, we're going to march to the Capitol, I'll be there with you, fight for me, fight for what we're doing, fight for the movement. Things about the vice president at the time, too. Both Mr. Hirschman and White House counsel's office were urging the speechwriters to not include that language for legal concerns and also for the optics of what it could portray the president wanting to do that day.
And we just heard the president say that he would be with his supporters as they marched to the Capitol. Even though he did not end up going, he certainly wanted to. Some have questioned whether President Trump genuinely planned to come here to the Capitol on January 6th. In his book, Mark Meadows falsely wrote that after President Trump gave his speech on January 6th, he told Mr. Meadows that he was, quote, speaking metaphorically about the walk to the Capitol. As you will see, Donald Trump was not speaking metaphorically. As we heard earlier, Rudy Giuliani told Ms. Hutchinson that Mr. Trump planned to travel to the Capitol on January 6th. I want to pause for just a moment to ask you, Ms. Hutchinson, to explain some of the terminology you will hear today. We've heard you use two different terms to describe plans for the president's movement to the Capitol or anywhere else. One of those is a scheduled movement, and another one is OTR. Could you describe for us what each of those mean?
A scheduled presidential movement is on his official schedule. It's notified to the press and to a wide range of staff that will be traveling with him. It's known to the public, known to the Secret Service, and they're able to coordinate the movement days in advance. An off-the-record movement is confined to the knowledge of a very, very small group of advisors and staff. Typically, a very small group of staff would travel with him, mostly that are just included in the national security package. You can pull an off-the-record movement together in less than an hour. It's a way to kind of circumvent having to release it to the press, if that's the goal of it, or to not have to have as many security parameters put in place ahead of time to make the movement happen.
Thank you. And let's turn back now to the president's plans to travel to the Capitol on January 6th. We know that White House counsel Pat Cipollone was concerned about the legal implications of such a trip, and he agreed with the Secret Service that it shouldn't happen. Ms. Hutchinson, did you have any conversations with Pat Cipollone about his concerns about the president going to the Capitol on January 6th?
On January 3rd, Mr. Cipollone had approached me, knowing that Mark had raised the prospect of going up to the Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Cipollone and I had a brief private conversation where he said to me, we need to make sure that this doesn't happen. This would be legally a terrible idea for us. We have serious legal concerns if we go up to the Capitol that day. And he then urged me to continue relaying that to Mr. Meadows, because it's my understanding that Mr. Cipollone thought that Mr. Meadows was indeed pushing this along with the president.
And we understand, Ms. Hutchinson, that you also spoke to Mr. Cipollone on the morning of the 6th as you were about to go to the rally on the Ellipse. And Mr. Cipollone said something to you like, make sure the movement to the Capitol does not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct. I saw Mr. Cipollone right before I walked out onto West Exec that morning, and Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
And do you remember which crimes Mr. Cipollone was concerned with?
In the days leading up to the 6th, we had conversations about potentially obstructing justice or defrauding the electoral count.
Let's hear about some of those concerns that you mentioned earlier in one of your interviews with us.
Having a private conversation with Pat late in the afternoon of the 3rd or the 4th, that Pat was concerned it would look like we were obstructing justice or obstructing the electoral college count. And I apologize for probably not being very firm with my legal terms here, but that it would look like we were obstructing what was happening on Capitol Hill. And he was also worried that it would look like we were inciting a riot or encouraging a riot to erupt on the Capitol, at the Capitol.
In fact, in the days before January 6th and on January 6th itself, President Trump expressed to multiple White House aides that he wanted to go to the Capitol after his speech. Here's what various White House aides have told the committee about the president's desire to go to the Capitol.
Did the president tell you this, that he wanted to speak at the Capitol?
Correct, yes.
During the meeting in the dining room, did the idea of the president proceeding or walking to the Capitol on the 6th after his speech come up?
Walking to the Capitol? No.
Driving to the Capitol?
It came up.
Okay, how did it come up and what was discussed?
He brought it up. He said, I want to go down to the Capitol.
What about him marching to the Capitol on the 6th?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So, this is kind of a general thing. I mean, to get into the specifics of it, I was aware of the desire of the president to potentially march to the or accompany the rally attendees to the Capitol.
When did you first hear about this idea of the president accompanying rally attendees to the Capitol on the 6th?
Well, this was at the 6th. This was during the after he finished his remarks.
When the president said that he would be going to the Capitol during his speech on the Ellipse, the Secret Service scrambled to find a way for him to go. We know this from witnesses and the Secret Service, also from messages among staff on the President's National Security Council. The NSC staff were monitoring the situation in real time, and you can see how the situation evolved in the following chat log that the committee has obtained. As you can see, NSC staff believed that Mogul, the president, was, quote, going to the Capitol, and, quote, they are finding the best route now. From these chats, we also know the staff learned of the attack on the Capitol in real time. When President Trump left the Ellipse stage at 1:10, the staff knew that rioters had invaded the inaugural stage and Capitol Police were calling for all available officers to respond. When Republican leader Kevin McCarthy heard the president say he was going to the Capitol, he called you, Ms. Hutchinson. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And in this text message, you told Tony Ornato, quote, McCarthy just called me too. And do you guys think you're coming to my office? Tell us about the call that day with Leader McCarthy during the president's speech on the Ellipse.
I was still in the tent behind the stage, and when you're behind the stage, you can't really hear what's going on in front of you. So when Mr. McCarthy called me with this information, I answered the call and he sounded rushed, but also frustrated and angry at me. And I was confused because I didn't know what the president had just said. He then explained, the president just said he's marching to the Capitol. You told me this whole week you aren't coming up here. Why would you lie to me? I said, I'm not lying. I wasn't lying to you, sir. We're not going to the Capitol. And he said, well, he just said it on stage, Cassidy. Figure it out. Don't come up here. I said, I'll run the traps on this and I'll shoot you a text. I can assure you we're not coming up to the Capitol. We've already made that decision. He pressed a little bit more, believing me, but I think frustrated that the president had said that. And we ended the phone conversation after that. I called Mr. Ornato to reconfirm that we weren't going to the Capitol, and which is also in our text messages. I sent Mr. McCarthy another text telling him the affirmative that we were not going up to the Capitol, and he didn't respond after that.
And we understand, Ms. Hutchinson, that the plans for the president to come up to the Capitol had included discussions at some point about what the president would do when he came up to the Capitol on January 6th. Let's look at a clip of one of your interviews discussing that issue with the committee.
When you were talking about a scheduled movement, did anyone say what the president wanted to do when he got here?
No. Not that I can specifically remember. I remember hearing a few different ideas discussed between Mark and Scott Perry, Mark and Rudy Giuliani. I don't know which conversations were elevated to the president. I don't know what he personally wanted to do when he went up to the Capitol that day. I know that there were discussions about him having another speech outside of the Capitol before going in. I know that there was a conversation about him going into the House chamber at one point.
As we've all just heard, in the days leading up to January 6th, on the day of the speech, both before and during and after the rally speech, President Trump was pushing his staff to arrange for him to come up here to the Capitol during the electoral vote count. Let's turn now to what happened in the president's vehicle when the Secret Service told him he would not be going to the Capitol after his speech. First, here is the president's motorcade leaving the ellipse after his speech on January 6th. Ms. Hutchinson, when you returned to the White House in the motorcade after the president's speech, where did you go?
When I returned to the White House, I walked upstairs towards the Chief of Staff's office, and I noticed Mr. Ornato lingering outside of the office. And once we had made eye contact, he quickly waved me to go into his office, which was just across the hall from mine. When I went in, he shut the door, and I noticed Bobby Engel, who is the head of Mr. Trump's security detail, sitting in a chair, just looking somewhat discombobulated and a little lost. And I looked at Tony, and he had said, "Did you effing hear what happened in the Beast?" I said, "No, Tony, I just got back. What happened?" Tony proceeded to tell me that when the president got in the Beast, he was under the impression from Mr. Meadows that the off-the-record movement to the Capitol was still possible and likely to happen, but that Bobby had more information. So once the president had gotten into the vehicle with Bobby, he thought that they were going up to the Capitol, and when Bobby had relayed to him, we don't have the assets to do it, it's not secure, we're going back to the West Wing. The president had a very angry response to that. Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Ornato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
And was Mr. Engel in the room as Mr. Ornato told you this story?
He was.
Did Mr. Engel correct or disagree with any part of the story from Mr. Ornato?
Mr. Engel did not correct or disagree with any part of the story.
Did Mr. Engel or Mr. Ornato ever after that tell you that what Mr. Ornato had just said was untrue?
Neither Mr. Ornato nor Mr. Engel told me ever that it was untrue.
And despite this altercation, this physical altercation, during the ride back to the White House, President Trump still demanded to go to the Capitol. Here's what Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary at the time, wrote in her personal notes and told the committee about President Trump's desire to go to the Capitol after returning to the White House.
When you wrote POTUS wanted to walk to the Capitol, was that based solely on what the president said during his speech or anything that he or anybody else said afterwards?
So to the best of my recollection, I believe when we got back to the White House, he said he wanted to physically walk with the marchers. And according to my notes, he then said he'd be fine with just riding the beast. But to the best of my recollection, he wanted to be a part of the march in some fashion.
Okay, and just for the record, the beast refers to the presidential limousine?
Yes.
President Trump did not go to the Capitol that day. We understand that he blamed Mark Meadows for that.
So prior to leaving the rally site, when he got off the stage and everybody was making the movement back to the motorcade, I had overheard Mr. Meadows say to him then, as I had prior to Mr. Trump taking the stage that morning, that he was still working on getting an off-the-record movement to the Capitol. So when Mr. Trump took the stage, he was under the impression via Mr. Meadows that it was still possible. So when he got off the stage, I had relayed to Mr. Meadows that I had another conversation with Tony. The movement was still not possible. Mr. Meadows said, okay. And then as they proceeded to go to the motorcade, and Mr. Meadows had reiterated, we're going to work on it, sir, talk to Bobby. Bobby has more information. Mark got into his vehicle, to my understanding. Trump got into the Beast. And after we had all arrived back at the White House, later in the day, it had been relayed to me via Mark that the president wasn't happy that Bobby didn't pull it off for him and that Mark didn't work hard enough to get the movement on the books.
The physical altercation that Ms. Hutchinson described in the presidential vehicle was not the first time that the president had become very angry about issues relating to the election. On December 1, 2020, Attorney General Barr said in an interview that the Department of Justice had not found evidence of widespread election fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. Ms. Hutchinson, how did the president react to hearing that news?
Around the time that I understand the AP article went live, I remember hearing noise coming from down the hallway, so I poked my head out of the office, and I saw the valet walking towards our office. He had said, get the chief down to the dining room, the president wants him. So Mark went down to the dining room and came back to the office a few minutes later. After Mark had returned, I left the office and went down to the dining room, and I noticed that the door was propped open and the valet was inside the dining room changing the tablecloth off of the dining room table. He motioned for me to come in and then pointed towards the front of the room near the fireplace mantle and the TV, where I first noticed there was ketchup dripping down the wall and there's a shattered porcelain plate on the floor. The valet had articulated that the president was extremely angry at the Attorney General's AP interview and had thrown his lunch against the wall, which was causing them to have to clean up. So I grabbed a towel and started wiping the ketchup off of the wall to help the valet out. And he said something to the effect of, he's really ticked off about this. I would stay clear of him for right now. He's really, really ticked off about this right now.
And Ms. Hutchinson, was this the only instance that you are aware of where the president threw dishes?
It's not.
And are there other instances in the dining room that you recall where he expressed his anger?
There were several times throughout my tenure with the Chief of Staff that I was aware of him either throwing dishes or flipping the tablecloth to let all the contents of the table go onto the floor and likely break or go everywhere.
And Ms. Hutchinson, Attorney General Barr described to the committee the president's angry reaction when he finally met with President Trump. Let's listen.
And I said, look, I know that you're dissatisfied with me, and I'm glad to offer my resignation. And he pounded the table very hard. Everyone sort of jumped, and he said, accept it.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The chair requests those in the hearing room to remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted our witness from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
We have been listening to the testimony of Cassidy Hutchinson, a former executive assistant to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, testimony that can only be described as explosive. Chuck Todd, I'm not sure where to start.
I am explosive, almost underplays what we just heard. I mean, look, before the description of the former president's unhinged behavior where he attacked his lead Secret Service detail, which I'm still trying to digest, she does make it clear, I think in a very compelling way, that for days, everybody in and around the president knew that January 6th was going to be potentially explosive, knew it could become violent. The opening, I mean, every part of this testimony sort of had revelation after revelation, beginning with that opening anecdote about Rudy Giuliani essentially informing Ms. Hutchinson of what they at least thought the plan would be. But so, you know, as far as building the case about what the president knew and when he knew it and how illegal his acts were, boy, did she paint a damning picture. As I called her a human dot connector, and she connected a bunch of dots. But then you throw in the sort of physical, unhinged behavior of the former president with those two anecdotes, one throwing a plate of food in reaction to Bill Barr's interview with the Associated Press, where he publicly stated that there was no widespread election fraud. But then the incident with the Secret Service detail and that description, she's in the office of the Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Ornato, who himself was a former lead of the president. The lead Secret Service detail the president attacked is in the room as she's being told this story. So the point is, it really paints a very damning picture of the president. And you know, it's interesting, Lester, we go through this and nothing shocks when it comes to the former president, but the idea that he tried to grab the wheel, this was clearly, she is painting a picture of somebody who was very unhinged. I don't know what other word to use, but if that is based on her testimony, that is an unhinged actor that she is portraying.
And Chuck, let's not forget, she also describes, well, actually, she doesn't describe, we actually hear the radio transmission of police as they're spotting people in the crowd at the ellipse with high-powered weapons. As she tells it, the president gains knowledge of what's happening there, wants to press forward to set aside the magnetometers and let people come in, even after hearing reports of things like AR-15s.
Well, and Lester, if I can interrupt, I think this testimony is so important, and that because, You know, one of the arguments that many Republicans try to make that attempt to defend the former president, maybe they don't defend his personal actions, but basically say, hey, this place was unprepared. We now have testimony that essentially that it's clear they knew this was going to happen, and clearly they withheld some of the most biggest concern that the Capitol Police should have known about. Right? You think the Capitol Police knew of what Rudy Giuliani said to Ms. Hutchinson? You know, had they known that information 4 days before, that puts everything in a different context for me. I know it does. And I assume for a lot of people, because again, this is not a security failure that everybody at the Capitol should have been prepared for. This was an intentional act by Trump and his cronies to essentially make sure that they could cause a ruckus at the Capitol. I mean, she's connecting that dot more than just with dots, with dashes there. It's a pretty straight line.
Let me bring in Peter Alexander. Peter, you and I both feverishly scribbling notes and remarking to each other that this is a 25-year-old young woman who is literally at the center of power, witness to these events and around these powerful people.
Well, it's stunning courage for anybody, but certainly for a 25-year-old. And you're struck by the fact that this 25-year-old, she wasn't a fly on the wall. She was literally an insider who was in those conversations where messages were being communicated to her from the White House counsel, the top lawyer for the White House, to the chief of staff on occasion. And what she did here that I think is so critical is that she gave voice to those individuals who have not come forward and testified on their own behalf. Most notably, President Donald Trump. We've been trying to see, and the key words to watch today were if she could say, I heard him say. And she says, I heard the president say, when they were standing behind the curtain, in effect, on the January 6th speech that he gave at the Ellipse. She said, I don't care that they have weapons. Take the mags away, the security magnetometers away. They aren't here to hurt me. They can march from here. Those are the words that she says she heard the president communicate, even after it was shared with him that there were individuals carrying AR-15s, brass knuckles, other weapons that were just outside the gates of where he would be delivering that speech. She said about Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, that he communicated to her his serious legal concerns about the president's desire to go up to Capitol Hill on that day. He said that they were going to get charged with every crime imaginable if they did that. That is the White House counsel telling her we cannot do this for all these reasons, to say nothing of the moments that were communicated to her in the room with the president's head of security, Mr. Engel, and also with Mr. Ornato, the head of operations, about that dramatic moment that played out inside the president's limousine, his SUV, when he put his hands on the wheel, put his hands on the neck of his top security individual, aide, as described, saying, send this thing up to the Capitol.
And just to be clear, when people think of the beast, the presidential limo, we think of that large, I don't know if it's a GM or a Cadillac or whatever, but a very big sedan. Yep. In this case, we saw the picture of the president being wheeled away. He's in an SUV, which is used from time to time.
No doubt, which would have enabled him to reach up, right? And the beast, I've never been inside, but we know there's protective glass and the like that exists in there. And that SUV, as you saw, and the committee was clear to show what he was traveling in, he could have reached to the steering wheel that was in the front, and the security aide who would have been sitting in the front row as well.
Let me bring Danny into all this. You're listening with a lawyer's ear. They're very specific about what she heard and what she heard secondhand. This is not a trial. We keep pointing out this is not a trial. It's not an impeachment. But it is interesting in terms of how we weigh her credibility. How would you weigh what we've heard so far?
You will hear people complain, probably on the right, that a lot of this is hearsay. It's Hutchinson reporting what was told to her by somebody else. And it's true that in court, hearsay is often excluded, but it has so many exceptions. It is a rule of Swiss cheese. There are so many holes in the rule. So many that could scarcely be said to be a rule anymore. But the reality is we're not in court. And sometimes hearsay is totally reliable. And that's why we have so many exceptions to the rule. And for that reason, some of this hearsay may be reliable. It doesn't mean that it's not. So you look at the source itself, and if that source itself is checkable, verifiable, then it's not going to be something that should be discarded out of hand. Similarly here, since we don't have the rules of evidence applying, you should take it for what it's worth.
All right, Danny, thank you. Let me go to Ali Vitale, who's outside the hearing room. Ali, I've got to wonder what you were seeing inside the room, the reaction to some of the bombshells she's dropped, especially describing this picture of a president lunging for his Secret Service protector. to take a hold of the wheel of the car.
Lester, that was one of the really striking moments in the room. You saw people's eyes almost pop out of their head as she described that moment of the former president lunging for the steering wheel and the head of his security saying, "I'm going to need you to take your hand off that steering wheel." I've been in the room at every single one of these hearings, and what I can tell you is that there's always an anticipation and almost excitement in the room, but this had such a heaviness to it. It's clear that this was different. The seating arrangements were different. Those officers who were so impacted by what happened here on January 6th were no longer at the front of the room, but towards the back, because they meant for this to be something that the focus was only on Cassidy Hutchinson, and certainly that was the case. I do think that everyone in there, sometimes people might zone out, they might look away, they look at their phone. Instead, during this hearing, every single person in that room was glued to the screen. They were perked up and listening the entire time, almost as if they were afraid to miss the bombshell. And certainly bombshell after bombshell have happened in this hearing. The committee clearly not over-promising when they said that they were going to have this surprise witness here in the room. I thought the whole thing was striking, and certainly as the chairman gavelled to a recess, we had at least one Democratic lawmaker stand and applaud for Hutchinson as she left the room. It sort of speaks to the feeling of gratitude among those who have been impacted by this day, that this young woman would go through so much. We know that there's security threats here. We know how hard, and you guys have all spoken to the fact that it must be so hard and so pressure-filled to be a young woman at the center of this right now. But certainly there was a feeling of gratitude in that room from so many of the people who were impacted by January 6th that she would be here and testify to so many of these striking moments that she's already spoken to. And look, it's clear they're not even done yet, Lester.
Yeah, there's more to come. Ali, we're in the 10-minute break, we should point out right now. Ali, thank you very much. Let me go to our Washington correspondent, Yamiche Alcindor. You've been sampling some reaction from supporters of the former president. How are they characterizing what we're seeing?
Well, Lester, supporters of former President Trump and even aides who were helping try to contest the election on his behalf are shocked by what they just heard. I've been getting text messages in all caps saying, wow, the truth is coming out. He only cared about his own safety because, of course, as you remember, as they were describing and as Cassidy Hutchinson was describing the fact that the president not only lunged at the neck of a Secret Service agent, but also lunged at the steering wheel of that vehicle that he was in. He was saying, I'm not at risk. They're not going to hurt me, even though they had AR-15 and military backpacks and all sorts of other equipment that was making the Secret Service very, very nervous. We should also point out that violence had already broken out at the Capitol. While all of this is happening, that is going on. And when I'm talking to the people that were closest to President Trump, some aides again who were on his campaign, they say that it really hurts to think about the fact that here was the president of the United States only thinking about his own safety, only thinking about whether or not he would be hurt. The committee really did set the stakes really, really high here. And based on the reactions that I'm getting from people, a lot of them Trump supporters, they really are meeting the bar here for a history-making session. All eyes were on this young woman. She, of course, is part of the Republican establishment. Even though she's young, she worked for Steve Scalise. She was in the legislative affairs. So many people know who she is, know that she really did have a lot of values that were really connected to the Republican Party. So to see her really sit here and look sad in some ways, look really petrified in other ways, but also look stoic when she is sitting here quoting directly what she heard from the president or what she heard people say the president did. I also think it's really important that there was that scene at the end where President Trump is throwing plates, where he's throwing his lunch against the wall. It is another instance where he is again having to confront the fact that his election lies are just that. They are lies. There were no fraudulent in the 2020 election, and here was its Attorney General Bill Barr trying to explain that to him. And there are a lot of people in Trump world who say this is another sort of key part here where people feeling like they were useful idiots because they really do feel like former President Trump was only worried about himself, drunk off of power, wanting to stay in office no matter what it took, including, of course, physically attacking a Secret Service agent, which I think, Lester, is still so remarkable, and it's going to take a lot of time for people to process just how far former President Trump was willing to go.
And Yamiche, I'm going to ask you a question. It may not matter as much as it did an hour ago, but based on what we've seen, these stories would have been as shocking 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now. Are we closer to getting an understanding of why they wanted this out now, so off the schedule they had laid out?
It's a great question, Lester. In talking to folks, at least in talking to folks, I get the sense that Cassidy Hutchinson, that her security and her sort of how she felt about this information being out in the ether and what her life might be like now that she's spoken out with her name, with her face out there publicly, that the lawmakers wanted to make sure that she had this opportunity and then that she could finally maybe go to some safe location. Of course, that is all at this point not clear. It's unclear whether or not that's exactly what the lawmakers were thinking, but my sense in talking to sources are that they were really, really concerned about her safety, and they also felt like this was urgent information. Let's remember that this is a committee that is on a timetable, right? There is this sort of midterm elections all the way in the fall, in November, and lawmakers want enough time as possible for the public to really digest what are, as you described them, explosive details on the actions of former President Trump.
All right, the witness walking back in along with members of the committee. Let me get Chuck Todd in here very quickly. Chuck, a lot of this has been about, are we going to hear the magic words of what the president knew, his acknowledgement of doing things wrong? Are they close or has it happened yet?
I think they're closer, and as I had one very close Trump supporter say to me, everything she's testified to, it cuts across the public defense I've been making of him, which is that it was just a speech. It's no longer just a speech now on that ellipse.
All right, Chuck Todd, we are waiting now for this session to resume. We don't know where they're going to take it right now, but of course, what we've heard so far will fill conversations for many hours. There's the gavel. Let's go back to the
committee will be in order. Chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we turn to what Ms. Hutchinson saw and heard in the White House during the violent attack on the Capitol on January 6th, let's discuss certain communications White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows had on January 5th. President Trump's associate, Roger Stone, attended rallies during the afternoon and the evening of January 5th in Washington, D.C. On January 5th and 6th, Mr. Stone was photographed with multiple members of the Oath Keepers who were allegedly serving as his security detail. As we now know, multiple members of that organization have been charged with or pled guilty to crimes associated with January 6th. Mr. Stone has invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination before this committee. General Michael Flynn has also taken the fifth before this committee. Mr. Stone previously had been convicted of other federal crimes unrelated to January 6th. General Flynn had pleaded guilty to a felony charge also predating and unrelated to January 6th. President Trump pardoned General Flynn just weeks after the presidential election. And in July of 2020, he commuted the sentence Roger Stone was to serve. The night before January 6th, President Trump instructed his Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, to contact both Roger Stone and Michael Flynn regarding what would play out the next day. Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that President Trump asked Mark Meadows to speak with Roger Stone and General Flynn on January 5th?
That's correct. That is my understanding.
And Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that Mr. Meadows called Mr. Stone on the 5th?
I'm under the impression that Mr. Meadows did complete both a call to Mr. Stone and General Flynn the evening of the 5th.
And do you know what they talked about that evening, Ms. Hutchinson?
I'm not sure.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Giuliani, Mr. Eastman, and others had set up what has been called, quote, a war room at the Willard Hotel on the night of the 5th?
I was aware of that the night of the 5th.
And do you know if Mr. Meadows ever intended to go to the Willard Hotel on the night of the 5th?
Mr. Meadows had a conversation with me where he wanted me to work with Secret Service on a movement from the White House to the Willard Hotel so he could attend the meeting or meetings with Mr. Giuliani and his associates in the war room.
And what was your view as to whether or not Mr. Meadows should go to the Willard that night?
I had made it clear to Mr. Meadows that I didn't believe it was a smart idea for him to go to the Willard Hotel that night. I wasn't sure everything that was going on at the Willard Hotel, although I knew enough about what Mr. Giuliani and his associates were pushing during this period. I didn't think that it was something appropriate for the White House Chief of Staff to attend or to consider involvement in. I made that clear to Mr. Meadows. Throughout the afternoon, he mentioned a few more times going up to the Willard Hotel that evening, and then eventually dropped the subject the night of the 5th and said that he would dial in instead.
So General Flynn has appeared before this committee, and when he appeared before our committee, he took the 5th. Let's briefly view a clip of General Mike Flynn taking the 5th Amendment. General Flynn, do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
Do we have?
Yes.
All right, we're back. Congressman Cheney, could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. General Flynn, do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
Is that, can I get a clarification? Is that a moral question, or are you asking a legal question?
I'm asking both.
I said the 5th.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified morally?
Take the 5th.
You believe the violence on January 6th was justified legally?
5th.
General Flynn, do you believe in the peaceful transition of power in the United States of America?
The 5th.
Let's move on now to January 6th and the conduct of Donald Trump and Mark Meadows during the attack on the Capitol. Ms. Hutchinson, I'd like now for us to listen to a description, your description of what transpired in the West Wing during the attack. For context, in this clip, you describe the time frame starting at about 2 p.m.
So I remember Mark being alone in his office for quite some time, and I know we've spoken about Ben Williamson going in at one point, and I don't personally remember Ben going in. I don't doubt that he had gone in, but I remember him being alone in his office for most of the afternoon. Around 2 o'clock to 2:05, around 2 o'clock to 2:05, we were watching the TV, and I could see that the rioters were getting closer and closer to the Capitol. Mark still hadn't popped out of his office or said anything about it. So that's when I went into his office. I saw that he was sitting on his couch, on his cell phone. Same as the morning where he was just kind of scrolling and typing. I said, "Hey, are you watching the TV, Chief?" Because his TV was small, and you can see it, but I didn't know if he was really paying attention. I said, "You watching the TV, Chief?" And he was like, "Yeah." So the rioters are getting really close. Have you talked to the president? He said, no, he wants to be alone right now. Still looking at his phone. So I start to get frustrated because, I sort of felt like I was watching this is not a great comparison, but a bad car accident that was about to happen where you can't stop it, but you want to be able to do something. And I remember thinking in that moment, Mark needs to snap out of this, and I don't know how to snap him out of this, but he needs to care. And I just remember I blurted out, I said, "Mark, do you know where Jim's at right now?" And he looked up at me at that point and said, "Jim?" And I said, "Mark, he was on the floor a little while ago giving a floor speech. Did you listen?" He said, "Yeah, it was real good. Did you like it?" And I said, "Yeah. Do you know where he's at right now?" He said, "Well, no, I haven't heard from him." And I said, "You might want to check in with him, Mark." And I remember pointing at the TV, and I said, "The rioters are getting close. They might get in." And he looked at me and said something to the effect of, "All right, I'll give him a call."
Not long after the rioters broke into the Capitol, you described what happened with White House counsel Pat Cipollone.
No more than a minute
a minute and a half later, I see Pat Cipollone barreling down the hallway towards our office and rushed right in, looked at me, said, "Is Mark in his office?" And I said, "Yes." He just looked at me and started shaking his head and went over, opened Mark's office door, stood there with the door propped open, and said something to Mark is still sitting on his phone. I remember glancing and he's still sitting on his phone. And I remember Pat saying to him something to the effect of, "The rioters have gotten to the Capitol, Mark. We need to go down and see the president now." And Mark looked up at him and said, "He doesn't want to do anything, Pat." And Pat said something to the effect of, and very clearly had said this to Mark, something to the effect of, "Mark, something needs to be done or people are going to die and the blood's going to be on your effing hands. This is getting out of control. I'm going down there." And at that point, Mark stood up from his couch, both of his phones in his hand. He had his glasses on still. He walked out with Pat. He put both of his phones on my desk and said, "Let me know if Jim calls." And they walked out and went down to the dining room.
A few minutes later, Representative Jordan called back.
A couple minutes later, so likely around between 2:15 and 2:25. I know the tweet went out at 2:24. I don't remember if I was there when the tweet went out or if it happened right afterwards, but Jim had called. I answered the phone, said 1 second. He knew it was, I guess he knew it was me. I introduced myself, but I don't remember if he called my cell phone or if he had called one of Mark's. But I answered the phone and said, 1 sec, Mark's on the hall. I'm going to go hand the phone to him. He said, "Okay." So I went down. I asked the valet if Mark was in the dining room. The valet said yes. I opened the door to the dining room, briefly stepped in to get Mark's attention, showed him the phone, flipped the phone his way so he could see it said Jim Jordan. He had stepped to where I was standing there holding the door open, took the phone talking to Jim with the door still propped open. So I took a few steps back. So I probably was 2 feet from Mark. He was standing in the doorway going into the Oval Office dining room. They had a brief conversation, and in the crossfires, I heard briefly what they were talking about, but in the background, I had heard conversations in the Oval dining room at that point talking about the Hang Mike Pence chants.
That clip ended, Ms. Hutchinson, with you recalling that you heard the President, Mr. Meadows, and the White House counsel discussing the Hang Mike Pence chants. And then you described for us what happened next.
It wasn't until Mark hung up the phone, handed it back to me. I went back to my desk. A couple minutes later, him and Pat came back, possibly Eric Hirschman too. I'm pretty sure Eric Hirschman was there. But I'm confident it was Pat that was there. I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, "Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung." And Mark had responded something to the effect of, "You heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong." To which Pat said something, "This is effing crazy. We need to be doing something more," briefly stepped into Mark's office. And when Mark had said something to the effect of, "He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong," knowing what I had heard briefly in the dining room, coupled with Pat discussing the Hang Mike Pence chants in the lobby of our office, and then Mark's response, I understood there to be the rioters in the Capitol that were chanting for the vice president to be hung.
Let me pause here on this point. As rioters chanted Hang Mike Pence, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, said that, quote, "Mike deserves it," and that those rioters were not doing anything wrong. This is a sentiment that he has expressed at other times as well. In an interview with ABC News correspondent Jonathan Karl, President Trump was asked about the supporters chanting Hang Mike Pence last year. Instead of condemning them, the former president defended them.
Because it's common sense, John. It's common sense that you're supposed to protect. How can you, if you know a vote is fraudulent, right? Yeah. How can you pass on a fraudulent vote to Congress?
President Trump's view that the rioters were not doing anything wrong and that, quote, Mike deserved it, helps us to understand why the president did not ask the rioters to leave the Capitol for multiple hours. In fact, he put this tweet out at 2:24 p.m. Ms. Hutchinson, do you recall seeing this tweet in which the president said the vice president did not have the courage to do what needed to be done?
I do.
And Ms. Hutchinson, what was your reaction when you saw this tweet?
As a staffer that worked to always represent the administration to the best of my ability and to showcase the good things that he had done for the country, I remember feeling frustrated, disappointed, and really, it felt personal. I was really sad. As an American, I was disgusted. It was unpatriotic. It was un-American. We were watching the Capitol building get defaced over a lie. And it was something that was really hard in that moment to digest, knowing what I had been hearing down the hall in the conversations that were happening, seeing that tweet come up and knowing what was happening on the Hill. And it's something that I still struggled to work through the emotions of that.
Ms. Hutchinson, we have also spoken to multiple other White House staff about their reaction to Donald Trump's 2:24 tweet, condemning Mike Pence for not having the courage to refuse to count electoral votes, an act that would have been illegal. Matthew Pottinger, a former Marine intelligence officer who served in the White House for 4 years, including as Deputy National Security Advisor, was in the vicinity of the Oval Office at various points throughout the day. When he saw that tweet, he immediately decided to resign his position. Let's watch him describe his reaction to the president's tweet.
One of my staff brought me a printout of a tweet by the president. And the tweet said something to the effect that Mike Pence, the vice president, didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. I read that tweet and made a decision at that moment to resign. That's where I knew that I was leaving that day, once I read that tweet.
Ultimately, members of the White House staff, Sarah Matthews, cabinet members Secretary Chao and Secretary DeVos resigned as well. Here is Secretary DeVos's resignation letter. As you can see, in resigning on January 6th, Secretary DeVos said to the president, quote, "There's no mistaking the impact your rhetoric had on the situation, and it is the inflection point for me." Let's also look at Secretary Chao's resignation statement. When Secretary Chao resigned, she spoke of the January 6th attack, and she said, quote, "As I am sure is the case with many of you, this has deeply troubled me in a way I simply cannot set aside." Ms. Hutchinson, in our prior interviews, we've asked you about what the president's advisors were urging him to do during the attack. You've described roughly 3 different camps of thought inside the White House that day. Can you tell us about those?
There was a group of individuals that were strongly urging him to take immediate and swift action. I would classify the White House counsel's office, Mr. Hirschman, Ms. Ivanka Trump, in that category of really working to get him to take action and pleading with him to take action. There was a more neutral group where advisors were trying to toe the line knowing that Mr. Trump didn't necessarily want to take immediate action and condemn the riots, but knowing something needed to be done. And then there was the last group, which was deflect and blame. Let's blame Antifa. These aren't our people. It's my understanding that Mr. Meadows was in the deflect and blame category, but he did end up taking a more neutral route, knowing that there were several advisors in the president's circle urging him to take more action, which I think was reflected in the rhetoric released later that day in the videos.
You told us that the White House counsel's office was in the camp encouraging the president to tell the rioters to stop the attack and to leave the Capitol. Let's listen.
White House counsel's office wanted there to be a strong statement out to condemn the rioters. I'm confident in that.
Now let's look at just one example of what some senior advisors to the president were urging. Ms. Hutchinson, could you look at the exhibit that we're showing on the screen now? Have you seen this note before?
That's a note that I wrote at the direction of the Chief of Staff on January 6th, likely around 3 o'clock.
And it's written on a Chief of Staff note card, but that's your handwriting, Ms. Hutchinson?
That's my handwriting.
And why did you write this note?
The Chief of Staff was in a meeting with Eric Hirschman and potentially Mr. Philbin, and they had rushed out of the office fairly quickly. Mark had handed me the note card with one of his pens and started dictating a statement for the president to potentially put out.
And, no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. There were two phrases on there, one illegal and then one without proper authority. The illegal phrase was the one that Mr. Meadows had dictated to me. Mr. Hirschman had chimed in and said, also put without legal authority. There should have been a slash between the two phrases. It was an or if the president had opted to put one of those statements out. Evidently he didn't. Later that afternoon, Mark came back from the Oval Dining Room and put the palm card on my desk with illegally crossed out, but said we didn't need to take further action on that statement.
So, to your knowledge, this statement was never issued?
It was, to my knowledge, it was never issued.
And Ms. Hutchinson, did you understand that Ivanka Trump wanted her father to send people home?
That's my understanding, yes.
Let's play a clip of you addressing that issue.
I remember her saying at various points, you know, she wanted her dad to send them home. She wanted her dad to tell them to go home peacefully, and she wanted to include language that he necessarily wasn't on board with at the time.
You will hear more about this at our later hearings, but we have evidence of many others imploring Donald Trump and Mark Meadows to take action. Here is some of that evidence, text messages sent to Mark Meadows during the attack. This is a text message at 2:32 from Laura Ingram. Hey, Mark, the president needs to tell people in the Capitol to go home. In the next message, this is hurting all of us. And then he's destroying his legacy and playing into every stereotype. We lose all credibility against the BLM Antifa crowd if things go south. The president's son, Don Jr., also urgently contacted Mark Meadows. At 2:53, he wrote, he's got to condemn this shit ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough. As you will see, these are just two of the numerous examples of Trump supporters and allies urging the president to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol. It would not have been hard for the president to simply walk down to the briefing room a few feet down the hall from the Oval Office. As Norah O'Donnell noted during an interview with House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, where Leader McCarthy said he believed the attack was un-American.
I want to quickly bring in Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader. Leader McCarthy, do you condemn this violence?
I completely condemn the violence in the Capitol. What we're currently watching unfold is un-American. I am disappointed. I'm sad. This is not what our country should look like. This is not who we are. This is not the First Amendment. This has to stop, and this has to stop now.
Leader McCarthy, the President of the United States has a briefing room steps from the Oval Office. The cameras are hot 24/7, as you know. Why hasn't he walked down and said that now?
I conveyed to the President what I think is best to do, and I'm hopeful the President will do it.
Republican House member Mike Gallagher also implored the President to call off the attack.
Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off. The election is over. Call it off. This is bigger than you. It's bigger than any member of Congress. It is about the United States of America, which is more important than any politician. Call it off. It's over.
Despite the fact that many people close to Donald Trump were urging him to send people home, he did not do so until later, much later. At 4:17 p.m., Donald Trump finally told the rioters to go home and that he loved them. Here's a portion of the video President Trump recorded from the White House.
We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
But as we will show in even greater detail in future hearings, Donald Trump was reluctant to put this message out, and he still could not bring himself to condemn the attack. Ms. Hutchinson has told us that too.
The one that he put out at 4:17.
I'm sure we've discussed it, and just to elaborate if I hadn't already at that point, I recall him being reluctant to film the video on the 6th. I was not involved in any of the logistics or the planning for that video. I just remember seeing the video go out and feeling a little shocked after it went out.
On the evening of January 6th and the day after, the President's family and his senior staff and others tried to encourage the President to condemn the violence and commit to the peaceful transition of power. At 3:31 p.m. on January 6th, Sean Hannity of Fox News texted Mark Meadows. Mr. Hannity said, quote, "Can he make a statement? I saw the tweet. Ask people to leave the Capitol." Later that evening, Mr. Hannity sent another text message to Mark Meadows. This time, he shared a link to a tweet. That tweet reported that President Trump's cabinet secretaries were considering invoking the 25th Amendment to remove President Trump from office. As you can see on the screen, the 25th Amendment to the Constitution creates a process for the transition of power if a president is unfit or unable to serve. 25th Amendment has never been used to remove a president. But the committee has learned that after the attack on the U.S. Capitol, this was being discussed by members of President Trump's cabinet as a way of stripping the full power of the presidency from Donald Trump. President Trump's supporters were worried. In addition to the tweet that he sent Mark Meadows after the attack, Sean Hannity apparently spoke with President Trump and warned him about what could happen. We understand that this text message that Sean Hannity sent to Kayleigh McEnany on January 7th shows what Mr. Hannity said to the president. First, no more stolen election talk. Second, impeachment and 25th Amendment are real. Many people will quit. Ms. Hutchinson, you told us that you were hearing about discussions related to the 25th Amendment. Here's part of what you said.
Mr. Pompeo reached out to have the conversation with Mr. Meadows in case he hadn't heard the discussions amongst cabinet secretaries.
And from what I understand, it was more of a, this is what I'm hearing, I want you to be aware of it, but I also think it's worth putting on your radar because you are the chief of staff. You're technically the boss of all the cabinet secretaries, and if conversations progress, you should be ready to take action on this. Like, I'm concerned for you and your positioning with this. Reach out to me if you have any questions, or I can be helpful with you at all.
Inside the White House, the president's advisors, including members of his family, wanted him to deliver a speech to the country. Deputy White House counsel Pat Philbin prepared the first draft of what would be the president's remarks on national healing, delivered via pre-taped video on January 7th. When he arrived at the White House on the 7th, Mr. Philbin believed that more needed to be said, so he sat down and started writing. He shared the draft with Pat Cipollone, who also believed the president needed to say more. Mr. Cipollone agreed with the content, as did Eric Hirschman, who reviewed the draft. The committee has learned that the president did not agree with the substance as drafted and resisted giving a speech at all. Ms. Hutchinson, do you recall discussions about the president's speech on January 7th?
I do.
Let's listen, Ms. Hutchinson, to what you told us about that and about the process of crafting those remarks.
I learned from a conversation with Mark and overhearing between him and White House counsel and Eric Hirschman as well that Trump didn't necessarily think he needed to do anything more on the 7th than what he had already done on the 6th. When he was convinced to put out a video on the 7th, I understand that he had a lot of opinions about what the context of that announcement were to entail. I had original drafts of the speech where there were several lines that didn't make it in there about prosecuting the rioters or calling them violent. He didn't want that in there. He wanted to put in there that he wanted to potentially pardon them. And this is just with the increased emphasis of his mindset at the time, which was he didn't think that they did anything wrong. The people who did something wrong that day, or the person who did something wrong that day, was Mike Pence by not standing with him.
But the president's advisors urged him to give the speech.
Who convinced him to do the video on the 7th?
I'm not sure who convinced him or if it was a group of people that convinced him.
Who was in the group that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of: Mark, Ivanka, Jared Kushner, Eric Hirschman, Pat Cipollone, Pat Philbin. Those are the people that I'm aware of.
Do you know why that group of people thought it was necessary for him to release a statement?
I believe Kayleigh McEnany as well. From what I understood at the time, and from what the reports were coming in, there's a large concern of the 25th Amendment potentially being invoked, and there were concerns about what would happen in the Senate if the 25th was invoked. So the primary reason that I had heard, other than, we did not do enough on the 6th, we need to get a stronger message out there and condemn this, otherwise this will be your legacy. The secondary reason to that was, think about what might happen in the final 15 days of your presidency if we don't do this. There's already talks about invoking the 25th Amendment. You need this as cover.
The president ultimately delivered the remarks. Unlike many of his other speeches, he did not ad-lib much. He recited them without significant alteration, except one. Even then, on January 7th, 2021, the day after the attack on the U.S. Capitol, the president still could not bring himself to say, quote, "But this election is now over." One other point about the speech, Ms. Hutchinson. Did you hear that Mr. Trump at one point wanted to add language about pardoning those who took part in the January 6th riot?
I did hear that, and I understand that Mr. Meadows was encouraging that language as well.
Thank you, and here's what you told us previously about that.
You said he was instructed not to include it. Who was instructing him not to include language about the pardon in that January 7th?
I understood from White House counsel's office coming into our office that morning that they didn't think that it was a good idea to include that in the speech.
That being Pat Cipollone?
That's correct. And Eric Hirschman.
Ms. Hutchinson, did Rudy Giuliani ever suggest that he was interested in receiving a presidential pardon related to January 6th?
He did.
Ms. Hutchinson, did White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows ever indicate that he was interested in receiving a presidential pardon related to January 6th?
Mr. Meadows did seek that pardon. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I want to thank our witness for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witness, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witness. Without objection, the chair recognizes the vice chair for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by thanking Ms. Hutchinson for her testimony today. We are all in her debt. Our nation is preserved by those who abide by their oaths to our Constitution. Our nation is preserved by those who know the fundamental difference between right and wrong. And I want all Americans to know that what Ms. Hutchinson has done today is not easy. The easy course is to hide from the spotlight, to refuse to come forward, to attempt to downplay or deny what happened. That brings me to a different topic. While our committee has seen many witnesses, including many Republicans, testify fully and forthrightly, this has not been true of every witness. And we have received evidence of one particular practice that raises significant concern. Our committee commonly asks witnesses connected to Mr. Trump's administration or campaign whether they've been contacted by any of their former colleagues or anyone else who attempted to influence or impact their testimony. Without identifying any of the individuals involved, let me show you a couple of samples of answers we received to this question. First, here's how one witness described phone calls from people interested in that witness's testimony. Quote, "What they said to me is as long as I continue to be a team player, they know I'm on the right team. I'm doing the right thing. I'm protecting who I need to protect. You know I'll continue to stay in good graces in Trump world. And they have reminded me a couple of times that Trump does read transcripts, and just keep that in mind as I proceed through my interviews with the committee." Here's another sample in a different context. This is a call received by one of our witnesses. Quote, "A person let me know you have your deposition tomorrow. He wants me to let you know he's thinking about you. He knows you're loyal and you're going to do the right thing when you go in for your deposition." I think most Americans know that attempting to influence witnesses to testify untruthfully presents very serious concerns. We will be discussing these issues as a committee, carefully considering our next steps. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Ms. Hutchinson, thank you. Thank you for doing your patriotic duty and helping the American people get a complete understanding of January 6th and its causes. Thank you for your courage in testifying here today. You have the gratitude of this committee and your country. I know it wasn't easy to sit here today and answer these questions, but after hearing your testimony in all its candor and detail, I want to speak directly to the handful of witnesses who have been outliers in our investigation, the small number who have defied us outright, those whose memories have failed them again and again on the most important details, and to those who fear Donald Trump and his enablers. Because of this courageous woman and others like her, your attempt to hide the truth from the American people will fail. And to that group of witnesses, if you've heard this testimony today and suddenly you remember things you couldn't previously recall, or there are some details you'd like to clarify, or you discovered some courage you had hidden away somewhere, our doors remain open. The Select Committee will reconvene in the weeks ahead as we continue to lay out our findings to the American people. The chair requests those in the hearing room to remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted the witness and members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Cassidy Hutchinson now about to leave the room as the cameras click. It has been, frankly, an incredible journey today, from shocking to sinister, ending with that suggestion of those who may be trying to influence the testimony of witnesses, people with perhaps vested interests in the outcome of this hearing. But this is a name that most people didn't know. A lot of people will know after some of the shocking testimony that she offered today. The January 6th committee bringing to a close a hearing that had some of the most explosive allegations we've heard so far. The second part of today is focusing on President Trump's reaction to the rioters breaching the Capitol. According to 25-year-old former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson, Mr. Trump said of the hang Mike Pence chance that maybe Mike deserved it. She also described a president resistant to take action to get the rioters to stand down. Earlier, Hutchinson testified that President Trump knew the rioters had weapons, but still encouraged them to march on the Capitol. According to her, the former president felt so strongly he needed to go with the rally-goers that he forcibly tried to grab the steering wheel from the Secret Service agent driving him and lunged at a member of his security detail. Let's bring in, again, Chuck Todd, NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck, I recall after the last hearing you said that might be the most significant. I assume this goes to the top of the heap.
Absolutely. Look, this lived up to the hype of what I had been told about this witness. This is, if you want to make the John Dean comparisons, that was former President Richard Nixon's White House counsel who testified publicly, and it really broke open that investigation. This feels that compelling. We're going to find out if it does open the floodgates to more to talk, whether it's Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, whether it is the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, who has been fighting this and could be held criminally liable for not participating in this. Boy, I'll tell you, the only person that had a worse day than Donald Trump was probably Mark Meadows. I mean, he really was painted as a very ineffectual person, a bit of a flunky to the president, a true believer who either was paralyzed or by what was happening in the moment, torn between his loyalty to the president and perhaps what he was watching for whatever reason. But his inaction is pretty damning at the end of this. But look, here's to me the question I would ask so many Republican senators now, knowing then what you know now about the president's actions. How would you have voted at the impeachment trial? Or to the cabinet secretaries, it was Mike Pence who apparently called off the 25th Amendment talk. Again, if you knew the president attacked a Secret Service agent, if you knew the president, all of his actions that he was unwilling to take, if you knew the Chief of Staff had asked for a pardon in advance, how would you have voted? How would you have conducted yourself? This is, look, she, I think, broke open and put to rest any of the bizarre spin people have tried to put on this to defend the president, stuff getting out of hand, they didn't know, et cetera, et cetera. This, to me, we'll know the effectiveness of this testimony in a couple weeks by how many new witnesses come forward. But I got to think she's going to open the floodgates now.
Yeah, let me turn to Peter Alexander. Peter, you've spent so much time in the White House, so you could understand these descriptions of proximity and where the Oval Office was and where the Chief of Staff was. So you're seeing a picture many of us really don't have. Try to take us into the moment and what stood out to you.
Well, what stood out to me, first of all, is that you have a 25-year-old who's standing in front of the planet communicating this message about Donald Trump, covering his presidency from day one. You and I both remember how many times he would dismiss some reporting we had that was described as a source familiar with the matter, or a White House official. He said these are all made-up sources. Now you have a source on the record testifying before the world saying, this is what I witnessed, this is what I heard, this is what I saw. And what's striking to me as we have this conversation is, as long as it took President Trump to respond to the riot on the Capitol that day, 187 minutes before his first tweet, it didn't take him nearly that long to respond to Cassidy Hutchinson. On his social media site, the president has tweeted now multiple times, not surprisingly, attacking Miss Hutchinson, saying that I hardly know who this person, Cassidy Hutchinson, is. He calls her a phony and a leaker. He says that she tried to get a job at Mar-a-Lago after his term was up. As for the story about him trying to grab the steering wheel, he describes that as fake, says it was sick and fraudulent, like, in his words, the unselect committee here. But the president doesn't lash out, as we know, unless he's furious about something. He's clearly furious about this. And what I'm also hearing is from some of those who also worked in that White House. Sarah Matthews today, it's a name that may be familiar. She was one of the deputy press secretaries. She was there on January 6th. She's another individual who resigned on that day because she said she simply couldn't handle what she had seen. She stood up for her friend Cassidy Hutchinson as a woman of courage and a woman of honesty. And she said, to all of those in my old world, in the MAGA world, who complain that this is hearsay, I'm sure the committee would like to hear from you like they heard from her under oath. I agree with Chuck. The question is, will other individuals come forward now that she has communicated their story, if they won't do it on their own behalf?
She certainly names enough names that surely someone could either corroborate or refute what she had to say on a direct basis. Danny, let me ask you, so we get past the 6th to the 7th, this question about whether the president should do a speech, his insiders saying, yes, you have to do it. The 25th Amendment seems to be the carrot in this case, or the potential stick.
It does, but the 25th Amendment has so many fail-safes, so many opportunities for it not to be implemented, that it is very, very difficult to get the 25th Amendment to use it to effectively remove or temporarily remove a president. So while that may have been discussed as an option, the point I'm trying to make is to get the 25th Amendment, to use it to temporarily remove a president, requires so much agreement among the cabinet with the vice president that this was even a discussion means they had at least a head count. I mean, it is so easy to short-circuit that 25th Amendment procedure that to even get to a conversation about could we do this means you already had enough people who are really thinking about it. That's how difficult it is to use that 25th Amendment. That's why it's really never come up, at least in its pure form. It's been sort of invoked for medical procedures and otherwise, but not like this. Never like this.
Let me go to Ali Vitale, who's outside the hearing room right now. Ali, of course, there's been so many moments in this hearing, and at times I found myself wondering, what is reaction like? What are they doing right now in the chambers? Perhaps you can offer that color.
Yeah, Lester, I think that this entire building is wrapped by these hearings, not just inside the hearing room where, as I mentioned earlier, this one really felt different. The gravity of the situation, the way that no one who was in that hearing room wanted to take their eyes off the screen or their ears off of what they were being told because they were afraid that they would miss something. And certainly every sentence packed a new punch in terms of telling us something that we didn't know before. You see Chairman Thompson there speaking at the microphones, and I think he did something today that really struck me, which is he spoke at the end of this hearing the way that he talks to me and others here in the hall, with that edge in his voice, almost daring people. If you've already talked to us and you might have forgotten something, or if you've gained some courage watching a former colleague of yours testify about what was going on in the White House, their doors are still open. I think it speaks to the larger flexibility that this committee has shown that it has, willing to throw out their plans in order to put this kind of testimony spontaneously publicly into the record and into the public view, it really does show that this two-pronged track that they've been working on, laying out the public narrative while also still fact-finding, is so palpable here. And I think that in regards to what Peter said, the way that the former president and others are trying to perhaps distance themselves from even knowing who Cassidy Hutchinson is, the committee worked in painstaking detail, not just to establish her physical proximity, where she was sitting in the Oval Office and the kinds of things that she had access to, but also her professional career, the way that she had worked for people who are top Republican leaders, even still right now in Congress, key conservatives, the fact that the #1 Republican would call her on this day, Congressman McCarthy, all of that speaking to her credibility here. And you saw it as the committee left, thanking her on their way out the door and urging others to come forward. Lester?
Allie, before I let you go, have you heard anything about this suggestion that came out at the end of the hearing that some of these witnesses may be receiving calls and suggestions to not be as forthcoming as perhaps they should be?
It's not necessarily surprising, though, if you consider the way that others have testified in the aftermath of the election, how they were pressured, how there were all of these double meanings in the things that they were told from Trump and his allies. This is sort of the way that Trump world has always worked. There is a loyalty test, and we know that it only goes one way, but Peter and I have covered this orbit for years now, over half a decade, and it's in no way surprising to hear that especially lower-level aides, who you have to remember may not have the money to mount the legal challenges that are protracted and frankly very costly, they may not have the money to do that. So they are forced in many ways to cooperate here. And you heard some of the aides, even who were on record today, talking not in a way that seemed like they wanted to be helpful. I'm thinking specifically of Max Miller, for example, who's actually on the ballot in Ohio for his own race for the House. He got Trump's endorsement. He remains close in this orbit. But nevertheless, you're seeing him comply with the subpoena that was sent to him. That speaks to some of the younger people in this orbit, and it makes sense that people in Trump's upper echelons are still watching. I think for many of us who have covered this world for a long time, none of that is necessarily surprising, and certainly it's a parallel to what several of the election officials and others who have testified during the course of this hearing have also gamed out in the public eye.
Ali Vitale, thank you for your coverage. Let me go to Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, what do we do with all this? I mean, there's a ton, obviously, of headlines that people will be talking about. The president trying to take over the beast, driving the beast, throwing a plate of food against a wall in a White House dining room. But what are we to take away here?
Well, Democratic lawmakers want people to take away the fact that they believe Republicans are spreading dangerous lies and that this lie about the election continues into our politics today. Let's remember that there are a number of election deniers who have now been elected or who have won primaries across the country, people who continue to spread that the 2020 election was fraudulent. And there are people, including a number of them, that are now almost hinting at the fact that 2024 might have to be overturned if the Republican nominee does not win. We heard that from Judge Ludick, who was that conservative judge who really had a warning for the country, saying that our democracy is on the line. And Lester, we have to point out that Cassidy Hutchinson might prove to be the most, or one of the most important witnesses that we've heard to date. And I say that because I've not only been hearing that from Trump aides and former Trump aides and Democrats and Republicans, but also because of the reaction of former President Trump. He has not been live tweeting, live messaging these hearings on his own Truth Social, his social media site. But when it came to Cassidy Hutchinson, we saw the anger boil over, and he was going after her in message after message. That tells me that the former president is paying attention, that he believes that these damning details, these damning accusations, that he tried to physically assault a Secret Service agent, that he was grabbing the wheel, that he was celebrating and believing that Mike Pence should be hung, that he wanted to pardon the rioters, all of these different things that she was saying that they could possibly hurt him. Of course, it's not clear whether or not he will be politically hurt by this. We know that his grip on the Republican Party remains strong and that there are a number of people, establishment Republicans, who continue to go to Mar-a-Lago, who continue to seek his endorsement. But it is, to me, very striking that the former president, with all his power, that he is going after this 25-year-old woman. I also think we have to really think about sort of, if we pull this back, this was yet another curtain removed from the White House when we think about sort of what was happening, what was being said. That January 7th speech in particular is really interesting to me, because what we heard was former President Trump not just wanting to say that the rioters did nothing wrong. The only person he believes did something wrong was former Vice President Mike Pence. That tells you where his mind was on January 7th, and that also tells you where his mind is here and now. So to go back to your original question, the danger, the lies, they continue. So what we are to do with this is to really continue to cover them, to continue to really point out that all of the things that President Trump was saying on January 7th, he's continuing to say them, and that the chorus of people who are saying them, it's just growing. While Cassidy Hutchinson was talking about a lot of people resigning from the White House and people wanting to distance themselves from President Trump, a lot of those people have now done a 180, and the Republican Party now is very much online and on board with former President Trump.
All right, Yamiche, thanks very much. Let me go back to Chuck Todd. Chuck, I'll put the same question to you. We've got a lot here that we've taken in today. The country traditionally now is kind of taking a break as we head into the July 4th holiday. Does this linger in the air? Does this stay in our consciousness?
I think it does. I think the allegations are too, look, sometimes with these hearings you need something that's a bit of a shiny metal object. And I say this with not trying to dismiss this anecdote, but the attack of the Secret Service agent, that grabs your attention. That grabs the average person's attention. But let's not forget what happened at the very end of the hearing. We have a new crime being alleged at the president and the folks around him, and that is witness tampering. That is obstructing justice. That will get the attention of the Justice Department. We've been talking about what potential charges could this lead to. Nothing from this committee per se, but we know the Justice Department is following. But if you're essentially witness tampering, we don't know what they're doing. We assume they do the same thing with when the Department of Justice is interviewing. That is a shocking allegation, number one. Number two, that is a crime. And so that is yet another bucket of potential ways the Justice Department could charge the former president. So, look, I think she not only gave a lot of material for all of us to chew on, a lot of material for the January 6th investigators, but the Justice Department just got a whole new set of investigations that if they haven't been looking into, they may need to start.
Chuck Todd, thank you. That concludes our coverage. We'll have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. For all of us at NBC News, I'm Lester Holt in Washington. Thank you for watching.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York, and we begin with the breaking news you've just been following. The last-minute hearing from the January 6th committee. Cassidy Hutchinson, a top aide to former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, testifying this afternoon. Hutchinson telling the committee that former President Donald Trump knew people in the crowd at his rally on the Ellipse were armed, and that top advisors were worried about violence leading up to the 6th. During a taped interview presented last week, Hutchinson discussed Republican members of Congress who asked for pardons after the riot. Let's turn this hour to Julie Sirkin on Capitol Hill. She's been tracking this hearing with us as well. Julie, Hutchinson telling the committee there that former President Trump wanted to march to the Capitol after his rally on the Ellipse. Talk to us about more of what we heard about, or the allegations we heard at least about Trump's actions that day.
Yeah, look, the committee using Vice Chair Cheney, a conservative, a Republican, a woman, to do the questioning here. And I think that's an important point for 25-year-old Cassidy Hutchinson, who is a top aide to Mark Meadows in the Trump administration. And the committee painstakingly painting a picture and laying out just how close in proximity Hutchinson was to where everything happened, the room where it happened, where her office was, in the White House, in the West Wing, really leading us through hour by hour of what occurred on January January 5th and January 6th, including that morning rally that President Trump held. She said that the president was viewing the screens behind the stage in the tent where they were standing. They showed some of those images. He was disappointed. I think that's a soft word there. He was very frustrated by the crowd size because some of his supporters were armed. He was aware of that, and that's why the Secret Service wasn't letting them through the mags. He said, they're not there to hurt me. Let them through anyway. And of course, in that speech is when he directed them to go to the Capitol, which, by the way, of course, he wanted to go with them as well. But when Secret Service said that he could not for security reasons, take a listen to what he said next.
Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
Hutchinson also described other moments in which she saw President Trump acting, quote, irate. In her words, she said that he would often throw dishes at the wall of the White House, flip an entire tablecloth off a dining table when he was frustrated.
I think that was probably one of the more shocking parts of the testimony we heard today about a president of the United States getting into a physical altercation with one of the people charged with protecting him in the course of them doing their job. Julie, I do want to ask you, too, there was a part of the testimony about a conversation between Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, and White House lawyer Pat Cipollone on the 6th. Talk to us a little bit about that exchange.
Yeah, they were urging, they being Cipollone and the council, urging the president to put out a statement to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol and go home when the situation was clearly growing very violent here in the Capitol. I want you to take a listen to a portion of that testimony. We could talk about it on the other side.
And I remember Pat saying to him something to the effect of, "The rioters have gotten to the Capitol, Mark. We need to go down and see the president now." And Mark looked up at him and said, "He doesn't want to do anything, Pat." And Pat said something to the effect of, and very clearly had said this to Mark, something to the effect of, "Mark, something needs to be done or people are going to die and the blood's going to be on your effing hands. This is getting out of control."
Aaron, there are officers in the room watching this hearing at home and in this building who were there on the 6th protecting this Capitol, and I spoke with one of them who sustained grave injuries following the attacks he endured on January 6th, and he told me one word: he feels betrayed. And you can imagine this same individual served overseas, served in wars, and the commander-in-chief supposed to protect them apparently led this mob right to their front doorstep.
Julie Sirkin for us at the Capitol today. Julie, thank you. We appreciate your reporting on this. We do want to turn to some of our other headlines today. The number of migrants found dead in a tractor trailer in Texas has risen to 50. A worker in San Antonio made that discovery after hearing cries for help coming from the truck. 16 people, including children, were taken to the hospital, where several have since died. It's now considered to be the deadliest case of human smuggling in modern history. NBC's Stephen Romo and Josh Letterman joining me now. Stephen, first to you on this. The Department of Homeland Security has taken over the investigation here. Where does that investigation stand at this moment?
Yeah, it all started with that disturbing discovery you mentioned there, Aaron. That worker, this happened in southwest San Antonio. That worker was near these railroad tracks where that tractor was found and led authorities there after hearing those calls for help. They found at first one body and then many more of them. Authorities in San Antonio do say they took 3 people into custody, but even the San Antonio authorities right now are saying they're not sure exactly if those people are connected to this situation. Homeland Security has now taken part in this investigation to try to get to the bottom of exactly what happened and who left those people there. it is obviously a disturbing find, but something that's not new to this area. It is an extreme example of a problem that has been ongoing and does seem to be worsening in that area. The partnership with law enforcement there, both local and federal officials, they hope to find leads and get to the bottom. There's still people who have survived this so far. So once they recover enough, they're hoping to interview those people. Aaron.
Well, let's talk about some of those people if we can, Stephen. What do we know about the 50 people who died, 16 people who were taken to the hospitals? What do we know about these folks?
Yeah, well, we have information from Mexican authorities saying that 22 of those dead are Mexican nationals. Then 7 of them are from Guatemala. 2 of them are from Honduras. The remaining 19, their nationalities, they are not clear right now. As you mentioned, 16 people sent to the hospital. Some of them have since died due to their injuries they suffer, mostly from the heat, we're being told from authorities right now. We have heard a lot on this problem from local officials saying that they knew it was going to get worse. Here's more that we heard from San Antonio's mayor.
Our job here as a local community, which we have done time and time again, is to respond to the humanitarian crisis, to provide aid to people who need it. The truth is we have seen these incidents before, and likely we'll continue to see them again as Congress remains gridlocked on the issue of immigration.
Now, whenever we have a situation like this, you hear of the number of people. It's hard to think about them on an individual level, but these are people piled into that big rig, no AC, very little water. It's not exactly clear how long they were in there. Some of them were suffering from heat exhaustion while others around them were dying. Just a dire situation that authorities are hoping to get answers for. Aaron.
Awful conditions to have to try to imagine that those people went through. Josh, I want to bring you in here. The governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, is blaming the Biden administration for this incident. He says that these deaths are the result of Biden's open border policies. How is the White House responding to that?
Well, Aaron, President Biden is responding in a statement, whereas he is offering condolences, of course, for what he describes as the heartbreaking loss of life. But in this statement, President Biden is really pointing the finger at the issue of human smuggling. In fact, there's nothing in this 5-paragraph statement that says anything about immigration policy or what Governor Abbott of Texas was talking about. But interestingly, I want to read part of what President Biden said. He said, exploiting vulnerable individuals for profit is shameful, as is political grandstanding around tragedy, which seems to be a direct, maybe more of an indirect response, really, to what Governor Abbott was claiming there. The politics of this are very difficult for President Biden because he's getting this on both ends, both from conservatives, people who want stricter immigration policies, saying the expectation the Biden administration has created that people who enter this country illegally will be allowed to stay is what is bringing so many people over, and therefore Biden's to blame. And then on the other side, Aaron, you have progressives on the left who are saying President Biden's refusal to do more on immigration reform and to make it safe for people to enter the country without smuggling operations like this is to blame. He needs to do more. So you get President Biden squeezed in the middle of those two sides, and the president trying to focus attention on what his administration is doing on human smuggling, including a new regional campaign that he announced a couple weeks ago when he did that Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. President Biden saying today that since they launched that campaign, along with other regional partners like those who had some of their citizens die in this incident, that in the first 3 months they have already gone after 2,400 human smugglers. But again, that is not sufficient to people who are saying today, both on the left and on the right, that the immigration issues that we're facing need to be addressed so that we don't see more incidents like this in the future.
All right, Josh Letterman, Stephen Romo, thank you both. A team from the National Transportation Safety Board now in Missouri. They are investigating that Amtrak crash that killed 4 people and injured 50 others yesterday. The train was headed to Chicago when it hit a dump truck at a crossing, flipping those cars onto their sides.
Damn it. It happened.
Don't step on the glass.
We're okay.
Now, we've learned that there are no gates or signals at that crossing, just a stop sign there. This is the 3rd fatal Amtrak accident this week. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Mendon, Missouri this afternoon for us, keeping an eye on developments there. So, Maggie, what are you hearing from investigators today?
Sure. So investigators remaining pretty tight-lipped at this point, but we just got an update that we're expecting a press conference at 4 p.m. They've been on the scene of the crash, which is behind me. You can actually kind of eerily see a train moving through in the background on the tracks. It's because there are two sets of tracks, and the wrecked train toppled off of one of the sets. The other one remains open. So we'll get more from investigators later on today. But, you know, you mentioned the point about this being what's called an uncontrolled intersection, meaning no gates, no lights, nothing like that. People around here say it's no mystery to them, basically, what caused this crash. They say trains come fast. It's often you don't have much warning at intersections like that. In fact, one man called this an accident waiting to happen. Take a listen to what he said.
Amtrak comes through here at anywhere from 75 to 100 miles per hour. So it doesn't give you much time to cross. If you make a mistake, this is got the potential of happening just like it happened.
So once again, that was just one local man here in Mendon, Missouri, which, by the way, is a very small town, less than 300 people. So really rocked by this. And again, the NTSB just now telling us after being on scene all day, Joshua, they expect to have a press conference at 4 p.m. So we expect to learn a lot more there.
And Maggie, we mentioned that 50 people had been hurt in this incident. What can you tell us about the extent of their injuries?
Sure, and we actually should update that number along with the updated death count, which went up from 3 to 4 people killed. Now we have from roughly 50 or 60 going to the hospital to 150 going to the hospital. But a lot of people at those hospitals, our team has been calling around to different ones, saying most people were taken to the hospital and then released pretty soon afterward. They were just being checked out. There are serious injuries. We don't know how many. We don't know to what extent. But we've been kind of garnering that from talking to people who were on the train. One interview that just really stands out to us in particular, we talked to 3 Boy Scouts earlier today and 2 of their troop leaders. They're from Wisconsin. They were on the train coming back from a camping trip in New Mexico when it flipped over, and those Boy Scouts immediately jumped into action and started helping their fellow passengers who were injured. Take a listen to that.
Yeah, it was like, at least for the first 5 seconds, I realized what happened, just kind of surreal. Then I kind of accepted, okay, this is happening. Let's just make sure everyone's all right. Because I know, I personally wasn't very injured, so I know I could use that. I don't need to take care of myself, so I'm just going to immediately start helping as many other people as I physically can.
We have much more from that interview coming up on NBC Nightly News, including from another one of the boys who told us that he actually sat with the dump truck driver as he died after coming out from the truck and seeing someone injured several yards away from the car that he was in. Again, that's coming up on Nightly. For now, Aaron, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa in Missouri for us today. Thank you, Maggie. Right now, rescue operations are underway more than 24 hours after a deadly Russian missile strike at a crowded mall in Ukraine. We want to show you some drone footage showing what's left of that building. The death toll now at 18 and could rise. We're also getting this dramatic surveillance video from a park outside the mall. You can see the moment the missile hits in that area. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky calling this, quote, one of the most daring terrorist attacks in European history. The UN Security Council scheduled an emergency meeting today to discuss that strike at Ukraine's request. And today, the United States taking further action to try to isolate Russia by announcing a new round of sanctions. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby is standing by for us. Let's begin, though, with Ali Arouzi live in Kyiv again for us today. Ali, I want to start with the investigation into that shopping mall attack, if we can. Is this going to be looked at as a possible war crime?
Hey, Aaron. Well, the international community, by large, is condemning this as a war crime. They're saying it's been a brutal, brazen attack by the Russians, and it bears all the hallmarks of what counts as a war crime. The leaders of the G7 who are meeting in Germany said that this was an unprovoked attack on civilians. They're calling it a war crime. President Macron tweeted out that this has all the bearings of a war crime. So, yes, this is now being investigated as one. There is an international team of war crime investigators at the scene. There are also Ukrainian investigators there. The prosecutor general is there, and they're going through all the pieces of evidence that they can find to again build another case against the Russians for a long list of alleged atrocities that have been committed in this country. So this is being taken very seriously by everybody. It is being investigated on the scene by both international teams and Ukrainian teams. They've brought in a mobile forensics lab there because some of the bodies have been burnt so badly they can't be identified. So they need to be identified by their DNA on the scene. And the Ukrainians here are also, up in arms about this. This is a really brutal attack on civilians. One advisor to President Zelensky said, the claims the Russians make that they're using high-precision weapons to target military installations makes mockery of what they've done today.
Ali, it's been more than 24 hours since the attack there. Help us understand the search and rescue effort that's still going on right now.
Well, there's a massive search and rescue effort going on and a huge clear-up operation. There's about 1,000 people that have been on the scene since last night, not just emergency workers and rescuers, but volunteers that have just shown up there. And they've pretty much lost any hope of finding anybody alive in the scene. But they are now clearing up a massive amount of rubble that's gathered there. But they said this is one of the biggest and quickest operations that they've done. They've said they've completed about 60% of that operation, and they expect to clear all the rubble by tomorrow. But it's been a grueling experience for the people that are there. We've seen pictures of firefighters that have just simply exhausted from working all night to clear the debris there. I mean, you can't recognize any of the shops or anything from the mall. The roof has caved in. I mean, it is a scene of carnage. We're hearing descriptions that the place still, over 24 hours later, smells of smoke, and the air is still trapped with dust. So a massive operation, but they expect it to be done tomorrow.
All right, Ali Arouzi for us in Kyiv, Ukraine. Ali, stay safe. Thank you. Well, today the U.S. took new action against Russia by targeting that country's gold imports and unveiling a new round of sanctions. At the same time, we are expecting President Biden to extend the U.S. troop footprint in Poland and several other Baltic countries. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joining us now. Courtney, let's start with the latest round of sanctions against Russia. What's included there? What's the goal?
So we've heard a lot about sanctions against Russia, especially in the last couple of weeks. So if you want to look at what makes today's different, is they're really targeting Russia's military and defense conglomerate. So one of the sanctions goes specifically after Russia's largest defense conglomerate. It's called the state corporation Rostec. But in addition to that, the sanctions will also target a large number of the Russian defense industrial complex entities. So these are companies and groups that build, procure, make different Russian military equipment, weapons, etc. But in addition to that, these sanctions are also targeting 45 separate entities, 29 individuals, and critically, 511 military officers. That means that these 511 Russian military officers, they're being targeted with visa restrictions, travel restrictions. And it's the State Department's fact sheet on this specifically identifies these as people who've been involved in the invasion of Ukraine, and in some cases specifically involved in particular battles like the one in Mariupol, Aaron.
And Courtney, the president is also expected to announce the extension of the U.S. troop presence in Poland. What can you tell us about that, the reasoning behind that decision?
So this is really, it's not so much of an increase. It's really just a codifying of what's already there. The U.S. has announced over the last several months additions of U.S. troops and capabilities to places like Poland, other Eastern European nations. So what we're looking at for Poland is a couple hundred U.S. troops that are already there. They act as what the military calls a command and control element. Well, we're expecting President Biden to announce is that about 300 or so of these troops will stay there on a more permanent basis. There'll be a constant presence there so that as other hundreds and several thousand U.S. troops rotate through as part of this training mission and providing weapons to Ukraine, that they'll have a consistent presence of those several hundred troops. In addition to that, we expect potentially other, quote unquote, permanent or more permanent presence of U.S. troops in a couple of other nations around there, potentially Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. Those are three that we're hearing about. But again, the addition of any troops will be pretty minimal here. We also expect to hear President Biden talk about something that we have been hearing here in the Pentagon for a number of months now, and that is the addition of more U.S. Navy ships at Naval Station Rhoda nearby. This is all part of the effort of the Biden administration to shore up allies and partners and nations that are nearby Ukraine in the wake of this Russian invasion, Aaron.
All right, Courtney Kube for us at the Pentagon today. Courtney, thank you. Meanwhile, President Biden is kicking off the second part of his European trip. Biden arrived in Spain earlier today ahead of critical meetings with NATO leaders there. But before he left Madrid, the president wrapped up the G7 summit in Germany with one last meeting this morning with the German chancellor, the French president, and the British prime minister. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has been covering the president's trip. She joins me now from Madrid. Kelly, President Biden arriving there for the start of the NATO summit. Break down what happened in Madrid today and what's on the agenda for the rest of the summit.
Well, there's some very significant news happening from the NATO summit, and it involves President Biden helping to secure a big development that could change the course of how Europe relates to Russia. And that is, there has been a desire on the part of Sweden and Finland that have long been neutral, not NATO members, to join NATO, but Turkey had been opposed. And today we have learned that Turkey, Finland, and Sweden have made an agreement among those three countries with some assistance from President Biden as sort of a counselor, an advisor, lending an ear to the discussions that they have agreed to their own set of circumstances about security and about how those three countries would interact. And Turkey is then not going to oppose Sweden and Finland from entering NATO. That is significant after what has happened with Russia invading Ukraine, because Sweden and Finland, in their own history, have had aggression from Russia. They are right in Russia's neighborhood, and it is a sign of how the world is changing because of what Vladimir Putin has done. So this is a very big development coming before the NATO meetings really get underway. Here in Madrid, it's already evening time, and the president is participating in some of the events, which will include a dinner with the king here. He met earlier with the president of Spain, and so many of the leaders from the G7 meetings also come here to Madrid for NATO, but NATO is much larger with 30 countries involved. But earlier today, the president talked about some of what is at stake and what he is looking forward to.
In the Western Hemisphere, Spain and the United States are working together with other countries in the Latin and the Caribbean areas to reinforce democratic institutions, strengthen the rule of law, spread economic prosperity, and advance transformative approaches to manage migration. We're looking to do more together in Africa as well to promote stability and economic growth.
And as I mentioned about this new development regarding Turkey, Sweden, and Finland, we now know that tomorrow President Biden will meet with Turkey's President Erdogan in a one-on-one setting. And that will, of course, be about more than just this development. But it's hard not to stress how significant that is for the NATO talks that are ahead. Aaron?
And all of this connects to Ukraine, obviously, Kelly. I want to ask you about the president's last day at the G7 summit there in Germany with the Ukraine as a top focus there. Talk to us a little bit about what that group, the Group of Seven, pledged today.
So much of what they have been focused on includes things like military security for Ukraine, which President Zelensky has asked for repeatedly and emphasized in a video message to the G7 leaders. He'll do that again by video to NATO. They also talked about trying to put in some new punitive measures against Russia with discussion of price caps on oil, limits on gold, and new kinds of sanctions that will especially target what they believe are war crimes, and looking at the food shortages that have come from Ukraine being much of the world's breadbasket and having difficulty getting its harvest out of the country because of war. And so the leaders have been trying to address those problems, complex as they are, at the G7, and that will continue here at the NATO meetings. Aaron?
Kelly O'Donnell for us in Spain today. Kelly, thank you. We appreciate it. We are also following breaking news. Ghislaine Maxwell will serve 20 years in prison for sex trafficking. A federal judge announcing that sentence within the last hour. Now, Maxwell was convicted of helping to recruit young girls to be abused by her longtime associate, Jeffrey Epstein, back in December. The judge saying, quote, "The damage done to these girls was incalculable." NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter has been following this case from the start. He is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan today. Tom, Maxwell did speak in the courtroom before learning her sentence today. What did she say?
Yeah, and a tough sentence that it was, with the judge going above the guideline range to sentence her to 20 years in jail, more than was initially called for, and hitting her with maximum fines. The statements from Maxwell today, as you said, really the first time that we've heard from her in a substantial fashion since this entire case began, which is not entirely surprising. But what she said did surprise some people in court. She did acknowledge the tremendous emotional testimony that these women provided to the court today for all the abuse that they've gone through and all the abuse that they say they've suffered since. Talking about psychological abuse, talking about substance abuse, talking about multiple attempts at suicide because the things that Maxwell and Epstein put them through. In her own words, Maxwell saying today, "It is my sincerest wish to all those in this courtroom that this day brings a terrible chapter to an end." She also said, "May this day help you travel from the darkness into the light." Speaking to the victims, she acknowledged that she'd been convicted with Jeffrey Epstein, but didn't really admit her own role in what happened here and her own role with Epstein. That's something that the judge picked up. She said it was kind of a pattern of putting the blame aside, noted that in handing down her sentence. Maxwell, for her part, stood to receive the sentence as is customary, but pretty much just looked forward and didn't seem to have any sort of overt emotion or reaction to today's proceedings. And I will note, during the course of the victim's testimony, she also did not appear to ever look at them, just kind of leaned forward and looked forward and took some notes as well. This really does mark the final chapter of a multi-year investigation. She was first arrested nearly 2 years ago in seclusion at a home in New Hampshire, where she was at the time trying to cover up her phones in tinfoil. To give you an example of what happened that day, according to the FBI, and now nearly 2 years later, she'll spend the next 2 decades in jail.
And Tom, you know, we often hear the victim impact statements at this point in a criminal proceeding like this. What did we hear from the victims? What did they have to say to Maxwell today?
Well, it's some very powerful comments. All told, we heard from 4 of them in person. We also heard from an attorney representing Virginia Joffrey Roberts, who wanted to speak on her behalf because Joffrey couldn't make it today. We heard from her outside of court. Let's listen to Sigrid McCauley.
Today showed us that individuals can be held accountable irrespective of power and privilege. And today showed us that the chorus of voices of these survivors prevailed and showed accountability. It's really a victorious day for justice.
Aaron, the key message here today, both inside the court and outside the court, is this idea that all of these young women had family difficulties, may have had financial difficulties, and they were sought out by Maxwell and by Epstein to traffic them, to abuse them, and to take advantage of them, even threatening them at different points. It was an emotional hour or so inside federal court.
All right, Tom Winter for us outside the federal courthouse here in New York. Tom, thank you. Confusion in Texas after the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. Still ahead, what the ruling means for women seeking abortion services in that state today.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Turning now to the latest fallout over the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra pledging today his agency will do everything in its power to support patients and abortion providers.
At HHS, we will leave no stone unturned. All options are on the table. We will do everything within our legal limit of the law to reach patients and support providers.
This after the Biden administration essentially dismissed a push from some Senate Democrats to offer abortion services on federal land. As for the Pentagon, it says the Supreme Court's ruling will not affect service members or spouses and dependents who receive treatment at military facilities. Meanwhile, CVS and Rite Aid say they are limiting the number of morning after pills customers can buy. That move, according to the companies, is to ensure equitable access to emergency contraceptives after an increase in demand. Let's bring in NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins now to talk a little bit more, in particular, Chloe, about what's happening in Texas, if we can. The trigger laws in that state have not gone into effect just yet, but the state is still sort of working to enforce a total ban on abortions there. Help us understand what's happening.
There's a lot going on, to say the least. Yeah. So a judge this afternoon temporarily blocked a pre-Roe abortion ban. So abortion services have resumed in the state of Texas up until 6 weeks in pregnancy. Now, you mentioned a trigger law, and Texas does have a trigger law which bans abortion when Roe v. Wade is overturned, and Roe has been overturned, but it has yet to take effect and is poised to late this summer. So we could see a huge shift in what abortion access looks like in Texas in the near future.
And so when you sort of drill down to the patients potentially impacted here, what does the decision mean for patients in Texas today?
As of right now, patients can obtain abortion services at a handful of independent clinics throughout the state of Texas, but not at Planned Parenthood. I caught up with the largest independent abortion provider in the state of Texas, Whole Woman's Health, who told me that they are celebrating this ruling and have been on the phones all day bringing back in providers and patients so they can resume care as soon as possible. We also caught up with the Center for Reproductive Rights, who is representing these providers, and in a statement, they said it's a relief that this Texas state court acted so quickly to block this deeply harmful abortion ban. This decision will allow abortion services to resume at many clinics across the state, connecting Texans to essential health care they need. Every hour that abortion is accessible in Texas is a victory. Now, we have yet to hear from Texas state officials who oppose abortion rights on this ruling, but we will be monitoring it closely.
All right, we will check back in with you as we learn more. Chloe Atkins, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it is primary day in America. Voters heading to the polls in New York, Oklahoma, Colorado, Illinois, and Utah, while Mississippi and South Carolina are holding runoff races. In Colorado, we're watching a number of GOP primaries that Democratic groups are trying to influence. We're also keeping an eye on the race for Secretary of State there. In the running for that job, which oversees elections, is Tina Peters. She is a county clerk who's falsely claimed the 2020 election was stolen. Meanwhile, New York's Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul is looking to become the first woman ever elected to that position. She replaced Andrew Cuomo last year after he resigned over sexual harassment allegations. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has the latest on the race in New York. But let's go first to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard in Denver for us today. Vaughn, Democrats are helping to finance Republican candidate Greg Lopez in his race for governor there. Help us understand what's happening.
Right. Okay. The big question here is, why do we care about Colorado? Or even you can look at a state like Illinois, states that have trended to go blue over the last several election cycles. At the same time, that has not kept Democrats from putting in substantial millions of dollars into these races, because Democrats are staring at a very real possibility that they could see the red wave, overwhelming Republican response come this November in the general election. And that is why Democrats have paid attention to these Republican primaries. Just take this governor's race. You mentioned the name Greg Lopez. He's a state lawmaker here who has called into question the validity of the the 2020 presidential election. He's an election denier here. He would be in charge of certifying a 2024 presidential election results if he were to beat Democrat incumbent Jared Polis here. And yet he is running against a more moderate Republican here. And yet the Democrats are running, there's, I should say, Democratic-aligned super PAC that is running campaign ads promoting his candidacy because, frankly, Democrats believe they would have a better chance against him in the general. Take a listen to a snippet from one of those TV ads.
Lopez supports Trump and agrees with him that the 2020 election was stolen. He opposes gay marriage, and Lopez is unapologetically pro-life.
I have no exceptions when it comes to being a strong supporter of pro-life.
Lopez even said he would get rid of Colorado's new law protecting abortion rights.
Again, Aaron, that candidate only raised a couple tens of thousands of dollars for his own bid, but it's the Democrats, the Democratic Governors Association, that is running these ads and put more than $1 million behind them, believing that they would have a better chance against him in a general election.
And Vaughn, Democrats are also working to ensure a GOP Senate candidate doesn't make the ballot there. You spoke to him about that. What did he have to say?
Again, this is a dangerous game that Democrats are playing here. For as much outrage as they have shared about these so-called election deniers running for public office, again, they're helping finance these efforts. And I want to let you hear from John O'Day, who is the more moderate Republican running for the U.S. Senate to take on Democratic incumbent Michael Bennet. He is running against a gentleman who is outside of the Capitol on January 6th, an election denier, and yet Democratic money, infused money, is trying to bring him down as well. Take a listen to what I asked him. His message to Democrats is.
It seems a little ridiculous to me that they're in the middle of our primary trying to make sure I'm not on the ballot. I'm a little humbled by it, though it's fantastic to figure out that I'm threatening Michael Bennet right now. I'm going to run against the Democrats twice, run against them here in the primary. They financed a campaign for a person that can't get elected here in Colorado, thinking they can knock me off the ticket. Ain't going to happen.
Again, and there's a similar situation, Aaron, playing out in Illinois in that governor's race in a crowded GOP primary. It's Democratic money that is lifting up the Trump-backed election-denying candidate there, Republican Darren Bailey. Aaron?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us in Denver today. Vaughn, thank you. Now, as we said, New Yorkers are also heading to the polls today. They are seeing a crowded field of candidates on both sides of the aisle trying to become the next governor. Let's go to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns outside a polling place here in New York City. Dasha, the current governor, Kathy Hochul, is trying to keep her seat. Talk to us about the Democratic race in this primary today.
Yeah, Aaron, Governor Kathy Hochul, the only woman in this race, Democrat or Republican, and she is very much leading the polls. You've got New York public advocate Jumaane Williams running to her left and Representative Tom Suozzi running to her right. But all things point to a pretty clear victory for Hochul this evening. The more interesting and the tighter race is actually when it comes to the lieutenant governor's race on the Democratic side. The current lieutenant governor that Hochul brought in, Antonio Delgado, is facing quite a challenge from a more progressive candidate, Ana Maria Archila, who has been endorsed by the likes of AOC and some of the progressive groups in New York. It'll be interesting to see because here in New York, in the primary, the governor and the lieutenant governor run separately, and then they become one ticket. So if, for some reason, this evening, Hochul's pick to be her lieutenant governor does not make it through, and it's this more progressive candidate, it'll be interesting to watch how that plays out and what that says about the Democratic Party.
And Dasha, I know you also caught up with the Republican candidate, Andrew Giuliani, son of Rudy. He also worked for the former President Donald Trump. What did the junior Giuliani have to say about his former boss, who we should note has not endorsed anybody in this race yet?
Yeah, Aaron, that's exactly right. No endorsement from Trump in this race. But like so many other primaries we've seen, the former president is absolutely looming over this one as well. Andrew Giuliani was just here a few hours ago visiting this polling location, and I asked him why he has not received an endorsement from his former boss. Take a listen to what he told me.
He just ended up actually having a fundraiser for us less than 2 weeks ago at Bedminster. So we've been talking almost every single day on this. I just spoke to him yesterday, as a matter of fact. He wished us luck. He thinks we're in a really good position, but he's got a couple other friends in the race too. And I think that's why he's kind of looking at this. But he thinks we're going to win this thing.
And when we spoke this morning, I also asked him what he thinks about the January 6th hearings and his father's involvement in an attempt to overturn the 2020 election. And he told me that he is proud of his father and proud of his father, Rudy Giuliani's work for former President Trump. Aaron.
All right, Dasha Burns live for us here in New York City. Dasha, thank you. Well, stay with us. Millions of Americans bracing for a turbulent 4th of July travel weekend. Up next, what you can do to ensure you get to your final destination on time.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Millions of people set to fly this holiday weekend are bracing for the possibility of flight cancellations and delays. That's after weeks of chaos at airports all over the country, really. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello tells us what to expect ahead of the 4th of July.
With just days to go until the big July 4th weekend, Americans and airports are once again bracing for impact.
It has been the worst experience ever.
More than 850 flight cancellations Monday after more than 2,000 Friday through Sunday. Canceling the most flights, Delta Airlines, which blames higher than planned unscheduled absences in some of our work groups, weather and air traffic control constraints.
Everyone is having problems dealing with the combinations of not enough staff, not enough equipment, and all sorts of weather problems. And it's been really rough.
Part of that a result of mass early pilot retirements during the pandemic. Meanwhile, on the ground in Florida, the FAA is short on air traffic controllers, just as passenger volume has exploded, up more than 100% over pre-pandemic levels to virtually every airport in the Sunshine State. Now, the DOT is warning it will fine airlines that don't issue timely refunds following canceled flights. Before the pandemic, the airline cancellation rate averaged just under 2%. This year, it's 3.5%, as airlines admit they've overscheduled. Now, Delta and United are cutting more flights starting Friday. 50 daily flights from United's Newark hub, while Delta is slashing 100 flights through August 7th. For many smaller airports, the situation is even worse. Some are losing all service, like Williamsport Regional Airport in Pennsylvania.
It's become kind of a perfect storm, and ours isn't the only market that's suffering this. There's a lot of airports that have lost service. With 200 airplanes parked in the desert, that's a lot of lift that's not being used. It was being used last year.
So what is the best way to navigate possible turbulence at the airport this week? NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with that story. People want to know whatever tricks there are, however we can get around the craziness.
Yeah, absolutely, because there's such widespread turmoil, right? This is touching literally everyone. I wish there was a thing that I could tell you that would guarantee that your flight takes off smoothly, but there are at least a few things that you can do to improve or reduce the chances of flight cancellations. One of the number one things that I hear from travel experts is being proactive, both in preparing for any last-minute changes and then also responding to them.
It's the final countdown to Independence Day, but flying to your destination may require infuriating dependence on airlines riddled with problems. According to travel app Hopper, more than 1/4 of U.S. flights are now being delayed, half of them for an hour or more.
Our flight's canceled, and as you can see, lines are pretty long to figure out how to rebook.
and there's no one really kind of assisting and trying to help us figure out how to get home.
Chicago Midway, Baltimore, and Newark among the country's most disruption-plagued airports, where a perfect storm of staffing shortages, bad weather, and soaring demand has some passengers rethinking their plans.
Is there anything you would do differently for your next trip?
Not go. I'm not making any more plans for travel. This is it.
U.S. airports just saw their busiest travel day so far this year, nearly 2.5 million passengers on Sunday, a record anticipated to be broken this holiday weekend. So how can travelers best avoid airport Armageddon? Experts say, first, try to travel on off-peak days. AAA says Friday, July 1st, will be the busiest day at airports. The least congested days, Saturday the 2nd and Monday the 4th. Next, sign up for your airline's free text alerts and download their app for the fastest flight notifications. When packing, remember, less is more. Try to avoid checking luggage to miss the long lines at check-in and baggage claim. Still, be prepared for last-minute cancellations. If you need to rebook, try the airline's international call center. Even if you're on a domestic flight, they can still help, and wait times can be shorter.
For travelers who haven't booked yet, consider adding a flight disruption protection product that allows you to rebook yourself immediately on the next available flight, regardless of the airline.
If you get stuck and can't fly out until the next day, ask the airline to put you up in a hotel, though they're not required by law to do so. And the best advice, remember to be nice.
Can your attitude towards the customer service reps impact the outcome?
I would say that a positive attitude is probably only going to get you further.
Keeping the skies friendly, even when the process is turbulent.
Probably some good life advice there in there too. And what you'll find is when you're trying to rebook flights, it is somewhat challenging. And the reason why is because there are less planes flying in the sky. So when you're trying to book another flight, it's already packed, making these flights more competitive to get on.
Yeah, you make a really good point about sort of thinking ahead, planning ahead, what my options are, what can I do when all goes crazy.
You have to right now, right?
And I've learned you can go back home too. Sometimes that'll work. Emily Ikeda, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Well, finally this hour, your News Now quick cast, the stories you need to know before we go. Less than an hour ago, former top White House aide delivered a bombshell testimony before the January 6th Select Committee. Cassidy Hutchinson saying the former president lunged at agents, Secret Service agents, and forcibly tried to steer his limousine to the Capitol after his rally that day, January 6th. The number of migrants found dead in a tractor trailer in Texas now stands at 50. A worker in San Antonio made that discovery after hearing cries for help. This is the deadliest case of human smuggling in modern history. And convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell sentenced to 20 years behind bars today. The jury concluded she played a pivotal role in recruiting and grooming teenage girls to be sexually abused by late financier Jeffrey Epstein. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We appreciate you making us a part of your day. Meet the Press Now is up next.
Tied to the January 6th insurrection. The new evidence committee members claim they could not wait to deliver, and why it matters in just a moment. Plus, the fight for abortion rights in a post-Roe America. The White House releasing new details on the administration's plan to protect reproductive rights as Democrats urge President Biden to use every lever of government to fight back. Details on that plan and the reaction to it is ahead. And if it's Tuesday, someone's voting somewhere. Voters across the country hitting the polls with a slew of hot-button issues, including the former president on their minds. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Peter Alexander, in today for my friend Chuck. And in a surprise January 6th committee hearing that wrapped up just a few moments ago, a former White House insider painted a dramatic portrait of a president unhinged on January 6th, willing to defy the wishes and warnings of his lawyers, his advisors, and his Secret Service detail in an effort to overturn the election and to try to march with his armed supporters to the Capitol. The star witness today was this young woman, a 25-year-old Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to then Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. She was in the West Wing and with President Trump on January 6th, literally in the room where all of this happened. Hutchinson describing the warnings received from the White House that the rally could turn violent that went unanswered by Meadows. She also recounted how President Trump was angry that his supporters couldn't get through magnetometers, those security machines at his rally at the Ellipse that morning because they were armed, which she says both the president and Mr. Meadows knew.
I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
Hutchinson's testimony painted the portrait of a president hell-bent on heading to the Capitol with those supporters, and she described an altercation inside the president's limousine. The president having this moment, this encounter with the Secret Service head when they rejected his demands, recounted to her by the president's deputy chief of staff.
So once the president had gotten into the vehicle with Bobby, he thought that they were going up to the Capitol, and when Bobby had relayed to him, we don't have the assets to do it, it's not secure, we're going back to the West Wing. The president had a very angry response to that. Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
The former president responding just moments ago, saying the steering wheel story is, quote, sick and fraudulent, and he says he hardly knows who Hutchinson is. Notably, the president much quicker to respond to this testimony than he ever was to the riot as it took place on January 6th. And Hutchinson also testified that as the Capitol was being breached, President Trump did not want to publicly condemn the riot, and that she overheard a conversation between Meadows, Trump, and the White House counsel, the top lawyer inside the White House, Pat Cipollone, suggesting that the president believed the threats to hang his own vice president, Mike Pence, were justified.
I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, "Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung." And Mark had responded something to the effect of, "You heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong." To which Pat said something, "This is effing crazy. We need to be doing something more."
According to Hutchinson, the president's feelings on January 6th did not change the next day. She said that Mr. Trump did not want to record the very video that the White House released on January 7th, condemning the violence, and that what he wanted to do was to float pardoning all the rioters in that video. She also said that her former boss, Mark Meadows, requested a pardon related to January 6th. Folks, this hearing gave us the biggest window yet into President Trump's demeanor and his mindset on January 6th, and frankly, in the days leading up to it. The testimony, as the committee laid it out, portrayed a president ambivalent to violence, indifferent to danger faced by lawmakers, and willing to defy those around him to push his false narrative on the 2020 election. NBC's Julie Sirkin is on Capitol Hill for us. Also joining us is Washington Post investigative reporter Carol Lenig. She's an NBC News contributor, fortunately for us. And with me on set is former U.S. Attorney and senior FBI official Chuck Rosenberg. He is also an NBC News legal analyst. Julie, let's start with you. You are there. You witnessed this happening from the Hill. Give us a sense of the mood at the Capitol right now after what was really just this incredibly dramatic day, delivering, I think most Americans will agree, on what had been a surprise announcement, a secret witness.
Yeah, Peter, in the words of committee member Jamie Raskin, he, walking out of the room, said that Cassidy Hutchinson blew away the pretense that former President Trump was not aware of what happened on January 6th and wasn't aware of the violence that would ensue when rioters stormed this building I'm standing in. She went on to detail painstakingly the hours on January 5th and January 6th, including that speech that President Trump gave. She detailed those moments where she was with him watching the videos of the crowds, how he knew that some of them were armed and wanted them to go through the mags anyway to fill the gaps in the crowd. I had a conversation with some of the officers who were there on January 6th, including one who was injured so gravely that he just told me and my colleagues that he will no longer be in uniform due to the injuries he sustained physically and mentally. I'm talking about Sergeant Aquilino Ganel, who was an Iraq War veteran. He served overseas, and yet January 6th is the event that drove him to put a pause on public service. It's just really an emotional day here on the Hill. Of course, House members and the Senate are both out, but in the room, those officers and those in the audience just stone-faced as they watch the revelations from Cassidy Hutchinson, a surprise hearing that many would argue did not disappoint.
I was, Julie, I got to tell you, as I was watching that hearing during our special coverage on NBC News and on NBC News Now, I was getting text messages from former White House officials under Donald Trump, just those big eyes who were just stunned by what they were seeing. Carol, to you now, having covered the Trump administration, you having been so close to many of those who served in there as part of your reporting over that time, the president would repeatedly attack these individuals if they weren't on the record, saying these were made up, that these were fake sources. But today you had a 25-year-old, a young woman, standing before the American audience and frankly before the world, saying it under oath to the world. What was most stunning and striking to you?
Oh boy, I try not to be hyperbolic in describing things that are surprising to me, but I was surprised over and over again. And I'd say the three biggies for me, Peter, were: one, that Trump knew that people had firearms who were his supporters gathering outside the ellipse and moving towards the South Lawn for his speech and his protest. He knew he was going to send them to the Capitol. He knew they were armed, and he used a lot of expletives to say that he wanted the Secret Service to basically stop taking their guns away from them or screening them for firearms. So that's really bizarre, because you're essentially saying you're fine with a bunch of armed people illegally being at your rally, and as he said it, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, they're not here to hurt me. Take down the effing mags, the magnetometers that screen people. That's a bizarre choice of any person in any city, in any situation, but particularly bizarre for a president whose life is protected by those magnetometers, who is responsible for the rule of law in our country. Second huge takeaway for me would be that this altercation inside the president's SUV as it tried to take him back to the Capitol, that he was furious and had been led to believe by Mark Meadows that he was going to be able to go up to the Capitol, as he had ridden along other Stop the Steal rallies in November and December, that he was going to be able to follow these tens of thousands of people who were there for him to go to the Capitol. And when he was told that wasn't going to be safe, that wasn't going to happen, he not only tried to grab the steering wheel, but he lunged for the head of his Secret Service detail, lunged for his neck. That is pretty striking. I've heard every story in the book that you can think about, no pun intended, involving the Secret Service. I've never heard a president ever do that. Probably the closest would be Lyndon B. Johnson threatening to shoot out the tires of Secret Service cars that came too close to him when he was shooting and hunting on his farm in Texas. The third huge one for me is that Pat Cipollone, White House counsel, was convinced that if they continued in this crazy scheme of helping the president lead people up to the Capitol, some of them, as you know, armed, that they would be charged with all manner of crimes. And indeed, the Department of Justice is looking at just that now.
Yeah, those are your headlines, obviously, from what we heard today. Carol, thank you. Chuck, let me ask you about this from a legal perspective right now. Before we heard the testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson, today. You said to me the key words to listen for are, I heard him say. I heard him say the following, because, as you've noted, the president can claim that he was ignorant, that he didn't really understand what we are told had been repeatedly said to either him or to those closest to him, some of his top aides. So we did, in effect, hear some of those words behind the scenes at the rally that took place at the Ellipse. Did this, what you heard today, change anything as it relates to the potential for criminal referrals?
Maybe, Peter. Maybe. We heard more of that. We heard that he understood, as Carol just described, that the armed people at his rally weren't there to hurt him, which begs the question, then who were they there to hurt? All of that sort of evinces somewhat his intent. It demonstrates his intent, but not perfectly so. And here's a caution, a caveat. The committee has interviewed 1,000 people. They've reviewed tens of thousands of documents. I mean, just doing simple math, if you talk to 1,000 people for 4 or 5 hours each, you have 5,000 hours of testimony. We've now seen 10 or 12. Mm-hmm. So if I'm going to make a prosecutive decision, and that used to be my job, I want to see everything. And I want to try and test it, because in the crucible of a courtroom, you have cross-examination, for instance. And the defense can put on a case if they so choose, for instance. And you have a judge making decisions about what's admissible and what's not, for instance. So are we closer? Perhaps. Are we there? I don't know. I'm not privy to 99% of the information.
So we'll play some of these clips through the course of this conversation. But Chuck, on this very topic, at the end of today's dramatic hearing was in itself a dramatic moment when we heard from the top lawmakers alleging a different crime that had taken place, effectively saying that there has been witness tampering, not identifying by whom, but those in and around the orbit, the inner circle of the former president, basically trying to get some of those individuals who were cooperating not to do that, effectively saying, hey, if you stick with us, we'll stick with you. We trust you'll do the right thing. It felt like you were reading a novel about the mob.
You're right. So that was, to me, both disturbing and fascinating. I mean, I've seen witness tampering as a prosecutor, sometimes blatant. You firebomb someone's house, right, or you beat them with a baseball bat, and sometimes subtle. Hey, Peter, you know what the boss wants you to do. You know what he expects. You don't want to make anyone unhappy. You're going to do the right thing, aren't you, Peter? One's blatant, one's subtle. They're both witness tampering. And so that really piqued my interest. I mean, I want to hear more about that, not as a viewer necessarily, but as a prosecutor. If there's evidence of witness tampering, and by the way, going back to what feels like 1,000 years ago, Volume 2 of the Mueller report was replete with evidence of Trump obstructing a criminal investigation. That's what I want to hear, because we have a saying, it's always the cover-up.
Yeah, no doubt. And I want to play, if I can, very quickly for those who are with us right now. Pat Cipollone here is part of what Cassidy Hutchinson said about what Cipollone was communicating about his concerns that this was going to basically, they would be charged with every crime imaginable. Take a listen.
He said to me, we need to make sure that this doesn't happen. This would be legally a terrible idea for us. We have serious legal concerns if we go up to the Capitol that day. Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
Do you remember which crimes Mr. Cipollone was concerned with?
In the days leading up to the 6th, we had conversations about potentially obstructing justice or defrauding the electoral count.
Julie, Pat Cipollone, the former White House counsel, is on a long list of individuals that the January 6th committee wants to hear from publicly right now. Is there any reason to believe that this would open the floodgates to more witnesses, as the committee members sort of asked for at the end of today's hearing? And separately, what are you hearing from Republicans? You're on the Hill. How do they try to explain any of this?
I'll answer your first question first, which is that Benny Thompson, the chairman, coming out of the hearing today, said they're still hoping to hear from Cipollone, even behind closed doors. And it's obvious why when you listen to Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony. And it's also obvious why they needed to hold this hearing so last minute today, because it really kind of sets the course for the next several hearings. They're going to go down this road with Pat Cipollone, hopefully in person during a public hearing. They're going to continue continue to investigate and connect the dots that Cassidy Hutchinson laid out today. And when you look at Republicans reacting to this, you mentioned some of the reaction you're getting from Trump allies, from former Trump staffers telling you sort of how surprised they were and taken aback. But you also have former President Trump live commenting on his social media platform, essentially calling Hutchinson's testimony hearsay and also saying that there's no cross-examination in the room. That immediately led me to think of what President Trump said last week when he sort of criticized Kevin McCarthy for not putting Republicans, aside of course from Cheney and Kinzinger, but those Republicans that would defend former President Trump on the committee. Of course, they don't have anybody like that in the room. But also when you look at this hearing today and what was able to be laid out by Hutchinson and the dots that she connected here, and also who was questioning her, Liz Cheney, a conservative, a Republican, her father, of course, an iconic conservative as well. I don't think any of that was done by accident, that Cheney was the one questioning 25-year-old Cassidy Hutchinson, who I can't imagine how worried and terrified she was to even come here in the first place and detail and disclose just all of those conversations that she was so privy to.
And Chuck, I want to ask you to go back, and Carol, the last thought will come to you in a moment, but when we heard about that moment at the Ellipse where the president was made aware that those outside the magnetometers had weapons and that they weren't allowed in, and he said, just let them in, they're not here for me. His acknowledgement, his knowing what's going on there as she communicates, how problematic is that? The president knew these folks had weapons, he wanted to let them in, and he knew where they would be headed afterward.
Well, that's exactly right. He wasn't worried about himself, which is unusual for the man because that seems to be his primary obsession. But to your point, Peter, he knew they were armed and he knew where he was going to send them. What did he think was going to happen? Something good? It's hard to believe. And so I think it's very telling, particularly when, you know, I mean, maybe his goal was a bigger crowd. That seems to be important to him, too, if you recall the kerfuffle over the inaugural
It's the way things started and the way, in many ways, things finished for this president.
The way they started and the way they ended. But you know what the difference is? These folks were armed.
Yeah, no doubt. Carol, finally to you, if I can you help us put into some context what we just saw today? I think if this were just to land in our laps out of the nowhere about a presidency, it would blow our minds, right? But in some way, we have heard so much of the outrage and the behind-the-scenes bickering and arguing and the president's behavior that it may not be as stunning to folks. You said even you were surprised by this, but where does this fit sort of in the context of this president's legacy, this testimony today?
You know, we have a small saying inside the Washington Post, like, is there going to be an Alexander Butterfield moment a la the Nixon Watergate investigation? And I think this comes about as close as there is. She didn't have tape recordings of her conversations with Pat Cipollone, Mark Meadows, or Tony Ornato, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, but she brought receipts. She had very detailed information. And I'll add that some of the people she's described, there are corroborating witnesses who describe something similar to what she provides. She gives the connective tissue, Peter, about what the president knew, said, and did that day. As I say, I've reported on, and my colleagues and I have reported on a ton of things, but many of these are brand new. The president knew how risky and violent this could be, and he was all game to aim this group of armed people towards the Capitol. He also was insisting, as we've reported, that he would be going to the Capitol to help foment that event that ended up being an attack. And he was perfectly happy / fine with the chance for Mike Pence's hanging by his own supporters. How much more shocking can it get? I doubt the committee can get more shocking than this.
Yeah, no doubt. That definitely drew our eyes back from so many other headlines we've been focused on in a way that I don't think even we believed was possible. Carol, Julie, Chuck, appreciate you all being here. Thanks for getting us started. And coming up, we're going to continue to dig in to this dramatic testimony and what it means politically for the former president, for his party, and for Republican members of Congress who sought pardons. We just learned today as well that Rudy Giuliani and Mark Meadows sought pardons as well. Plus, new reporting on Democratic dollars being spent on promoting right-wing candidates. We'll explain that story and much more ahead.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
After Mr. Giuliani had left the campus that evening, I went back up to our office and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through his phone. I remember leaning against the doorway and saying, I just had an interesting conversation with Rudy, Mark. Sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol. He didn't look up from his phone and said something to the effect of, there's a lot going on, Cass, but I don't know, things might get real, real bad on January 6th.
Welcome back. So much for there being a quiet week in the middle of the summer here in Washington, as we've been seeing this stunning day of testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson, the former aide to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, in front of the January 6th committee. Let's get to our panel. Joining me on set is National Journal political editor Josh Kraushaar, Democratic strategist and MSNBC political analyst Juanita Tolliver, and Brendan Buck, the former advisor to House Speakers John Boehner and Paul Ryan. I think most people are still just trying to digest what we just saw right here. So I just want to get your initial reactions, Josh, to what you saw right there. That was one of those moments, as Cassidy Hutchinson was talking about Rudy Giuliani in the days leading up to January 6th, acknowledging that things were going to get bad.
Wow. I mean, first of all, what we learned today is how premeditated. This was not just some organic protest where violent people stormed the Capitol. You had the president wanting to get rid of the mags, not have a security check for folks who had weaponry on them heading towards the Capitol on the National Mall. So we know that this was not just some chaotic event. This was actually more premeditated, pre-planned. And we also learned the bravery and the patriotism from someone like Cassidy Hutchinson in comparison to other folks in the Trump inner circle, from other Republicans. We heard about Kevin McCarthy and what he thought on that day and what he's done. and said since. There's a certain bravery that you see when someone is able to tell the truth, and it was in the room, literally feet from the former president, when all this stuff was going on.
Yeah, it's somehow liberating for her to do this, and she's now done it 4 times privately in depositions, the 5th time in front of the world with millions of people watching. Brendan, to you, and you know the role that she played, how integral Cassidy Hutchinson was. There were some Republicans in advance who tried to dismiss her as kind of a low-level individual. That's not the case, as evidenced by the fact that she was literally the middleman between the White House counsel and the chief of staff on numerous occasions.
She was always on Mark Meadows' hip anywhere that he went. Yeah, they're trying to say she's a junior aide. Yeah, she's young. She was 23, 24 years old. But every meeting that Mark Meadows had, she was in, and she was a note taker. She was there to remember what happened, which is obviously very helpful right now. And I think Mark Meadows is to me, one of the big stories of today. Just how small a person he looked like in such a big moment. The entire weight of potentially our democracy was weighing on this situation, and all he wanted to do was please Donald Trump, apparently. This is a situation where I got to think they're now working to get him to testify. That's the question I leave with, is why did they rush it today? It was powerful, it was compelling, but why today? What do they have next? Maybe nothing, but it feels like we need to either hear from Pat Cipollone or Mark Meadows next to maybe even get another angle to what happened.
Well, it definitely puts pressure on those individuals. They've publicly, Liz Cheney did call out Pat Cipollone and saying, hey, we're waiting to hear from you publicly. Mark Meadows, they sent a criminal referral over to Justice Department saying, we need this guy to testify. So far, the Justice Department hasn't pursued it. Juanita, your perspective as you witnessed this today, the bar had been set, right? Yes. The question was, could these committee members, could they meet this bar? And I think most people watching believe it exceeded it. This even blew the minds of people who paid close attention to the Trump years.
This hearing exceeded expectations. I know the headline this morning, waking up, was like, a surprise hearing, it better be worth it. A surprise hearing, you better deliver something. And this Select Committee hearing delivered a lot. I think Cassidy painted an explicitly clear picture of the fact that everyone knew this was illegal. Everyone went along with it. Trump knew there were weapons in the crowd. He wanted the mags moved, as you mentioned. He wanted those people there. He knew he wasn't a target, and it was premeditated that they were going to go to the Capitol. And it culminated in that moment where he's grabbing for the steering wheel, assaulting essentially a Secret Service officer, trying to control a car that's in motion,
he was
all to get to the Capitol.
The head of his own Secret Service detail by the neck, basically.
And I can't stop thinking about, what if he was successful? What if he did get down to the Capitol? What chaos would we have had? I mean, it was obviously chaotic to begin with, but what chaos would we have if he was out there actually cheering them on?
So we lack the adjectives to describe this. Others have said it's unhinged, but let's play for you. You can draw your own conclusions. Here's one of the moments of aggressive behavior that was described with the president leading up to January 6th. This was the fury that was witnessed after Cassidy Hutchinson came into the presidential dining area and the president had learned about William Barr, his former attorney general's comments that there was no widespread voter fraud. Take a listen.
He motioned for me to come in and then pointed towards the front of the room near the fireplace mantle and the TV, where I first noticed there was ketchup dripping down the wall and there's a shattered porcelain plate on the floor. The valet had articulated that the president was extremely angry at the Attorney General's AP interview and had thrown his lunch against the wall.
Josh, what strikes me about this is for the last several years we've been reporting these details, as communicated to me and other reporters, about these dramatic explosions inside the West Wing, and Trump supporters would blow them off and the president himself would attack the reporter for it. We heard from one of those in the room who literally walked in and witnessed the aftermath of one of those moments.
This is the portrait of a madman, literally. Both what we saw and heard from the vehicle, the president's car, and also in that room after Barr gave him the news about not pursuing any more lawsuits. This is someone who can't control his emotions. When there's a movie made of January 6th and the Trump presidency, those are going to be the scenes that we see, just showing how the president was unable to control his own emotions. The big question, though, that I have going forward is, are these crimes? Is the fact, especially that he knew that there were people with weapons and he wanted them through, is that a crime? crime is some of the stuff we learned about him wanting to go to the Capitol, assaulting a Secret Service officer in the car. Does that move the ball on one of the more important questions going forward? Will the DOJ get involved?
That may ultimately determine whether this whole hearings, this whole testimony made a difference. Because this is what I struggle with. I don't know if politically this is actually going to change a lot of people's minds. We already knew Donald Trump had sort of crazy temperaments. The idea.
But I want to be clear. You don't think this will change? Even today wouldn't change people's minds. I get that the 38% of Trump supporters are Trump supporters. But as you look at New Hampshire and you see Ron DeSantis' numbers surpass Donald Trump there, you don't think there are Republicans more moderate-minded, more independent-leaning who might see this and say, hey, I'm a Republican, that's for sure. I don't want Joe Biden to be president, but I can't let that guy back in the White House.
I think this is already baked in. I don't think anyone is surprised that he is like this. I think we knew this. If you've been paying attention, you knew this. Now, if he is indicted for a crime, that may change everything. I think that puts everything in much bigger historical context. I think people will then have a lot of doubts about whether you can nominate or elect someone. But the people who are going to nominate the next Republican president are not going to be terribly moved.
I'm not so sure. I think back to that AP report earlier this week that 1 million people switched parties to go back to the GOP. Those were predominantly college-educated, suburban, white voters who pivoted back, because I think that emphasizes, okay, the goal was to get rid of Trump in 2020. We can go back now. The GOP is safe. The reality is Trump is not going to stop. I think they would watch these hearings and say, all right, I probably went back a little too soon after getting more information. I do think there is a chance that this is something that could move them, again, back away from voting for the GOP. I also think that GOP primary candidates who are successful in their primaries, who are election deniers, are going to soften even further in a general election, because this language ain't going to fly with this type of content coming out from the Selects Committee.
There were a lot of people to whom today was damaging. Mark Meadows high on that list. Donald Trump certainly on that list. But even Michael Flynn, the former president's national security advisor, who pled the fifth when asked if he believed in a peaceful transfer of power. It did, to your language, it did sort of demonstrate the smallness, Brendan, of so many of these individuals here who now, whether or not this affects Donald Trump, there are a lot of other people who face some real challenges here, to say nothing of what we learned at the end, which was the risk of witness tampering and the suggestion you may not get them on a lot of things we heard, but if they're able to get the president or any of these individuals on witness tampering, then that's as much a crime as anything else.
And it shouldn't be hard to figure out who that was. I think it's a pretty small list of people who are around Mark Meadows at the end of this, and I think that's going to be a line of questioning they're going to go after, and I'd hate to be that person.
Yeah, Josh, Juanita, Brendan, appreciate you guys all being here in person for this conversation. I'm still trying to figure out what we just saw there. That was dramatic, even for those who studied, watched, covered the president for the course of the last several years. And voters in 8 states today, they're heading to the polls today. Are their minds made up in races that'll put big issues to the test, from inflation to abortion rights? Is January 6th on their list? We've got primaries, runoffs, and a special election underway. Steve Kornacki, he's manning things at the big wall for us. He has all the details. You're watching Meet the Press now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back. You're watching Meet the Press Now, and you know what we like to say around here. If it's Tuesday, someone is voting somewhere, and today that somewhere is 7 separate states. Primary polls now open in Colorado, Illinois, Oklahoma, and Utah. It's also governor and lieutenant governor primary day in New York. There's a special election in Nebraska, and we're also following a handful of runoff elections in Mississippi and South Carolina. And as the January 6th committee continues its work, one of the storylines that we're watching today are Republican primary races where Democrats are meddling and spending millions of dollars to try to bolster candidates who are election deniers, assuming that those candidates will be easier to beat in the general election. Let's get right to Vaughn Hilliard. He's one of our favorites here at NBC because he's constantly on the road. He's in Colorado today, one of the states where Democratic dollars are going to far-right candidates. Steve Kornacki, another NBC favorite, at the big board for us today. Gentlemen, I'm glad that you're helping us out here. Vaughn, walk us through this. How much money are we talking about, and where is that money going?
Right. Let's just take Colorado into account because that's where we are here. And yes, it has gone blue the last several election cycles. At the same time, Democrats aren't turning their head at any of these even seemingly blue states like Colorado. And that is why you have seen an infusion of money through super PACs, but also the Democratic Governors Association funneling in. We're talking about millions of dollars into these campaigns, these GOP primaries. You laid it out there. Backing and promoting, I should say, promoting the candidates who are election deniers because they are perceived to be easier candidates in the general election, for the likes of Democratic Senator Michael Bennet to beat in the general election, as well as Democratic incumbent governor here, Jared Polis, to beat. I want to let you just watch for yourself 2 of those campaign ads, and the very first one you're going to see is kind of attacking John O'Day, who is the U.S. Senate candidate, who is the perceived more moderate candidate in this. Take a look at these ads.
What do we really know about Republican governor candidate Greg Lopez? Lopez supports Trump and agrees with him that the 2020 election was stolen. Greg Lopez is too conservative for Colorado.
Politician Joe O'Day is not who he says he is. O'Day says he wants to rein in government spending, but he supports Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill. And before running for Senate as a Republican, O'Day actually supported Democrats. No way, O'Day. Colorado deserves a straight shooter.
I talked to both the Republican, the more moderate candidate for governor, as well as the Senate here yesterday about these ads, and they were frustrated. And they said they found it hypocritical for Democrats for on one hand saying these election-denying candidates are so dangerous, yet on the other hand infusing millions of dollars into these primary battles to keep the more moderate candidate, the non-election-denying candidate, from ascending to the general election. That is what we're talking about here at play. And the question is, ultimately come tonight, will those election-denying candidates be able to pull off wins, in part because of those Democratic-infused dollars?
All right, let's check in with Steve right now then. Vaughn, thank you for setting us up one way or another. Steve, we know that some incumbent members of Congress, they're going to end up losing today. Talk us through what you're watching in the states of Illinois and Mississippi.
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, just starting in Colorado where Vaughn left off here, just in terms of the stakes for why Democrats would be pumping so much money in on the Republican side in the primary here. It's because, look, Biden did win this state in 2020. You see the margin here, about 13 points for Biden over Trump. But, you know, if it's the red wave Republicans are banking on this fall, that could translate into a competitive race this November. So you've got this showdown here. Hanks, O'Day, you talked about the issues there of the 2020 election. O'Day says he accepts Biden as the winner. Hanks says it was a stolen election. Abortion following the Roe v. Wade decision also at issue in this campaign. O'Day says he's pro-choice. He would actually take Roe versus Wade and he would codify it into law. Hanks sponsored legislation in Colorado that would ban abortion even in the case of rape and incest. So we could get a very interesting readout on where Republican grassroots voters are in the wake of Roe there. The interesting thing in terms of all of that money we're talking about Democrats pouring in here, there's a precedent for this in Colorado. This is what Democrats are thinking of. You're going back to 2010 here. This is how Michael Bennet first got elected to the U.S. Senate 12 years ago. Remember, it was a red wave year, the shellacking for Obama in his first midterm. Michael Bennet in Colorado somehow bucked that national tide. He did it because his Republican opponent, Ken Buck, pulled an upset in the Republican primary and had a position particularly on abortion, similar to the one that Ron Hanks has now. The Democrats were able to exploit electorally. Voters in Colorado were not willing to go for Buck, even in a very, very Republican year. It's how Bennett got elected in the first place. So that's sort of the backstory to the strategy they're employing right now. You mentioned, though, no matter what today, there will be at least 2 members of Congress who lose their seats, at least 2, and the number could end up higher. One of them will be in this district, the 6th District of Illinois, right outside Chicago. 2 Democratic incumbents under redistricting pitted against each other. It's Sean Casten, Marie Newman. One of them will lose. One of them will be done as a member of Congress. Same story in the 15th District of Illinois. Redistricting, new map, new lines. You've got Mary Miller, a Republican endorsed by Donald Trump, running against Rodney Davis. One of these incumbents will lose their seat, will lose their place in Congress tonight. That's just in Illinois. In Mississippi, 2 runoffs here. Very unusual situation in Mississippi. This almost never happens to incumbent members in Mississippi. But look at this, a Republican, Michael Guest, 3rd District of Mississippi. In the preliminary, no one got 50%. That means Michael Cassidy, a challenger, and Congressman Guest are in a runoff today. Why is Guest in trouble with Republican voters in the 3rd District of Mississippi? He voted for the formation of that bipartisan January 6th commission. That has been a major issue in this campaign. Cassidy absolutely could win today. Guest in danger of losing his seat. In the 4th District of Mississippi, here's an incumbent, Stephen Palazzo. He's been there for 12 years, barely cracked 30% in the preliminary. He is in deep trouble in a runoff against Mike Ezell here. There have been allegations of corruption against Palazzo. There have been some local issues that have been part of that campaign as well. In Colorado, an incumbent, Doug Lamborn, he's facing a very stiff challenge in a primary. We're going to keep an eye on that one as well. There is also this, the 3rd District, Western Colorado here. Lauren Boebert. This is a deeply Republican district, so deeply Republican that Democrats, who would very much like to see Lauren Boebert out of Congress, have been organizing to get voters to register as unaffiliated in this district, and by so doing, allowing them to cast ballots in this Republican primary, presumably for Boebert's challenger, State Senator Dan Corman here. So far, a couple thousand of Democrats apparently have re-registered. It's a bit of a long shot, but this is another one we're going to be keeping an eye on tonight.
Steve Kornacki, we appreciate it. We'll be watching you through the course of this evening. And before we go to break right now, an update on the horrific discovery near San Antonio, Texas, where dozens of migrants were found dead today in a tractor trailer. In fact, that discovery happened overnight, and we learned new details this morning. The death toll this morning and today now has risen to 51, according to a Bexar County commissioner. A Homeland Security Investigations unit has detained 3 people believed to be part of the smuggling conspiracy, according to ICE. This is one of the country's deadliest human smuggling cases in recent history. In a news conference this morning, Mexican President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador said that 22 of the victims were Mexican nationals. He said when he meets with President Biden next month, the immigration issue will be central to their talks. For his part, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has blamed the deaths on President Biden, saying in a tweet last night that they were a result of, quote, his deadly open border policies. The White House has declined to comment on Abbott's tweet, instead directing reporters to the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas' message. He placed the blame directly on human smugglers, calling them, quote, callous individuals who have no regard for the vulnerable people they exploit and endanger in order to make a profit. We'll be right back with our NBC News White House reporter traveling overseas with the president.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back. Turning to politics overseas, Turkey has agreed to support Sweden and Finland's NATO application after the countries agreed to a security commitment. The deal paves the way for Sweden and Finland to join the military alliance, and it comes as leaders begin to arrive for the leader-level summit in Madrid, Spain. President Biden arriving there earlier today following his meetings with G7 leaders. The president's trip to Europe comes as he continues to face pressure at home, including the Supreme Court ruling overturning Roe v. Wade. Joining me now from Madrid with the latest is the senior White House correspondent here at NBC News, Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, walk us through this NATO summit. It certainly seems to be off to a strong start. Turkey has finally agreed to back Finland and Sweden after, at least for months we know, being the holdup to that occurring. Walk us through what more we're learning and what we anticipate.
Well, Peter, this is considered a very significant development, and it comes in just the right time for President Biden and the other leaders who will be starting their meetings here, because this really changes the dynamics and also changes how NATO will look going forward. And one senior official said it's the most consequential change to NATO in the last century. And this is because Sweden and Finland have for a long time had a non-aligned status. They were not overly friendly to the European members of NATO, not overly friendly to Russia, trying to kind of keep the peace in their unique status. And they are now saying they want to be a part of that defensive alliance after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They're in Russia's neighborhood geographically. They have their own history with Russia taking aggressive action. So this is very significant. Turkey had put up a fight saying that Turkey had concerns about what it considered to be a terrorist group related to Kurds, and wanted assurances from the Swedes and the Finns that they would also provide Turkey with some reassurances about the nature of those groups. So there needed to be some talking. There needed to be some diplomacy, and it's been going on for quite a while. And to some degree, President Biden may have been part of the tipping point. He was involved in the conversations, but he's not a co-signer to this agreement. It's the three countries setting up their own terms for how they will go forward. And then it is a part of NATO welcoming Sweden and Finland's application. So a very significant development when you consider how President Biden's main goal since the Ukrainian war started was looking for ways to build unity. And this is another example of that, at a time when there are very complex issues on a lot of the other matters like energy and like financial penalties for Russia, how to get all the countries that have sometimes different views and different relationships with Russia to agree. There's an umbrella of unity, to be sure, but there are some differences. So having this development is certainly a big way to start the meetings here. Peter?
Yeah, no doubt. That's one of the many headlines we'll be watching in the days ahead. Kelly O'Donnell with our primer as we get started for the president's visit there. Kelly, thank you very much. And still ahead right here, Ukraine under attack. Dozens reported injured or killed by a Russian strike on a shopping mall. As President Biden meets with those NATO leaders, a former ambassador to Ukraine will weigh in. That's after this break. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. Rescue workers continue to search for survivors after Russian missiles struck a Ukrainian shopping mall yesterday. It was filled with hundreds of civilians. According to Ukraine's interior minister, the death toll there has now risen to 18, with nearly 60 others injured. More than 20 others remain missing. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is now claiming Russia bombed a hangar that contained U.S. and European weapons, and as a result, an empty shopping mall nearby, he claims, caught fire. The G7 leaders condemned the attack. They called it a war crime and pledged to impose economic pain on the Kremlin, including a plan that could place a price cap on Russian oil. The U.S. State and Treasury departments concurrently announced new sanctions today against Russia's defense industrial base, as well as a number of Russian military units, and re-sanctioning the FSB. As we have said before the break, President Biden is now in Madrid, where, like the G7, NATO leaders are expected to discuss the war in Ukraine and the alliance's posture towards Russia. And joining us now is the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. He's joining me on set. Ambassador Taylor, I appreciate your being here. I want to ask you about the awful situation we witnessed in Ukraine just yesterday with the bombing of that shopping mall in a moment. But first to the news that was making headlines within the last couple of hours, and that's Finland and Sweden now joining NATO. If Vladimir Putin's desire was to weaken NATO, to have the allies crack apart, this is the most clear manifestation of the opposite happening.
It absolutely is, Peter. And it's a big deal for NATO. I mean, Finland and Sweden bring a lot to the alliance. They bring military capability. They bring strong democratic credentials. They bring a lot of credibility to it. And this is a very good message for the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians see the NATO that is supporting them, and they see it stronger. And it's exactly what you say. This is the opposite of what President Putin wanted.
So walk us through what the situation is in Ukraine right now. I think it's striking to a lot of people who only pay attention now with less frequency to the situation in Ukraine. The idea that there's even a functioning shopping mall in that country. The idea is the whole country's been decimated. But as you and I know, and there are lots of parts of that country where people are trying to be resilient, to continue with their lives, which made this most recent attack so haunting and so awful there. The message from Vladimir Putin clearly was one sent with America and its allies beating together right now. But what do you make of the latest round of attacks and the latest round of rhetoric from the President Putin and his allies?
So, Peter, they are trying to bully the Ukrainians. They have been trying to pressure the Ukrainians. They've not given up on their overall goal to dominate Ukraine or to indeed to eliminate Ukraine. That's what they've been after. Putin's been after all along. However, as we know, the Ukrainians have been pushing back hard. The Ukrainian military has done an amazing job, and they're now getting the weapons that they've been asking for. They're now getting these heavy, long-range missiles.
How does that change the equation, these long-range missiles that they've been asking for?
That changes the equation in that now the Ukrainians can hit back at the artillery, at this long-range artillery that the Russians have. Before they had these weapons, they weren't able to do that. And they had to get closer to the Russians in order to fire their weapons, allowing the Russians to attack them. And so the Russians have been just bombarding the Ukrainian positions, as we've seen in Severodonetsk and these other towns, and they've been making some progress in the center. They've not been making progress in other parts of the country.
And the U.S., we know the U.S. and NATO are now expected to announce an increase in the force posture. The president's saying he's going to continue to fortify the American presence in that region, most specifically as it relates to Poland and some of the Baltic states there as well. This, I mean, we are getting deeper and deeper into this, if not in Ukraine itself, but the U.S. is not backing down from its effort to help Ukraine.
It is not backing down at all, and goes back to something you mentioned at the beginning. That is, this is the opposite of what Putin wanted. He wanted a NATO that was pulling back. And now he's getting a reinforced, stronger NATO, not just bigger, not just as with the Finns and the Swedes, but now he's getting more troops that are on alert. 300,000 troops are now on alert to react to any response.
Let me ask,
Putin,
if I can, the issue of oil here, obviously. It's having such an impact on Americans. At the gas stations, prices are coming down, but they still hover just shy of $5. The desire was to sort of cripple Russia, right, to get as many Western nations, European allies, to no longer take in Russian oil. Obviously, some of those countries say they're going to wean off, but they're still taking it. But now they're discussing trying to set a bar for how much they're willing to pay for Russian oil. Will that work if China and India keep purchasing Russian oil at the levels that they're doing right now?
It's a good question. It's a good question. And this is something we haven't tried before, setting a ceiling on how much we're willing to pay and trying to enforce that ceiling. That'll be tricky. But you're right. These revenues that are coming in from Europe into Russia, they are funding this war. They are funding the war. So some way to move that down is going to be really important.
I'm trying to ask the best questions I know, but you cover this much more closely than I ever could. What are we missing? For those who are paying attention to what's happening right now in Ukraine as it relates to the U.S. and to Russia, what's the one storyline that's not being seen right now we should watch?
The storyline I think that we need to keep our eye on is the importance of Ukraine winning. The importance of Ukraine winning this war for all kinds of reasons, to hold people accountable for all these atrocities, in order to open up the Black Sea, in order all of these things to protect Europe. This is going to be important for Ukraine to win.
Yeah, and is that possible?
It is possible. It is possible. The Ukrainian military has been dragging out, has been holding on to places that no one expected them to do. And that has given time for these weapons that we just talked about to get there. The Ukrainian people are going to hold on. The Ukrainian military are fighting hard, and the weapons are now coming. They can do this. They can win.
How long are we in this?
It could go months. It could go months if the Russian military has been under a lot of pressure for a long time. They're having a hard time getting soldiers. The Russian military has not been doing well. If they continue to not do well and the Ukrainians do well, this could be a couple of months. It could go longer if neither side is willing to back down.
All right. Ambassador Bill Taylor, it's always a pleasure to be with you. Thanks for sharing your expertise and your perspective. Thanks so much. Well, that's going to do it for us at this hour. Chuck will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with my colleague Tom Costello, and Today for Hallie Jackson begins right now.
coming on the air with an inside look at how former President Trump tried to go to the Capitol on January 6th with explosive new testimony from ex-White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson. The shocking new information on who sought pardons and how Mr. Trump knew the crowd was armed, yet he pushed them to march on the Capitol anyway, and then tried to grab the steering wheel of the car he was in. Those details coming up. Plus, President Biden's HHS secretary laying out the new steps to preserve abortion access, where the procedure is now and where it's banned. But can these rules give even more lasting protections the Democrats want? And new protections could be coming soon against the ever-evolving coronavirus. What we're hearing today from the FDA about new vaccines to beat back Omicron. Plus, convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell sentenced to 20 years in prison. What we're learning today from the inside of the courtroom at the hearing for the former confidant to Jeffrey Epstein. And a judge weighs whether the misconduct allegations against Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson are in violation of the NFL's personal conduct policy. What that means for a potential suspension, we'll have that later in the show. Hey there, I'm Tom Costello filling in for Hallie. And did you see it? Bombshell testimony today from the first White House staffer to publicly testify in front of the January 6th committee, Cassidy Hutchinson. A former aide to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows was in the West Wing on January 6th and with former President Trump during his speech on the ellipse that day. We're going to go through the biggest things we learned from her testimony today. And number one, top officials in the administration were aware and had conversations before January 6th about the potential for violence that day. And that the far-right groups, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, were mentioned in the White House ahead of the insurrection.
I went back up to our office, and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through his phone. I remember leaning against the doorway and saying, I had an interesting conversation with Rudy, Mark. Sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol. He didn't look up from his phone and said something to the effect of, there's a lot going on, Cass, but I don't know. Things might get real bad on January 6th.
Bombshell testimony. Number two, Mr. Trump knew that supporters at the rally were armed with weapons and wearing body armor before his speech on the ellipse. In fact, police identified people carrying AR-15s and pistols at the rally, but Trump didn't care if they were armed. He wanted the magnetometers taken away because he was concerned with the appearance of an empty rally space.
I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
I don't care if they're armed. Let my people in. Number three, Mark Meadows said Trump did not want to do anything about the Capitol breach. Hutchinson recalling a heated argument in Meadows' office between White House counsel Pat Cipollone and Meadows, saying they needed to talk to the president while rioters, attackers, were right at the Capitol doors.
Mark looked up at him and said, he doesn't want to do anything, Pat. And Pat said something to the effect of, and very clearly had said this to Mark, something to the effect of, Mark, something needs to be done or people are going to die and the blood's going to be on your effing hands.
Number four, both Rudy Giuliani and Mark Meadows asked for presidential pardons. Trump released a statement today saying that he hardly knows Hutchinson and he had heard negative things about her. We should note he has said that exact same thing about other former aides. NBC's is also out to Pat Cipollone, Mark Meadows' attorney, Steve Scalise, and Ted Cruz for comment. So far, no comment. Joining me now, Ali Vitale and Ken Delanian. Let's begin, though, with Ali, who's on Capitol Hill. Ali, we just got the statement from Hutchinson's attorney right before we came on the air, and it says in part, while she did not seek out the attention accompanying her testimony today, she believes that it was her duty and responsibility to provide the committee with her truthful and candid observations of the events surrounding January 6th. So how are people reacting to her testimony on Capitol Hill today, and are any Republicans talking about what they heard today?
Well,
Look, Tom, I was in the room for the first half of that hearing, the first hour there, and when they finally took a recess, at least one Democratic lawmaker stood and applauded for Cassidy Hutchinson as she left the room. There was among the people who were there, including other lawmakers, Capitol Police who were impacted by January 6th, and of course the committee members themselves. There was a feeling of gratitude that she would come forward at this point and put herself in the spotlight this way. You have to remember who we're talking about here. This is a 25-year-old young woman who was in many of these meetings, privy to many of these conversations. In some cases, the person who top lawmakers on the Republican side were calling themselves. We know, for example, that at one point in the testimony, she talked about how the #1 House Republican, Kevin McCarthy, actually called her to make sure that former President Donald Trump wasn't coming from his rally at the Ellipse to the Capitol, repeatedly imploring her not to let him come there. So she very much was at the center of a lot of these conversations. And look, we know the committee wanted to talk to Mark Meadows. They're not going to be able to get Mark Meadows, at least as it stands right now, but they did get his top aide, and you see why that was good enough today.
She was incredibly poised, 25 years old, so well-spoken, and there was so much to unpack there. So let's talk about the fact that former President Trump and his team, according to her, knew about the violence ahead of the insurrection, including talking about these far-right groups in the White House before January 6th, and the fact that they all knew supporters were armed at the rally, but they didn't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, you got to imagine that the Department of Justice's ears perked up at that mention when she said that maybe she wasn't in conversations directly, but she was hearing the phrases of Oath Keepers and other far-right groups mentioned in these conversations at the White House. She was also able to testify, for example, about conversations that she had with Rudy Giuliani and others who were part of that kind of outside of the White House effort to overturn the election results, potentially be in touch with some of these far-right leaders. Those are conversations that are important to what the committee is doing, but also very important to what the Department of Justice is doing as they move forward in their own investigations. And look, Ken's going to talk to you about how we've seen these two parallel tracks of investigations between the 6th Committee and DOJ sort of intersect at various points. And it's in hearings like this, when you hear testimony like this, that you start to see how that's very possible and very likely.
Yeah, so let's talk about what Mark Meadows did and didn't do. Cassidy Hutchinson said Meadows did not do anything when he heard supporters were armed. He told the White House counsel that the president didn't want to do anything about the protesters, the attackers, and that he asked for a pardon. Now, how damning is that testimony for Meadows? Any chance he will feel compelled now to testify?
That's what some people who used to work in the White House are saying. People like former Congressman and former Managing Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney saying that he thinks that the options for Meadows are either getting indicted or cooperating with the committee. Now, Mulvaney's not part of this investigation, so he's not necessarily our go-to source on this stuff. But when he lays out the parameters like that, those are realistic scenarios that you have to sort of think about here. I do think, though, when it comes to Mark Meadows, I'm out to his attorney, and we'll see what they respond on this. But the allegation that she made that he was among those asking for a pardon in real time, alongside those lawmakers like Scott Perry and Mo Brooks and Andy Biggs, who we've already reported on, as well as Rudy Giuliani, you do start to see this orbit taking shape around the former president of a group of men who knew that what they were doing was at best legally dubious and at worst flat out illegal, and they were doing it anyway and asking for pardons because of it. Certainly that's something that the committee has done a lot of painstaking work to lay out in detail. The fact that a lot of these people were aware of the legal ramifications of what they were doing, and yet they were doing it anyway. Again, this is not a court, but at the same time, there are courts and other legal entities that are watching.
Yeah, so that sets up Ken Delaney. And Ali, thank you. Ken, who covers justice and national security, we learned the president knew that there was the potential for violence, that his supporters were armed, but he still encouraged them to go down there anyway, down towards the Capitol. Will this influence DOJ at all? Will they decide that that's enough evidence now to bring charges potentially against the former president?
I'm talking to people today, Tom, who say it will influence DOJ in several ways. One, as you mentioned, today's hearing puts Trump much closer to the violence at the Capitol than the previous sessions. So legal experts and former prosecutors told me this afternoon that evidence that Trump knew the rioters were armed and wanted them to go to the Capitol anyway may renew interest in seeking to charge him with inciting a riot, which was seen as a tough charge, and even seditious conspiracy. And that same evidence could bolster a charge that a lot of people have been talking about, conspiracy to obstruct Congress. And we also saw evidence at the end of that hearing of possible witness tampering. So a lot of new stuff there. But just as importantly, Tom, today's testimony painted a picture of almost moral turpitude of a president who is even more unfit for office than his worst critics imagined. And that may factor in as the DOJ contemplates the really difficult issues around prosecuting a former president who is still the de facto leader of the Republican Party. Justice Department officials aren't robots. They're attuned to public opinion. And to put it bluntly, Cassidy Hutchinson's sort of shocking and intimate portrayal of Trump's unstable behavior and his depraved indifference to the violence that was unfolding may make it easier to imagine prosecuting him, Tom.
Yeah, and we still have virtual radio silence from House Republicans right now. We did hear this really shocking testimony today about the former president getting in a fight inside the Beast. That's the big vehicle that he travels in, trying to grab the steering wheel away from the Secret Service. Well, the Secret Service told him they were not going to the Capitol. He even allegedly assaulted or started to assault one of the agents. Hutchinson testified that then White House counsel Cipollone told them that he feared that if the president went to the Capitol, he would be obstructing justice. So specifically, the Electoral College vote is involved there, inciting a riot. Talk us through now. This just adds to the weight.
Yeah, so that behavior was just jaw-dropping and beyond the pale of how you expect the president to act. And again, you have to believe that it will have some influence on the people at the top of the Justice Department as they're deciding whether to go forward with a prosecution. And as for Cipollone, his testimony will be crucial to any criminal investigation. If he actually told Trump that he was at risk of being prosecuted for inciting a riot or obstructing Congress, that would be hugely significant information because it would mean that Trump was put on notice of potential criminality, Tom.
Yeah, and this is hearsay evidence, at least for now. But, I think the bottom line, Ken, the question that everybody is asking around the water cooler, and you and I have talked about, should the DOJ prosecute a former president when the country is so divided? And now the stakes even got higher with today's testimony.
Yeah, that is the agonizing question they're facing, Tom. Is it worse for the country if they do prosecute or if they don't prosecute? And I know for a fact they're thinking about it inside the Justice Department, but it's also worth mentioning that we have not seen any evidence yet that they are getting close to putting Donald Trump in the crosshairs in terms of witnesses and subpoenas and that kind of thing, Tom.
Yeah, and it would not be overnight. All right, Ken, thanks very much. Ken Delaney in there. Let's turn now to the fight over abortion access, with the White House laying out new steps it's taking at the agency level now to clear up what it says is the confusion playing out in the states. Just today, a ban is now in effect in Tennessee. And in South Carolina, Planned Parenthood says the state's 6-week ban is beginning, with the state's governor saying even that is not enough.
I look forward to the day that nobody wants an abortion in South Carolina. We won't need exceptions.
All right, legal challenges playing out right now, really across the country. Look at this map. It shows the 8 states where lawsuits are already underway. In Texas today, abortions can resume at some clinics after court blocks a pre-Roe ban in 2, Utah and Louisiana. Courts have also blocked full bans. And today, Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra is providing a roadmap for what he'll do, saying the stakes really are very high now.
How we respond will speak to how we view the rights, the dignity, and the well-being of women everywhere. This is a moment of crisis in healthcare.
NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is traveling with the president. She's in Madrid right now. Kelly, the HHS secretary, laying out several steps he wants to take, including ensuring patient privacy and increasing access to medication abortion. Walk us through these steps, if you don't mind.
Good to be with you, Tom. So if you look at an agency like Health and Human Services that has been so dominated by COVID and vaccines and now has what the secretary calls a new crisis to deal with. And so with the federal government looking for ways to try to protect access to reproductive services and trying to protect the privacy of patients so that they would be able to have their medical relationship with a doctor remain private, to have the care that they're seeking not be exposed to any kind of extra scrutiny. Also things like the medication that can result in abortion, making certain there's enough supply and that that's available. They're looking for those federal tools they can use to make that accessible, as states are looking at a whole range of legal challenges and a patchwork of what the law will be around the country, making it more confusing for many people if they're not sure how things will play out in their own state. So here's what the federal government can't do. It can't just set new boundaries on what can happen that will cover the nation. That's what the Supreme Court overturned. So it's a piecemeal approach, but one where the federal government, through the Department of Health and Human Services, says they will look for ways to use the opportunities they have. So they can try to deal with the FDA on medications. They can do things about transportation to make sure if women go from a state where it is not legal any longer to a state where abortion services would be provided, that they can have that transportation be uninterrupted. It's an array of things that will at times be confusing, that might raise a lot of new questions, but those are the sort of levers that are available to the federal government, and it'll take a lot of education on the part of public health officials. Tom?
Okay, but at the end of the day, these are all things subject to federal agencies, right? So if an anti-abortion, pro-life president takes office, he or she could reverse these policies. There's no permanent protection being proposed here like the kinds Democrats are calling for.
That's right. And by the overturning of Roe v. Wade, it goes back to the states. And if there were in the next election or a subsequent election, a president that was not willing to support these plans and these ideas and policies, it could change again. That's what is so different about a period post Roe v. Wade, because it is not a uniform policy around the country. And that's how states will reflect what is in the nature of their own citizenry. And in some places, as you saw with the governor of South Carolina, there are people supportive of this decision. Yeah. And in many other places, and public polling suggests, there are a lot of Americans who did not want to see this overturned. Tom?
Of course, absolutely. A third to 40% of the country supports the Supreme Court, depending on the poll. Before you go quickly, we're hearing from the Pentagon about abortion protections as well.
Well, again, that would be federal employees through the military. And so the memo from the Pentagon tells us that those services would be provided where legal, and that there would be financial support for members of the military who might need to travel to another state to seek reproductive services as well. It's not a case where those services can be paid for and provided on federal land by the Pentagon or military installations. But where it's already legal, they will continue that, and they'll try to support members in uniform. Tom?
Kelly, thank you. Kelly O'Donnell, who's in Madrid with the president. Today, President Biden is calling what's turning out to be the deadliest smuggling case in modern U.S. history. Quote, horrifying and heartbreaking. 51 people found dead in an abandoned 18-wheeler in San Antonio. In a statement, the president adds that his administration will do everything possible to stop human smugglers and traffickers. More than a dozen people, including kids, survived and are now in the hospital. The San Antonio police chief says 3 people are in custody, but they're not totally sure if they are connected to this incident. And it's also quickly becoming political. Texas Governor Abbott tweeting that these deaths are on Biden and his open border policies. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is on the scene for us.
Yeah, we are standing on the edge of what's become a massive crime scene on a remote road on the outskirts of San Antonio, and it was just about 100 yards behind me. That's where that tractor trailer was located that a worker heard cries for help coming from inside late yesterday, and upon opening the door, witnessed the absolutely unthinkable. Dozens upon dozens of migrant men, women, and children barely alive, in some cases already perished as a result of the excruciating triple-digit temperatures here in this part of Texas. Meantime, federal authorities say they have 3 individuals in custody, but as of right now, they are not tying them directly to this smuggling plot. In the meantime, we know 16 survivors were pulled from this tractor trailer. They are in San Antonio area hospitals. 4 of those individuals are pediatric patients, young children that were inside that trailer for hours and hours on end. We have seen canine units brought here to the scene today, scouring the surrounding area just to make sure that absolutely everyone has been accounted for because of the danger that this heat presents and also just the tragic scene that was witnessed yesterday with so many of those people packed inside that tractor trailer, which has now been taken by federal authorities to be further scoured for evidence. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Morgan, thanks very much. Morgan Chesky on the ground. Jeffrey Epstein's former confidant and convicted sex trafficker, Ghislaine Maxwell, sentenced today, 20 years in prison. Maxwell was convicted back in December, you may recall, 5 federal charges for recruiting and grooming teenage girls to be sexually abused by Epstein. After the sentencing, we heard from one survivor, Annie Farmer, who says she hopes Maxwell's sentence shows it's never too late for accountability. Here's what she said.
If you're someone who's experienced sexual abuse or exploitation and did not feel safe to report those crimes, or were not believed when you did, or were told that the perpetrators would not be held accountable, this is for you.
Maxwell herself addressed the court today also, telling survivors, quote, "I am sorry for the pain you have experienced," and that she hopes her conviction brings some closure. Tom Winter joins me now from New York. Tom, talk us through the details of the sentencing and the considerations for what this judge went through when it came to deciding how much time to give her.
Right. So initially, Tom, prosecutors had asked for 30 to 55 years, which for the 60-year-old former socialite would have essentially meant a life sentence, of course. During the course of the proceedings, before we heard from some of those victims and before we heard from Maxwell herself, as you said, there was a bit of a discussion as far as the range that the judge can impose. Now, the judge is allowed to go outside of what is the recommended sentencing range and the guidelines, if you will. And so those were revised down to the maximum being about just a little over 19 and a half years. She went above that. She went with 20 years in jail for Maxwell, which means she'll get out just a little bit before her 80th birthday when you consider good time, assuming that's what happens here. So, yes, 20 years in jail, additional 5 years of supervised release, and the judge hitting her with the maximum fine of $750,000. So that's what Maxwell has to contend with. From here, that's the sentence that was imposed, and a pretty stiff one when you consider that for the majority of the rest of her life, she's going to be behind bars, Tom.
Yeah, a remarkable fall for a socialite. I mean, we should remember and remind the audience that her father was a very wealthy British figure. But let's talk also about what the other survivors said today in court when the judge gave them the opportunity to speak ahead of the sentencing. What did they say?
Well, a whole host of statements. They were very emotional. All of them broke down in some capacity. As you can imagine, today was a day that they've waited for a very long time. In some cases, 20, even more than that, 25 plus years to have this moment of justice. That's what they said. A couple of common themes: the tremendous psychological damage and abuse that these women suffered over the last couple of years. On top of that, Tom, the damage from a substance and alcohol standpoint, the abuse that they've had as a result of that, as a result of what they say was the treatment by Maxwell and Epstein. We also heard in particular from a statement, and I want to read it to you, a statement from Virginia Giuffre. She's, of course, been closely linked to activities involving Prince Andrew, sexual activities involving her that he's steadfastly denied over the years. But she said, in a statement read by her lawyer, "You deserve to spend the rest of your life in a jail cell. You deserve to be trapped in a cage forever, just like you trapped your victims." And that was kind of the common refrain that we heard, Tom.
Yeah, imagine if it was your daughter. Listen, also her attorney, Maxwell's attorney, trying to get less time for her, making the case that she's been a positive influence on other inmates. Do they have any other legal options here moving forward?
Sure, they do, and they've already indicated that they are going to seek grounds for appeal. And interestingly, the judge that oversaw this case will actually be headed to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, will likely have to be recused from that. But yes, they've already said that they're going to seek a route of appeal. They've got a couple of different questions and complaints as it pertains to some of the facts in this case and the way that the law was charged. So that's what we should expect them to see going forward. Maxwell herself not admitting any wrongdoing, just talking about how she felt for the victims today in court, Tom.
Yeah, I was struck by that. She did not admit to wrongdoing in her statement. Tom, thanks. Tom Winter there in New York City.
That's right.
Breaking news right now, an FDA advisory panel just voting in favor of updating COVID vaccines to help deal with newer strains of the virus. The FDA's vaccine chief says earlier on in the discussion, reformulated vaccines are needed because immunity for people who have received both doses of the COVID vaccine and even people who got a booster, that immunity is going to start dropping by the fall.
Waning immunity combined with the potential emergence of novel variants during a time this winter when we will move inside as a population increases our risk of a major COVID-19 outbreak.
Drug companies Moderna and Pfizer have already been testing updated versions of their vaccines to deal with the BA.1 Omicron variant that led to a massive surge in infections over the winter. Both companies have said their respective redesigned shots create a better immune response against BA.1 than other current vaccine doses. Dr. Kavita Patel joins me now. Nice to see you, as always, Doctor. Can you talk us about this decision the panel made? What happens now? What's the timeline for when these new shots would actually be available?
Yeah, Tom, that was probably the most important data point that I was listening for. And all three manufacturers, Pfizer, Moderna, and Novavax, said that an updated vaccine, pending FDA authorization, could be available October or later. So one, we're looking at kind of having a long period of time with no updated booster or updated vaccine. And number two, that gives the agency time now to think about which version. Is it the version that's tailored for BA.1, the one that's tailored for BA.4 or 5? How will they talk to the manufacturers about releasing this vaccine? What quantities? All the details have to kind of get ironed out between now and whenever we have some of that data in the fall. But it kind of ends that question, Tom, of do we need another shot? It seems almost unanimously the answer was yes.
Well, as you know, I've called you on the phone many times with a COVID question and a vaccine question from my own family. Let me ask you this. The testing that Moderna and Pfizer are doing right now is based off the original Omicron variant, right, which has already been replaced by more contagious versions of the virus. So do we not know right now which one of these will actually spread by the winter or the fall? Do we have any clues yet? And how do we get ahead of that surge when it actually comes to reformulating this vaccine?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. The question of what will we be facing in the fall, that was actually something the FDA panel took on directly and said, look, we know that we can't predict what could happen come fall, and that if we over-tailor the vaccine for a specific variant and don't try to do something broader, then we could be in trouble because BA.4 and 5 could come and go, and there could be another variant. We don't know what it would be. And I think that's why there was a real enthusiasm by the panel to have what would be called a bivalent, or having at least a part of the vaccine that deals with Omicron, and then, Tom, a part of the vaccine that can deal with the original strains, or at least having that broad immunity from the original strain. So bottom line, we have to expect the fall would have some activity, and we just don't know what it'll look like.
Okay, and we did hear from experts about the, quote, substantial possibility of resurgences. Based on the data right now, what do we think about in the coming weeks and the months? What do we look for, and what will this new virus look like? Or do we just not know yet?
We don't know enough to say with certainty, but what we do know is that the rates of BA.4 and 5 have picked up significantly in the country. The CDC released data today as well that shows about 40% of what we're measuring is BA.4 and 5. Tom, expect that to ride a wave over the next 3 to 5 weeks, and then it'll come down. And then, as usual, almost in a clock fashion, weeks after that, we might pick up another wave. Will it be BA.4 and 5 or a new one? We'll have to stay tuned.
Oh, boy, we just can't get rid of this thing. That is the biggest peacock I've ever seen behind you, by the way. Thank you. We appreciate your time, Dr. Patel. All right, today more than 2,000 flights have been delayed, more than 600 canceled in the U.S. ahead of the July 4th weekend. That according to FlightAware tracking data. Airlines continue to face pilot shortages and scheduling conflicts. Why? The FAA says airlines haven't properly staffed in the wake of the pandemic, but the airlines tell me the FAA doesn't have the air traffic controllers to maintain what is happening in the skies. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt spoke with the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, in an interview this afternoon exclusively about what we might be seeing lying ahead for holiday travelers.
Is the July 4th holiday a recipe for disaster, given the issues with the system right now?
Well, what I'll say is that there are going to be challenges, but we're watching it closely.
One airliner insider today said it's blue sky cancellations today, no explanation. Lester Holt's exclusive interview with Secretary Pete tonight, 6:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC Nightly News. Coming up, voters head to the polls for the first time since the blockbuster Supreme Court abortion ruling. How the overturning of Roe v. Wade is playing a role in primary races today. Plus, if you're thinking about renting an Airbnb, there's a major new rule you need to hear about. What you can't do. We're talking about that and more after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time in the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
It's the best time in the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
It's a Tuesday, so of course voters are casting ballots in their first primary since the Supreme Court's decision which overturned Roe v. Wade. In Colorado, the abortion issue is splitting the Republican candidates for both senator and governor. In both races, there's one Republican candidate who believes in exceptions to abortion, like in the cases of rape and incest, and to save the life of the mother. And they're up against an opponent who opposes abortion altogether. The winner of the Senate primary will face incumbent Democratic Senator Michael Bennet in November, while the winner in the gubernatorial primary will take on Democratic Governor Jared Polis. And believe it or not, among the fundraisers for the far-right Republicans right now, Democratic groups, they're dumping money into ads for these candidates on the far right, hoping that they'll win the Republican nomination and be easier to beat in November. So joining us now from my hometown, Denver, NBC's Von Hilliard. Von, it looks like you're at Larimer Square right now, I'm guessing, or near the 16th Street Mall, downtown Denver. You've been talking, am I right? You've been talking primary with voters out there just days after the Roe versus Wade decision was overturned. What are you hearing from people there on the streets?
Tom, everybody at NBC knows that you are Mr. Colorado, and so therefore we had to come here on primary day. Those 6 other states are having their primaries as well. And the big question, Tom, is whether you're coming in for the Avalanche Parade tomorrow, but we can get to that later on tonight. Hey, look, on primary day, there is actually a major storyline that is playing out here, and you laid it out there. You know, Colorado has trended blue over the last several election cycles. At the same time, Democrats acknowledge to us that there's the real chance that this could be competitive here, not only the Senate race, but also the governor's race, the Secretary of State's race. And when you're looking at these Republican primaries here today, you are looking at these election-denying candidates being in the fray, people who believe that Donald Trump and contend that Donald Trump won the 2020 election. But then there's also another Republican candidate in both the Senate race and the governor's race who maintain that they're more of the moderate-type figures in this race. Even the Senate candidate, John O'Day, I talked to him, and he is supportive of even codifying some abortion, reproductive rights into law. He said he would vote for it if he went to Congress. That's the type of candidate we're talking about. Yet, which candidate have the Democrats and Democratic aligned forces infused cash money behind? It's those election-denying ones because they believe that they would have a better chance the general election. Of course, so it's risky. And frankly here, Tom, there's not very good polling, so there's a lot of question marks heading into tonight on which of these candidates in these Republican primaries will come out on top.
Yeah, and so while the Denver-Boulder metro area is pretty blue, Colorado Springs is pretty red, so is the Western Slope, so is the Eastern Plains. What happens? What happens if these Democratic groups are successful in boosting that right-wing Republican and then actually that right-wing Republican wins? Have the Democrats considered the chances that this may actually go the wrong way for them?
And, you know, actually, and that's where I was talking with the top, the Republican running for governor, who is the one who contends that there is no mass voter fraud that would have changed the 2020 election. And I asked her about this Democratic confusion to try to get her from being the candidate not on this. And she said she found it quite hypocritical. You know, on one hand, Democrats are contending that these election-denying candidates are dangerous to the democracy, yet at the same time, they're breathing life into them and giving them a chance. That Senate candidate in this, Ron Hanks is his name. He's a state lawmaker. He's publicly has only raised about $30,000+, and yet Democratic aligned forces have put in more than $1 million to promote his campaign and his candidacy here. And so that really, I think, is something that the Democrats haven't quite reckoned with and ultimately will not until the general election rolls around, and whether some of those election-denying candidates could pull off upsets in places like here in Colorado, but also the likes of Illinois, Tom.
All right. You spent enough time there. I think you're an honorary Coloradan. I'm going to get a W honorary Coloradan right now. Thanks, Von. Von Hilliard on the streets, downtown Denver. Let's get you over to the 5 things that our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a federal report shows school shootings rose to the highest number in 2 decades. The National Center for Education Statistics released a 31-page report. It found there were at least 93 incidents at public and private schools across the U.S. over the past 2 years. A spokesperson for the center says the data helps officials and policymakers take preventive measures. Number 2, another study found weed users are 25% more likely to need emergency care in hospital. The study found marijuana smokers had higher blood and urine levels of several smoke-related toxins, also showing that physical bodily injury was the leading cause of emergency visits, followed by respiratory reasons as a close second. Number 3, Airbnb users, listen up. Airbnb has officially announced its global ban on parties. The company placed a temporary restriction 2 years ago after 5 people were killed in a shooting back in 2019 at one of its listings. Anyone who attempts to violate the no parties policy could be suspended from the account or removed fully from the Airbnb platform. Number 4, Serena Williams back at Wimbledon for the first time since her injury last year. And in just the last few minutes, she's lost to France's Harmony Tan. Serena was looking for her 8th Wimbledon title. Number 5, Elmo just got his COVID vaccine. In a public service announcement by Sesame Workshop, Elmo and his dad talked about the safety of the vaccine for kids under the age of 5. Elmo is still 3.5 years old. Still ahead, more on that deadly train derailment in Missouri we reported on last night. The NTSB is on the scene. We're going to have an update on the investigation when we come back.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Coming up on News Now, Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson's future is on the line. He's facing a 1-year suspension from the league for sexual misconduct allegations. We're going to have more on that coming up. But first, now to Missouri, where we're learning of another death in the Amtrak train derailment, bringing the overall number of dead now to 4. And in just the last couple of minutes, we're hearing from the chair of the NTSB, who's on the scene. She says she's frustrated the agency's warnings about passive grade crossings. In other words, no warnings coming across the warning. None of those have been followed yet.
Anytime our recommendations aren't heeded, of course, I'm upset because we see tragedy after tragedy after tragedy and numerous fatalities and injuries. And we know, and it's very frustrating for our investigators, very frustrating when they are on scene and they know what would have prevented this.
This new drone footage we're getting from the scene actually as the cleanup efforts begin. Amtrak's now saying about 275 passengers and 12 crew members were on board at the time, more than we thought yesterday. Police say about 150 went to area hospitals with varying injuries. And these videos from inside show you just how terrifying that scene was. We still don't know the names of the victims, but we know the 3 were inside the train and 1 was in the truck that was hit. Maggie Vespa is in Mendon, Missouri for us. Maggie, the NTSB chair, really laid out her frustration here with these passive grade crossings. And again, that's the idea that there is nothing to stop a car from going across in front of the trucks. Walk us through that.
Exactly, Tom, and I should note we have a siren approaching, not related to this story. We've been hearing it called an uncontrolled crossing in this context, and basically we're told what that means, and we heard this from NTSB and we heard it from local officials, is it's exactly what you said, a crossing with nothing stopping a driver going across the railroad tracks, whether a train is coming or not. There's no arm that comes down, there's no bell or anything like that that alerts them that a train is nearby. There's no flashing lights. This one in particular just had kind of the X railroad crossing signs and then a stop sign as well, and we've heard from officials, you just heard NTSB, and we've heard from local people saying to them it just seems clearly like a really dangerous setup, and now that is indeed a key point that they're looking into. Tom?
I think I read a stat a short time ago that said there are about 3,300 of these types of crossings, if you will, that are not marked, and it can be very dangerous, right? Or half arm. Walk us through that number there.
Well, that is something that they're looking into right now. At least that is one of the stats that we have heard today. But at this point, the NTSB says they're still investigating and they're still advocating for a lot of these to be improved and have the safety upgrades implemented that a lot of people are advocating for. And on a state level, we've actually found documentation that shows the state of Missouri had flagged this very crossing for what they called safety improvements, allocating up to $400,000, according to the records that we found, to upgrade this over the next few years. Obviously, we didn't get to that point, but the NTSB being very clear, you're right, this is a problem, they say, in a number of communities across the country. And in fact, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg confirming that to Lester Holt just a few hours ago today.
Yeah, and I guess we're still waiting on confirmation about how fast the train was moving at the time, whether it blew the horn, and yet, listen, you can't stop a train traveling at 80, 90, 100 miles an hour.
Exactly. The initial estimate that we got was up to 79 miles per hour. Experts saying it would take the train up to a mile to stop. Were that the case, as far as the horn is concerned, NTSB says that's one of many things that they'll get details on with that events recorder that they want to get their hands on, which very possibly could have recorded video of the moments leading up to this crash. So again, they're looking into this, but gave this presser just to give briefings on what they know at this point, Tom.
Maggie, thank you. Maggie Vespa, who's on the scene for us. We look forward to seeing more of your reporting on NBC Nightly News tonight. Coming up, the morning after pill is flying off the shelves after Roe v. Wade was overturned. How women are stockpiling contraception as some major pharmacies now begin to limit them. Plus, New York City just started administering the monkeypox vaccine, but NYC has already had to pause the program. We'll tell you why in tonight's Local.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day. Because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us they're watching and what's going down in their regions right now. In a segment we call The Local, from our Southeast Bureau, the grandmother of the shooter at Robb Elementary. That in Uvalde, Texas. She was released from the hospital today. Celia Sally Gonzalez was shot in the face at her house by her grandson before he left and then opened fire at the elementary school. The 10-year-old victim, still at the hospital, has now been upgraded to good condition. From our Northeast Bureau, New York City and D.C. quickly ran out of the monkeypox vaccine supply just hours after opening up appointments. D.C. Health said on Twitter there will be an update tomorrow on additional appointment availability. New York City Mayor Adams said this morning as soon as they get more vaccines, they'll give them out. No timeline, though, on when that might be. And from our West Coast Bureau, the University of Arizona is offering Native American undergraduate students free tuition through a new grant at the campus in Tucson. Beginning this fall, full-time undergrads who are from the state's 22 federally recognized Native American tribes will qualify for the Arizona Native Scholars Grant. The program was funded by reallocating financial aid dollars. And as they say in Tucson, bear down. All right, the morning after contraception pill has become a sought-after purchase for many who are concerned now about access to reproductive health care. Some folks even stockpiling the medication in anticipation of possible contraception disruptions and restrictions. It's led a few pharmacies to start limiting the number of emergency contraceptive pills that customers can purchase. The increase in demand follows the Supreme Court's decision, of course, to overturn Roe v. Wade. Surveys show that roughly a quarter of American women have used emergency contraception pills to prevent unintended pregnancy at some point in their lives. NBC News medical correspondent Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now with the latest. Dr. Azar, can we start off with just explaining now, what's the morning after pill and how is it different from an abortion pill?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. So I think the fundamental difference here is that the morning after pill is meant to prevent pregnancy. The medication abortion is used to safely and effectively end a pregnancy that has already been established. Coincidentally, they both involve use of a hormone called progesterone. In the case of the morning after pill, it's a man-made form of progesterone, which is naturally made by the ovary. Giving it is thought to prevent ovulation. There's probably also some impact on inhibiting or preventing fertilization and implantation. So again, can prevent a pregnancy. And this is meant, the most common one that people have heard of is Plan B, that is taken within 72 hours of either, failed contraception, condom breaking, that kind of thing, or unprotected intercourse.
Okay, and so now some pharmacies are limiting the number of emergency contraceptives that somebody can buy to avoid shortages. Is it relatively easy to find and buy emergency contraception on store shelves right now, or is it getting tougher?
Right. So we have a statement, I think earlier, even just today, this is how quickly the news changes, Tom, that certain drugstore chains, I should say, were going to be limiting the number of emergency contraception that each customer could purchase, up to 3 per person. Yeah. We do have a statement now from both CVS and from Walgreens that while CVS did initially experience a shortage, they do have enough now. They say they have an ample supply of emergency contraceptives. Walgreens says the same thing. There's no limit to the number that they are allowing patrons to purchase. They have ample supply, Tom.
All right. Now, Instagram and Facebook, they've been banning posts that are offering abortion pills following the end of Roe v. Wade. Do you think that the reaction by social media companies could impact outcomes for women seeking help? And what should one do if they need access to an abortion pill right now?
So this is the big challenge right now, Tom. If you are a woman who lives in a state where abortion is illegal, it includes medication abortion. There are a lot of different grassroots efforts that are underway. For example, mobile clinics that are being set up in states where abortion is legal, right on the border of states where abortion is illegal, so that women can cross the border and obtain a prescription for a medication abortion. In addition, there is this telecommunications, or I should say telehealth service. It's called Aid Access. And this is a Dutch company that essentially can and will provide medication abortion prescriptions to women in every state in the country. These are European doctors who can provide online consultations. They will, as I said, mail these pills to women anywhere in the U.S. There's very little legal risk to European providers as opposed to providers here in the U.S. Tom.
All right. Dr. Azar, thank you. Natalie, always nice to hear your thoughts. Thanks very much. Coming up, NFL quarterback Deshaun Watson facing a disciplinary hearing from his league for his actions off the field. The suspension he could get after several sexual misconduct allegations.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Back now, when a closely watched hearing got underway today for Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson to determine whether he violated the NFL's personal conduct policy. Watson settled 20 of 24 civil lawsuits that accused him of sexual misconduct. Just yesterday, a woman who'd already sued him filed another suit against the Houston Texans. That's his former team. She alleges they gave him resources to enable him and, quote, turned a blind eye to his behavior. According to the Wall Street Journal, the NFL has been pushing for his indefinite suspension. Watson has been denying any wrongdoing and vowed to clear his name. He says he's never assaulted any of the women or